Eddie Stobbart Holliers. The Tower and the Hive, Chapter 1. Since Squadron A was still headed in the direction of the G-type solar system to which the Hiver ships had been proceeding, the newly made Admiral Ascient ordered the Vadim and the KLTL to do a thorough environmental exploration of the target planets M5 and M6. Captains Pat Shepard and Perlm were already halfway there, having chased and destroyed the two remaining Hiver scout ships. Their first probes showed that both planets had the atmosphere and the land-to-sea ratio favored by the Hive Queens, so Admiral Ascient ordered the two ships to do a more intensive probe investigation, that is, if neither planet displayed signs of an indigenous sentient population. There should be time enough to do a probe before rejoining the main fleet, which would now turn to retrace its outward journey. Admiral Ascient's massive Nebula-class flagship, the Washington, would take time to slow and turn before beginning the second phase of its 5-year mission. This was to establish just how many planets the Hiver life forms occupied in this area of the galaxy. This second phase had two objectives: to confirm which planets were still occupied by the Hiver species, and to examine by probe and/or landing party all the G-type suns which the Hiver sphere ship had curiously ignored on its way to the primary that exhibited only .0378 variants of their original homeworld, which had gone nova. The Washington was now slowly making its way to the first of the Hive-occupied sites on its return swing. "I wish one of us had been able to go with Captain Shepard," said the recently promoted Lieutenant T2, Clancy Sparrow, in a wistful tone. "It'd be interesting to see what Hivers consider a perfect world." "They seem to have found 16 planets near enough perfect to eliminate any other life forms, including Deneb," Prime Talent Thean remarked in a droll tone, "and seemingly about 1 in 5 of other M-type worlds we marked on our way to see they didn't establish another home base." He and the others of the FT&T team were seated in their lounge aboard the Washington, relaxing after the draining efforts of the past few weeks when they had met and destroyed all the Hiver spheres heading toward the solar system that had evidently been chosen by the Hivers as their new base since their original homeworld had been incinerated by a sun going nova. The Talents had helped to win a war in which, after the first skirmish, only the enemy had died, an enemy which humans and their Merdini allies had been fighting with the most unusual tactics of any previously known conflict. If the method had appalled pacifists and incurred considerable criticism for the role Federal Teleport and Telepath had followed, allowing primes and other talents to take an active part in a war, the most cogent answer was that neither humans nor Merdini had taken casualties. The primes had only delivered what the Navy explosive experts had prepared. Teleportation was, after all, a main FT&T function. The explosive packages, placed carefully on the Hiver fuel tanks, had been detonated by naval personnel with the sanction of the High Council and on the orders of Admiral Ascient. The old argument about a gun not being dangerous until it was loaded and aimed at a target was revised and adjusted to the FT&T. Now, as the delivery agent, like a gun, were the Talents guilty because they had sent a lethal substance where it could destroy the acknowledged enemy of the Alliance? Or were those who gave the command for the substance to explode the guilty ones? That the resultant combination of Talents and Navy specialists had caused the enemy ships to disintegrate offered much fuel to the point where the outcome was ignored. The Talents stationed by FT&T at the request of the Alliance High Council were now readying their minds for the phase of exploration. "Will we have to wait until the other ships rejoin the fleet before we actually get to examine this Hiver-occupied planet?" Clancy asked, pacing up and down the lounge cabin. "Don't see why if we get there first," Thean said. He was himself beginning to get restless, though the respite from frantic activity and precision teleportations had been welcome. "Speaking of getting anywhere, just when do I get transferred to the Columbia?" asked Prime Roger, cocking his head and making his urgency plain to his older brother and team leader. "That was the deal for me, remember? I helped demolish the Hiver spheres, and then I get transferred to the Columbia." "And Cousin Asia," Clancy put in, his expression carefully bland. Roger shot him a dire look that Clancy ignored. "When you've helped me reprovision the squadron," Thean answered, linking his fingers behind his head as he leaned back and stretched out his long legs. "Then you don't think the Conservatives are going to insist that FT&T stop assisting the fleet?" Roge asked. Clancy's scoffing laugh echoed Thean's dismissal of that possibility. "Look, bro," Thean said, sitting forward, elbows on his knees, The FT&T was very carefully, and he emphasized the syllables, nurtured as an autonomous public service. And who can argue that getting rid of an implacable enemy isn't a public service? Clancy put in. Back in the 21st century, when the first Peter Reitinger was the manager of our budding organization, he determined to split it from any political group and to remain legally separate from any governmental agency until Earth became a united world. His successors studiously kept FT&T apolitical and also made certain that the facilities of the towers were on a first-come, first-served basis. It's impossible to bribe a talent, remember? Not with primes who can read anyone's mind. The guilty always give themselves away anyhow. He grinned. Of course, the present emergency with the greedy hivers required FT&T to do a lot of kinetic transfers that would make the founders of our elite band spin in their graves. Nevertheless, it is still in our precious charter that we talents are required to teleport a lot of people and things that are repellent to our sensitive souls, though not illegal. Meanwhile, we preserve the entity and integrity of FT&T. And stubborn primes whenever they could be found, Clancy added, like your grandmother on Altair. Granddad was the one who was really suborned. He had had no intention of leaving Deneb before he met grandmother. Theon's grin was broad. Had the Hivers but known they had met their match in Jeff Raven and Angharad Gwyn, a.k.a. the Rowan, as partners, they might have quit while they were ahead. Not while there were Hive Queens needing planets to colonize, Clancy put in. And that, of course, brought the entire FT&T organization in at the time of the Deneb penetration, with the Rowan as the focus for the mind merge that helped Jeff Raven dispatch the Hiver scouts trying to depopulate his home world. And why the Merdinis decided to ask us, through Mother and Dad, to join forces and defeat the Hivers, Theon said, since we could take out a Hive sphere without having to resort to suicide missions. He leaned back again, pleased with his summation of the events leading up to recent developments, denying the Hivers a new base from which to continue their unique form of colonization. I wonder how many of the bleeding hearts and conservatives have bothered to see the Hive Queen at Heinlein Base, Roger said. The sight of her would be instructive. We could ask Cousin Roddy Eagles. And Theon gave his brother another sly look. Roger's anxiety to get to the Columbia had much to do with his courtship of Roddy's youngest sister, Asia, an engineer as well as a T-4. Initially, the Columbia, flagship of Squadron B's 5 ships, had been sent to examine 4 M-type planets that had been used and abused by the Hivers, one, named Marengo, being on the verge of total ecological disaster. The massive effort initiated to save the world was well underway, and some encouraging succession of hardy grassoids had already been triumphantly broadcast. Ruins of Hiver occupations were evident on 2 of the other planets, Waterloo and Talavera, while the 4th, Ciudad Rodrigo, seemed to have an active Hiver colony. I should be aboard the Columbia, now, not still stuck here. Don't fret so, Roge, Theon said, broadcasting soothing thoughts to his pacing brother. Our orders were approved by both High Counselors Admiral Mecturian and Glimtumul. They'll handle any interference to the rest of our mission. Not to mention Earth Prime Jeff Raven and Callisto Prime Rowan, Clancy added. I see no reason for anxiety, Roge. Clancy at least forbore to tease his cousin about the real reason for his fretfulness, missing Asia. All we have to do on our way home, Theon said, is find all the Hiver-occupied planets and constrain attempts by any of them to dispatch another colonial venture. That's all? Roger's voice dripped with sarcasm. Which will probably take the best part of our lives, Clancy said, not particularly depressed by the prospect. I might even make commander by the time we're done. I doubt we'll devote our lives to the project, Theon said, gesturing to include his brother. No, you're primes, Clancy agreed, without rancor. There was a pause. Think I can talk the Admiral into letting me get down on the Hiver world we're heading for? Theon asked wistfully. He clasped and unclasped his hands in frustration. You're a prime, Thee, Clancy said, too valuable to be risked. And far more capable of defending myself than anyone else on the ship, Theon said, then bowed quickly to his brother. And you too, Roge. I'm sure I'd find something no one else could. You're a lion, aren't you? Clancy said, as well as a prime? You will, he added with a reassuring grin and stretched his legs out, yawning. The Admiral won't deny you anything. Well, then, again, Ascient may be under orders not to risk you on anything, Theon, said Roger in a knowing drawl. Oh? Theon's raised eyebrows encouraged Roger to elaborate on that statement. You can't be risked, bro, Roger said with a snort. They need you to take over from either grandmother or possibly grandfather. Theon gawked at his brother. "How do you come to that remarkable conclusion? You've been the focus for all our mind merges. I'm surprised you didn't guess. It's obvious to me," and Roger looked over to Clancy, who nodded in agreement, "that you're the logical successor." Theon sat for a moment, mouth aghast. Then he glanced into the minds of his younger brother and cousin, and realized that both were certain of that. Slapping his forehead dramatically, he flung himself back on the couch, staggered by that prospect. "Not for a few more decades," Roger said consolingly, "since, praise be, our grandparents seem to be in excellent health." "Spare me," Theon said, groaning, his hand still clapped to his forehead. "What's the matter, Theon?" asked Allison Ann Grieving, T5, nursing empath from the sick bay. Theon let his lover, Gravy, hear the conversation. "Oh, I thought something was wrong," she said, with a mental sigh of relief, and her mind touch left his. "What's wrong with that sort of future, bro?" Roger asked. "You're at least getting a chance to travel now and see real life and all that good stuff. Besides, you've got Gravy, and it isn't as if you can't pick a nice, inaccessible spot to live in to enjoy your private life when you do get stuck being Earth Prime." Roger rolled his eyes, coloring his thoughts with envious scenes of marital harmony. "That's enough of that," Theon said sternly, abandoning his shocked surprise. Roger only grinned, delighted to have annoyed Theon. "And don't keep me here one moment past getting the last load of supplies on board." "I'll be well rid of you," Theon said emphatically. "I'll never be more than a thought away," Roger said, and teleported himself out of the room before his brother could take a physical vengeance. Theon caught Clancy's amused glance and, with a laugh, was restored to his usual good humor. "Younger brothers," Clancy murmured sympathetically. That evening, in the privacy of their quarters, Theon and Gravy had talked over the prospect of him having to take up either of those tremendous responsibilities, Earth Prime or Callisto Station. Since both his parents and grandparents had expressed their approval of Allison Ann, the couple no longer needed to conduct their liaison as discreetly as possible. Indeed, once Theon knew his attachment to Gravy was approved, he teleported her belongings into his quarters. "Frees space up for someone else," she'd muttered as she saw her things neatly being fitted into his closets and drawers. "Though it was kind of fun being zapped about by you, Thee, darling." "You never knew when you were going to wake up, though," he'd teased, hugging her tightly against him. "Well, I'm here where I belong," was her contented reply. She was, however, surprised when Admiral Asciant adroitly started including Lieutenant Grievy when he invited the FT&T personnel to his mess table, a tacit recognition of their current status as well as public approval. Once Allison Ann got over the shock, she rather enjoyed the perks that now came her way more frequently. "Sides which, no one dares complain about 'em either," Gravy added, tweaking Theon's nose. "They're jealous and can't do a thing about it." The next morning, Earth Prime Jeff Raven contacted Theon. "Supply drones are ready, Theon," said Jeff. "Let's see how many we can forward at a time, shall we?" "As you like," Theon replied, accepting the challenge, and he allowed his grandfather to hear him summoning the merge on his end of the exchange. He smiled to himself, remembering Roger's prediction, though he kept that very much in the back of his mind. He didn't intend to be styled a cocky boy by his grandmother, the Rowan. "Incoming cargo," he pathed to the other ships in the fleet in a broadcast alert. Theon's team quickly assembled in their command room with its conformable couches. Roger teleported in, Clancy and Commander Semirami Clue used their own feet, and so did CPO Leah Day, since she had been nearby when she received Theon's summons. The fleet electrician was a new addition to the team, but was improving steadily with each new opportunity to use her previously unexpected parapsychic talent. She liked being what she called a power weasel. They had only just arranged themselves on the couches when Jeff warned them of the first shipment, 9 drones. "And we thought the big daddies from Iota Origay were heavy," Roger said, and warned the boat bays to stand by to receive the drones about to be imported. "On their way," Jeff said, and the team caught the first shipment at the halfway mark and deftly brought them in the readied space. "That's for the Washington. Are the other boat bays alerted?" asked Jeff. "They have been," Theon replied, and, checking briefly, knew the other ship's talents were standing by to receive. Then Jeff called out which drones went to which ship, and they spent the next half an hour completing the reprovisioning. "Now can I go to the Columbia, grandfather?" Roger asked. "Are you packed?" And there was a malicious laugh tagging along that question.
Half a mo,
Roger replied, frowning in concentration. We'll send on anything you left behind, Thean said at his most helpful, and say hi to all when you get there. Roger disappeared from his couch, his Deanies, Gil and Cat, with him.
We're set. Takes longer to get into the carrier than...
Thean didn't really need his team's help to push Roger's personnel capsule to the Columbia, for he felt his grandfather's touch assisting him, then Flavia's, when Roger arrived at the Constellation-class Columbia flagship.
Thanks, Jeff, Thean. We've been expecting him. Keep him out of trouble,
Thean said, and sent a fleeting kiss to Flavia and his younger sister Zara, who was present in the Columbia's reception team.
You couldn't,
was Zara's pert reminder, and Thean kinetically tweaked her nose to remind her of his seniority. She sent a laugh back over the incredible distance between them.
How soon will you arrive at the first suspect system, Thean?
Asked his grandfather, all business after the sibling exchange.
Admiral,
and Thean paused to emphasize the new rank and felt his grandfather's satisfaction.
Ascient advised us last night that we should make the heliopause by tomorrow evening. We're slowing now. The first exploratory probe indicates that the M4 is occupied and has an old Hiver ship in orbit. Strange the Hiver didn't notice the proximity of such a close match for their homeworld. There's quite a distance between the two star systems, sir, and besides, if the ship's as old as it looks to be, the colony queens probably didn't know it existed when they stopped at this one. Same sphere ship design? Asked Jeff. Hive design never changes, except to get bigger. Anyway, analysis of the pitting and metal fatigue on this sphere suggests that this one has been hanging in orbit a long time. Garbage?
Jeff asked succinctly, since Hiver planets invariably use space as a refuse dump.
Not as much as you'd think from the age of the sphere. Check it out thoroughly. Why? Does another Deanie planet want its own display?
There had been 4 vacant spheres captured in orbit around other Hiver-occupied planets. These had been brought back to the Deanie homeworlds, much honor accruing to the colors of the prize crews.
No, we're more curious about length of settlement as well as its current population. There doesn't seem to be a hard and fast rule of when queens send out new expeditions. Or when their planet begins to get overcrowded. That's it. Why is that important, Grandfather?
Thean asked.
If we knew precisely what factors precipitate a need for migration, we might know how to inhibit them and contain the queens on the planets they now inhabit. Trouble with the conservatives or the bleeding hearts?
Thean caught the amusement in his grandfather's response.
A bit of both. From which source, human or Deanie?
A laugh echoed between minds.
A bit of both. All right, I'll refrain from asking questions you have no intention of answering. Your grandmother sends her regards, so do your mother and father.
And the presence that was Jeff Raven left Thean's mind. When he took notice again of his immediate surroundings, Gravy was there with a glass of his favorite restorative. Even though that had not been a particularly taxing use of his talent, Allison Ann, in her capacity as talent nurturer, insisted that they all replenish their bodies after every teleportational session. She had half finished her own drink. Clancy, Semirami, and Leah Day were dutifully sipping theirs. The power weasel didn't look as tired from this day's work as she had been from others. She was shaping up nicely into a good backup kinetic. She raised her glass in a toast to him. As he returned it, his eyes fell on the couch that Roger had so recently occupied. He blinked.
Didn't think you'd miss him, Thee?
Gravy asked, cocking her head at him.
Actually, no, but I do.
And that surprised Thean.
And if you say he's only a thought away, I'll...
Quickly now, Prime, think of something, she teased and ruffled his hair. He patiently smoothed it back with his free hand just as the comm unit bleated. Yes, sir, Thean said promptly, for the call originated from the Admiral's ready room. Ascient's rugged face filled the screen. Will you and your team please join me for dinner tonight, Prime Lyon? Ascient asked. We'd be delighted, sir, Thean replied. Did your steward get all he ordered? He's still checking, but I understand the manifests included all his requirements and wishes to make full use of the freshest. Very thoughtful of you, sir, Thean replied. My choice, Prime, Ascient said and disconnected. No more than he should, said Gravy staunchly. You should get pick of the crop. He doesn't mean me, does he? Asked Leah Day, surprised. CPOs did not normally dine at the captain's table. You're part of the team, Leah, Thean said. What's the matter? Don't you like slumming an officer's territory? Not really. If it's only us, the team, I mean. I try not to disappear from my station, might cause bad feeling. We'll all avoid that whenever possible, Thean said, though he doubted the problem was immediate, since the whole squadron was still elated by their destruction of the final Hive sphere. As Leah Day had been part of the talent team to help effect that destruction, she was a persona very grata. But envy was common among the non-talented for those who had a measurable quantity of psychic ability. Maybe he should discuss her position with the Admiral and see if Leah could be bumped up to ensign. He suspected she'd rather stay a CPO, top of her own pile, than become an ensign and bottom of another. Not that, in the final analysis, a talent was ever bottom of anything. She was an attractive woman, her dark hair crew-cut like a velvet skull cap in the acceptable fashion that did not, in her case, disguise her essential femininity. In her early 40s, she was nearly as tall as he, lean and trim in her ship suit, a career petty officer having come up from the ranks, a native of Earth from the old American Continental Mass who joined as soon as she was old enough to enlist. Her electrical skills, especially her uncanny ability to avoid live wires, unnecessary shocks, and douse exactly the trouble spot in the massive circuit conduits needed by spaceships, should have alerted someone long ago to her latent talent. Commander Clue had spotted it when CPO Day had been assigned to the crews examining the captured sphere that Roger and his father had teleported back to Phobos Mars base. Admiral Asciant had had her transferred to the Washington on Clue's recommendation. Now that Roger's gone, Thean went on to put Leah at ease, we'll be needing you more rather than less. We'll add another of the crew talent to keep you company. By the time we're through with you, Chief, you'll definitely be able to integrate into any talent team. Gee, talent captain, sir, that's real nice of you. Thean wanted to grin at her ambivalent reception of that threat. Instead, he took her rejoinder at face value and gave her a bow. If that's all, talent captain, sir, she said, coming to attention, I'd best return to the profession of my choice. Can we send you on your way? Thean asked, his lips twitching to keep his grin under control. Thanks, but no thanks, sir, she said as she strode on quick long legs to the door. I can do just fine the ordinary way. She closed the door firmly behind her. They all had a good laugh, then, at her hasty retreat. Any truth in what she said about envy, Rame? Thean asked the commander. Clue made a face and tilted her head from one side to the other. I haven't heard of any disgruntlement. I'll keep an ear open. Mind you, that power weasel can take care of herself. She's been in the Navy long enough to know how. But you're wise to shift around with the other lower talents. Give all of them a break as well as practical lessons. Some are much better than others, Clancy said. See you at dinner, he added as he and Clue also took their leave.
Well?
Asked the Rowan, Callisto Prime, pointedly of her husband, Jeff Raven, Earth Prime.
Well, what?
Was the innocent response.
I don't want to have to drag it out of you. I'm waiting for Damia. Ah, there you are,
Jeff said, ignoring the exasperated snort from his wife.
All your kids are fine and healthy in tone, and we shipped every single one of those heavy supply drones with nary a variation on either Gestalt support. Roger and his Deenies are now aboard the Columbia, and that should prove interesting. Are you sure about Thean?
Damia asked.
Can't you feel the truth in my mind?
Jeff asked.
Don't be difficult, Father,
Damia said.
You keep taking my children and depositing them where you want them and wonder why I worry. It isn't as if they haven't improved,
her mother said in a slightly censorious tone.
Just remember the pressures they are not subjected to right now,
Jeff said with no humor at all in his mental touch.
Is it getting worse, Dad?
Damia asked contritely.
Anything we can do to help,
added Afra. The two primes had sensed his presence, but Afra waited for the appropriate moment to join conversations between his wife and her parents.
Just keep our good friends on Iota Aurigay happy and ship off as much of that fine ore as possible. More ships?
Asked Afra.
The Navy wants 6 Washington-class, so it can reduce the number of support vessels needed. They plan to use the constellations and galaxies to stand guard on Hiver worlds that might be about to send off a new colony ship.
Jeff's tone was droll.
That Genesee ploy the kids invented has given both navies tremendous confidence. Too much?
Afra asked.
We'll see. Even if there's been such criticism about talents abandoning our traditional non-combative role,
Damia asked, her voice wry. She'd been very proud of Theon and Roger for coming up with a strategy that had ended the need for suicide missions to destroy Hiver spheres. It had gone against Afra's methody pacifism that events had caused his sons to think of such a tactic, even if it had saved lives and, in another application, destroyed Hiver spheres.
Defense has always been permissible, Jeff replied. The Council now has other more pressing worries. Then the estimated ratio of Hiver-occupied planets has gone up?
Afra asked.
Unconfirmed. Probably down, since those probed show dead installations, but that doesn't reduce the threat the species poses. The results of Kincaid's report while on search with Squadron D has to be revised if 4 of the 20 probed are either ecologically non-viable or prove to be failed colonies. Those were all further out from the original home world,
said Afra pensively.
True, so we've just begun to search.
The humorous note in Jeff's voice, as he paraphrased an old adage, showed his incredible resilience in the face of constant attacks and criticisms from the various factions of the two allies, Human and Merdini.
I'm only the messenger,
he added, as if he had perceived Afra's thought. The two knew each other to their fundamental conscious levels.
For which we are all eternally grateful,
said the Rowan crisply.
What's being reported for the other side of the galaxy?
Afra asked.
I'm waiting to hear. Perry's the prime with the 4th Fleet. I should have told Theon that Admiral Ashian's squadron is to be called First Fleet from now on. My, we are getting fancy,
the Rowan said.
I'm so glad you got Perry and Morgell away from old David,
Damia said at the same time.
Yes, their talent was being wasted,
Jeff replied.
Especially since David is now willing to train up Zara and that youngling prime he just discovered in his own backyard. I'll have to reassign Morgell from 2nd Fleet shortly, but she's learned enough, Flavia said, to run a tower. You provoked him, you know, Damia, with all your brood. Not all my brood, Dad, and you leave the babies alone. I don't want them to have to grow up fast like Theon and Roger did. That's a low blow, Damia,
said her mother, and her husband almost in the same thought.
No one can regret the attack on Theon or Pritiglin's outrageous wasting of Gil and Cat and its effect on Roger more than I.
And there was such deep remorse in her father's voice that Damia was immediately contrite, laving him with affection and apology.
They did mature from those experiences, Damia,
said the Rowan in a neutral tone, and Damia was further rueful when she knew her mother obliquely referred to her brother Larrick, dead these many years, lost in the necessity of countering the mental entity Soden. She had been the designated focus, but Larrick had gone in first, and Soden's mental strike aimed at her had killed her T2 brother.
And we are all exceedingly proud of them. Which David would like a little of, please, for his children,
Jeff continued, getting over that sad reminder quickly.
You'll be happy to know that Golly Grenz found a half-dozen new potential high talents. One who had a near-death accident bring out latent kinetic talent. He's testing well at the 2 level. Is he? That's very good news.
And Damia meant that sincerely.
So I get to keep my younglings a while longer? We'll see how they develop,
her father said in a teasing tone, as if he didn't expect much from the 4 younger lions.
Dad!
Jeff chuckled.
You do leave yourself wide open for a tease, you know, dear heart. To business. When's the next ore shipment? Minor Mixalgo has 4 big daddies, but wants to wait till he has the full half-dozen to make our effort worthwhile. Another hull from the mines of Iota Origay?
Damia's tone held pride for her world's ability to supply the raw materials that would become elements of the expanding Allied fleet.
I'll let you know. It shouldn't be too long at the rate they're working. Humans and Merdini.
She chuckled and heard her father echo that. Iota Origay had as many Merdini settlers now as it had human. The Dinis missed their hot, fierce primaries, but in a mine, who sees the sun? They had space, their own settlements including finer hibernatoriums, better than those on their home planets, Clarf and Ceph, although there was considerably more prestige in going to a Clarf facility. As a prime talent, Damia was far more aware than most people that the Merdini worlds were overpopulated, and the pressure on them needed relief. Much of her awareness derived from her oldest daughter, Laria, who was Clarf's prime. The High Council had discussed the disposition of colonial expansion in private and public debates. Since the 7 human colony worlds had been free from the Hiver assaults until the Hivers' abortive attempt on Deneb, known as the Deneb penetration, human worlds were by no means as critical in population densities as the 5 Merdini planets were. With the Alliance, fewer Dini were dying in combat against the spheres, although their birth rate remained as high as it had been when more spacers were needed. The Allied Council had voted almost unanimously that the first 9 suitable planets would be given to the Merdini and the 10th made available for humans. That decision had immediately met with resistance from a new faction, calling themselves Planets for People, to the many disparate voices on the 12 Alliance worlds. However, the High Council was not moved to award an equal distribution of suitable worlds, since the intent of that opposition was specious. In the first place, an ideal Merdini planet would be hotter than those comfortable for human habitation. In the second place, few humans realized how desperately crowded the 5 Merdini worlds were, in conditions no human would tolerate. The humans had only begun to spread out across the Earth-type planets in the Capella, Deneb and Iota Aurigae systems. Their need was not as urgent, unless it was prompted by obvious tit-for-tat mentalities. On Clarf and Seth, the 2 most overpopulated Merdini worlds, a corresponding faction immediately erupted, demanding that the first 20 suitable worlds should be Merdini, since their race had struggled alone for 200 years against the Hivers. In the third place, the disposition of any new colonial worlds depended on many factors, the most important being that the relevant planet was not already occupied by an emerging sentient species, to which the obvious argument was that if the Hivers had already rid the planet of any large, possibly predatory life forms, that wouldn't be a problem, would it? Since Talavera, a world that had been prepared for Hiver occupation, was ecologically ill, how many other prospective planets would be in a similar state? There would probably be as many theories and opponents of those theories as there were M-type planets in the galaxy. And who knew what other intelligent spacefaring species might exist in the quadrants not yet explored by Merdini, human, and Hiver ships? While most humans met Merdini on equal terms, not all humans and not all Merdini were in favor of continued close association now that the enemy, the Hivers, had received a major setback. Matters closer to home and divisive individual concerns often received more attention and publicity than the problem that still faced the Allies, finding Hiver-occupied worlds and somehow restricting the alien creatures to them. Masses of details needed to be gathered by elements of both navies, discovering which worlds the Hivers occupied, how full they were, which M-type planets ignored by the spheres trying to find a new homeworld would be suitable for Merdini or human occupation. One loud group didn't want any further human expansion. A more virulent sect wanted to control FT&T because FT&T were weasel lovers and should not be trusted to conduct the towers in strict accordance with its original charter. This ominously growing group took note of the most minute variation, discrepancy, or minor modification undertaken by towers or emanating from the Blundell building, the main FT&T headquarters on Earth. Some of the dissidents were medium to low talents, dissatisfied by their assignments, or claiming professional partisanship. "Everyone knows that the towers are dominated by a few families," was the accusation most frequently lodged and, unfortunately, accurate. The fact that primes were rare enough did not apparently enter into the complaints. In the matter of tower primes, nepotism was far more benign than malignant or inefficient. In reality, the responsibilities and duties of a prime far outweighed any reward. Remuneration was strictly controlled, although a prime could, by virtue of his or her ability, live anywhere they chose. Genetics played a critical part in providing more high talents, though some emerged from unexpected sources, as had the Rowan, Callisto Prime, reared on Altair, and Jeff Raven, Earth Prime, who had come, rather reluctantly, from Deneb to assume the responsibilities which had been Peter Reitinger's until his death. Children on every human world were now routinely tested at puberty for any vestige of trainable talent. Every scrap of latent talent was carefully nurtured, developed, and trained to make the best possible use of it. If some had delusions of strength, they were soon ineluctably placed in the category appropriate to their real abilities. Oftentimes, a minor talent increased with usage, and FT&T was only too pleased to reassess and upgrade that person. It had been a matter of necessity that the 4 of the 5 children, born to the Rowan and Jeff, had been encouraged to produce large families. Jaren, Sarah, and Damia were T1s. Ezra was a T3 physician, while the deceased Larak had been a T2. Even his one child, Grehan, was a T2. All of the offspring in the Raven-Lion marriage were T1s, though for some time it was thought that Zara, the second daughter, might be a dysfunctional T1. She was now fully trained in a medically oriented talent, so it was unlikely that she'd be asked to assume the responsibilities of a tower. David of Beetlejuice had 3 T1 children, Perry, Morgel, and Zara. Jaren, now Denibian Prime, had 4, Barry being of an age with Roger, while Sarah had 3, also potential high talents. The Bastian-Mangiani couple from Altair had produced a T1 in Flavia, though her brothers and sisters were lesser talents. They were completely unrelated to the Gwyn Raven-Lion group. Rather more Denibians had latent talents than other first-generation colonial worlds. They were lazy about using them, though the Eagles, Ravens, Sparrows, and other clans supplied many of the high 4, 3, and 2 talents when they chose to move off-planet. No one could be forced against personal inclination to make use of talent. The Denibians, as a group, were far more interested in developing their world. Unfortunately, talents were still an elite and limited group, and their abilities more and more in demand now that human and Merdinis were spreading ever outward from their home worlds. The plain facts, of course, rarely figured in the complaints of nepotism that were lodged.
"Any good news?"
the Rowan asked, so pointedly her daughter winced.
"If you mean great-grandchildren, no,"
Damia said with a sigh. She had so hoped that Laria would be able to win Vantier's constant affection. The T6 engineer at Clarf Tower had one failing. He couldn't settle to just one woman, and already had several offspring from different women, humans living on Clarf. That 2 of the infants seemed to have talent and minds augured well for any children he might give Laria.
"What's the problem?"
the Rowan asked.
"I think,"
and the reply came from Afra,
"that Laria intimidates him."
A T6 would have no defense against a mental invasion by a determined prime. Damia was pleased that Laria had not resorted to that in her wish to become pleasing to Vantier.
"What?"
The Rowan found that hard to believe.
"She's not aggressive, like some you could name,"
Damia put in, referring to her teenage experiments in finding a partner.
"But you sorted yourself out,"
her mother said.
"Laria is a different personality entirely, for which we are grateful,"
said Jeff, teasing again, but his touch was fond.
"So don't you two meddle,"
Damia said sharply.
"We have our ethics,"
Jeff said,
"though there are some who do not believe it." "Father, of course you do. I'm sorry I said that."
And Damia was once again contrite.
"We might shift some more willing prospects to Clarf now that we have some breathing space,"
Jeff suggested.
"I can't think who would be suitable,"
Damia said with another sigh.
"Well, this latent T2 kinetic, the one Golly Gren's been training, is an attractive person,"
the Rowan said.
"I think he's also related to Yoshik at Seth Tower, a younger brother. Yoshik's a good man,"
Damia said with a lift of hope in her voice. There was a hint in her mind that she found Vantier's reluctance to ally her daughter an insult to the entire family.
"She's 26 and a bit,"
Afra reminded them.
"Give her time to settle on someone who is compatible. And no need to remind us, Damia, my love, that you'd had 4 children at Laria's age. I was lucky."
And the deep love and affection she had for Afra was a vibrant note in her voice.
"You were,"
the Rowan said softly.
"I was the lucky one,"
Afra said firmly.
"Worth waiting for, and let us give Laria that option too." "Agreed,"
said Jeff, and on that comment he and the Rowan left the merge. "How can Vantier say that Laria intimidates him?" Damia asked, sliding upright and swinging her legs to the side of her couch. "Zara might, but not Laria. She's very careful with relationships. Look how well she and Kincaid get along." She made a face. "I so wish he was interested in women." She gave a gusty sigh. As a T2, he'd be an ideal match. Afra sat up, too, his expression thoughtful. "Kincaid is so good with our younger ones when he visits." Damia gave him a sharp look, but he shrugged. "Just an observation. She and Kincaid have a very good rapport." "Not that good." "At least, as far as it goes." Then she continued more briskly. "If Golly has someone to send to Clarf for training, it might even make Vantier jealous, After all, there'll be a lot of activity from that planet once colonization starts. Another talent might be needed. Kincaid's certain that Clarf has already started provisioning colony ships, choosing specialists and color groups ready to go the moment First Fleet. I rather like that new designation. So do I, Damia agreed, standing up and arching her back in a stretch. That the tower will be overworked, sending off personnel carriers, message tubes, and cargo drones. Up, and away. He grinned at her over such eagerness. Well, the Deenies need the room to spread out in, that's certainly true. I just hope the Hivers haven't ruined other perfectly good worlds as they did Talavera. She frowned, having heard from Zara in detail about the ecological damage wreaked on that planet. She put on her coat and prepared to leave. Putting an affectionate arm about his wife's shoulders, Afra guided her to the tower steps. They met Kaelarian on her way up. "Oh, you haven't gone," their T6 station manager said, surprised. "Oh, yes, we have, and you haven't seen us," Damia said. "Unless it's urgent," Afra appended, giving his wife a reproving look. She made a face at him. "Zexo and me are set to do some recalibrations, that's all," she said, and as if on cue, the T8 engineer arrived from his section of the tower, diagnostic equipment hanging from both arms and down his back. "Ah, you're finished, good," Zexo said, as he went past them on the stairs, grunting at the weight he was carrying. "Anything serious?" Damia asked, since Afra's reproof had recalled her sense of duty. "No, just to be sure," Zexo said, and Kaelarian winked as she followed him. Damia grinned back at her, knowing how particular the engineer was about his beloved generators. Outside, in the brisk late winter air of Iota Origay, Damia folded her coat about her and huddled against Afra's long frame to shield herself from the worst of the wind. Their Deenies came rushing out of the house, chattering as if their friends had been gone for weeks instead of a few hours. Try caught Afra's free hand, while Falk took Damia's and escorted them the rest of the way. Chapter 2. Roger joined the Columbia in the middle of ship night, just before the dog watch came on.
"Sorry, Flavia. Should have checked to be sure it was convenient," he said. "We'd just finished hauling the drones, and there was Grandfather ready to ship me out, so it seemed silly to waste the ride."
I'm here," said Flavia, appearing in the boat bay and nearly colliding with the duty officer, Lieutenant Sadler Ishmael, who was on his way to the personnel carrier. Zara went back to bed. "Oops, sorry about that, Prime." He took Flavia's arm to steady her precipitous arrival. "Good to see you, sir," Ishmael said, belatedly saluting as he remembered that Prime Talents had the honorary rank of captains while on fleet maneuvers. "Need some help there, Gil? Cat?" he added as the Deenies emerged.
"I'd have had Asia greet you, but she stayed below on some minor emergency. If I'd known—" "That's all right. So, we're orbiting Talavera?" "Sure."
And Flavia looked surprised.
"Didn't you know?" "No, I didn't. Grandfather just whisked me away from the Washington."
Just then, various items dropped into the personnel carrier just vacated. One soft-soled boot, a cascade of discs, and 2 worn, obviously dirty ship suits. "I left the suits behind for a reason," Roger said, making a face in the general direction of his previous ship. He pointed to a shoulder patch that displayed a clearly printed ASS Washington. Flavia grabbed the offending suits, and they disappeared. A disposal hatch hissed receptance. She gave him an affectionate hug, touching his mind with warm greetings. "You needn't have come down yourself, Flavia," and he returned her embrace, "but I'm glad you did." Despite the hour, she felt as vibrant and self-assured as ever. He could wish, feeling her very womanly body against his, that she wasn't already attached to Jesper Ornigo, T6 from Beetlejuice.
"I know. It's sad we can't replicate ourselves and share the wealth,"
she said, half-teasing. "Come on, I'll take you to your quarters." "Thanks, Sadler. He's my problem now." "Yes, ma'am." And Ishmael signaled for one of the yeomen on duty to take Roger's luggage. "No need to disturb your watch," Flavia said airily, and with a gesture the duffels disappeared, including the ship shoe and the discs. "We'll go the easy way," she said, turning to say good night to officer and watch. She took his hand and ported him to the passageway outside his assigned quarters. "We'll go the easy way," Flavia said, turning to say good night to officer and watch. She shook his hand and ported him to the passageway outside his assigned quarters. You go on back to bed now, Flavia. I'll settle myself in. And he gave her a mental push. I'm just 2 doors down, she said, and walked away. Good night. Night, he responded with an airy kiss for her cheek. He put his hand on the door plate, and it slid open, showing him a room that contained both bed alcove and a lounge. Not as luxurious as the specially designed quarters for the Talents on the Washington, but larger than his original accommodations on the Genesee and Phobos moonbase. You wanted the change of assignment, he muttered to himself. He had indeed half hoped that Asia would have been there to welcome him. That was the trouble with primes, always launching people when it was convenient for them. He glanced at his duffels, wincing because of the speed in which he had stuffed them. Ah, well, he could sort them out tomorrow. Right now, he'd follow Flavia's example and get some sleep. He took off his ship shoes, loosened the top cover of his bunk, and slid under it. With a mild suggestion to his diurnal self, he was asleep in moments.
Is that all, Van?
Laria asked, as Clarf Tower's generators hit an even pitch after the latest drone launch.
Yup,
was the relieved response.
I told you we were going to get busier. It's toing and froing freight,
Laria said, somewhat disgusted.
Throwing freight, you mean?
Leonasha, the tower's T7 expediter, corrected.
It's much more fun throwing dinghies about.
Kincaid Dano said, with a mental image of a wagging finger. He grinned across the way at Laria as they both sat up on their tower couches and stretched against the long session. I don't feel like a mule, Laria said, rotating her shoulder blades and rubbing her neck. I feel like I've been kicked by one. Kincaid swung his long legs over the edge of his couch and, with equally long arms, reached across the narrow space and began to massage her neck, his strong fingers sensitively touching just the right spot. Laria let her head hang and murmured appreciatively.
Van's a damned fool,
Kincaid said on a tight link with her.
Leave it, Dano,
Laria said.
Why should I?
The T2 asked.
For all he's one of the best tower engineers, he's an aggravation. Do I sound aggravated?
Laria asked.
Patient is what you sound, and you're too good for him.
He gave her a final hard rub, nearly sliding her off the smooth surface of her couch. He caught her body with a mental block, and she couldn't help but giggle.
That's better. He's handy,
she said with a shrug.
You should tell him that and depress his ego. It's the thought of a T1 in his bed that depresses him,
Laria said, and sighed.
I don't think you're in love with him anyway, Laria. Not the way you should be. He has been, as you say, handy, and in an attractive enough package.
Very, very deeply, Laria thought that Kincaid was in an even more attractive package, but his preference lay with his own sex. Meanwhile, that didn't interfere with them understanding each other as perfectly as she could have wished Van and she did. Which idiot was it said once we got the last sphere, work'll slack off? Leonasha said, as Laria and Kincaid descending the short flight of steps from the cupola above the station building that acted as a tower. Wasn't me, Kincaid said, making for the cold drinks cabinet. What'll you have, Laria, with your electrolytes? He asked. Do we still have any of that real old-fashioned lemonade flavor? We do, and Kincaid ported her a nice cold flask, grinning as she deftly caught it in her open hand. Not a drop spilled, either. Van Tier joined them from the lower level that housed the great generators needed for talent gestalt. He was wiping his hands on a greasy cloth. I need a beer, he said, and ported one without quite the same deftness as the others used. He shot them a look as he peeled off the cap. Number 3 needs servicing. I had to rev it manually during the last 3 ports. Will it be down long? Laria asked. Leonasha also looked apprehensive. We've the same schedule for tomorrow, you know. So you told me. I'll have it up and running sweetly by tomorrow when it's needed, he said, turning to retrace his steps, even if I have to work all night. Leonasha looked from Laria to Kincaid and rolled her tawny eyes.
Keep a lid on it, Leo,
Laria said, aiming the thought at the tower expediter whose eyes matched her hair, set off by a skin that took Clarf's sun well. Kincaid gave a low snort.
Likes to rub it in, doesn't he? You too, Dano.
And Laria glared at the T2. Leonasha returned to her desk, shaking her head, and began checking the next day's schedule on her screen.
We're a good team. Let's never forget that,
Laria said. I'm going swimming. You'll fry, both Leonasha and Kincaid told her. She held up sun-browned arms, as dark as acorn hulls, and laughed. I've sunblock. I need the exercise. We come too, cried her Deenies, just entering the tower from the landing field. Kincaid stretched, yawned. I'm for a nap, frankly. And his Deenies, who arrived in on the heels of Laria's, vehemently agreed, all three sauntering down the cool hall to their quarters. She went to her room and changed into her swim togs, struggled into the long caftan that would also be a protection against Clarf's late afternoon sun. Tip and Huff rummaged to find pads to lie on, and the umbrella that Laria wisely carried to shield herself from the sun at the swim place. Have fun, Leonasha said as she watched the three of them file out the door. Halfway there in her ground car, her caftan clinging to her sweating body, Laria wondered why under any sun she was doing this now. She could have waited until sunset, when the air was less humid and Clarf's primary was not shining directly in her eyes as it was now that she was heading west. If Van Tier was going to work on the generator, she couldn't remain in the tower premises, especially after Kincaid's remarks. She knew Van had acquired another girlfriend, a chemical analyst just in from Betelgeuse on a 3-month assignment. That was a long enough stay for most humans who came from colder human planets. They might exude joy over a world that rarely had any rain. When they had to endure the constant heat and humidity night and day, the novelty soon wore off. An unlucky minority would prove to be allergic to the harsh rays and have to be transferred, to the annoyance of their contractors, human or Deenie. Meanwhile, there was no point in trying to get Van's attention. This Marjorie Hest-Tukin monopolized him. Laria had seen her at the very party where Van first met her. A pretty little woman, Laria admitted impartially, with long eyelashes, which she used to good effect on any male. Ironically, it was because Van Tier was talented and part of the Clarf Tower staff that made him such a conquest for Marjorie. Doubtless one of the other, less tactful females who had also been wooed by Van Tier would warn the girl of his fickle nature. Laria had come to the reluctant conclusion that Van couldn't resist the challenge of a new female to be courted and won. He required diversity. And how he kept up with the demands made on him by his other women— he had once sworn to Laria that he loved her to the exclusion of any woman he'd ever known— astounded his colleagues in the tower. "How does he do it?" Leonasha often remarked when Van had lured yet another girl into his bed. "I know plenty of men who'd like to know," Kincaid had replied, grinning. "Of both inclinations," he'd added with a droll smile. Whatever, Laria needed to get out of the tower. She thought wistfully of cool, dark-sun Iota Aurigay and home, with the wild wind in the mountains, and riding Saki to hunt scurriers and avians. But now was not the time to ask for home leave. One of the 4 planets that Kincaid had discovered of those he had probed on his unhappy stint in Squadron D on the Galaxy-class Valparaiso had been named Talavera, following the 19th century naming of his other 3 M-type finds, Marengo, Waterloo, and Ciudad Rodrigo. Its primary was not quite as fierce as Clarf's, but would certainly suit Deenies better than humans. With so few dying in combat against the Hivers, all 5 worlds were bursting with candidates willing to undertake the immense task of colonizing, even if it meant heavy ecological work. No birth control methods existed for the Deenie species. Indeed, their prolificacy had been an advantage during their 200 years of fighting the spheres. They could lose suicide crews, knowing that others of the same genetic pattern would be born in the hibernatories at some later date. Such a reincarnation allowed the Deenies, if it became necessary, to sacrifice themselves willingly. This was, of course, a fundamental difference between them and humans, who did not waste their space personnel. Fortunately, Merdini High Command and all its counselors were aware of this major psychological difference between the 2 species, or the mindset might have caused an insuperable schism. The difference occasionally caused trouble on mixed-species cruise ships despite continued lectures on the subject. Ironically, the Merdini race had originally been attracted to the humans because they had witnessed the seemingly effortless destruction of the first Hiver sphere to approach human space at Deneb, when the mind merge of the Rowan and all-female talents had paralyzed the Hive Queens, and male mind merge of Jeff had sent their sphere into Deneb's sun. The Deenies had come to the point where, with dwindling resources, they were hard-pressed to continue their defense against the spheres. So they had used dreams to make contact with humans, with Laria's mother and father, Damia and Afra, recuperating on Deneb from Larak's tragic death and their exhaustion in battling the mental entity, Soden. An alliance had been promulgated between human and Merdini. Now, if suitable worlds could reduce the population density on the 5 Deenie home worlds, much of the growing dissatisfaction on the Dini half of the alliance would be eased. Laria reached the river swimming facility before the place became crowded. Dinis liked water sports. Though sun-warmed, the water was noticeably cooler, since the current was swift, and Laria sank gratefully into it up to her neck. Tip handed her one of the rope harnesses that the wise swimmer looped around the arms. She let her body be carried flat out to the length of the rope by the current. The river flowed over her in a rippling massage. Tip and Huff joined her, their furry bodies silkily touching hers now and then in the current. Letting herself relax with her head back, Laria closed her eyes. She was facing east, so that the sun was no longer in her face. Tip and Huff gurgled happily, and there they remained until the Clarf sun, with its customary abruptness, sank below the distant hills, and darkness spread across the deep plain with its thousands of Dini dwellings and the occasional lump of a hibernatory. As soon as Laria heard the revving of other ground cars and the putt-putt of individual flyers approaching the riverbank, the chatter of Dini tongues, she flipped over and began to pull herself hand over hand to the bank. Shucking off the harness, she swam vigorously to the slanted permacrete lip that assisted entry and exit. Almost before she reached her car, Tip and Huff dancing beside her, totally refreshed by the swim, her skin and her suit were dry. But the water had been therapeutic. She made a private wager that Van Tier would have finished the servicing and be gone when she returned to the tower. She won. Leonasha had left a note, saying she was dining with friends in the human compound, lavishing air-conditioned. Leo had a new male interest. Kincaid was probably still asleep, but he was always a restful and undemanding companion. Laurie awoke in the night, gasping with panic, her heart pounding against her ribs, her Dinis twitching in their sleep and mumbling. She had been caught in their dream, and it had been... What had it been? Terrifying? No, but charged, heavy with emotion, and an odd dead smell. Laria. Kincaid ported into her room, striding to her bedside and gathering her up in an anxious embrace. What is it? What's the trouble? She clung to his bare arms, her head against his chest, struggling with the aftermath of such intense sensations, gasping for breath. Easy now, he said as he stroked tangled hair back from her face, his hands gentle. Dini dream? She nodded. Are they due for hibernation? He asked. Tip and Huff were still flapping at her side in whatever dream still held them. Possibly, she said, and knew that had to be part of the problem. Humans might not know how Dinis mated. The hibernatories were off-limits, and even Dinis did not mention what went on. But sometimes, when her pair were close to that part of their life cycle, their dreams could be extremely erotic. Her own frustration had magnified the intensity of their dreams, and she had been frightened by her own response. That was what had wakened her. They usually know and tell me. Kincaid pulled her closer, holding her against him, soothing her with soft touches and a wave of mental consolation. It felt so good to be held, a thought she kept very, very tight. Good to be held by Kincaid. That rider startled her, and, her panicky breathing under control, she started to push away from him. His hands resisted. I offer myself, Laria, he said softly in her ear. You need someone right now, and I am here. He gave a soft, self-deprecating laugh. She gripped his arm, unable to answer, yet desperately wanting to agree. You offered me friendship, dear Laria, when I desperately needed it. Why may I not assuage your need now? She could feel his mind touching hers, lightly at first, then stressing his remarkable offer as his arms folded her more closely to him. She could not deny the honesty of his gesture. She most certainly could not deny her need of relief. Admittedly, I'll be a virgin sacrifice, and the laughter in his voice found an amused response in her, but I like you better than any woman I have ever met, and I am not the least bit intimidated by you being a prime. He kissed her forehead, and then held her away from him, seeking her eyes in the darkness as his mind sought hers on a deeper level. She did not resist. After all, it's much the same with either partner, and his mouth curled in an ironic smile. Shall we see if we can make it together? She opened her mind completely, and felt within him the desire to console, the respect and admiration he had for her, and a suddenly fierce yearning for sexual release. I am honored, she said. I am horny.
That's my problem, too. Let's solve that mutual problem. Just don't, he added, shield for or from me.
Gently, he pushed her backward onto the rumpled bed, stretching his long self beside her, and then he pulled her tightly against him, one arm about her shoulders, the other fondling her bare body. She let down all mental and physical barriers, felt him do the same, saw all that had troubled him before he came to Clarf Tower, and was shaken by an incredibly powerful desire to erase such devastating memories with a selfless abandon to the growing passion that Kincaid's deft lovemaking roused in her. Laria hadn't had many lovers, and the fulfillment they had given her had been satisfactory enough. But nothing was like the climax she achieved with Kincaid, and she felt the surprise in him, the exultation when he collapsed against her, shuddering in release. They lay together for a long time in the sweet aftermath, his mind wondering at his response to Laria, hers savoring the fullness of rapport with a personality that had taken refuge in irony and detachment.
That was rather more than I expected,
he said wryly.
And exactly what I needed, dear friend. I am more than your friend now, Laria. Are you? You can see that easily enough, Prime? Yes, but is it right for you?
She could feel his mental shrug, vividly accompanied by the lingering astonishment of completion with a woman.
You would consider that aspect, dear heart, he said wryly. I feel we should explore the possibilities without prejudice. Certainly, I have never felt such rapport with anyone since Josh died.
Because he still had all his shields dropped, she knew who Josh had been, how deeply they had loved each other, and how Josh had died in a sporting accident that happened so quickly Kincaid had seen only when it was too late to save his lover. Struggling to find equilibrium after such a terrible loss, Kincaid had welcomed the assignment to the Valparaiso in an effort to distance himself from increasingly painful memories, only to find himself torn in two directions by the officers who vied for his company.
One thing's sure,
Laria said sternly.
I cannot hurt you as those two did. Of that I'm sure,
he responded with one of his droll chuckles, and he gave her a hug. Now, get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll be busy, and made a move to sit up. She made a sound, closing her mind quickly lest he see how reluctant she was to let him leave her. On second thought, he said, settling back down, wedging the pillow under his head and replacing his arm around her shoulders, that would require more effort than I care to make right now.
Thank you. Don't mention it. Now sleep, Prime. Yes, sir,
she said in a meek tone, and wove her fingers into his hand. Beyond them, on the wide bed, the Deenies also sank into a deeper, more restful slumber. That swim did you good, Leonasha remarked as Laria started up the steps to her tower the next morning. Yes, I think it did, Laria replied as casually as she could, because Kincaid let out a burst of laughter in his room and let her hear it. That's good, Leonasha said with obvious relief. We've a very busy day. Oh, the generator wasn't as much of a problem as Van Tier thought. I know. He wasn't here when I got back, Laria said over his shoulder, unperturbed.
No, Leo can't read us, my dear,
Kincaid said, and then, as he swung into the tower hall from the private quarters, added, Morning, Leo. Good evening? Yes, indeed. And the other two Talents caught the unmistakable smugness of her satisfaction with her evening's pleasure. Good for you, Kincaid said affably, trotting up the stairs. At least you didn't get a burn yesterday at the river, he added, grinning at Laria as he reached the tower. The mischief in his smile made Laria quickly stifle her amusement, lest Leonasha catch it. He shook his head, indicating that he was not projecting his ebullient mood. Morning, all, said Van Tier, striding into the tower. He leaned into the stairwell, calling up to them, Fix the generator, Laria. Did you have a good swim? Yes, thanks, she called back cheerfully. Start 'em up, Van. We've a busy day ahead. Got 2 hours before that sun starts scorching again. Let's get to it. Kincaid touched her with approval as he settled back on his couch and got into position for the work ahead. They had had a very full day by noon and took time off for a siesta. Even their Deenies grumbled about the heat on the plascrete of the landing field. There were not as many loads for the late afternoon, but enough to tire them. Laria made a salad for supper with fresh fruit that Yoshik had sent them from Sef. They all ate together, while Leonasha sorted out the orders for the next day's teleportations. Soon after Van had wandered off by himself, Plurgitgal arrived, its pole-eye draped in vivid magenta lace, with endless questions for Laria and Kincaid about the progress of the explorations. Over and over, Laria repeated that as soon as she heard something, she would most certainly inform Plurgitgal. Kincaid brought up the files on their lounge screen, showing Plus, as Laria called her Dini contact, what was so far known about the 4 planets that he had found, paraphrasing Laria's reassurances with his own. Their Dinis, of course, served Plurgitgal the juice drink it preferred, and got whatever their human partners asked for, as well as some of the bits and nibbles which Plus had come to like. "Ceph is much like that," Plus said in Dini, pointing its flipper at the surface of Talavera. "The planet could easily be Ceph renewed," Kincaid agreed. "It suffered damage by hivers, which must be repaired and will need life forms from the smallest—" "No," said Plus firmly. "There are some that we can do without this time, like the lice, as you call them, and the stingers. No harm to the ecology by leaving them out." "How can you be sure?" Laria asked, amused at Plus's vehemence as well as its wish to leave behind such bugs. She saw that Tip and Huff, as well as Nil and his Plus, were keenly interested in both queries and answers, though they did not voice their own opinions, not in the presence of such a senior Dini. "We have studied carefully," Plus said, shaking the lace on its pole-eye until Laria was afraid it would come loose. "We use this as problems in teaching the young what makes a good planet better, what is needed to spread pollens and seedlings. We would be up and running, as you say," and Plus's large frame shook with its delight in using basic slang, "before you can say boo. Is that what you say? Boo?" "Boo" came out in basic. Laria and Kincaid agreed that he had used the slang properly and then listened as Plus enumerated the various plans for the revitalization of the planet. Full night had settled on Clarf before the 2 talents tactfully managed to get Plus to leave. "I thought it'd never go," Laria said, exhaling with exaggeration. "They've been doing a lot of research on reviving Talavera's ecology," Kincaid said thoughtfully. "From the way Plus was going on, that must be their latest game to play at night." "As useful an occupation as many, certainly," he agreed. "I'm for a shower in bed," she said, waving over her shoulder at him as she left the lounge for her own room, Tip and Huff following on her heels. "I won't be far behind." She was tired, and when she had soaped and rinsed herself, turned the shower to cool to reduce her body temperature. Wrapping a towel about her body, sarong fashion, she left the bathroom. Her Dinis were already curled up. "Let's have nice dreams tonight, shall we?" she said, but they did not answer. She had no trouble falling asleep. But once again, early in the new day, she woke with the same panic syndrome, gasping for breath, unable to remember what had roused her so thoroughly.
"Again? Again, and worse this time,"
she said, tears dripping down her cheeks. Kincaid seemed to step into the room at the bedside and was enfolding her in his arms, mentally soothing her alarm and helping her control the ragged breaths and agitated respiration. "What are they doing to you?" "I don't know. They've never been like this before, and I'm in much better shape after you last night," she said, leaning her head against his shoulder, gripping his arm with both hands and trying to still the shudders that ran up and down her spine. "You were fully asleep, weren't you?" "I wasn't," and he said the last ruefully. "I couldn't seem to get comfortable. Odd smell in my room the circulator isn't removing." His hands smoothed down her back as if he was trying to push the shudders from her. Gradually they ceased, and she lay limply against him, her hands still on his arm, keeping her by him. When he felt her totally relax, he shifted slightly, and she grabbed reflexively to keep him close, as if he were the talisman to ward off the frightening dream. "Don't worry, I'll stay." "Perhaps you can help me get to sleep." His voice was oddly wistful, and she giggled. "Why not? We both got to sleep last night." "This could get to be a habit," he said, chuckling as he put one hand on her chest and pushed her back into the pillows. "Not if it has to start with me scaring myself to death," she said, as she reached out with her hands to collect him to her. The third night was worse, as both Laria and Kincaid woke at the same instant, both feeling the shafts of intense emotion. Sobbing, Laria was struggling out of the twisted sheets of her bed when Kincaid arrived, tripping over the sheet he had ported with him in his haste. Laria shut up, reaching to steady him, and then they clung together until the spasms gradually eased.
"I think both sets of Dini pals,"
and his tone was sharper than she had ever heard from him.
"Need to go to the hibernatory. That smell ought to have alerted us. I remember it from Deanie's in our squadron. They've been having fun and games with us." "They have?"
Laria was astonished. She didn't want their new intimacy to be anyone's fun and games, even her devoted Deanie's.
"Can you explain this any other way? Are you angry with them?" "Ah!"
And his arms tightened about her, his lips turning up a soft smile as he gazed down at her.
"I can't say that I am, dear heart, but I'll be damned if I'll let them manipulate us like this. I can do without the panic triggers, and I know you can."
She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see two bright pole eyes watching them.
"They're fast asleep,"
she said, seeing only the two lumps on one side of her wide bed.
"And so were Plus and Nil when I staggered out of bed, but that doesn't keep them from conniving dreams. You'd have had more experience with Deanie dreaming than I. Not I. My parents were the first to have Deanie dreams. Tip and Huff have always given me nice dreams. My pair kept me from going crazy on the Valparaiso,"
Kincaid allowed, his tone puzzled now.
"Tomorrow we'll take all four to the hibernatory and see what their condition is. Do you want to bet they've used their sex drive to stimulate ours?"
Laria tried very hard not to giggle at the outrage in Kincaid's tone. Of course, he could feel the rising laughter in her under his hands, and he held her off to look into her face.
"And it worked,"
she said meekly, just before a chuckle broke from her lips.
All right,"
he said, rocking her from side to side in his arms.
"I'll give in, will you?"
She hesitated, not quite sure how to handle this, because she had no intention of forcing herself on Kincaid, despite how deep her feelings for him had become. She felt him begin to withdraw, and tightened her arms about his neck.
"I just want to be sure you want to, too. I do."
And she couldn't doubt he meant it. The next morning, just as false dawn lit the skies, they hauled all four Deanies into the ground car and drove them to the nearest hibernatory. The large keeper, unusually gaunt for a Merdini of its age, took one look at the quartet and started scolding them. "How dare colors get into such condition, making such dead smells? Mpl, Puls are younger, but Tulp and Hugf know when smell too bad. Why delay? This special time and special place this time. Delay cause problems. Could be all wrong. Timing is essential, now of all times." Railing at them angrily, the keeper pushed them ahead of it, swatting first Kincaid's Plus and then Tip, Nil, and Huff, because they weren't moving fast enough to suit it, through the door, which was emphatically slammed shut. As much amused by the scolding their friends had received as relieved by the knowledge they had acted properly, Kincaid and Laria locked arms and made their way back to their ground vehicle.
"Such dead smells,"
Kincaid said rhetorically, grinning,
"could cause great problems." "They did smell, and they were trying to put something over on us. And succeeded very well, didn't they, dear heart?" "I concur, dear man, I concur."
He stopped, and in the peculiarly pellucid light of Clarf, looked deeply into her eyes and touched her mind.
"If they were the problem, Laria."
She caught his hands.
"I haven't asked for any promises, Kincaid. I am first and always your friend." "Yes, that you are, dear heart. That you always are."
Then he gave her a gentle push toward the ground car, and he drove them back to the tower. Chapter 3. The Washington hung behind the largest of the three moons that circled the subject planet, while probes began their exploratory flights. Thean had control of those investigating the planet, while Clancy and Semirami Clue had sent theirs to the sphere, set in a geosynchronous orbit above what appeared to be the same sort of flat field used for Hiver scout ships on the XH-33 Hiver world. "That ship is ancient," Clancy reported to Admiral Ashiant, who was seated behind the Talents' couches. "It is?" "The hull's pitted," Rame Clue added, "and that odd covering they use on their spheres has all worn away. Never seen that before. We should ask the Deanies about such erosion." "I'll send a message to Captain Spictum on the KSTS," Clancy said, and gestured for Rame to continue searching without him for a moment. "Can you get inside the sphere, Commander?" the Admiral asked Clue, leaning forward, elbows on his knees as he peered at the screen, which did indeed show the deterioration of the surface of the Hiver vessel. "Indeed we can, sir," Rame said. "They left a door open for us," she added in a droll voice. The Admiral recoiled slightly in reflex as the probe dove for a jagged hole in the exterior. For a moment the screen was black. Then the probe's lights came on and displayed the now familiar drive area, did a sweep, and then focused on the hull fragments from the hole littering the deck. "Just what we need," Clancy said, and activated the probe's sweeper to collect the debris. "I'll just port them to the lab, sir, and we should get an estimate of its age from forensic examination." "I'll tell them to expect it," the Admiral said, raising his wrist-comm to his lips. "If you wouldn't mind, sir," Clancy said, grinning to himself. Sometimes he had the notion that Admiral Ashiant felt somewhat at a disadvantage in the presence of the Talents. "Spictum is querying its experts on the deterioration of the sphere's skin. It'll come back if it has any information." "Ah, here we are, sir," Thean said, gesturing to the screens he had just activated, showing pictures of the surface taken by the probes he was controlling. "Odd." "What's odd?" the Admiral asked, lowering the comm now that he had contacted the lab technicians. "I'd have expected a much larger facility if this planet has been settled as long as the age of the ship seems to indicate." "Yes, you're right in that. The XH-33 had a much larger installation near its field. Can you see the entrances to the underground scout storage?" Thean shook his head. One probe swooped lower to the ground and then quartered the field area. Thean halted it a few centimeters above the ground. "I can just make out a long seam, sir." Yes, and covered with sand or dust or whatever." "Hangars don't look to have been opened in a long while," Thean said. "No, they don't. And if you'll look to the other screen, sir, there doesn't seem to be as much under cultivation." "Is this colony then dying?" "Doesn't look to be, not with those flourishing crops, which seem to be well tended. In fact, it's a rather nice world, Admiral. There's a good balance between cultivated and fallow fields. See that stretch just coming up? And forestry. And that lake, lovely. Almost Arcadia," Thean remarked. "Arcadian?" the Admiral echoed. "What's its designation on the Merdini star maps?" "Huh? Let me see." Thean tapped a few keys before he said, "CJ-70. Ashiant gave a disapproving grunt deep in his throat. "Shame to stick to alphanumerics on it, pretty as it is. Let's refer to it as Arcadia. Agreed?" "Willingly, sir," Thean said obligingly, and keyed in a substitution. "However, it's certainly not as active as XH-33 was." To this the Admiral agreed, seeing the neatly weeded rows of greenery, the adjacent fields sporting some dark purply-green foliage. "Go on, will you, Thean?" And Thean sent his two probes, in opposite directions, skimming over the surface at a height of 20 meters. In each screen they saw several of the collection squares, none as big as those on XH-33, but substantial enough. Finally, the right-hand screen showed movement and homed in on it. Workers were trundling along in their ordered phalanx down to yet another collection point. The creatures were head to tail, moving on 6 limbs at a brisk trot. 2 more limbs were cocked at each head, and the watchers could see the specialized arrangement of trowel and fork. "Those creatures aren't as large as the ones Roger recorded on XH-33, are they?" Ashiant said, puzzled. "No, they don't seem to be," Thean concurred, and activated another screen with the relevant disk of Roger's exploration of that planet. "Much smaller. But carrying the same sort of tools, so they're similar to the XH-33 workers. Why would they be smaller?" "I haven't a clue, sir. Shall I get one of the Zen bios in here?" "Aren't you projecting all this on their lab screens?" "I am, but there's no reason you can't have a running report on their assessment." "Ask Lieutenant Wyman and Deanie Gurm to join me at the talent post, would you?" Admiral Ashiant said into his wrist-comm, his eyes not leaving the screen. While they were waiting for the specialist to arrive, Ashiant gave Thean a curious look. "Would you mind my asking you," and his glance included the other talents, "a little more about talent? I mean, I know that primes do both telepathy and teleport over enormous distances, but Clancy here's a T2, and I know he paths as well as ports, and—" Ashiant shrugged. His rugged face indicated a sincere desire for a full briefing on the distinctions. Thean grinned, saw Clancy reddening, and Clue trying hard not to grin. "It's basically a difference in strength and length, and combinations of inherent skills, sir. I can path or port, with or without generator gestalt. Clancy's got more kinetic ability than telepathic, and while he's strong in kinetics, he can't really path or receive far, even in gestalt, but his abilities multiply mine. And Clue, now, she didn't know she was a latent talent until the Phobos examination. At first she could only send, and Thean smiled again at Clue, rolling her eyes over her discovery of latent abilities. Now she can receive, and come in to add strength to our, and he pointed to Clancy, merge. Allison Ann was a T5 empath, but she's advanced in skill, learning to port as well as path, but her initial ability made her a superb nurse. It's association with us lot that have improved her at least a full grade up, Clancy said, slyly grinning at Thean. It does help to be continually in use, as it were, sir. Our father, Afro Lyon, was originally a T3, but constant association with our grandmother increased his skills to T2. He may even be as close to prime as he wants to get. Clancy made a grimace of surprise. Not that he'd admit it, Thean went on. However, 2 T2s, one with more telepathic strength and the other with kinetic, like Yoshuk and Nesrin on Ceph, or the Bastian Manjanis, Flavia's parents, on Altair, mesh talent so well they are all but equal to prime. My sister Zara, as another example, has both kinetic and telepathic ability, but her empathic level is too high for her ever to be a Tower Prime. Like Elizara, she's best fitted for the medical and healing profession. Not all T1s can automatically be Tower Primes, which, as you know, sir, FT&T badly needs. Ashiant nodded and gestured for Thean to continue. Below the 2s, you get variations of the abilities to port or path, sometimes just one and not the other at all. Or some can receive, but not send. Or send a fair distance on a gestalt, but not receive. T3s are useful as aids to T2s or primes. There are far more T4s and downward available as backup, but they don't have the inherent stamina, even in connection with the gestalt, to work on their own or for very long. However, engineers from T4 down are apt to work solo anywhere, and we've a lot of choice among them. I thought that your cousin Asia, Ashiant turned to Clancy, trained with Roger as engineer. Yes, she did, sir, and is on the Columbia as T4 and will probably get a post on a tower. That's just the federated teleport and telepath side of talent, Thean went on. Sometimes we get T2 rank for clairvoyants, finders, and empaths. FT&T tries to contact anyone with latent talent, assess and train them. Some are better off going into private firms where their particular level of other aspects of talent, like dowsing or affinities to water and fire, make them invaluable to their employers. Thean made a face and scratched the back of his head. I know my grandfather's trying to lure some of the higher ranks away from commerce and industry, because FT&T never expected to expand so heavily into this sort of assignment, and Thean gestured to indicate the Washington and naval duty. Damned glad FT&T permits it, Ashiant said, nodding his head and then giving Thean a wry smile. Though I wouldn't have thought I'd admit that when you first came aboard. Thean laughed out loud, remembering how many naval regulations and traditions he had set on their ears in his first few hours aboard the old Vadim. Ashiant grinned back and nodded his head. We've both learned a thing or two since then, haven't we, Isthean? Ashiant said, using his prime's full first name. I know I have, sir, Thean said. He turned toward the entrance to the talent quarters. The Zenbis are here. And a discreet knock on the door panel followed his words. However, when Ashiant explained the reason for their summons, neither Sam nor Gurm could give him any answer to the puzzle. The Queens activate whatever sort of worker they need for the task, Sam said, rubbing his chin while Gurm, a dusty brown Dini, rocked gently on its flat feet. I have been noticing, Admiral, that this planet doesn't seem to be as densely farmed as XH-33. I have decreed, and the Admiral glanced about in a pseudo-pompous manner, that this planet is to be referred to in all documentation as Arcadia. That gives it more personality than CJ-70, Sam said with a big grin. Gurm pondered this, fingering its chin. Agree. Arcadia. At that point, the Admiral's wristcom bleeped quietly with an incoming message. Yes? Well, now that's very interesting. Thank you, Commander, Ashiant said. They've dated the sphere by the deterioration of the metal fragments at 580 years old. That's old, Sam added a soft whistle. What is the oldest sphere you ever encountered, Gurm? This one older than any seen, Gurm replied in good basic, still rocking on its feet. We have only 200 years fighting, that is much older. Now it shook its head up and down and clicked softly in its throat. Far, far from homeworld, too. Rather daunting, actually, Ashiant murmured. Just how deeply have they penetrated our galaxy? The probes had entered the night side of the planet. Shall we continue, sir? Yes, since I believe those probes are equipped for dark vision, I want to know just how many and where collection points and the Queen installations are. Queens live deep under the ground, Gurm said, pointing to the deck and jabbing its digit to indicate considerable depth. Have we got any probes sensitive enough to pick up Queen lifeform readings? Ascient asked Theon. Roger managed to do some probing in the collection facilities on XH-33, Theon said, but he didn't actually find a tunnel that opened into a Queen's living quarters. It was a maze, with low-ceilinged waiting places for the various types of workers. Theon shook his head at the immensity of such an undertaking. Much smaller workers, Sam said, still rubbing his jaw. Don't understand what that could mean. Prime, can you get us some soil samples from, he grinned, Arcadia's surface? Dr. True Blerick, the bio on the Columbia, suggests that the soil on Marengo and Talavera was deficient in a variety of minerals and earths. We also have the components of the XH-33 for comparison. I'll direct the probes to start collecting soil samples. Random selection, Lieutenant, Theon asked. Yes, please. We can help you now, Clancy said. There's nothing left in that sphere that we haven't seen in the others, though it doesn't have escape pods. Maybe that was a brand-new innovation for the Hivers when they met Merdini's Gurm. He grinned at the Dini, who swiveled its pole eye around to Clancy. Interesting. And Admiral Ascient began to rub his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Gurm agreed, continuing to rock as if that was as much an aid to thought as jaw-rubbing. Prime, have we any updates from Fleet B? The Admiral asked. Theon leaned across to Clancy and indicated the T-2 was to take over the maneuvering of the probes. Clancy nodded as he and Rame took firm control of the two, while Theon leaned into one of the Washington's generators for the gestalt needed for a far sending. While he could have done it without aid, he had learned to save unassisted contact for emergencies.
Roger, you available? Always,
was the cheerful reply, and a mental sketch of a deep bow.
Is it daytime wherever you are?
Theon couldn't be sure, since it was his brother's touch that he had contacted, not the ship or planetary surface.
It is, and I'm on Talavera, where we've started investigations. And? This is the one with a failed Hiver colony, and we've about concluded that the soil lacks some element vital to the Queens. There's one Queen corpse left and a few workers, but they've been here a long time. 580 years or so? What? No. Well, at least I don't think so. Why?
Theon informed his brother of their discoveries on Arcadia, emphasizing the size of the workers.
That's interesting,
Roger said.
Yakamashura and Blerick noticed that with the worker shells here. Much smaller than those at XH-33. You can see the difference with the naked eye. Are you telling me that the planet you're investigating is that old and not overcrowded? That's what I'm telling you. What's the soil analysis? Just getting in samples now. You're slow. Not at all, Theon replied, refusing to rise to his brother's jibe. Just being cautious. This planet is occupied. Yes, that would advise some caution, I suppose. 580 years? That's grabbed the Xeno's attention.
And there was laughter in Roger's mental tone.
Yes, that's what Theon said. How'd you arrive at that estimate, they want to know? Forensic analysis of fragments of their sphere. Pass that along, would you?
Theon flipped the file in a port to his brother's position.
Hey, close shave, bro. So your planet's off the colony list. It's occupied. Well, this one isn't. The Dinis can have it. All except this compound until we've scraped all the data we can from it. Those Hivers obviously didn't do enough homework, but then they had Queens to waste, didn't they? Looks like. Deed it does. Send me your soil analyses when they're ready, will you, bro? Blerick is doing comparisons. We're moving to a more felicitous site to erect the tower. I'll send on the samples.
And with an image of himself giving Roger a brotherly pat on the back, Theon disengaged. He did not, however, resume his control of the probes. I would like to get down to Arcadia's surface, Admiral Ascient, he said after a long, thoughtful pause. Theon did not, however, resume his control of the probes. I would like to get down to Arcadia's surface, Admiral Ascient, he said after a long, thoughtful pause. What? Ascient was astounded. I don't think I can allow that, Thean. You're far too valuable to us. Thean held up his hand. I'd run no risk, I assure you. Then he turned to Gurm and Wyman. The Queen kept at the Heinlein Center. Is she still ignoring the presence of humans or Dini? It has made no response at all, Gurm said, shaking its head. Sam Wyman sighed. I had the opportunity to transfer to the, facility, he said. Stood as close to her as I am to you right now, sir. I have never been so completely ignored in my life. He gave a droll grin on his moon face. No one has ever had a reaction from her. There have been so many attempts at some form of communication. Every method has been tried. Sound, color, every radio wave band, and electromagnetic frequency modulation. We don't even know if she's been aware of them. He sighed again. It is so terribly frustrating, he added with considerable vehemence. Thean turned to the Admiral. I would be in no danger, because the Hivers do not recognize us as enemies or friends or anything. They don't recognize any other living species. Not even those who have recently blasted all their spheres to bits? Asked the Admiral, cocking one eyebrow at Thean. I won't be in the ship, sir. I do need to be in their ambience, Thean said in a slow, measured way. I will bring a full squad of Marines if you feel that is necessary. I don't, and Clancy would be here to snatch me right back if I were threatened. Sam Wyman jerked his index finger up and down, the eagerness on his broad, pink face suggesting that he'd be very willing to accompany any such expedition. Gurm gave Thean a long, searching, hopeful look. You go Prime, I go in Sam, it said with more than usual firmness. All three regarded the Admiral, who looked from one to another as if he doubted their good sense. Such a mission, seeing the Queens in their natural habitat, would be most instructive, sir, Sam said, his body taut with anticipation. I'd like to take as many readings as possible, of soil, air, anything that might be useful for our study of the Hivers as a species, and perhaps leave remotes to view while we're still in orbit? Ascient gave a snort, then exhaled with a combination of impatience and irritation. Very well, he said, flicking his fingers to show that he was not happy with the request, but permitting it. If there is any reaction groundside, you'll be hauled out instantly. He fixed a basilisk stare at Clancy, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Sam's face was beatific. Gurm did a little dance on its feet, and Thean grinned. And that squad will be right there beside you, Ascian pointed at each in turn. Then he twisted round, finger-pointing at Clancy, who was trying to maintain an imperturbable expression, though his eyes danced. And you don't lose sight of them for one moment. No, sir, of course, sir, Clancy replied, sitting up as if at attention. One of the probes zigzagged, and he instantly rectified its course. Sir, if I may be allowed to lead the surface party, Lieutenant Commander Semirami Clue said, I'd be able to assist Lieutenant Clancy with a speedy evacuation. Ascient widened his eyes, threw both hands in the air, and rose to his feet. You're all mad. Very well, Commander. Assemble a squad. Hand-picked martial arts experts. I've seen the clips of how fast that Queen can move the few times she has. Side weapons, missile loaded. I want to see where you intend to land. And you, Ascient pointed again to Thean, his fingers shaking a bit, wear body armor. Yes, sir. Ascient glared about the room once more, and then, with an exasperated whoosh, went through to the bridge. Admiral on the bridge was plainly heard just as the door slid shut. Thean brought his hands together with a loud clap. Let's get with it, team, he said enthusiastically. Sam, you get into body armor too. Gurm, do you have anything similar? Gurm drew itself up to its full 1.5 meters. I am Dini. I need no armor against Queens.
I could throw Gurm back by myself if I had to,
Semirami said with a sniff. Then she held up her wristcom and started snapping out her orders. Shall I keep on with the probes? Clancy asked. Please, Clancy. We ought to have a full surface scan so we can map all the Hive installations. Get Leah Day up here to help. And who's that other good telekinetic on board? Vlad Ivanov in the machine shop, Thean said. He'll do fine if he's available. He is, Semirami said, interrupting herself. Thought he'd be needed. And have you picked out our landing spot? Yes. Thean pointed to one of the unused screens in the bank ranged across the bulkhead. A scene came up from some of the initial footage of their day's scanning of Arcadia. By a collection facility? Semirami asked in surprise. Why not? That space right there. And Thean put the cursor on the spot. Nice open space for the shuttle, good visibility. Computer, print screen 5. The hard copy rapidly extruded from the unit, and he handed it to Semirami, who frowned as she scanned it. "Copy to Admiral screen. I'll leave it up for you, Clancy." "Thanks," his cousin said drolly. Then Theon flicked his fingers at Sam Wyman and Gurm. "Come on, get ready. I don't want to hang around in case the Admiral has second thoughts about this." He grinned once more, mischievously, before he turned. With a skip and a hop more suited to a much younger person, Theon made his way to his room to suit himself in the gear specified by the Admiral.
"Any sign we've been noticed, Clancy?"
Theon asked when he felt the slight bump as the shuttle landed on Arcadia's surface.
"Nice port. You're improving." "Thank you."
And Clancy's tone was droll.
"Nary a flicker on the telltales."
Theon turned. "Let's have a reading on the air, Makmura," he said, and the man promptly held up the peculiar device he carried. A long, thin spiral tube contained a worm of intricate, flexible coils coated with the polyamide material that turned them brown, a compact and efficient gas chromatograph. Makmura grinned. "Air's fresher than the Washington's." "Let's move out, men," Commander Semirami said, touching the shuttle's hatch control as their squad instantly got to their feet. She nodded to Theon, allowing him to be first, but Gurm slipped in ahead of him and jumped deftly to the ground, the tools on the belt it wore clanking together. "Soft," it said as it flipped its feet through the greeny-brown ground cover that stretched beyond and over the collection facility. Tendrils from the vegetation had spilled over the wide entrance but were trimmed short of covering it. "Keep the place tidy, don't they?" Semirami said, right at Theon's elbow as he stepped onto the surface. She gestured for her squad to spread out and around the shuttle, checking on all sides. "All clear, sir," her sergeant reported. "Now what, Theon?" she asked. "I don't quite know," he said, looking around at the plain that extended in all directions, at the cultivated land with an occasional access alley for the workers. He took deep breaths of the air, tasting it, feeling it on his skin. "Faint odor?" "There is." And Semirami took another deep breath. "Sort of crisp." "Yes, exactly," Theon said, having been unable to find the right descriptive word for the lingering smell in the air. It was extraordinary to be standing here, on a hiver world, and he didn't bother to hide the slight smile of wonderment and incredulity this moment provoked. He snapped mental fingers at Roger's jibe that he'd never be risked on a personnel tour. Semirami pointed. "Look at it move." Theon saw the dinghy, cavorting over the ground cover, headed right for the collection facility entrance down the slope. Semirami whistled for his squad leader's attention, but the sergeant had already allocated 2 men to follow the dinghy.
"Any activity, Clancy?" "Not so much as a pip out of place. Admiral's in here, on your couch, eyes glued to the screen. His expression, well, I'd call it avid, I think. Certainly nothing's going to surprise him. What's it like?" "Like any other M-type planet we've been on. Air has a nice crispness to it. We've taken GC readings, and Wyman's taking samples of the ground cover. Gurm's on its way down the embankment to the entrance, and we're following. Keep track of me. Just don't expect me to move all of you out of danger if you run into it."
Clancy's tone was slightly sour.
"You can come on the next excursion, Clancy. Do I have a choice?"
Theon only laughed as he started down the steep slope that led into the subsurface collection center. He was elated in a way he had never before experienced, not even when he and Kylie Austin had penetrated the nova-seared Great Sphere and found the egg repositories intact. Even the familiar sting pzzzt that was now noticeable couldn't dampen his mood. Anyway, the body armor somewhat deadened the sensation. He hoped that it would continue to do so when they were in closer proximity to the hivers. Semirami had sent men trotting on ahead of the adventurous Gurm, whose short legs could not match the jog-trot of the Marines. She gave a brisk nod of her head and then tilted it to mentally inform Theon that her advance scouts had seen nothing inside to alarm them. Theon stepped onto the approach ramp, excitement rising inside him. With his special senses, he couldn't hear, see, or feel anything. No, that wasn't quite right. There was something. A presence. Not something truly sentient, but something alive. Some things, he corrected himself. The ground beneath his feet had been trampled down for so long that it was now below its original level by several centimeters. In fact, if he looked closely, he could see the slight ruts worn by workers that had tramped up and down it for centuries. In the depth beyond the overhang, he could see light. Semirami's scouts checking it out. "Scouts say it's all clear," Stinks a lot, like rotted vegetation, she said with a snort. She raised her arm to call the rest of her team forward. Sam Wyman had knelt down to scoop up more soil samples, grunting as he forced his tool to loosen the closely packed dirt. Semiramis pulled down the dark vision visor from her helmet, and Thean followed her example as they moved into the facility. The prevalent smell was indeed of slightly rotting vegetation. The odor deepened as they penetrated further in. The flooring was clean, and their boots scraped on a different surface. Thean leaned down to touch it. "Some sort of plascrete," he said. Another of Semiramis' non-committal grunts.
"Lots of low tunnels now, sir, leading deeper in and down to other levels,"
said the tinny voice issuing from Semiramis' wristcom. She looked at Thean for orders. "Can you navigate them?" he asked into his own wrist unit.
"Can do,"
was the answer after a slight pause. "Hands and knees job?" Thean asked.
"Can do,"
was repeated.
"Found where the stuff must get dumped, sir,"
another voice reported.
"Straight ahead of you, about 10 meters.
Semiramis and Thean rapidly covered their distance, their quick steps echoing in the underground space, since stealth did not seem to be required. The smell was heavier as they reached the dumping point. Peering down the slide that was at a 45-degree angle, they could see a parallel chute and conveyor belt. Despite the smell, their handlights showed no refuse at all, the plascrete clean. "Down and down they go," Semiramis remarked at her driest. "Hammer, Vale, Sing, take a look below." To Thean she added,
"Mark 'em as they pass you, Thean, so you know 'em to bring 'em back up, like you did the crews in the Phobos sphere."
He could see her wide grin, her teeth showing brightly in his visor. He nodded, getting a touch of each of them as they imperturbably slid down the ramp and started examining the direction of the belt.
"Found a whole bay or holding level full of worker, sir? Sir?"
Another trooper reported.
"Smells bad, but no garbage."
"Got enough light to send me back a scan, Wixel?"
"Do my best. Place is as dark as—"
Wixel paused, cleared her throat, and went on.
"Dark, sir."
Thean watched his wrist unit, and the scan came up. Lumps of darkness, then illuminated by a slowly moving beam of light. "The workers," Thean said, when he saw the tool extension crossed lifelessly on the front of the creature, "standing by for orders from the Queen?"
"Can't move any further in, sir,"
Wixel went on.
"Place is stuffed with them, and the ceiling's just high enough for them to lie down, or whatever it is they're doing. More vegetable stink, too."
"Any other exit from the—" Semiramis paused, grimacing as she tried to find an appropriate word. "Stable?" Thean suggested. "Stables are for living things. That's a garage," she said, sounding disgusted.
"No, sir, blank walls."
"Come on back then, Wixel."
"Sir,"
and another scout reported in.
"Found a bigger tunnel. Leads down and straight ahead for several 100 meters.
Her voice had an edge of excitement.
Big enough for a queen, I think, sir. I'm getting static from the GC, so I'll take readings."
"Do that, Makmura," and Thean could see the commander grinning. "Go on, Thean, I'll call them." And she jerked her thumb toward the slide, and then her finger in the direction Thean should go. "Captain Lyon's on his way, Makmura. Wait for him, will ya? Bessie, trainer, scout ahead for the captain." Thean trotted across to the light held by the figure at the opening to the tunnel's slit. It wasn't very wide, but then the Queens weren't either. They were tall. "This way, sir," Makmura said. The sturdy Marine was grinning over her discovery. "Only one the size for humans." "Anyone know where Gurm is?" Thean asked, realizing he hadn't caught sight of the dinghy since it had entered. "It was with me, sir. It's up ahead." "Let's move it then," Thean said. It wouldn't do for a dinghy specialist to get hurt or captured by the Hivers. He picked up his feet and ran down the straight tunnel, blessing the visibility of the visor.
"It's okay, Thean,"
came Clancy's reassuring thought.
"Can you track Gurm? It's got a locator on its tool belt."
Thean kept running, trying to keep the nail-studded boot heels from hitting too loudly the tunnel floor, just in case the Queen could feel vibrations. He nearly ran Gurm down when the dinghy appeared in front of him at the T-junction. Actually, it was more than a T, for additional tunnels, all Queen height, opened up like a delta. 9 more. "This way," Gurm said, pointing to the first one on the left-hand side, its pole eye gleaming with excitement and the fur at an almost perpendicular angle to its body. When Thean would have moved forward, it held up one flipper, bringing it around to its mouth to indicate a necessity for stealth. Then Semiramis yanked on Theon's sleeve and slipped in front of him. Well, she was right, of course, to guard him. They cautiously moved forward, placing their feet noiselessly. An old snatch of a song, "With cat-like tread, upon our way we steal," sprang to his mind.
"No sound at all, we never speak a word,"
Alison Ann's voice continued.
"Tracking me again?"
Theon said, amused that Gravy wasn't touched.
"A fly's footfall would be distinctly heard,"
Was Semiramis' addition, surprising a gasp out of Theon.
"Just happened to remember it,"
she added with a touch of bashful humor in her voice. Theon grinned. The commander's mental tone was quite different from her vocal one, and far more revealing of her personality than her spoken words. Another smell impinged on their senses.
"Queen stink?"
Semiramis asked Theon.
"Heavy sting, psst, that's for sure."
And Theon tried to ignore the concentration of that phenomenon, though the body armor did help.
"Tell Makmura to get more readings."
He heard her give the order.
"My sister Zara's the only one of us who's been close to a queen. Sam didn't mention smell as a factor in his confrontation with her, and nothing recorded about the ambiance in her quarters suggests a poisonous emanation. Of course, we had spacesuits when we were on the Great Sphere, but the vacuum of space would have erased any residual odors. Wasn't much reek on the refugee sphere by the time we got to Phobos base, but this smells a bit like it. Whoops!"
Semiramis had caught up to Gurm, and her halt was so abrupt that Theon walked into her. She pointed to her right, and Theon saw the opening and what was beyond it, as plain in his visor as if they'd been in full light, a queen, standing with its groomers, its upper limbs extended for the attentions of its minions.
"She isn't that big,"
was Theon's first thought.
"She isn't? Where are you?"
Clancy demanded brusquely.
"That's the Admiral's question, not mine." "We seem to be at the entrance to a queen's quarters. I don't think she's as big as the one at Heinlein Station." "Estimate." 1 meter 30 centimeters, give or take a centimeter,"
Theon said, looking at Semiramis, who nodded, though she kept her visor focused on the queen. Gurm tugged at Theon's arm, and Theon leaned down to let Gurm speak softly in his ear. "She is not big. She is old." Theon passed on that information, though how Gurm could tell the creature's age was beyond him.
"I'll go in,"
he told Semiramis at the same time he announced that intention to Clancy.
"No!"
Came at him from 2 directions, and he shook his head against the blast. Semiramis looked at him, her eyes hidden by the visor, but there was no mistaking the negative posture of her body or her raised hand, ready to clout him if he moved.
"All right, then. You go first, Rami,"
he said, trying to sound pleasant when he wanted to lift her up and shake her for being so damn cautious about his talented self, when he could react faster in his own defense than anyone else could because he'd instantly sense injurious intent. Semiramis must have caught some of that, because she lowered her hand and shrugged. Carefully, she entered the queen's quarters, Theon with equal stealth right behind her, so they were almost moving in tandem.
"This is much bigger than I expected,"
Theon said, and Semiramis gave a barely perceptible nod of agreement.
"Palatial, considering where she stashes the guys that do all the work." "Describe," Clancy demanded. "Admiral talking," he added a second later in an explanatory fashion.
Theon could just see the scene, with Ashiant stiff with apprehension.
"The main room is, say, 30 meters by 30 meters, and half that to the ceiling. It's crammed with bodies, her attendants, and there's a ledge against one wall, and against the wall perpendicular to it, another sort of seat. It may be where she extrudes her eggs. Yeah, it does look like a birthing stool, with a big hole in the back, and a sort of tube opening in the wall,"
Semiramis said, then added in a tone of disgust,
"I don't know why I'm pathing. We could be roaring and this lot wouldn't hear us. We're right in front of them. They've got to know there were 3 individuals staring at them, and something just scurried over my feet. Didn't even notice it was canted to one side doing so. Hey, wait a minute, Gurm." "It doesn't hear you, Rami,"
Theon said, quickly following the dinghy as it moved further into the room. Gurm did have the good sense to move slowly, but the dinghy was determined to see all it could of the habitat of its lifelong enemy. He caught up with Gurm and planted one hand firmly on its shoulder, tightening his grip when the dinghy tried to evade. He squeezed his fingers to make sure Gurm knew he wasn't supposed to go on unattended.
"Look at the walls, Theon,"
Semiramis said urgently, and Theon glanced upward, having been far more aware of the Queen and her bustling attendants. He really hadn't noticed more than the size of the room. Now he saw that on 3 walls, just above the height of his head, there were glowing screens or monitors.
They're communication boards? Why not? The Queen's reading the one in front of her. Look at her head. She's tracking something,
Semiramis said.
But I don't see as much change in the panels on the side walls.
Theon watched long enough to be aware of changes, rippling top to bottom of the panel as if scrolling.
Can you send sample? Only if you and the Admiral stopped roaring at me suddenly. I damn near jumped onto something,
Theon said testily.
Rami, tape a recording of the side panels. I can focus on the one she's watching from where I am now.
He lifted his wristcom, activating the record touch button and grabbing Gurm's arm before it took advantage of his need of both hands and got loose. Gurm did pull its feet out of the way of several rapidly moving attendants who passed where it had been standing and went out through a hole in the wall.
Get Makmura in here, too, to record the smells. I think Sam would call them pheromones,
Clancy said. Then something rammed into Theon's heel, and he lifted his boot as another variety of attendant charged out, only momentarily thwarted by him being in its way.
Place is crawling with bugs and beetles,
Theon said, dipping his hand so the watchers could see the rammer skittering into the heap that surrounded the Queen. With 2 of her nether limbs, she was tilted slightly backward, her egg bulb just clearing the floor. Theon could see that it was being coated or cleaned, he wasn't sure which, by those surrounding that section of her.
Admiral and Lieutenant Commander Britt, the science officer, say that she is not, I repeat, not as large as the Heinlein Queen. Commander, please focus for 1 minute on the left-hand panel, then for a minute on the right-hand one. We seem to get some sort of variation, but very erratic. Theon, go back to the wall she's watching. This may be a significant breakthrough.
Being sure he wasn't going to walk on anything scuttling about, Theon backed up so that his recorder would catch the full screen of the front wall the Queen was watching. She opened her mouth. Theon and Rami both froze. A creature, slightly larger than most of her attendants, held up a lump. She lowered her head slightly, opening a maw, and the lump was inserted. She seemed to inhale the material because it certainly didn't go down her throat as a lump.
Did you see that? A male feeding her?
Before Semirami could answer, Theon was distracted when something connected hard against his shin. He danced off that foot, then replaced it to lift the other and avoid what was scurrying about.
Keep the camera still,
Clancy said.
I will if they'll stop kicking me in the shins. There, that better? Frankly, I couldn't tell,
Clancy said.
But the experts sure are excited. Why?
Semirami asked in her droll fashion.
We'd need a hiver to decipher it, maybe even read it, and none of them are talking to us. If it keeps the experts happy,
Clancy said, his mental tone amused.
Let 'em try it. Wonder what would happen if we could replicate this for the Heinlein Queen,
Theon said mischievously. He heard Clancy's mental chortle and Semirami's snort.
Oh, that would be sheer mental cruelty, Theon,
Semirami said.
After porting her into a functional sphere so she could start it up for us and then whisking her back to prison.
Theon grinned in the green darkness around him at the memory of that incident. Well, the ploy had worked, and the Queen had shown them the sequence of startup controls that the human engineers had been unable to fathom. They'd ported the Queen without the knowledge of the Phobospace commander, but the tactic had worked.
That wouldn't work this time, Rami. She won't talk to us, and how what they might be saying to each other would help us, I don't know. You're right,
Semirami said wistfully.
Admiral asks, could you set up a surveillance unit in her quarters?
Clancy asked.
Sure, but I'll need a night vision unit and some heavy-duty stickum,
Semirami said. She added quickly,
and it has to be an odor-free adhesive. Can do,
Clancy said.
Just hang in there a few minutes if you can. We can,
Semirami blithely assured him.
On their way,
Clancy said.
To get it really stuck proper in position, I'm going to have to stand on your shoulders, I think. You're good for something now and then, you know?
Semirami gave him a picture of her patting his head, only she was on stilts and he was much, much shorter. Suddenly, Theon heard a mechanical whirring, and air was blowing against him.
That's odd,
Semirami said. Theon felt Gurm tug at his sleeve and he leaned down. They smell us, the Dini murmured in his ear.
Gurm seems to think we smell,
Theon said.
I don't doubt that in the least,
Semirami said.
They gotta have clean air. If they smell us, why don't they see us?
Theon asked.
I don't know, and I'm as happy they can't. Hurry up with that spy eye, will ya? If they're cleansing the air, they might look for thanks.
A package landed against Rami's chest, and she clutched it firmly to her.
Good catch,
Clancy said. Now Semirami pushed Theon to the back wall, gestured for him to make his hands into a footrest. He shook his head, grinning, spread his legs slightly, and ported her to his shoulders. Wincing, he also lightened her not insubstantial weight before her heavy boots could dig welts into his shoulders. Instinctively, he put his hands up on her muscular calves to steady her. He could feel her smear on the adhesive with quick movements, then the pressure as she stuck the surveillance unit into the goo.
Can you see Clancy? She asked. Yes, coming through. As clear as it'll get, I guess. Now's the time to know, Clancy,
she said in her best, "Have you done as I told you, Commander manner?"
We'll fiddle with resolution up here. Admiral says get out of there before you do stink up the place enough for them to start looking for you. Right.
Theon ported her back to the floor, and she gave a curt flick of her fingers to indicate they should leave. Gurm tried to resist Theon pulling it along, but with the air circulation blowing across his face, Theon really did think it was high time to leave.
We got lots of pictures, Theon. Landing parties recording all over the facility. Clancy sent each of the teams night vision remotes,
Semirami said, and the group at the entrance now stepped back to allow them to leave the Queen's quarters. As soon as she was a ways down the passageway, Semirami gave low-voiced orders to reassemble in the main chamber. There was a substantial breeze flowing across the chamber when they got there. "All units here?" she asked, scanning the figures in front of her. "All present and accounted for," said the squad sergeant. "Let's get out of here before they try to find who's making their house smell," Semirami said, and, raising her arm in forward sweep, trotted up out of the collection point. Pushing up her visor, she ran backwards as she checked again that all who had entered were coming out. Then she turned forward again and kept up the trot the short distance to the shuttle. She stood by the door with the sergeant, checking once more. In minutes, everyone was seated, ready for the port back to the Washington.
"We're ready,"
Theon told Clancy.
"Steady as you go,"
Clancy answered. "Sir," and having gotten the commander's attention, Wixell pointed out the window. They had just time to see low-slung creatures flowing up out of the collection facility, waving antennas about. "Trying to find out where the smell comes from," Semirami said, chuckling. "Have to remember to neutralize us stinking types the next time we do a reconnaissance." Theon chuckled. "I wasn't sweating, were you?" "Nah," Semirami replied. "Might be our boots." She looked down at her dirt-stained footwear. "Or our uniforms. Always did say the dye's got a vicious pong to it."
"All set?" "All set."
A moment later, Theon nodded approval as the shuttle landed so smoothly only he and Semirami were aware that they had been transported the 36,000 kilometers to the geosynchronous orbit above the surface of the planet. Though there was a startled look on Wixell's face as she'd been facing one of the two portholes.
"Should we run a GC on us to see if we do stink enough to register with those ultra-sensitive queens?"
Semirami asked, cocking her head at Theon.
"And what we smell like. Wouldn't that upset our ultra-sensitive and efficient troops?"
Whatever she might have replied was lost in the next second. Someone pounded on the door to indicate that they should undog the hatch. Instantly, the entire squad had weapons at the ready, aimed at the hatch.
Nothing wrong with their reflexes.
Relax, troops, we're back. A gusty sigh of relief came from all sides, and with it, a whiff of garlic. "Garlic?" Theon said to Semirami.
"Yeah, just noticed. Wonder if that's relevant. But we'll use a stink graph just to be on the safe side. Garlic used to be used against witches, ghosties, ghoulies, and things that go bump in the night,"
Clancy said.
"Whose side are you on?"
Theon asked, while Semirami muttered orders through her wristcom. Then she smiled up at him, giving her head one sharp nod to show that the Pong test would be accomplished. "Sir," said the boat deck watch officer, "Admiral's compliments, and can you report to him immediately?"
"I'll just hold them up a moment, and then they can file past Exit 5 and get odorized,"
Semirami told Theon.
"Should make an interesting appendix to the mission report."
He waved his hand at her as he exited the ship and strode to the nearest lift, busy formulating his report to the Admiral.
He's gonna love the garlic.
Chapter 4. Laria and Kincaid got the announcement of the release of Talavera to the Merdini from Earth Prime, who was nearly as jubilant as all of Clarf would shortly be.
That's marvelous, Grandad. You don't know how happy that'll make everyone here. I've a very good idea, Laria, but doubtless you'll fill us in. Please inform Plurgitgul immediately as a courtesy, and here's the written notification, in Basic as well as Merdini.
Both Tower Talents heard the message tube rattle into the basket.
Good shot, Earth Prime. The hand hath not missed in decades. How soon can they set off?
Laria asked, grinning in triumph at Kincaid, who was smiling too.
How soon can colony ships be loaded?
Jeff Raven responded.
Who's catching? Roger, Flavia, and the Columbia team. No problem on the receiving end. No, there won't be. May I leave the tower to take the message to Purgitgul? You are Tower Prime, Laria Raven Lyon. You can leave the tower any time you wish. I'm sure there's nothing coming in that Kincaid can't handle by himself, right? Right,
was Kincaid's instant reassurance. He jerked his head at Laria to urge her to leave. The note of the generators slid deeper without Laria using them. She remembered to use the glove to pick up a message tube still freezing from its portation through the vacuum of space and ran down the steps. We've got it! We've got it! Got what? Leonasha asked. Hey, what's wrong with the tower? Generators are off, Vantier called from his level. It's official, Laria yelled back. The Deenies get Talavera. Vantier was up the short flight in one leap. They do? She waved the cylinder. I'm off to make a personal delivery of the go-ahead, she said, leaving the cool of the station and stopping dead in her tracks, gasping at the hot air outside. But she persevered onto her ground vehicle. You got the planet, she shouted in Deenie to Fig, Syl, Dig, and Nim, who were on yard duty. Deenies did exultant cartwheels all across the Plascrete. She laughed at such antics as she got into the ground car. Someone had already turned on the air conditioning full blast, Kincaid, no doubt, getting rid of the trapped heat inside. She took off fast enough to raise a dirt cloud and pebbles that pattered against the undercarriage. She turned out of the tower compound, heading for the Clarf administration building. She drove at daring speed through the afternoon traffic and into the compound where Plurgitgul had its office. Braking in front of the main entrance, she didn't wait for the air cushion to settle before she flung herself out of the car through the roasting air and was in the relatively cool building in 4 long strides. What's the rush, Prime? One of Plurgitgul's human assistants asked, surprised at her appearance. You'll hear, Laria said, brandishing the message tube. Is Plus here? Oh, do tell me it is. Far as I know, was the reply. Nasiana's at her desk. As Plurgitgul was responsible for managing all the humans currently employed on Clarf, it employed human staff assistants too, so Laria courteously knocked on the door before sliding it back. Nasiana looked up. Laria? Is Plus in? Yes, said Nasiana, waving her to the inner door, but half rising from her seat as she sensed Laria's excitement, and also saw a tube that must carry important documents if Clarf Prime was hand-carrying it. Plurgitgul looked up at her entrance, rose to its full height. Earth Prime has required me to give this directly to you, Honorable Plurgitgul, she said in Deenie, and with a flourish handed him the tube. Plus lowered its pole to eye her for a long moment. It is the news we wish for, is it not? Plus said, holding the tube tightly to its chest for a moment. Then, with a flick of its flippers, it opened the container and discs fell onto the desk along with a sheaf of hard copy. Nasiana! Yes, sir. Nasiana had followed Laria to the threshold. Put this on my screen, Plus said, tossing Nasiana one of the discs, which her eager fingers fumbled into the appropriate slot on its desk while Plus was unrolling the hard copy. Ah! And Plus's ecstatic warble echoed out of the office, through the door Laria had left open to startle human and Deenies alike in the halls. We have it! We have it! We have it! Laria, knowing what the Deenie meant, leaned back against the desk to avoid a collision as it charged past her, waving what looked like a Mercator projection of Talavera. Plus danced up the hall, knocking bodies aside in its exultation. Then, almost ricocheting off across the hall at the end of the main corridor, it returned, giving everyone in its path a glimpse at the map, babbling in a combination of Basic and Deenie that made no sense to anyone, except Laria, who knew enough to understand its garbled comments. The moment Plus re-entered its office, it altered completely, becoming dignified and organized. After her first surprise at Plus's reaction, Naciana, well accustomed to her superior's volatility, had put the full report up on the screen. "Copies, make copies, lots of copies," Plus said, flipping its free arm at her to show great urgency. Once behind the desk, it smoothed the Mercator projection out, holding the map down with objects on its desk, and then unrolled the rest of the hard copy. "Call them all. We meet as soon as they get here. Oh, this is marvelous. Our worlds will all rejoice," Plus said to Laria. Then it scrutinized the documentation with a pole eye that was shining with its inner joy. Communications units buzzed from Naciana's desk. Plus waved her to answer while it picked up its own unit and began what Laria was certain would be a string of calls to Clarf's administrative personages. "Good luck," she said to Naciana, who was listening to the caller, whose audible tone was as excited as Plus. Naciana waved her free hand and gave Laria a thumbs-up sign, her eyes wide with excitement, as she tried to get a word in edgewise to the caller. In the hallway, Laria was stopped time and again by humans and Dinies for an explanation. "The High Council has awarded Dinies the planet Talavera," she said again and again as she plowed her way to the entrance. There she was almost knocked down by excited Dinies, large and small, who were trying to get into the building she was trying to exit. She ported herself out of the way and got into the car, sweat in rivulets down her face and body. When she started the vehicle, she realized that there were so many other cars parked every which way, she had no clear exit left, even on air cushion.
"I'll help," Kincaid said, laughter in his tone. "You'll have to. There's no other way I'll get out of here."
She linked her mind with his, and together they ported her car all the way back to the Clarf Tower compound.
"Just as well," she added, "because the traffic's backed up on all the roads and the air's thick with incoming Dinies on belts. How come?" "We do have Dinies here, you know, and I think they broadcast the news even before you got to Plus." "You should have seen the old gray deer," Laria said, grinning, and gave Kincaid a replay of the Dinies' ecstatic hall dance. Then she ported herself out of the car and into the cool tower. "Phew! Only something as important as this news could get me out in that heat." "I take it there is great rejoicing on all Clarf streets?" Leonasha asked in a wry tone. Laria gave the T7 a repeat of what she'd pathed to Kincaid. "Is there any hard copy for us here on Seth?"
And Laria was astonished to hear Yoshuk's voice.
"How did you hear?" "Earth Prime was kind enough to repeat the good news to us. He figured it would take you a little time to get it to Plurgatville, and we'd need to be forewarned. Care to wager on how long it takes the Dinies to start the immigration?" "No," Laria said firmly, "but I suspect both towers will be overworked." "In fact," Leonasha said, holding her comm unit slightly away from her ear, "Clarf Tower is being asked to facilitate the dispatch of the KLTL. They can't have organized a ship and crew in, half an hour?" Laria objected. "You were wise not to bet, Laria," Yoshik said, laughing. "Nesrun has just received a request from the KLLM to be lifted as soon as possible." "Have they had ships just standing by, in case?" Laria demanded of no one in particular as she ported herself onto her couch in the tower. "Let it never be said that we dallied in transporting them to their desired location. Here's where the KLTL is right now, Laria," Leonasha said. The coordinates came up on the tower screen. "Good thing you know that ship so well." "Is it all ready?" Laria demanded. "I'm not about to send a ship that far with its hatches still open." "I checked," said Kincaid. "It's ready. Let's shift it to Talavera." "Roger, are you ready to receive?" "Ready?" Roger was as astonished as she was, but caught the excitement in her pathed words. "Let no moss grow on Dini flippers. Yes, now I'm ready." Laria felt his mind firmly contacting hers. She felt Kincaid's strong support and, reaching out for the KLTL, ported it off its field and toward the distant system. "Got it. Nice throw," Roger said. "The first of many, I'm sure," Laria said. "I'll get the rest of them up, then." "You did that alone, brother?" Laria turned from sister to Clarf Tower Prime in an instant. "Me and the Columbia's generators were able." "Don't try it again, Prime Roger." "Yes, Prime Laria." And Roger's tone was anything but penitent. "He'll burn himself out if he doesn't take care," Laria said privately to Kincaid, scowling. "A lion burning out?"
Kincaid made a scoffing noise deep in his throat.
Highly unlikely. Not even lions are infallible. I heard you say it.
And Kincaid, grinning mischievously from his couch, waggled his finger at her. She couldn't stay angry with Roger when Kincaid was in such a good mood. A half-hour later, in the midst of congratulating themselves on the portation of the KLTL, Leonasha received official notification that 2 more ships, one a large freighter, and its tonnage was included in the information, and the other a passenger vessel, awaited teleportation. "Have they been living on board just in case a planet was released?" Laria demanded, lying back down on her couch. "Wouldn't surprise me. Shouldn't surprise you, considering how overcrowded Clarf is right now," Kincaid said. No sooner were those big ones shifted than 3 smaller units requested assistance from Clarf Tower. After them, 2 more of the big naval K-class ships reported readiness to be ported. "Never even remotely suggests that our Dini allies are unprepared for any contingency that might rear its head," Leonasha said, as Laria and Kincaid came down for a restorative drink after such heavy duties. When a request to transport 3 more loaded freighters and 2 passenger ships came in, Van Tier had already left the tower, and the others were eating a late supper. "Get me Plurgical, Leo," Laria said, trying to keep her exasperation under control, since Leonasha was near the tower office. "It's unavailable," Leo replied. "Is Naciana still at the office?" "It's her I'm talking to." Laria ported the comm unit out of Leonasha's hand. "Naciana, tell your boss no more tonight after this lot, and only 1 an hour tomorrow. Talavera's a long way to toss anything, and there really is a limit to what this tower can process in one day."
"I'll tell him."
And Naciana didn't sound too happy about it.
"I've never seen them in such a frenzy. You'd think the planet would disappear."
"It's more likely to get as crowded as Clarf with this rate of traffic. And have they brought enough food? There's nothing there, you know."
"Oh, they know. That's what's on the 3 freighters. They do have to be sent as fast as possible, Laria."
And Naciana let her voice trail off with a silent plea. "No more after these 5 until full daylight tomorrow. We have got to get some rest. I absolutely will not port when I've reached my limit, and Roger will be as tired at his end."
"I'll tell Plus,"
Naciana murmured in a deflated response to Laria's ultimatum. "Mules were not," she muttered darkly to Kincaid and Leonasha. "Yes, we are. You just kicked," Kincaid said, and at the sight of his roguish grin, some of her exasperation drained. Roger seemed in better spirits than Laria was when they touched mines again, but he had primes and high talents to assist.
"This is absolutely the last delivery tonight, Roger." "I should hope so, but they make quite a display orbiting Talavera. I'm reliably informed that that's what it will now be called, or Tulver, if you prefer." "I prefer my bed right now, thanks, brother. Until tomorrow, then."
Laria made the barest formal acknowledgment and rose wearily from her couch. Kincaid put a helpful arm around her waist as she gracelessly thumped down the steps and turned toward her quarters. "I did wonder if the Dini tongues would be up to Talavera," she murmured. "Tulver is very Dini-ish." "Yes, it is." It was Kincaid who pulled off her station boots, pushed her onto the bed, and drew the light cover over her.
"Sleep well, my friend."
Laria yawned, turned on her side, and was asleep. The next day, both Clarf and Ceph towers operated on all the power the generators could give them. Ceph, with T2's Yoshik and Nesrun, handled the lighter shipping and much of the drone traffic. Clarf Prime ported 1 major ship an hour for the next 12, interspersed with message tubes and urgently required cartons of equipment which had not been ready to leave when the mass migration began. Almost as many messages came back in from Talavera within that hour frame as went out. Dinis were busy collecting and delivering tubes and cartons in response to the shower of messages. The experts on the Columbia had recommended a wide valley near one of Talavera's large inland lakes as the primary site. The land around it supported some vegetation and was pronounced arable and without the lethal trace elements that had been found near the Queen's original installation. The water would have to be treated before it was potable by humans or Dinis, but it wouldn't harm the millions of plants being sent to begin the resurrection of the planet. The water would have to be treated before it was potable by humans or Dinis, but it wouldn't harm the millions of plants being sent to begin the resurrection of the planet. The initial Dini swarm from Clarf and Seth managed miracles in their first 40 hours on Talavera, assembling prefabricated headquarters buildings, living quarters, storage barns, ground vehicles, heavy earth-moving machinery, making landing cradles for all sizes of incoming drone deliveries, as well as personnel carriers. A second swarm were planting and seeding large areas around the lake. A tower was erected to one side of the landing field with living accommodations for the humans who would staff it. Roger, Roddy, Asia, Jesper Ornico, and Flavia's brother Malin transferred down from the Columbia, leaving Flavia as prime with Zara assisting until the tower was fully operational. Roger, Flavia, and Zara had agreed to take turns as prime. Morgel had been returned to Earth to await reassignment. The ecological team, Dr. True Blerick, Miala Evshenk, Rosaneri Mordman, and Yakamashura, set up their camp to one side of the tower. Without being asked, the Dini work teams arrived with additional housing units, offices, and a field laboratory, and staffed the facility with trained Dini assistants by the same evening. "They must have gone hyper to have all this ready to teleport so quickly," Roddy said, eyes wide with amazement when they arrived on what had so recently been empty land. "They even have shade trees for us." "All the comforts of home," Roger said, grinning. "Even the sun," he said, shielding his eyes from the glare of Talavera's primary. "Not quite as bright as Clarf's," Roddy said, with a quick glance in the direction of the sunset. "Thank all the gods." "I envy Laria's tan," Asia said at Roger's side. "You be careful of the sun down here, Asia," Roger said, as usual, assuming she needed his guidance. "I have sunblock on, dear," she replied, unruffled. "See?" And she made him examine the light sheen the cream gave her clear complexion. Roger grumped. "Just don't forget to put it on." Jesper and Mal rolled their eyes, and Roddy regarded Roger as if he were slightly bereft of common sense. "As long as you do too, Roger," Asia said in a sweet voice without a tinge of sarcasm. Their effects neatly dropped into a pile just beyond them.
"Thanks, Flavia." "You're welcome, Roj, but please stop treating Asia as if she were an imbecile. She's extremely competent,"
Flavia added, with a bit of asperity in her tone. I know. Let's get settled in, team," he said, and found his duffel. He would have taken Asia's as well, but she forestalled him and was already trudging up to the tower quarters, Roger's Dinis supporting the end of her sack. Dr. Blerick, whom Roger found a pain in the neck, intercepted him before he could catch up with Asia. "I really do feel, Prime Roger, that we should have been informed that the Dinis were going to take over everything," he said, clearly disgruntled. "Why? Because they're so highly organized? Well, I would have expected to be consulted about my requirements," True Blerick began sententiously. "Is there anything wrong with the facility provided?" Roger asked. "Well, I haven't had time to really investigate." "Why don't you do so, and then we can rectify any problems," Roger said, and quickly moved away from the astounded biologist. An indignant, "Well, I never," followed Roger into the tower. "Good for you, Roger," Rosaneri Mordman said, grinning. "Saw him corner you." She had a message tube. "When you've had a chance to settle in, I was asked to provide ecological reports to various groups on Earth." Roger gestured toward the worktop that would serve Jess Ornigo as tower expediter. "It's first in line." "Thank you," and putting the tube down, she left with a cheerful farewell wave. Roger continued on the way to the personnel quarters and nearly knocked into Jess coming back to the tower proper. "Yours is obviously the one at the end of the hall, Roj," Jess said, his arms laden with disk files. "They've done us proud, even with the speed they put this all up." "We've already got our first message to port from Talavera," Roger said, continuing on his way. "We'll be ready when you are, Roger," Jess assured him. Roger peered into the next open door, and the room was empty. So was the one on the left-hand side of the corridor. So he walked on to the end and opened the door into a large lounge room, subtly decorated with Dini artifacts and human-type furnishings. A thick, plain green carpet on the floor, restful. Windows gave onto the space that was already lined with trees and the beginnings of a patio. The inner wall had worktops and several screens mounted on the wall. A proper office. On the short wall to his left were two doors. One was a closet, and the other was locked. He crossed the room to the door beyond the office space and entered a spacious bedroom, complete with the extra-wide bed that also featured a Dini trundle. Another door gave into a well-equipped bathroom, attractive, restful Dini designs on the tiles. Laria's accommodations on Clarf were not as fine as this. He grinned with satisfaction as he swung his duffel onto the bed. "Mine is nice, too," Asia said, startling him, and Gil and Kat came racing into the room, taking a running jump to land on the bed. "Where are you?" To his Deanies, he said, "Act your age, you two. You'll make holes in the mattress before I ever sleep on it." "I'm around the corner," she said, grinning as the two Deanies flowed down onto the trundle and began rolling around on it, testing its surface. "Jess said there's already a message tube to be sent, or did you want to unpack first?" He gave his duffel a diffident look. Then, smiling at the thought of opening a brand-new tower on a now Deanie-occupied world, Roger threw a proprietary arm about her shoulders and guided her back through the lounge. Then he could hear the generators chugging quietly. "Who started them?" he said, surprised. "I did," Asia said. "After all, I'm the engineer," she reminded him almost pertly, and continued on her way to the 3 steps down to where the generators had been housed.
"Do you mind working with me as backup?"
Malin asked, an odd smile on his face.
No, of course not. It's just that Asia's prettier than I am,"
Malin said. Roger adjusted his thinking quickly, for he'd assumed that this was his chance to work with Asia, and he'd really look forward to such rapport.
"I have to admit to that,"
Roger said, coloring his tone with amused chagrin.
"But I'll need your strength as T3, Malin. No insult intended."
"Let's get to work, team," he said, reaching the lounge and clapping his hands. He heard the generators kick over. "Jess, your expediter?" Jess Ornigo pulled out the chair at that workstation. "That's me." He peered down at the message tube, rubbing his hands together as if eager to start the day. "I'll send the coordinates up to your screen." "Thanks." Then he made a flourish at Malin towards the tower. "Shall we ascend?" "By all means, Captain," Mal replied with a flourish of his own. Malin Bastiamangiani took the left-hand couch with a sigh of satisfaction.
"Didn't you think you'd make a tower?"
asked Roger, amused but entirely understanding Malin's reaction as he settled in the right-hand one, a perfect fit for him.
"Frankly, no. You may wish you hadn't,"
Roger said drolly.
"Asia, generators up to speed?" "Yes, Prime,"
was her quick response. Jess screened the coordinates in the high council buildings in old Europe, and Roger, checking to see that Mal had them, nodded once. He felt Mal's mind joining his as easily as a foot slips in an old shoe.
"Here we go!"
And the message tube disappeared.
"You didn't hang about, did you?"
Earth Prime said to his grandson.
"Can't set a bad example, grandfather. Not the way the Deanies are swarming in here." "Welcome to tower life, Roger, Malin, Asia,"
said the Rowan graciously.
"Thank you, ma'am." "Enjoy it while you can, Roger,"
his grandfather said.
"Don't know how long I can spare you from the operations search." "Oh?" "Later, lad, later. More gels in line for the next tower. Good sending."
And as abruptly as Jeff Raven had touched his grandson's mind, he was gone.
"That was nice of them,"
Malin said.
"I've never been in contact with either of their minds before. Awesome." Well, yes, I guess it was. Only how'd he know we'd started sending? The Blundell building was not the destination." "They always know,"
said Jess sardonically.
"And our next service will be 4 messages for Clarf." "How'd they know we were up and ready?" "Because they are,"
Roger said.
"Stop the chatter. 4 to Clarf?"
The generators lifted briefly as Roger made the port.
"Coming in, Clarf Prime,"
he said formally.
"Roger, you're on the Talavera Tower?"
Laria asked him.
"They set that up fast enough."
Talavera Tower? That sounded very good to Roger.
"That they did. So you can lob anything to me, now on the surface. Flavia and Zara are still on the Columbia. We'll bring down what's being held in orbit." "But you're still on the business end. Good. I've a lot more to send you." "Tired, sis?" "Well, it's been hectic here. I put my foot down, and we only do 1 big one an hour, every hour. And they are weight. But I won't let them overwork her,"
Kincaid said, joining the conversation.
"She can make sure of that herself, thank you both,"
Laria added with some asperity.
"Here's the latest one. Freighter, cargo all inanimate. Got a big enough cradle?" "I've enough delicacy of touch not to warp our brand new cradles,"
Roger replied.
"Thank you, sis. Nice port." "There are 2 more scheduled for today, and that's it for Clarf Tower. What time of day is it there for you? I'll mark it up for a Talavera Tower rotation.
Roger glanced up at the multiple time displays, each identifying a different main tower time, nicely placed for easy reading for the couch occupants.
It is 14:30 of a 26.50-hour day. I have that information. Thank you, Talavera Tower. Incoming from Earth,
Malin said.
5 drones, inanimate,
was his grandfather's terse message. Roger linked and brought the drones in the rest of the way, slotting them neatly into the waiting cradles. Jess, ask my Deenies to come up here, will you? We're going to need more drone-sized cradles if they keep sending us job lots like that. Cat and Gil came tumbling up the steps, front limbs forward to prevent slipping back down the steps in their haste. Cat, Gil, please see who is constructing cradles. We're going to need more of the same size as the ones... Roger broke off because the yard manager was already organizing crews to empty the drones and load the grab sleds. Then a crew of 10 Deenies manually lifted the light drone shells off their landing web. If the yard crew can do it that fast, maybe we don't. More coming, Cat said. We ask for more, better more than few. That's for sure, Roger said. Off you go then, and please ask who is the yard manager. I haven't met him yet.
That's Sealbat Buffer, a Capellan and a T5 kinetic,
Asia informed them from her station by the generators.
He has Deenies.
How many? Roger asked, since the yard seemed to be swarming with all the color Merdini bodies came in.
He's a friend of Flavia, and she pried him loose from the Capella Tower yard. She's very good at that sort of thing, you know.
Roger cleared his throat, remembering that Flavia had got her brother and her mate included on the crew of the Columbia. But if Sealbat worked as well as Malin and Jess Ornigo, he'd have no complaints. Isn't it unusual for a Capellan to have Deenies?
Yes, he was the first.
And some edge to her voice suggested to Roger that likely Sealbat had taken a lot of criticism and dislike from the Methody folk of his home planet for being partnered with heathen aliens. He's here now, and that's good, Roger said.
Incoming from Seth,
warned Jess.
Congratulations, Roger,
chorused Yoshik and Nesrin from Seth's tower.
Or do we commiserate?
Asked Nesrin in her droll way.
I'll let you know in a day or so,
Roger replied.
Speaking of which, our day is 26.50 hours long, and you are slinging me at...
He caught their send, a medium-sized passenger yacht.
Precisely 14.45. We'll mark it down. You'll be keeping standard tower hours? I'll have to, or be worn down to a nubbin. Is Laria all right? Overworked, but I think things will ease off once the impatient get to Talavera. Oh, and we added a little welcome gift. The Deenie bean counter, Slum, has it for you. Bean counter?
Beside Roger, Malin chuckled. Accountant, he said. We've a full complement of governing officials down here already, you know, from the passenger ships we caught on the Columbia.
Let's hope the Slum doesn't complain about the luxury they've provided us,
Jess said.
Here it comes,
warned Seth Tower, and Roger met the mind merge which Yoshik and Nesrin used and placed the yacht carefully into its cradle.
Sealbat, full honors to the passengers,
Roger said.
Slum is to be especially treated. It's got something for us from Yoshik and Nesrin. I've the steps in place and Putt and Carr acting guard, Roger. Thanks, Sealbat. Sorry I didn't get to greet you formally. Who has time for formality right now?
Roger grinned. Sealbat's tone had rippled with amusement. Since the tower was glassed all round, Roger could observe the arrivals, all but the first one carrying heavy sacks. Slum was a mature blue-gray, large enough to have earned its 5-letter name. Ground transport wheeled into the yard, ready to accommodate Slum's party and their accoutrements. Not all the disembarking passengers were admitted to that vehicle, so Putt let out one of the shrill whistles a Deenie could admit, and a second air cushion appeared to transport the remainder of the newcomers. As soon as the vehicle was cleared of its animate cargo, the yard tractor tackled the yacht and moved it to the storage area. Roger leaned back on the couch, pleased with such efficiency.
Slum's directed its car here, Roger. You'd better get down.
Cat, Gil, come with me. Honorable Slum arriving.
Come on up, Asia. Should I? Yes, you should,
Roger said firmly as he rose from his couch, gesturing for Malin to join him below.
It isn't that you don't know Deenies, my love.
He paused at the foot of the steps until she joined him, tucked her hand under his arm, and, ignoring her pull to free herself, proceeded to the tower entrance. Their timing was perfect, for the car arrived just as the 4 Talents emerged, Cat and Gil slipping around them to flank the vehicle. "Welcome to Talavera, Honorable Fslm." And Roger calculated his bow, his arm pulling Asia's upper body down to the appropriate level for a 5-letter name Dini. "Ah, it is a pleasure for Fslm to meet Urge at long last," Fslm said, bowing just a tad lower to emphasize its pleasure and handed over the large box it carried. Roger had to drop Asia's arm to accept the package that had a suspiciously cold bottom. "This is small token of esteem from Seth Tower and from Seth Planet for the release of this marvelous new world to Merdini occupation. Soon this will be as beautiful as Flurf, Sf, Tubble, Kef, and Ptu. Of that I am certain, Honorable Fslm, now that you are here to help organize an orderly and accountable financial structure." Roger and Fslm bowed simultaneously.
"Roger, incoming,"
Jess warned. "With great regret, I must shorten our first meeting, as the tower is extremely busy at this hour. We will meet again in the very near future, Fslm. Our gratitude again for this gift." Roger was stepping backward, the package beginning to freeze his hand. Asia kept pace with him, with several more bows. "Be comfortable, Honorable Fslm," she said in well-accented Dini, which surprised Roger.
"I only know a few of the polite phrases, Rog, but Flavia said I must have some." "Indeed you must, my love."
Fslm bowed once more, and then mounted the steps into the car that it imperiously waved to proceed. The door slid open, and Roger and Malin made for the steps to the tower, Roger pausing long enough to deposit the package at Jess's station. "What's in it?" Malin asked as they clambered 2 steps at a time. "Don't know, but it's cold. See to it, will you, Jess, when you've a chance?" "Probably Seth fruit. It's the right season," Asia called up from the generator level. "What's incoming?" Roger called over his shoulder as he and Malin made it to their couches.
"Drones, of course. Another 5. We really will need more cradles if we're getting this much traffic in," Roger said. "It should level off. How much more stuff do they need to get a planet started?"
was Malin's complaint. His sentiment was echoed when Talavera Tower signed off for the day at 2200 of its 2650 hours. The traffic had been steady the entire day, and the Talents had had to snatch meals and some of the excellent ripe fruit that Seth Tower had sent in between the almost continuous bombardment of large, medium, and message tubes, many from Earth or the other Dini planets. Sealbat was possibly the weariest when they finally called a halt. He had worked non-stop, even with all the Dinis helping him to empty cradles and stack the drones or park the vehicles. "Who have we got up on the Columbia?" Roger asked, slouched on one of the recliners in the main lounge. Asia, with a smear of generator oil on one cheek, lay curled up on another couch.
"Flavia, Zara, 15 Ts of various abilities," she answered him, too weary to speak aloud. "Well, we're going to need Zara. I'm not burning Malin out with such loads." "I'll be all right, Roger. Really I will," Malin assured him. "Didn't I keep up with you all day?" "You did, and you're a pleasure to merge with, Mal. But if we get several weeks of this sort of heavy traffic, we need to spell everyone. Tower experience is useful for any talent,"
Roger said firmly.
"But we don't have the extras that Callisto or Iota Oragai or Earth has. Look at Sealbat. He's a shadow of his morning self."
And Roger tried for a little levity, since he could sense Asia's apprehension.
"I don't need another engineer if I have you, but we do need someone to share the load with Jess, if only to keep the data in order."
He turned to Jess and pointed a finger at him.
"And you are to go to bed when we all do, not stay up till dawn to file today's receipts. We'll get a yeoman down to help with that. If we should, the gods forbid, lose a drone or a freighter, we've got to know what it was and what was on it, or our bean counter will not be pleased with us. And Sealbat cannot work at such a clip without relief. Did you get anything to eat at all?" "Wasn't hungry."
Sealbat didn't even open his eyes, though his right hand idly stroked Putt's back. His Dinis were sound asleep, heads pillowed on his thighs. Roger turned to Sealbat.
"Who have you worked with on the Columbia who can assist you in the yard, Seal? Yeoman Dorrit Bay or CPO Esther Stapleton? Kinetic T6s who can receive but not much good at sending. As we're on the receiving line, that'll do us. Where did you get all those Dinis?"
Seal chuckled without opening his eyes.
"Their bosses send them to make sure they get the packages they're expecting. Some of them stay because they like the prestige of working in the yard to whatever manual work they've been stuck with right now." "A never-ending supply?"
Roger asked, grinning at Dini tactics.
"Just about."
Seal gave a weary grin. Roger rose to his feet with a sigh and walked out to Mallin's workstation. Flopping down into the chair, he activated the comm unit to the Columbia. Despite the hour, someone would be manning communications round the clock, whichever time the ship operated on.
Yes, sir.
Roger Lyon here at Talavera Tower.
Good evening, Captain Lyon. How can I help you?
Is that Lentard?
Why, yes it is, Captain,
replied the CPO, obviously pleased to be recognized. Don't wake anyone at this ungodly hour, but would you please ask Captain Soligen if we can borrow my sister Zara, CPO Esther Stapleton, and Yeoman Dorrit Bay for auxiliary tower duty? We're swamped here, and probably will be for the next week or 10 days while everything gets ported in.
Yes, sir, Captain. I've recorded the message. Is it a priority?
Not before breakfast tomorrow, Lentard.
Yes, sir, Captain. I understand. Thank you. Over.
There, that should do the trick, Roger said. And I'm for my bed. The other four managed to get to their feet and slowly made their way down the hall to their quarters, Deanies following those who had them.
Talavera Tower, holding up okay?
Jeff Raven asked as he contacted Roger with the warning of a passenger ship full of experts coming from Earth to help establish the Deanie colony.
A good night's sleep helps a lot, sir, and I drafted Zara off the Columbia to keep her out of mischief. I wasn't in mischief, grandfather,
Zara said with a dire look at her older brother. She had arrived just after breakfast Talavera time, and after one look at Mallin, announced that they'd work shifts. She was taking the first one. Mallin could go back to bed.
I had brothers too, Zara.
And Jeff chuckled.
Never any respect for siblings. Handle this bunch carefully. Some of them are fragile. Do they have quarters, grandfather?
Zara asked.
Deanies don't mind sleeping rough. Humans do. They'll use the ship. If you can set it down near the Deanie headquarters, that will suffice quite nicely. Good idea,
Roger said, as Jess sent up the size of the liner.
I don't happen to have a cradle that big anyhow. Come to think of it, the tower yard isn't that long either. Ready?
Jeff asked. Roger shot a look at Zara, who instantly merged her mind with his. All that practice in the tower at Iota Oragai made a smooth meld.
Ready. Oof,
said Zara.
What are they carrying beside themselves? Equipment for 3 major laboratory facilities, as well as botanical and biological specimens that the zoologists think will do well on Talavera,
Jeff said.
I trust you didn't crack so much as a beaker. Nary a one, sir,
Roger said, grinning at Zara.
There's a talent aboard who hasn't realized they'd landed here. That'll be Dr. Sayas Real Espiritos,
Jeff said, and there was an edge in the tone of his mind to indicate to his grandchildren that T5 Dr. Espiritos was not high on Earth Prime's We'll See list.
Man has no control when he's excited. He is often very funny without being aware of either his humor or that he's broadcasting it. He's tolerated for his very excellent knowledge of xenobiology. Good heavens, you mean we've left Earth and are on Talavera already? How could that be? I felt no motion whatsoever. Sir, this is Tower Prime Lyon, and I assure you that your ship is on Talavera if you would care to look at the nearest screen or porthole. May we take this opportunity? Jess, are they on our screen?
Roger asked privately. One of the smaller screens instantly displayed a substantial liner landed just beyond the 4-story headquarters block.
To welcome you and your associates. We shall be meeting at some later date, sir, but you must excuse me as more cargo is porting into the tower.
And Roger cut off, the beginning of an effusive paean of gratitude. Remind me not to go to any parties he's at, Zara, he said, grinning at his sister.
I should imagine you'd hear him coming and port out of his vicinity, she said.
Chapter 5. They have to have occupied all the whole continent by now, Laria said, trying to keep desperation out of her voice. It was the end of another long day of porting loaded vehicles, drones, and importing message tubes that resulted in additional drones or tubes sent back to Talavera. Attuned as he now was to her moods, Kincaid heard her aggravation and sent soothings at her. She glared at him. I'm not that badly off. You're not? He asked mildly. It seems to me, Leonasha said, that we haven't sent anything to anywhere but Talavera for the past 3 weeks. What are they doing with all that raw material? Where are they storing it, for that matter? Vantier put in. According to my brother, Laria replied in a somewhat caustic tone, The heavy freight we've been struggling to port is loads of prefabricated partitions, which the Deanies seem to be able to make into whatever shelter is needed. He says that they've a first-class tower with every amenity possible." "Well, at least the Deanies got that priority right," Leonasha remarked. "Not that we can complain. They do all right by us, here on Clarf." Laria grimaced and finished the last of her lemonade. Leo was right. Plurgitgal was forever inquiring if there was anything the Clarf Talents required to ensure their comfort, and their quarters were luxurious. What was wrong with Clarf was the heat. Talavera would enjoy a winter season of some 6 months. It had a longer rotation around its primary and 3 degrees more of axial tilt than Clarf had. Clarf was just constantly hot. Nights did get cool, well, relatively cooler, but the daytime heat was enervating in full Clarfian summer. Once again she thought longingly of home, the darker sun of Iota Origai, and the cool breezes that came down from the mountains.
"As soon as this migration is over, you're taking a holiday,"
Kincaid said sternly.
"How?"
Laria demanded, and this time there was a wail of desperation in the tight tone she pathed at him.
"Every T1 grandfather can find is working full-time somewhere."
She got to her feet, somehow managing to keep her expression from revealing her inner despair. "I'm for bed. See you all in the morning, fellow mules." "It's a light day tomorrow, Laria, if that's any consolation," Leonasha said encouragingly. "Oh, they're sure to find a half-dozen emergency drones to be sent," Vantier said. Leonasha rolled her eyes. "You would?" She pushed herself up out of her chair and, with a disgusted look in Van's direction, left the lounge. "What'd I say wrong?" Vantier demanded of Kincaid. "If you can't figure it out, Van, I can't help you," the T2 said, and left the tower engineer alone. Van shrugged, finished his drink, and left the tower. He had a date. It suddenly occurred to him that Kincaid had stopped visiting whatever friend he had in the human compound. But then they were all tired these days. Not that he was ever too tired for his favorite off-duty occupation. He grinned as he left, bracing himself for the sultry air outside the cooled tower. "You do need a break, Laria," Kincaid said, entering her room. She was eagles spread on the bed, as if she had merely fallen backward onto its surface. "I don't know what's wrong with me, Kincaid," she said, raising her head briefly to acknowledge his presence. "It's all I can do not to snap at folks, and no one deserves that, not with the loads we're porting. All I want to do is sleep." She let out a long sigh. He stretched out on one side, propping his head up on one hand and looking down at her, letting his mind reach hers with gentling thoughts. "I think we're both missing our Deanies. I know mine have kept me balanced in times of stress," he said softly. "Only 3 more weeks." "Well, let's hope they don't try any more tricks on us," she said glumly, then immediately turned remorseful and reached out to touch his free hand. "I didn't mean that the way it sounded, Kincaid." She could feel her face flushing with embarrassment. "Whyever they did it, I really, truly enjoyed. I'm just sorry it wasn't—" She rolled her eyes as her attempt to explain that the pleasure she had come out all wrong.
"We were together, Kincaid, and it was wonderful. I just would rather it had not been forced on you. Nothing could have forced me, Laria."
He gave her hand an affectionate squeeze, and then began to smooth her hair back from her face.
"Oh, our Deanies heightened the atmosphere a great deal, that's for sure."
And he chuckled softly, wrapping a strand of her hair about his index finger. Then, turning his body and propping himself on both elbows, he dropped a light kiss on her cheek.
"However, we aren't being manipulated by sex-driven Deanies right now, and plain old sex between consenting adults usually relaxes the sort of tension we're both under, if you're not too tired."
Kincaid cocked his head at her, a one-sided grin curving his lips, as if he was amused to be making such a suggestion. "I think I'd like that very much, Kincaid," she said softly, reaching up with both hands to run her fingers through his hair and then bring his face down to hers. They were gentle with each other, as much from weariness as from a genuine and leisurely interest in making sure each would be satisfied. While not as passionate as their encounters had been when the Deanies were involved, release was unexpectedly and delightfully prolonged, so that they drifted into sleep in each other's arms. They woke together, one mind's consciousness awakening the other, and they were still entwined. Kincaid lifted himself on one elbow and gently outlined her mouth with one finger, smiling a little. "I might even get accustomed to this, my dear. You are very restful." He had no barrier set, and she perceived how much his mind and emotions had healed from the desperately weary, disillusioned and battered man he had been when he'd arrived at Clarf Tower. "That's as you wish, Kincaid," she said lightly, but oh, so very pleased to know the healing was now complete. "And thank you." She raised her head high enough to reach his lips and gave him a soft kiss, then immediately rolled to the side of the wide bed to rise. "Let's hope that Van wasn't right, and today's load doesn't include sudden emergencies. And we all are going to take a holiday when we finally get Talavera completely supplied." "Good idea," was his amiable reply. "I'd best shower in my own room." And he ported himself away.
"It would be more fun to shower together,"
she thought very quietly, and to herself alone. But she did feel much better today. In fact, she was aware of some very important change in herself as she bathed and dressed. "All I needed was a good night's sleep," she told Leonasha as they met for breakfast. "Does wonders. That is, if you spend your night sleeping," Leo said, and for one startled moment, Laria wondered if Leonasha could possibly know how she really had spent the first part of the night. But Leo was looking significantly in the direction of the engineering section, and obviously meant Vantier. Laria felt his weary but satisfied presence doing the usual dawn check on the generators. Kincaid was whistling when he emerged into the lounge and started building himself a breakfast. "Let us devoutly hope, Leonasha, my dear, that you were not enjoying any prescience for today's workload," he said as he filled his tray. "There's not an ounce of clairvoyance in my talent, Kincaid," Leo said. "Besides which, I can't imagine what can have been left out of what we've sent streaming out to that planet." "Officials to make sure the work's being done well and on time," Laria had occasion to remark drolly later that morning when a small passenger craft begged portation to Talavera. "And Plurgicle's on it, so let's set it down as lightly as possible by headquarters." "At least that's the only one," Kincaid said, stretching until his joints audibly popped when they had dispatched it. "Was that Zara aiding Roger this morning?" "No, actually, it was Flavia, but they're both T1s and strong." "I thought Zara was more of a healer than a tower prime," he said, slewing sideways and resting his elbows on his knees, his big hands clasped lightly. "That's her personal preference, but Roger's been rotating the T1s. We're not the only ones sending him portages."
"You know, I'd like to see what they've done with all the stuff they sent to Talavera,"
Leonasha said, busy sorting the day's files into their respective piles.
"Want to rotate with someone there?"
Laria asked.
"Well, not exactly rotate, but just have a good look around,"
Leonasha said in a careful tone. Kincaid and Laria chuckled at her qualification.
"I think I would too,"
Kincaid said, winking at Laria.
"Sort of a busman's holiday." "Busman?"
Leonasha repeated, confused. Laria grinned at Kincaid, since she did understand the archaic reference.
"Like a spaceman taking a cruise on a liner for the fun of it,"
she explained.
"Oh, wouldn't he have had enough space travel?"
Leonasha asked.
"That's the point,"
Kincaid said.
"Not much of a point or a holiday,"
Leonasha said with a little snort of contempt. Laria and Kincaid exchanged glances, his eyes twinkling with an amusement he kept well covered from Leonasha. She had a pedantic tendency and misunderstood the subtler whimsy of Laria and Kincaid.
"Laria, a special cargo, quite animate, and just for you,"
said Jeff Raven with such a smug tone to his voice that Laria was very much surprised and curious.
"I know both Dini Towers have been hard-pressed with outgoing. Golly suggested this T2, so kindly don't bang him up." "As if I would,"
Laria replied tartly. She heard her grandfather's chuckle, and then felt the incoming personnel carrier that she deftly caught and landed gently in an appropriate cradle. Dinis swarmed to greet the newcomer.
"Messages, Laria,"
said Roger at the same instant.
"Priority."
When she realized from his mind that there was a drone arriving, she immediately linked with Kincaid to prevent any of the incoming tubes from getting lost. A mass of them took up every available rack, with several rolling onto the ground. The Dinis who had opened the personnel capsule were now chasing the fugitives.
"Well, at least it's all in that—" "Ah."
And Leonasha's exclamation of total surprise and her sudden surge of immense sexual attraction caused both Laria and Kincaid to exchange surprised looks. As one, they made for the stairs. Kincaid halted, but Laria continued, curious to see who could have such a startling effect on Leonasha. The tall man, who had been holding both Leonasha's hands in his, surprising enough at tactile contact from one T for another, but she was gawking like a teenager at the very handsome and somehow familiar man bending toward her. Van Tier was standing stock still on the top step of the stairs down to engineering, his face expressionless. The new arrival, still holding Leonasha's fingers in his hands, turned slowly toward Laria, smiling with such charisma that Laria had no trouble at all understanding Leonasha's reaction. What she didn't understand was the immediate and intense antipathy that his smile generated in her. Vagrian Beliakin, T2, reporting from Blundell Tower to assist Clarf Tower and prime Laria Lyon, he said, showing very white and even teeth in a smile that was meant, Laria knew instantly, to have the same effect on her that it had had on Leonasha. Kincaid, and his smile altering subtly, he gave Dano a glancing look. I look forward to merging with the man who developed the probe techniques on the strongbow. Laria caught the spurt of absolute rejection from Kincaid, a violent abhorrence at the thought of even the lightest merge with the mind of this man. Fast as it was, Kincaid's reaction also had something to do with his long tour on the strongbow. It's required reading now, you know, Vagrian went on, totally unaware of anything save his making a very strong impression on everyone in Clarf Tower. Laria shot a quick probe at Van Tier and caught envy, distrust, and, unusually enough, a touch of fear from her engineer. Leonasha was still smitten. The undercurrent of her thought was wondering if she had a single chance of getting him into bed, along with a sense of puzzlement because Vagrian looked familiar to her, too. Familiar to who? Laria realized, although the impact of his forceful greetings on her staff had diverted her briefly from that thought. Now he advanced on Laria, hand extended sideways in the prescribed position for talent touching. Inadvertently, she took a backward step, banging her heel into the first riser. She felt Kincaid descend to stand directly behind her, and never had she needed his support more. "You're Yoshuk's younger brother," Laria said, looking down at the extended hand and wondering how she could avoid touching him.
"Do it and know,"
Kincaid said on a very tight tone. She couldn't smile, but she did manage to make the touch, red acerbic pepper, as briefly as she could and being very careful not to let him see past a tightly shielded mind. A wry smile pulled Vagrian's sensuous mouth to one side. "Yes, my older brother by a scant year. I am late come to my talent." His smile became winsomely but slightly embarrassed, and he smoothed back his wavy dark hair. "A freak accident stimulated it, and I was lucky enough to save others from sure death." "Yes, such stimuli do activate miracles of self-preservation," she replied, trying to fathom why she was having such a negative response to the man. She had never felt the least bit threatened by Yoshuk, whom she had always considered the handsomest man she had ever met. Vagrian was the taller by at least 8 centimeters, and tall as she was herself, she felt dominated by his almost offensive nearness. But she couldn't step back with heels already pressed against the first riser. Deanies rushing in with the addresses of the piles of message tubes broke the tableau. "Ah, I seem to have arrived at a propitious moment to start work," he said, his smile promising eager cooperation as he glanced up to the tower. "In point of fact, Vagrian," Laria began, "it's not so much Clarf that needs bulwarking as Seth. A third T2, and I know how easy it is to merge with a brother or sister, would ease the burden which Yoshuk and Nesrin have been struggling with. So if you'll get back in your personnel carrier, Kincaid and I will port you over." Vagrian's expression was stunned. His jaw dropped, and all the good nature and camaraderie of his first minutes in Clarf Tower dissipated in a sudden blast of angry rejection of such a transfer. He recovered so adroitly that Laria wondered if she had accurately read that split second of fury. His disappointment she could well understand, but not that flash. "Alternatively, I'm sure Earth Prime can find you another posting where your charismatic personality will work in your favor." As Laria stepped to one side before turning to mount the stairs, she heard Leonasha's gasp, was aware of Van Tier gawking in surprise. She caught Kincaid by the arm and urged him up to the tower. "Prime, I was posted here," Vagrian said, the wave of his hand taking in all of Clarf Tower, his voice edged with a barely concealed and increasing anger. "By Earth Prime himself, your grandfather." Laria turned on the top step, staring down at him, her body rigid with her rejection of him and his effect on her tower personnel. She started to tremble and felt Kincaid's sudden support as she drew herself up. I am Prime. I was not informed of this posting, and I do not need an additional T2. Kincaid is more than adequate for any merging I need. You have your choice, Vagrian Beliakin. Ceph Tower that does need a third T2, or back to Blundell Tower. But I was chosen for you, he said, allowing disappointment to show in his face as he lifted one hand in appeal. His emphasis informed her all too succinctly of why he had been posted here. Her fury at such tactics now included her grandfather. For me? Laria said softly.
Never.
She turned back, sliding into her couch and leaning into the generators.
If you do not walk straight out of this tower and into the personnel carrier, I will port you there myself, Vagrian Beliakin. You have exactly 5 seconds. And I have decided that you will cause just as much trouble with the excellent team at Ceph as you would here, so you are going back to Blundell. Move. He is moving,
Van Tier said, and there was a deep satisfaction in the engineer's voice.
Wise decision, Laria. I don't understand you, Laria,
Leonasha said, baffled.
He's in the carrier,
Van reported.
Earth Prime, this is Clark Prime. I am returning that man undamaged, but only because I wouldn't waste the time or soil my hands with him.
She acted with such alacrity that the carrier was back in the cradle on Earth before she finished speaking.
Laria, you can't have given Beliakin time to present his credentials.
Nor did Laria have any doubts that her grandfather was considerably annoyed by her rejection.
What did you tell him about me? Or was he grandmother's idea, because he is the most repellent personality I've ever encountered? Self-centered, aggressive, domineering, worse than Edini days late for hibernation. He had Leonasha drooling like a teenager. It was all Van could do to keep from punching him, and he had the effrontery to decide he could displace Kincaid in the first merge we made. Nor will I permit Kincaid to be exposed to such bigotry. I would sooner mind merge with 12 Hive Queens than that odious man.
There was silence from her grandfather, a silence that meant he was digesting her polemic.
You have stated your case, Prime. I was attempting to arrange for a relief team to allow your entire tower some well-earned rest. Vagrian was the first candidate Gali felt capable.
Laria gave a bark of laughter.
Not him. Send him to a squadron where his peculiar personality will be controlled by naval discipline. We may be tired, but we haven't shirked a single responsibility yet. No, you have not.
And Jeff Raven's tone commended their efforts.
If you will forgive me, Earth Prime, we have 2 score message tubes to port to their recipients. Do so, then.
This time the silence was his absence. Battered by the encounters with her grandfather and Beliakin, she covered her face and started to weep from reaction. Kincaid gathered her into his arms, stroking her hair and laving her troubled mind with reassurances. Try this, said Leonasha, and the expediter had a cup of steaming coffee in her hand, eyes and face anxious. Van Tier stood beside Leo, looking both concerned and amazed. We heard, Van Tier said. Couldn't help it, Laria. He blinked and gave her a little rueful grin. Never heard you speak to anyone like that before, especially not to your grandfather. Van Tier was awed. Just beyond him, on the step below the tower level, his Dig and Nim and Leonasha's Fig and Syl were ranged, pole eyes startled and wide. Laria took several quick sips of coffee, then the tissue Leonasha offered, and dried her eyes and cheeks. Kincaid, you knew that man, didn't you? Kincaid nodded slowly, his eyes echoing the sadness that had carved lines in his face in the space of a few minutes. Once. And then, with a noticeable effort, Kincaid forced his taut body to relax. Slightly longer than just now, and that was before his talent asserted itself. But I was just as happy to see him leave without making the kind of trouble he's often caused. He was trouble, all right, and all too ready to do what he intended here, Van said. I'm only a T6, but he was coming over loud and clear. His hands were still clenched into fists. I've never met anyone like him before, Leonasha said, shaking herself as if to dispel an unwanted burden. He was overwhelming. And she let out a self-conscious little laugh, then shook her head again more vigorously. Too fecking sure of himself, Van Tier said. Glad you know that, Dig said, and the other 3 Deenies nodded vigorously. Bad dreaming with that human, bad dreaming. Laria regarded the Deanies with surprise and a certain gratification that they concurred with her own instinctive and almost unreasonable rejection of a person in such a short space of time. She gulped down most of the coffee, handed the cup back to Leonasha. Laria regarded the Deanies with surprise and a certain gratification that they concurred with their own instinctive and almost unreasonable rejection of a person in such a short space of time. She gulped down most of the coffee, handed the cup back to Leonasha. "We have work to do, team. Let's get to it. Day's heating up." The tubes were duly ported to various locations on Clarf. "Most of them are from that bunch we just sent out," Leonasha said. "How could they report back so quickly?" "What do you want to bet they forgot half the stuff they now find they urgently need?" was Van's suggestion. He was proved correct, for small and large drones made up the rest of the morning's imports to Clarf Tower and exports to Talavera. By lunchtime, Leonasha announced with some surprise that the tower had cleared all cradles and nothing else had come in for the afternoon. "May I respectfully suggest that we enjoy a siesta until something does turn up?" Kincaid said as he made his way to the kitchen. "What can I get you, Laria?" "Salad, sandwich," she answered from the tower. Van Tier had left the generators idling, but she didn't need assistance for the quick call she felt she should make.
"Yoshuk." "Laria?"
There was pleased surprise in the man's voice. Sometimes there was little resemblance between siblings of the same parents.
"Your brother Vagrian was here." "Oh, no."
Yoshuk didn't sound pleased.
"Ah, you used the past tense? My congratulations on your perception and immediate dismissal of trouble on 2 feet. Yes, I sent him back to Blundell. I nearly sent him to you two to help with your workload. Merciful heaven, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that show of common sense. Is he as difficult as I read him, Yoshuk? You're not. Most emphatically, I am not my brother Vagrian. Why ever was he sent to you, of all people? I think my grandfather has dynastic notions. Ha ha ha. Earth Prime is slipping, or his initial screening has developed serious flaws. Not that Grian couldn't, without half trying, I might add, give the right answers. Unless someone thought to deep probe him. Did you? So that you found out how poisonous he is? Accept my profound apology for being related to him. That might have had something to do with your grandfather's momentary lapse of good sense. Or he was taken in by circumstances of Grian's sudden emergence as a talent.
Chagrin colored Yoshuk's tone.
You've relieved my mind, Yoshuk. I didn't think my judgment had failed me, especially when Kincaid's reaction was total rejection and abhorrence. Kincaid was right on line, and the first thing my dear brother would have done is to displace Kincaid. That is impossible. Oh, yes, it would be if Vagrian desired to.
Yoshuk paused. There was a smile in his tone as he continued.
Kincaid deserves your loyalty, Laria, and I'm glad it's in such deep measure for him. You will never regret it. Are you peeking, Yoshuk?
Laria was surprised and clamped her thoughts down.
Me? You're the prime. I do suggest that you stop broadcasting quite so loudly, or both Van Tier and Leonasha will hear. Thanks, Yoshuk. On the contrary, thank you, Laria, for sending that bad package right back where it can be dealt with.
Laria, Kincaid called at the base of the tower steps. Coming, and she ran down the flight, taking the plate of sandwich from Kincaid's hand, smiling as she did so. Yoshuk is not enthralled with his younger brother either, she said, joining the others at the table. Good thing I didn't send him there. We would probably have heard the roar of rejection all the way from Seth. A bit of a shame, though, Leonasha said, casting a sideways glance at Van Tier. He'd have cut a fascinating swath through the compound here. Not if he intended to make a hand-fast arrangement with Laria, he wouldn't, Van said in a low growl of dislike. I wouldn't have liked that for you, Laria. Or for you, Kincaid, he added. What I'd like to know is how he passed Golly's screening. He directed that query to Laria. Oh, that one could pass any screening he'd a mind to, Leonasha replied. When the others regarded her with surprise, remembering her reaction to Vagrian's charm, she grimaced. I may have been susceptible to all that masculinity and the smarmy way he came on to you, Laria, but I'd have come to my senses pretty quick, especially after I caught that shaft he aimed at you, Kincaid. I appreciate that, Leo, Kincaid said with a wry grin as he regained his equilibrium. I thank you too, Van. We haven't worked this tower so long that I'd let you down when someone like that piece of ego threatened you, Van said staunchly. You're a hell of a lot more man than that one can ever be. Kincaid looked slightly bemused and surprised. Well, it takes all kinds to make this universe, you know, Van went on, a little abashed. The devil you know, Laria said teasingly. Better than that one, that's for sure, Van said, one hand unconsciously closing into a fist again. Then he rose. Dig, Nim, would you clear this away for us so we can get that siesta while it's quiet? Sure, 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 and the chorus came from all four Deenies. When are yours due back? Leonasha asked. I've missed them. We all have. Yes, 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 was the unison reply as the four Deenies began to pile dishes and take them to the recycling unit. The humans were all smiling as they dispersed to their quarters. When Laria heard the last door close, she poured it into Kincaid's room. He had his back to her, pulling down the top sheet of his bed.
Yes. Kincaid,
she began, not quite knowing exactly how to break her news to him. He turned, eyebrows rising up in surprise at her obvious hesitation. She walked up to him, took his hand and laid it on her stomach.
We started a child last night. How can you be so sure?
He demanded, astonished.
It's one thing a prime knows about almost instantly, that a new life has started. I wasn't positive because this hasn't happened to me before.
And she reached up to stroke his hair with an affectionate hand.
I knew when Vagrian threatened you, because he threatened me as well. If you do not object, I shall nurture the embryo. If you do object, I can remove...
He pulled her into his arms, embracing her as tightly as he could, as if warding off any possible harm to her or his seed in her womb.
No, no, no. Please. To father your child? More luck than I ever dreamed would happen. As much as I can, and in spite of my orientation, I love you, Laria, as much as it is possible for me to love a woman.
As tightly as he already held her, the pressure of his arms increased.
Did you know how terrified I was when Vagrian appeared? Terrified to lose the gift of friendship you gave me when I arrived here sick and desperate and wanting far more to die than live. I knew you were in very bad shape.
And she let him see that she had not known how close to suicide he had been. He held her away from him, and she saw the tears in his eyes.
You healed me then, with such a simple acceptance of what I was. What I am now is all your doing.
She put her fingers on his mouth. No more regrets, my friend. No more looking back. I don't require any promises from you, Kincaid Dano. I do, however, require a father for the child. He folded her tightly against him again, and with a shaky laugh that was almost a sob, that would give me the greatest possible joy. Even if I should require more children from you, she said, her lips against his ear. We lions tend to be prolific, you know. Let's see how we do with this one first, shall we? He asked, but his voice rippled with amusement. Then he picked her up in his arms and, carrying her to the bed, laid her down, settling beside her and porting the cover over them both. It's more important than ever that you take a siesta, he said in a stern voice, turning his head to frown at her. And if your grandfather will talk to you again in the next few weeks, do you think we can get a more congenial T2 or even a couple of threes? She put her fingers on his lips. Shh. Morag's just about old enough for some tower training. I'll ask Mother first. Good idea. Now close your eyes and sleep.
I don't think I can. I'm so wired. I'll help.
Gently, he put his hand over her heart.
As if you could overcome it.
I've a few tricks you don't know about, dear heart, he said softly, as her face relaxed and her breathing slowed to the rhythm of a natural sleep. How could we possibly have missed Beliakin's overweening self-importance, Golly? Jeff Raven asked, rattling his fingers on his desk with aggravation. Because he's an exceedingly clever young man, Golly said, and tossed over a folder of hard copy. With good shields that only you, the Rowan, and perhaps Damia could have penetrated. I certainly caught nothing more than an intense pleasure at activating a talent he was sure he had, since his only brother is a T2, and the hope that he would get a good assignment. No harm in such thoughts and aspirations. However, if you run down the names of those who passed him through the testing process, there's only one male. To be quite candid, Golly sighed briefly, with the workload in my department, I was delighted to find a T2 proving out. I reviewed the assessments and had no reason to doubt them, since he most certainly possessed a strong kinetic T2 when I put him through his paces. With a sibling as capable as Yoshik already working as talent, I made the mistake of assuming a more familial integrity and rectitude than he appears to have. Golly thrust the file into the reader, scrolling down to nearly the end. I just looked over these comments from acquaintances again. I should have paid more attention to them. While he doesn't appear to have made close personal friends, that is not uncommon for the talented. I originally dismissed the references as malice or understandable envy. On a closer perusal, all of them were men and women of sound judgment and personal integrity. They were attempting to warn us. And I, like a damned fool, was so delighted to find a splendid young fellow for Laria, I didn't question those careful comments either. Jeff flipped the folder shut. He sighed. Well, no one's perfect. Golly chuckled. So you figured he'd suit Laria? If he hadn't this serious personality flaw, as a T2, he'd have been ideal. I think we'll give him to the Navy, as Laria suggested. God knows we're hard-pressed to provide kinetic Ts to keep the distant elements of Hive search supplied. Good idea. He can hardly take over a ship as he evidently planned to take over Clarf Tower. Send him out on the strongbow. And Golly's grin was definitely malicious. That should pay them back for the gauntlet they ran Kincaid through. You're not the vindictive sort, Golly, Jeff remarked, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Only in particular cases, Golly said with a droll grimace. I just don't like manipulative talents when they're as strong as Beliakin and can so easily inhibit lesser talents. We can at least employ his unquestionable abilities where they will do the least damage. I believe I concur with that, which brings us back to the original problem. Who do we have to assist Laria's team? They're overloaded right now, and the traffic is not likely to ease off for several more months. Morag's how old now? Jeff regarded Golly with surprise and chuckled. With all those complaints about nepotism coloring the political scene, do we dare augment Clarf with yet another Lyon? She won't be in charge. And why shouldn't she visit her sister and get some on-the-job training? I'll ask Damia. Morag is close to 17 now and has been merging with her parents on a regular basis. She'd know the procedures. That would be a decided advantage. Afra says the 4 local talents they've discovered after that mine collapse are fitting in very well as support staff. Zexo's snagged one as an engineering prospect. T5. Nothing like a brush with calamity to stimulate resources. Which, Golly said, rising to his feet, is exactly what brought Vagreen Beliakin to our notice. We shall be more careful, shan't we? Indeed we shall, and make sure we have an even distribution of the sexes in the initial interviews. And for anything above a T3, a prime does the final check probe, Jeff said. When, that is, you can fit it in, Golly remarked, and ported himself out of the office.
Did you hear all of that, my love?
Jeff asked, leaning back in his conformable chair and propping his feet on his desk.
Can I never eavesdrop, but you know I'm doing it?
The Rowan asked with some asperity.
We are of the same mind and heart, Lady of the Tower. How can I not know when our minds are linked? Beliakin seemed almost too good to be true. But then I've no clairvoyance, even if I should have been more suspicious just because it was such a perfect solution.
Jeff heard his wife's mental sigh of remorse.
Send Kaltia with Morag, Jeff,
the Rowan said after a moment's pause.
They are accustomed to working together and will be company for each other in what is definitely an older grouping. What? And deprive Damia of more of her children? I've an even better idea. Send Beliakin to Iota Oragai?
Jeff snatched the notion from his wife's mind with the ease of their long association and closeness.
What a splendid solution. Damia and Afra will handle him, and he's unlikely to realize he's being tutored and having his thinking adjusted. When he's suitably reformed,
and Jeff chuckled,
then we can responsibly send him to a search ship. He can't do any damage at Damia's at all, not even to the 2 youngest. He may be a strong kinetic, but looking over his file, I think that's all he has. He's not strong on telepathy, only on short sends and receives. Also, we must do all we can to redress the embarrassment he received at Laria's hands. Embarrassment? All right. Humiliation?
The Rowan corrected herself.
But I suspect he came on too strong, so cockily sure of his ability to enchant any female that he succeeded in alienating her. Isn't that what the therapist said? You hadn't read the report? No, you didn't give it to me. But I know Laria, and she doesn't respond well to such masculine assertiveness. You know that she's been puzzled and hurt by Van Tier's vacillations because she genuinely likes him and trusts him as engineer, not as a male companion. We could transfer him. No, because Damia thinks she might yet overlook Van's, failings. Let's give her the assistance of Morag and Kaltia while the pressure's on the tower. Then we'll have more time to find a reliable male. Reliable male?
Jeff pretended to be affronted.
I could wish,
and Rowan ignored that reaction,
that more Danubians could bring themselves to explore their latent talents. You are unique, dear heart, but there must be some male for my granddaughter, and you know your home world keeps ignoring their most exportable assets. If Golly senses no definite bias from Beliakin when he proposes a tower posting at Iota Oragai, his being available might ease Damia's reluctance to part with the girls. Afra and Damia really do need a good kinetic to keep on shoving those Big Daddy ore drones. Morag and Kaltia like Kincaid, too. Then we could send them on to Roger at Talavera. Oh, you're reassigning him, too? I have to, love, with Operation Search expanding in all directions. However,
and he forestalled the objection she didn't even have to think at him.
I'm formulating a valid reason for Asia to accompany Roger, if that partnership is coming along as well as Flavia thinks it is. If,
and the Rowan's thought was tinged with criticism,
he'll stop acting like a protector and more like a lover. She's developing a good self-image, according to Zara. About Zara, Jeff, can we now use her more efficiently? Doing what?
Then the Rowan went so quiet he wondered at the silence.
Making contact with the Queens. Somehow we must achieve communications with them. Why?
Jeff asked.
Even when Theon was in the Queen's quarters, he and his team were totally ignored. They were smelled. I'm not so sure we can manage a communication level based on smell, my dear.
Jeff guffawed.
Unless we found a stink that drives them out of their lairs or exterminates them.
Then he turned serious.
But I have been wondering how we could capitalize on the fact that only Zara, of all the specialists who have tried to establish communications with the hive species, has been able to sense something, even if it was only that the Heinlein Queen was suffering from hypothermia. I do so wish we'd make some sort of breakthrough, if only to silence those who want to eliminate the species entirely whenever hivers are found. I can't believe we have become so sophisticated in so many areas that sort of barbaric thinking can still exist.
Jeff sent reassurances to her, sensing her distress over a large, very vocal faction which was growing stronger and stronger, especially since estimates of the number of planets occupied by hivers was also increasing as the Fourth Fleet went further on their segment of the search, in the opposite direction of the First Fleet. 3 species were vying for the same sort of new M-type worlds to ease population densities. Fortunately for humans, their Merdini allies preferred the hot sun worlds that could scorch the hide off human beings. The marginal, semi-tropical worlds might cause contention that could become a serious issue. And each new settlement insisted on having the benefit of FT&T, causing Jeff Raven, as Earth Prime, more and more headaches as he tried to accommodate the growing pressure of requests. There were only so many talented minds available, and he was sensible of the risks overburdening could cause. Overburdening, and the same sort of problem which the emergence of a flawed T2 like Vagrian Beliakin could cause, Federal Teleport and Telepath had enough to cope with without internal dissension.
We'll find a solution,
the Rowan said, in her turn reassuring her beloved husband.
We usually do,
was his equable response. They both turned back to their separate responsibilities, each gaining strength and courage from their momentary rapport.
Incidentally, have you considered introducing Beliakin to Tarmina de Estres?
Jeff allowed his chuckle a lascivious edge.
I believe she introduced herself to him the first hour he was back here in Blundell.
The Rowan sent an image of a saccharine smile on her face.
No better woman to pour salve on a wounded male. On the other hand, I hope Damia doesn't know that Laria rejected Beliakin. I'll know when I suggest Beliakin to her.
Chapter 6. My father's up to tricks again, Damia told Afra. Afra turned amused yellow eyes at his wife of 27 years, patiently awaiting further explanation. They had completed the day's stint at Iota Oragai's tower and were walking back to their house that sat well above the bustling, growing capital, its noise muted by the distance. Because he's offered us a strong kinetic T2 in return for sending our daughters to their sister? A slight smile tilted one corner of the Capellan's narrow, attractive face. He had the kind of features that improve with maturity. He reached for Damia's hand, as much to reinforce their intimacy as to fathom her remark. I'll bet you anything, this Vagrian Beliakan, for all he's Yashik's younger brother, poses a problem we're supposed to solve for Earth Prime. What's wrong with that? Damia didn't need to shoot him an annoyed glance. He could easily feel her agitation. Haven't you solved enough Gwyn Raven problems, Afra? His answer was to throw his arm around her shoulder and drag her close against his lean body. Being so much shorter than he, she fit in under his arm quite easily. I admit to things being a little dull lately. Oh, you Methody Capellan, she said in exasperation, making a brief attempt to slip from under his arm, but he was far stronger than she, and she couldn't escape. Not that she really wanted to. We're enjoying such a nice respite, with even Petra able to manage without constant supervision, and isn't training our own Oragaians enough of a challenge, if we needed yet another one? Then you don't object to Morag and Kaltia getting some experience at Clarf? Not at all. Summers on Deneb are well enough, and Isthia's superb with them, but they haven't really left home, as it were, for something completely alien. Clarf's that, even if they've been raised with Deenies, Afra admitted in a droll tone. He frowned briefly. Will Kaltia's very fair skin be at risk? Sunblock helps, and she already knows she has to be careful after that awful case of sunburn she had on Deneb, and that Primary's not at all as harsh as Clarf's. Damia's voice trailed off, and she too frowned slightly. Well, she's old enough to know to keep out of the sun. That's right, my dear. And she could always make parasols fashionable on Clarf. They are. But to get back to this Beliakan T2, let's worry about him when he gets here. Didn't Jeff say that Golly's giving him some extra training? Golly doesn't train, dear. He tests. For what? That casually dropped remark from her father was what really alerted her to a possible contretemps. If the fellow's already been passed through the assessment process, why is Golly handling him, and not one of the regular trainers? Damia asked, lengthening her stride to match her husband's long-legged pace. We'll know soon enough. They both heard the staccato rhythm of hoofbeats on the path winding up the hill behind their home. There they go, and they caught sight of their 4 younger children galloping out to hunt. Oh, well, dinner's soon enough to give them the good news. Afra tightened his grasp on her, pulling her closer yet, looking down at her. It'll be good to have the house all to ourselves for a while, he said. Damia caught the gleam in his eye and put her arm around his lean waist. Yes, it will. How convenient that Try and Fock are hibernating. We really will be alone again. She sighed in gratitude. Except for the tribes of Darbles, Slithers, and Coonies that infest our house, Afra teased her. This time of day they'll all be asleep. Let's hurry. Laughing, they ported into their spacious room at the top of the house. They were grateful for that respite by dinner-time when they informed their ecstatic daughters, Morag and Kaltia, that they were going to go to Clarf and assist their sister's tower team with the vast loads still being poured onto the planet Talavera. So we're going to do something more than push Big Daddies, Kaltia said, her unusual yellow eyes, legacy of her Capellan father, glistening like miniature suns. Ha! We'll be pushing just as much around, and Laria'll be bossing us, Morag replied sourly. Laria has never been bossy, her mother said firmly. And if you need bossing, you'll take it, young miss, if it comes from a Tower Prime. I'm going to be a Tower Prime when I'm old enough, Kaltia informed them with the complacency of her youth. That remains to be seen, Afra said, for he was methody enough not to condone bragging. Kaltia gulped, subsided, and concentrated on eating. Kincaid never bosses, Morag said, affecting a pose, even when he's hunt leader. She got on well with her sister's T2. She'd been impressed with how well he rode and what a good shot he was. She considered him a very comfortable person to be with. Is Vantier still engineer? Her sly attempt to wheedle information from her mother was duly noted. Yes, and we'll have no gossip, Morag, Damia said firmly. Leonasha's tower expediter. Have they Deenies? They do, chorused Kev, Sue, Sim, and Dar at once. We'll go to Clarf." The four of them started to do cartwheels and other acrobatic antics around the dining table. "We'll hibernate in Clarf itself," said Dar, springing up and down with more height than one would expect from a Dini. "We'll see Tip and Huff and Nil and Plus." "You'll have to help in the yard," Morag said sternly. "No running off to your color houses whenever you want to." No, work is first, always," Dar assured her, and then began to twirl Sim around and around until Morag was dizzy watching them. "So, who's this T2 you'll have to do our work?" Kaltia asked in a proprietary tone. "Yoshuk's younger brother," Damia said. "Isn't Yoshuk the T2 with Nesrin at Seth Tower?" Kaltia asked. "Thought so," she added, when Damia nodded. She was silent a moment. "There won't be ponies, will there?" "No, not on Clarf, silly. No room. Deanies there use flying belts," said Morag. "And you will not," Afra said, pointing an admonitory finger at Morag, who was more athletically inclined and reckless than Kaltia. "You already drive a ground car, and they've the same models there. Or you can port." "That's not bad manners on Clarf?" asked Kaltia, surprised. On Deneb it was, but then on Deneb they had had ponies. "You will first inform anyone in the immediate vicinity what you intend to do," Damia said firmly. "Otherwise, it's just as ill-mannered as it would be here or on Deneb." When Kaltia made a long-suffering grimace, her mother added, "Not that I want you out in the Clarf sun any longer than is absolutely necessary. I know, I must use enough sunblock. Why," and her tone turned petulant, "did I have to get the fair skin and the freckles in the family? No one else has them." "Grandmother says you're a throwback," Ewan said, as helpful as any teenage brothers generally are. "And you're a—" "That's enough," Afra said firmly, and the three subsided and resumed eating. "I think it's great," Petra said suddenly. "There'll be just you and me, E, and no one to tell us which ponies we can't ride."
"Yeah, but we'll have to do all the hunting."
Petra grinned. "But we won't have to hunt so much with just 4 of us here."
"Possibly 5, Afra said, "unless Vagrian Beliakan chooses to live down in the city instead of here."
"Forgot about him," Petra said, turning glum. "Do we have to have him here? It's E's and my turn to have you," she added, looking sternly from one parent to the other. "We've waited long enough."
"When were you ever neglected?" demanded Morag tartly. "I said that's enough," Afra repeated, adding a mental quietus. "Good hunt today? Where'd you go?"
"Laria's Valley.
It hasn't been hunted in just ages," Morag said. "It has been neglected." And she cast a daring glance at her father, so the hunting was good. Afra regarded his daughter with such a long, thoughtful look for her impudence that she turned her whole attention to her dinner plate.
"She needs more work and responsibility,"
Damia said, though her tone was amused by her daughter's clever wordplay. The rest of the evening passed without incident, Damia and her daughters making certain the guest quarters, private from the main living area, were in order for the new arrival. Both Afra and Damia felt that a man of 24 would want to live nearer the city with all its possibilities of entertainment, though he would need to stay at Tower House until he'd found accommodations. "You're Vagrian Beliakan, aren't you?" Since the words were spoken close in a tone that was almost a challenge, Beliakan looked up at the woman who had stopped at his table. He felt her shields resist his initial touch. She was only marginally attractive, and he was far too involved with Tarmina de Estres to need to seek additional female companionship. "I'm T2 and a far sender," she said with a twist of her lips that was bordered on mocking. Beliakan rose and gestured for her to be seated opposite him. He had chosen a table well away from the other talents enjoying meals, in the spacious and restfully decorated Blundell dining room. He had had an exhausting morning with Golly Gren, and really did not want any company. Since she had in effect challenged him, he had to respond, however briefly. "Claricia Negeva," she said, sliding awkwardly into a chair. Nerves, Vagrian thought, and gave her one of his reassuring smiles. Her reaction was a deep flush of blood to her face, and she averted her gaze to some point over his left shoulder. She'd be easy, he thought. "I lasted longer at Clarf Tower than you did," she said, composing herself and her telltale color, clasping thin hands in front of her on the table and leaning toward him. Now she regarded the pulse in his throat rather than his face. "Did you?" He fought to stifle the burst of anger her comment roused in him. He had been given to understand by Golly Gren that the abortive incident had been expunged from the record. His common sense took over.
Tarmina certainly hadn't known, nor had any other of those he had been in contact with. All the testers had assumed he was being reassessed. He was certain that if the abortive mission were known, he'd have been aware of either ridicule or prurient interest. He managed to keep his expression pleasantly puzzled as a third consideration occurred to him. If somehow this Negeva woman had information that was not normally available to others in Blundell Tower, she might be worth cultivating. He intended to pay back Clarf Tower's prime, no matter how long it took. "May I ask how you know that I had been to Clarf?" Her lips moved slightly, and although she did not give him a direct look, he felt positive that she, too, had a bone to pick with Laria Lyon. "I have a friend, a good friend in the yard," she said. "He had been on duty when you were ported and saw your precipitous return. He thought I should be informed." Why? Even though Vagrian had come late to his talent, he knew from his brother's conversations at home that talents did not generally avoid direct eye contact, since they could shield their true thoughts from all but the most determined invasion. In the point of courtesy, on a first encounter, Negeva had neglected to offer him her hand, almost an insult between talent. While he was not a strong path, this close he could read her deep enough to find some reason for her approaching him. He ignored the fact that she'd been rattled by his smile. Few women failed to respond, generally in positive ways. He resolved to make sure they made a tactile contact before she left his company. She leaned even closer, lowering her voice, and now her eyes met his, anger and a sort of implacable hatred easy to note. "That family dominates FT&T, and they have no right to do so. They make arbitrary decisions and enforce them on us in an unjust and humiliating manner. They are weasel lovers, every single one of them." "You're referring to the Gwyn-Raven-Lion clan?" he asked, lounging back in his seat because her breath was sour, probably from the curdled enmity that festered in her skinny frame. "Who else? They have all the best towers, all the best accommodations. They sit in judgment on every single talent, and they don't have that right." Her eyes had narrowed, and she had had to lower her voice as she stressed that opinion. "Who's to oppose them?" Beliakin asked. "They haven't enslaved all the T1s in our worlds." Really? And this was news to him. "By no means, nor all the T2s. Furthermore," and she gestured for him to close the gap between them, "they ignore the clairvoyant as if they were dirt." "And there has been a prediction that the mighty will fall?" he asked, feigning a hopeful anticipation. "Of course. The higher they are, the harder they will fall, and fall they will. Then we will assume our rightful positions in the towers and annul the infamous alliance. We have no more need of those creatures." She gave a shudder of repugnance. "Disgusting," Beliakin said ambiguously. "And giving worlds we humans discovered with our advanced technology to them, when we are to be given what's left over, is intolerable. No more promising colony sites can be so summarily just given away. Our future generations will be denied their rights of expansion on worlds that have been just handed over to them." Beliakin tightened his shields against this woman's intrusion, though it occurred to him simultaneously that she was so wrapped up in her angry spiel that she was taking no notice of his reactions. Personally, he had no objections to the Merdini. She was patently xenophobic. That species had taken the brunt of centuries of war against the Hivers. Their long struggle should have some rewards. As far as he knew, the one world released to the Merdini would have been too hot to be comfortable for human residents. On the other hand, he didn't like the Hivers at all, having taken an opportunity to see the Queen imprisoned at Heinlein Moonbase. That creature revolted him more than Dini's did, it and the scurrying forms that it had hatched from its mound of eggs. So the Merdinis were welcome to Talavera. The sun would fry an egg on a rock by midday. However, he was definitely curious about her group, and wondered just how many talents might be involved in any effort to overthrow the Primes, though how that could be achieved was beyond him. On the other hand, reporting on their dissidents might be one way to nullify the Clarf disaster with the FT&T. "Are there many who feel as you and I?" he asked in a low conspiratorial tone, as if he agreed with her opinions. "More than you'd believe," she murmured. Then abruptly she rose. "I shall contact you. I shall use the word expunge so that you will know it is I contacting you and you will open your mind to me." "Not if I can help it," Belyakin said, but he rose too, and tightly shielding his thoughts, as he'd been taught, extended his hand. She regarded it suspiciously, and he could certainly sense her hesitation without any benefit of talent. Her fingers gave his a glancing touch. He gleaned very little from it, but enough to know that this talent could be dangerous in her hatred of the Gwyn Raven Lyon family. As he watched her stalk, yes, that was the right word, out of the dining facility, he wondered if he could effect a revenge on Laria Lyon without being tainted by whatever devious plans she and her group had in mind. That is, if these had not already been seen by others more sensitive talents. She was, however, a T2, and a sender was apt to have better shielding from any but a T1. What a very odd creature she was, and viciously xenophobic. Talents were supposed, by the very nature of their abilities, to practice tolerance of most things. He finished his meal, discarded the dishes, and made it to his appointment with Golly Gren to see what his new assignment was going to be. He wondered to which boondock he'd now be sent after his utter failure at Clarf. Hopefully, where that wretched female couldn't reach him, no matter how strong a sender she claimed she was. He did wonder, however, just how many agreed with her sentiments. Generally speaking, and it was why he was so jealous of Yoshuk, talents enjoyed many more privileges and prestige than any other profession in the galaxy. Few made full use of all such advantages. He intended to, that is, if he was any place where he could use the perks. What he found hard to understand in Negeva was why would any disaffected person wish to destroy... No, she didn't wish destruction. She wished a larger role. Belyakin knew there were factions dissatisfied with the alliance, with the distribution of colonizable worlds, once Hivers had been dispossessed, and to the Merdini in particular. Since weasel haters generally had little if any contact with the Dinis, he couldn't see what upset them so much. In any event, he still had a score to even with Laria Lyon by whatever agency that came his way, even as unattractive and virulent a one as Negeva, and he'd get Kincaid Dano at the same time. Whistling happily at such a prospect, he took the lift to the administrative level. Iota Oragai? Vagrian stared with disbelief at Gren. You'd be working with two of the top talents in FT&T, you know, Gren said, and I can assure you that the contretemps at Clarf will not be repeated. In fact, your kinetic ability is very much why you're being posted there. I thought the family handled all traffic, Vagrian said, temporizing as he assimilated the fact. Such a posting had been so far out of possibility that he couldn't believe it. Was this a tacit apology for Laria's treatment? Damia and Afra Raven Lyon offering him such a post to make amends for the vagary of their daughter? Considering its distance from the other main solar systems, Iota Oragai could be considered a boondock, being a very recently developed mining world, but it was gaining prominence and expanding as the need for its ore resources increased. Topmost in his mind was the realization that he'd be able to hunt there, an activity frowned on by the more sophisticated worlds as archaic or non-existent as on Clarf, and one that he thoroughly enjoyed and excelled at. Afra was almost legendary as the Rowan's T2 partner until he married her daughter Damia Gwyn Raven and they took over Iota Oragai Tower, producing, what was it, 8 T1 offspring? Or were all the kids gone now? Not that it mattered. If he proved his capabilities as a strong kinetic at their tower, he'd achieve an enviable reputation at FT&T, and he might also just happen to find out how to get back at Laria. Nothing like the home ground to discover the precise way to wound her the most. He had absolutely no reservations about working with the Capellan T2, but Damia was known to have inherited the same volatile temper as her mother, the Rowan. While most of the primes he knew anything about had tempers, came with the awesome responsibility, he supposed. Were they aware of his calamity at Clarf? Could there be an ulterior motive to that posting? Apart from rectifying their daughter's unexpected rejection of him? The family has, until recently, handled the tower, Gren was saying, and Belyakin paid attention, trying to catch any shielded thought. Gren did have unusually tight barriers, but his public mind was quite open as he went on. As you probably know, all the Raven Lion children are T1s, so they are assigned off-planet to broaden their experience. They're down to the 2 youngest, who are not old enough to assist as fully. You would be working with several indigenous Oragaians who had breakthrough stimulations, similar to your own, a mining accident in their case. Gren's expression was rueful. It's easier if one comes less abruptly to the emergence of talent, but we can use every one we can classify. Both Damia and Afra have had experiences with bringing on latent talents. Yes, of course, Beliakin said, realizing some comment on his part would be courteous. That also was a factor in assigning you to Iota Origai. A T2 of your kinetic strength is such a find for FT&T at this particular moment in time, and Gren smiled in a manner that bordered on apology, that perhaps we might have pushed you a tad too quickly where your abilities are most needed, with the mass of material Clarf Towers had to process lately. The Lions, and rightly, are treated with great caution and respect. It wasn't easy to find suitable talents for Clarf. Gren sounded sincere, Beliakin thought. Perhaps Clarissa Negeva had simply not been up to the work on Clarf, and transferred before she could mess things up. Or the Prime hadn't liked her. That was more understandable. Negeva was not an attractive person, and xenophobic, too. Not a good mindset for working on Clarf. Perhaps he should avoid any further contact with her. Their cases were not at all similar. There's also good hunting on Iota Origai, which is, I realize from your transcript, one of your avocations. Tower House has an excellent stable, and the hills are full of game, large and small, and not so easy to bring down, I might add. Gren's lips twitched, as if remembering unsuccessful experiences. Damia has issued an invitation for you to stay with the family if you wish, though there are new and well-appointed apartments in the city, and transport would be no problem for you. He consulted his notepad, checking off another item. Living accommodation is in addition to your salary, and you have the usual privileges of importing whenever drone space is available. It usually is. Drones may be full enough leaving Iota Origai, but they're mainly empty on the return trip. Personal effects above and beyond what will fit in a personnel carrier will be forwarded. Beliakin waved aside that consideration, since he had little in the way of impedimentia, and no wish to import anything from a homeworld that had little to recommend it except that he had escaped its bucolic lifestyle. Would you be agreeable to leaving here at 2200? Today? Yes, if that's convenient. You'd arrive late afternoon at Origai and be able to settle in before dinner. Gren regarded him and then added, I believe they're 6 big daddies, as they call the ore transports, to be heaved to Betelgeuse tomorrow, so you'd have a chance to demonstrate your kinetic abilities, which, may I say, are the strongest we've ever measured in a latecomer. While Vagri and Beliakin knew this to be very true, he modestly accepted that assessment. Gren flipped down the cover of his notepad to indicate the formal interview was over and stood. I'm certain that Iota Origai Tower will appreciate your presence and your willingness to accept the posting on so little advance notice. As Beliakin reached the door, considerably relieved, Gren had a final comment. You also have the best wishes of Earth Prime, and his regrets that he could not be present at this hour to wish you well. If that was an additional apology for the humiliation Beliakin had suffered at the whimsy of Earth Prime's granddaughter, Vagrian accepted it in a gracious manner. He might come out of that initial disaster well ahead in FT&T. He would certainly bend every effort to do so. You're just getting us out of the way before Beliakin gets here, Morag said fiercely, although she wanted to get to Clarf as fast as her parents seemingly wished her there. How old are you? Her mother asked, with a slight strain showing in her patience. Well, he's supposed to be absolutely gorgeous, Morag said wistfully. Afra laughed. A good 14 years your senior, love, and far too practiced a lover, Damia said bluntly, for my young and relatively inexperienced daughter. She cocked an eyebrow at Morag, making it plain that she was aware of Morag's experiments with young minors in the capital city. Morag made nervous adjustments of her personal belongings under the couch of the carrier, rather than meet her mother's shrewd and knowing eyes. You've been well instructed on how to handle such matters, Damia went on, and do not fail to protect both yourself and the object of your affections. No, mother, Morag said solemnly, for she vividly recalled the pain in Damia's eyes when, in the course of handling her daughter's sex education, she had confessed the terrible damage she had inadvertently done her first young lover. No, mother, Kaltia agreed as quietly. There is quite a large human compound on Clarf now, so I suspect that there will be opportunities for social life while you're there. Damia hugged first Morag and then Kaltia, keeping an exceedingly tight hold on how much she would miss them, despite their sibling bickering. There had been a certain justice in Petra's remark that she and Ewain would have more of their parents' time now. Both she and Afra intended to spend more time with the 2 youngest of their brood. Indeed, Damia was not too old.
You may not be lover, but I most certainly am.
Afra inserted into her mind with such intensity that she had to keep from laughing at his vehemence. Then it was Afra's turn to bid his daughters farewell, and he held each for a long moment in his arms before he released them to enter the double personnel carrier. Their Deenies were chattering excitedly about actually getting to Clarf, the Merdini homeworld. Zexo and Kalarian smiled and grinned as the cover locked into place. There was no need for the practiced talents of Iota Origai to return to their tower couches to speed the light carrier on its way, but all could hear the generators change tone as first Damia alerted Laria at Clarf Tower that her sisters were on their way, and then father and mother sent the carrier on its almost instantaneous long-distance journey. Zexo muttered something about an odd squeal from Generator B, and Kalarian said she'd best check that the big daddies would be ready to ship once they had the strong kinetic talent in the tower. Zexo muttered something about an odd squeal from Generator B, and Kalarian said she'd best check that the big daddies would be ready to ship once they had the strong kinetic talent in the tower. Kaltia did put on sunblock, didn't she, Afra? Damia asked belatedly. Half a tube. You have some on your cheek, if you'll check, Afra said. Oh, so I do. Have we time for lunch before they send Beliakan on? Gali said he wouldn't arrive until the girls were away, Damia said, 2200 Earth time. Mid-afternoon here, then. We've time for lunch and a swim. We've enough from the last hunt? Afra sighed with amusement. I'm not sure there'll be any left for this Beliakan. Gali says he likes to hunt. Well, we certainly won't stand in the way of that, now will we? And she started back to the house. How long did he and Clarissa talk? Jeff Raven asked Gren. Not long, but perhaps long enough. What was his reaction to his posting? Gali chuckled, crossing his legs at the ankles and relaxing. He was startled because he certainly didn't expect to be at a major tower, especially at the one managed by the father and mother of the woman who humiliated him so. From the first I've maintained that Laria's rejection is known only to you, me, and Clarf Tower, which has not even mentioned it. If he thinks we've told Damia and Afra, and they're in some way expiating their daughter's rejection, all to the good, unless, of course, Damia reads it in him. She's got the capability, Jeff said, but she's got to have a strong kinetic, and both Afra and Damia know the pressures Laria's under. Considering how Beliakan comes on to women, my hindsight is now clear enough to realize that his brand of charisma would put Laria's hackles up. True, Gali said, grinning. He's certainly cut a swath through the feminine complement of Blundell Tower. Tarmina allowed as, and Gali grinned, how he's most unusual. Jeff chuckled. She'd know. She's offered to take on any others like him any time you choose. She would. Jeff caught Gali's tilted eyebrow. None of that, Gren. I know she tried to get you in bed, too. If I wasn't well married to Rowan, I should have been sorely tempted. At least Tarmina takes refusal in good part, Gali said, clearing his throat. If we could be sure Beliakan might forgive and forget, I'd rest easier. I count on Damia's expertise, as well as her immunity to the sort of charisma Beliakan dispenses. You handled this well, Gali, and I appreciate it. However, did you perceive how susceptible he might be to what Clarissa's group is peddling? Gren snorted. Depending on his success at Iota Origai, plus the fact that Clarissa was exactly the wrong female personality to make contact with him, I doubt he'd jeopardize what could be a very useful career with FT&T. She's her own worst enemy, that one, even if she thought she could capitalize on Beliakan's abrupt dismissal from Clarf. Though how she knew of that needs to be discovered. Damn. And Jeff swung his gimbaled chair from side to side in an agitated manner, running his hand through his thick dark hair. It's so much more to our advantage to catch talents young enough so that the basic conditioning is completed. A wild card like Beliakan could prove very dangerous, especially in today's volatile political and economic situations. Well, he's in the best place for some fine-tuning, Jeff. And if he does well there's any number of postings where he'd be invaluable. I think that's the ploy to use, sort of support that ego of his, nurturing it until what the dissidents offer wouldn't tempt him. It's that ego of his I worry about. He slapped one fist on the desktop. Stupid of me to assume the man would have sense enough to be tactful. At least until he'd settled into Clarf Tower, he was so deferential to Rowan. Who isn't? Golly said with a laugh. And if he managed to fool her... Gren let his sentence trail off. Your children tend to find their own mates, Jeff, and so far they've done exceedingly well. Give your grandkids the same leeway. Jeff made a face. My dynastic leanings are obvious, aren't they? The Gwyn-Raven line is not the only one to produce T1s. He paused. Just the most reliable. All 4 of the senior tower staff at Iota Oragai were in the yard when Vagrian Beliakin's personnel carrier was gently cradled. His ear caught the contented purr of generators that had had little to do with his transport. The lid was cracked, and crisp, cool air with a mountainy tang to it flooded in. That was enough right there to please him after the blast of hot air that had greeted him on Clarf. Welcome to Iota Oragai, Vagrian Beliakin, said one of the most stunning women Beliakin had ever seen, and not just beautiful in a classical way, but so vital that she seemed to have an almost visible aura around her. To his surprise, she extended her hand, and he found himself responding, while all his initial impressions were reinforced by rich green spice in that deft but far too short contact. I'm Damia Lyon. This is my husband, Afra. The lean man, much, much older than Damia, smiled in warm greeting as he extended his hand. Vagrian was still so shaken by touching the prime that he almost missed the strength of Afra's equally electric contact. What a pair, Beliakin thought, as deeply as he could keep such a startled assessment. The mother was so dramatically different from Laria that he couldn't believe they were related, save for the distinctive white lock all Gwyn-Raven Lion offspring seemed to have. Until he took a second, longer look at Afra. Then he saw where Laria had inherited her looks. Let me introduce you to Kaelarian, our station expediter. And though the woman, probably the same age as Damia, touched hands with him, he got very little more than deep blue and pine. Zexo here is our engineer, and Damia now presented the gnarled older man who stepped forward. Pleased, was Zexo's comment, and his touch was oily, black, repugnant, exactly what one would expect of an engineer. We've 4 trainees, but you can meet them later, Vagrian, Damia said. You didn't bring much with you, she added, as Zexo casually slung the heaviest of the duffels out of the personnel carrier. Always travel light, Vagrian said, keeping his smile pleasant and his manner quiet, struggling to restore his composure and a public show of confident ease. He hauled out the other 2. I'll just port 'em to your room, Damia said, and all 3 disappeared. I should have done that, Vagrian said. I know where the room is, she said with an engaging grin. Then she gestured toward the well-worn path to the house he could see sitting on its height. Bit of a walk. Not in this marvelous air, he said, breathing deeply and catching himself before he'd expanded his chest ostentatiously. It's like a fine wine. One of the fringe benefits, Afra remarked as they set out. Aware that neither Zexo nor Kaelarian was following, Beliakin looked around. Zexo isn't happy with the bee generator, Damia said, grinning at the vagaries of her engineer, and Kaelarian's checking the coordinates for tomorrow's cargo. Did anyone warn you that you'll be put to work tomorrow and that we lift them straight from the mine yards? Golly Gren did mention Big Daddies, Vagrian said, not that we lifted them from sites. Into his mind with alarming ease he caught a picture of the immense drone that he was to help shift the next day. Well, there'd be few cradles that size. And while he responded as surprised as he was supposed to be by the size and tonnage of a drone full of ore, he felt no qualms at all about managing such weights. That had been his specialty ever since he'd diverted the mudslide on Altair. Did I understand Gren correctly, that your children have been helping you shift those things? Damia chuckled. Only when they are old enough. In a merge with Afra and myself, we could add their strength without stressing them. I've seen your testings, Vagrian, and I must say that I'm impressed by your solo shifts. I'm not good at much else, though in any other talent range, he said with what he thought was exactly the right tone of modesty. You wouldn't need to be, Afra said with a chuckle. By then, they had reached the steps up to the house, and Beliakin emitted a startled cry when Darbles, Slithers, and Coonies charged out of wherever they had hidden themselves. Forgot to warn you, Vagrian, Damia said, as she ordered the mass of striped, mottled, tabbied, plain-colored creatures to clear away. Don't tell me Golly forgot to warn you about the menagerie. He mentioned horses. Beliakin was looking all around him, not wanting to step on someone's favorite beast, unless one of Laria's was identified to him. Suddenly, all of the beasts were sitting quietly, watching him. Even the slithers had coiled their supple bodies into compact circles. Each of our children and their Deanies have favorites, which, of course, are prohibited from going with them, so we inherited the whole zoo, Afra said, picking up one of the coons and stroking its creamy orange fur. You don't have an allergy to any of these, do you? And he gestured to the herd. No. In fact, the only ones I recognize are the felines. I thought they didn't like snakes. And Vagrian had been able to stifle the brief panic he'd felt surrounded by so many strange beasts. Slithers are not precisely reptilian, Damia said, allowing one to twine itself around her forearm, but they are the favored pets of our Deanies. If you don't care for them, just gently disengage any that try to cling to you. They take hints quickly. Yes, that's good to know. They also stay outside, Afra said, unless their Deanies are here. I see. This way, Vagrian, Damia said, gesturing up the broad stone steps to the wide sheltering porch of the house. 3 coons and 2 darbles followed her. None of the slithers did. Our Deanies are currently in their hibernatory, though you'll meet the pairs my 2 remaining youngsters have. They're out hunting. I gather you enjoy the sport. Yes, I do, Vagrian said. And you ride? Damia gave him a measuring look. I suspect we can mount you adequately. Yes, I originate from Altair. Yes, you'd ride all right, Afra remarked approvingly. Your room is just up these stairs, Damia said. If you'll do the honors, Afra, I'll get us something to snack on. The room was certainly an improvement on his quarters in Blundell Tower, Vagrian thought, and Damia had neatly ported the 2 smaller sacks to the wide bed and the large duffel to a luggage stand. The door to the right was ajar and showed the usual bathroom fixtures. It was, however, the view from the double windows of the room which got his full attention, showing a breathtaking panoramic view of the distant city and the shore that bordered it. Never seen anything like it, Vagrian said quite truthfully, going to the nearest window and opening it. He took another deep breath of the exhilarating air. Blundell never smelled this good. Afra smiled. I'll leave you to get settled in.
Well?
Damia asked pointedly when Afra joined her in the kitchen.
Interesting personality. Dangerous personality with all that masculine charm.
Damia gave a shudder.
I had this awful sensation that he was Soden, come back to haunt me. Did you?
Afra looked surprised. Damia flushed.
Well, he has a similar dynamic charisma, and you can't deny he's decidedly attractive. Not at all my type. It's not a laughing matter, Afra. Young Nadja's just the age to be bowled over and ready for an infatuation. He'll be an equal shock to our 3 Oregayan lads,
Afra said with teasing glance.
He's not a threat we can warn them about. He's so much on his best behavior,
Damia said thoughtfully.
Maybe it'll last. I can't imagine why Father thought he'd do for us when Laria...
Damia paused and turned wide eyes on Afra, who grinned knowingly back at her.
He did? And she sent him packing? My father sometimes exhibits very poor judgment for a prime. Did Mother know? If she did, she was perhaps too hopeful, and not as astute in her reading of Vagrian's character as I would have thought.
Damia regarded her husband with a measure of dismay.
He is absolutely the wrong sort for Laria, especially after all she's been through with the wayward Vantier. How could Father have been so stupid? Don't think he was stupid, my dear. I think he was so glad he'd found a strong T2 kinetic to ease the loaded Clarf, he sent the man ahead without preparing Laria at all.
Afra poured cold Oregayan wine for them both. Damia absently accepted the glass and took a slow sip of the dry vintage.
I'd venture to say Vagrian blew it. Probably took the trouble to charm Leonasha, ignored Vantier, and then made a fool of himself trying to impress Laria. He's only just discovered his talent, and you know how witless that can make someone. It hasn't made Numto, Clunnan, or Defferson witless. They're younger by a few years, whereas I'd be very surprised if Yoshik's big younger brother hasn't been having his way with any girl he chose on Altair. If, and we can always confirm this with Golly,
Afra went on, holding up one hand,
Vagrian made a balls of meeting Laria, and they've sent him to us to, adjust. Of course they have.
And Damia scowled into her wine-glass.
Then let's see how well he performs and what we can do. Neither your father nor Golly would have sent him here unless he has real ability that they wish to channel and save.
Damia was too accustomed to Afra's sense of justice and common sense to ignore his comments.
Small wonder he wanted Morag and Kaltia away before Vagrian arrived. Can you imagine the impact he'd have had on Morag? With no trouble at all,
Afra said with a chuckle.
He's descending.
I thought we still had some of that brie-type cheese left, or did Morag eat the last of it? I've pâté and the local soft cheese, Damia was saying, having swiftly ported crackers and spreads from the larder and cold store, while Afra opened a second bottle of white wine to the one they had nearly finished, as well as other liquors. What's your preference, Vagrian? Afra asked. There are 2 local lagers that are quite palatable, and something the miners drink that they call bitters. Isn't that Altarian white? Vagrian asked, pointing to the wine. Indeed it is, Damia said, smiling approval. One of our perks is tower staff. You can order anything in when we've empty drones returning, and we have them in fleets, she added in a weary tone. Let's go into the lounge. Sunset's rather unusual here in Iota, Afra said, the indulgent host, and carried the drinks tray, while Damia and Vagrian followed. They were still on broad conversational topics when Petra and Ewain arrived in, their darbles and coons at their heels. Sim, Dar, Kev, and Sue followed, each with just one slither.
Thank you, dears,
Damia said, nodding and smiling before she introduced her youngest aloud to their house guest.
He'll need some time to become accustomed to the slithers, I think. Reptiles on Altair are too dangerous to be considered pets.
When they wished to, Petra and Ewain could be the epitome of well-behaved children. Attuned to parental attitudes, they assumed that pose and passed snacks, then politely urged Vagrian to try some that they preferred. His inquiry about what they hunted on Iota met with such explanations and eagerness for him to join them that Damia was able to go out to the kitchen with the Deanies to finish dinner preparations. The hunting topic was pursued during dinner because Vagrian, with every appearance of good nature, was quite happy to compare his forays as a young hunter on Altair with the experiences of Petra and Ewain. Listening with an acute ear for any false tone, Damia had to concede that Vagrian was not exaggerating his prowess. Both she and Afra knew that some of the game he had pursued on Altair was a good deal larger and more dangerous than anything on the coasts or mountains of Iota Origai. We've nothing like ball bites and bear tards here in Iota, she said at one point. Frankly, it's never been the size of permissible prey that's attracted me, Damia, Vagrian replied with perfect sincerity, but the skill the hunting requires. If you do hunt here for the table, I'd be very happy to take part if you'll let me know what is and is not permitted. What's your weapon of choice? Petra demanded, her eyes keen, mouth half open, waiting his answer. Damia was relieved that Petra was still a trifle too young to be seriously affected by Vagrian's good looks. After all, her older brothers were just as attractive.
But,
Afra put in wryly,
merely brothers.
What's available? Asked Vagrian with a shrug. Just about anything, Afra said, from slingshot. Slingshot? You can bring down prey with that? Vagrian's surprise was not feigned. Sure, Ewain said nonchalantly. Get most of the avians that way. Headshots that don't bruise the edible parts. Bow and arrow? Vagrian asked now. Yup, and spear now and then against the bigger scurriers, Petra said, and then grimaced, though that's kind of overkill. I mostly stick to my 22. Headshots? Vagrian asked. If I don't have a clear view of the eye. Will I be safe out hunting with this pair? Vagrian asked their parents. We haven't eaten a guest yet, Ewain answered, giggling. After dinner, Petra, who was in charge of evening stables, asked if Vagrian wanted to come along. We've turned most of the ponies out, Petra explained. And you've a favorite mount? Vagrian asked. Yes, I'm allowed to ride Saki now. She was Laria's special mount, but she's such a brilliant ride we've all used her until our legs get too long. She spared a glance at Vagrian's legs. You're much too tall already. Which is Saki? Vagrian asked as they entered the stable. Here she is, Petra said, and turned to the first box on the right. Isn't she beautiful? She held her hand out flat, and Vagrian had a brief glimpse of a tidbit that quickly disappeared into the mare's eager mouth. When Vagrian stepped closer, the mare backed up, ears flat. Once more unexpectedly startled, Vagrian wondered if the animals in this unusual household were also telepathic. The diverse herd that had startled him in front of the house had immediately withdrawn and sat in patient order until released. And now this mare seemed to sense his keen and inimical interest in her. She'll behave better when she sees you more often, Petra said airily. Then she tugged at Vagrian's sleeve. The horses are further down, and I'd say China will be up to your weight. She's very sure-footed, which you need in our hills and quite onward bound. Seeing a bucket of horse pellets, Vagrian took a handful, determined to make a positive impression on this mare. The dappled gray accepted his offering quite willingly, and allowed him to stroke her neck and scratch her ears. When Petra clicked twice, China stepped back, and he got a good look at her. "Good bone and strong hindquarters," Vagrian said appreciatively, and when Petra gave him an approving glance, he left his assessment at that. He was going to have to be very careful in this household, even in its stables. He must certainly remember that every one of the lions were T1s. He wondered if such ratings extended to the animals. He would try to make friends with at least one of the coon cats. They were an expensive import on Altair, so he had little direct experience with the breed. Canines were another matter, since he'd used dogs in hunts. He wondered how close to canines the Darbles were. "So, what are our duties now?" he asked Petra. "Oh, we just check to be sure their water bowls haven't clogged and clear out droppings. We didn't hunt today, so we don't have to check for prods or scratches. We have to be careful about them here on Iota. Lots of odd stuff even the horses born here can't handle. There's the medical kit." She pointed to the green box on the wall. "Everything's marked in case you need to use something and no one's here to help. Though we always hunt in pairs at least." "Wise," he said. "So, let's clean the boxes." Petra went to an elongated object, held by brackets to the wall at the entrance, and she pointed to a similar affair on the other side. "Zexo did 'em, and these vacuum brooms save so much trouble. Try to lift only the droppings. Too many shavings means you gotta empty more often." Vagrian had not seen such a handy device before, since Altair tended to use old-fashioned methods on its farms. However, following Petra's advice, they'd cleaned up the droppings in a fraction of the time such a task usually took. Then she showed him where to empty the now-filled containers, a large tank. "It processes the manure for use in agriculture," she said, deftly handling the transfer. Having watched closely, Vagrian repeated the process. "Hey, you're good," she declared approvingly. "Do it wrong and it's all over you." "I'm doing my best to make a good first impression," Vagrian said. "Oh, you're doing all right," she said so airily that Vagrian once more tightened his guard. "Oh, don't be so silly. Nobody here imposes, even if we are T1s. It's such bad manners. Just keep on my mother's good side," she added in a whisper. "That should be easy for you." And with that cryptic remark, she motioned for him to replace the gadget on the wall. Although the minor job he had just completed with Petra had required very little effort, he felt tired as he climbed the steps back up to the house. "You look all in," the girl said, cocking her head up to him as he held the door open for her. She frowned. "If you got here late afternoon, it'd have been 2,200 hours at Blundell. You'd better go to bed. Tomorrow you'll be initiated into transporting big daddies, and there's something else again." Damia appeared in the hall. "I apologize for forgetting the time difference, Vagrian, and all of us handle the big daddies first thing when we're well rested. Sleep well." Though the dismissal was kindly meant, and Vagrian could not deny that he was tired, he wasn't too pleased to be sent to bed like an adolescent who wouldn't admit to fatigue. The next morning, after an excellent breakfast, he joined Damia and Afra in Iota Oragai's tower. If the views from the house had been splendid, the positioning of the tower in a gap of the mountains gave breathtaking panoramas of the foothills that culminated in an immense range of snow-capped crests and endless ridges. As they entered the facility, Kalarian, at her workstation, gave them a good morning and turned back to the screen showing the big daddies they would shortly send on their way. The throb of generators pulsed through the floor of the building as Vagrian followed Damia and Afra up the stairs to where 3 couches were centered, wall-mounted screens mirroring those at Kalarian's desk. Several smaller couches had been pushed back against the outer wall. The one on the left that Damia pointed out to him was brand new, while the ones onto which the Prime and Afra settled showed years of use and frequent repairs. Vagrian was not the least nervous once he settled onto the couch that fit him as if it had been custom-made for his tall, wide frame. "What's first, Kalarian?" Damia asked. One of the screens brightened. "Maltese cross, huh?" She turned to her left, to Vagrian. "You have been trained in merge techniques, haven't you?" "Of course," he said, and tightened his inner shields. "Let Afra take you into the merge. And relax." He felt the gentle push of Afra's mind against his, and did manage not to resist. He was still unsure of merging despite the practice sessions at Blundell, but this was almost effortless, and he could relax, and did. Then he felt the incredible strength of Damia joining and picking up the existing merge. Afra increased and drew him to a higher level, An unexpected excitement began deep inside him, responding to the draw on his talent.
"Easy, Vagrian,"
Damia said.
"Now, follow my lead to our target. We'll need your heft. David, coming your way at top speed. Now."
As if he were part of the drone they were manipulating, Vagrian felt its dead weight, felt the merge lifting it with incredible ease, and then shift it until he, within the merge, felt the contact of another merge, taking the drone the rest of the way to Beetlejuice. He was aware then of the generators, dropping from the height at which they had assisted the gestalt of mind and direction.
"Well done, Vagrian,"
Damia said, grinning at him.
"Keep in mind we've 5 more of these brutes to shove. Allow me to draw the heft as I need it. Don't anticipate. It'll take even you a little time to feel the needs of a merge."
The second screen brightened with the second target. Trefoil mine this time, and then back to Maltese Cross. Afra was still in merge with him, and Vagrian had to appreciate the experienced delicacy of the other T2's touch. But then the man had decades of practice, first with the Rowan at Callisto Station, and the 26 or more years with his wife. No matter. The Capellan's deftness was remarkable, and most certainly did not give Vagrian any sense of violation or intrusion. He had thought that most merges occurred with the focus mind initiating the progress, then including the others involved.
"Damia's strong, even for a prime,"
was Afra's discreet remark.
"Especially working with our children. I could lead them into merge." "Ready?"
Damia asked.
"Ready." "When you are,"
said another male voice that must be David of Beetlejuice.
"Who've you got throwing today? Certainly not Petra and Ewain. Vagrian Beliakin,"
Damia said.
"Are you ready, David?" "Quite."
This time Vagrian was ready for the sensation and the weight, and, remembering not to anticipate, this thrust was indeed easier. By the 6th and final portation, Vagrian knew he had worked hard. There was sweat on his forehead from the mental and physical effort. He was somewhat reassured to notice Afra mopping his forehead, and that there was a glow of perspiration on Damia's composed and beautiful face. Kilarian came up the steps with a tray of tall drinks, handing each of them one. She grinned at Vagrian. "I see you survived to tell the tale," she said with a grin. "Didn't even have the generators at max, either. Zexo's gonna love having you here." He was debating a retort when Kilarian turned to Damia. "Some incoming scheduled in half an hour, okay?" "You bet," Damia said, tipping her glass at Vagrian. "We could damn well push to the Magellanic Cloud with this one assisting." "All in a day's work," he said, taking refuge in a trite reply because he hadn't expected such approval. After all, she had had to tell him to exercise restraint, and she was Laria's mother. Would he have made such a balls of it at Clarf if Damia had been the Tower Prime? "Work's not over yet," she said teasingly, and took a long drink. He did too, knowing that the stimulant would restore the energy those heists had taken, even if he didn't feel them, yet. He concluded his first day's work at Iota Oragai Tower well pleased with himself and this assignment. This was a real challenge for any talent, and, for the first time, he felt he had used his mental muscles since he discovered he had talent. It was also the first time he had not had a nightmarish flash of that mudslide. He was glad that little reminder was receding. He'd been one of the senior wardens of a large game preserve on Altair, accompanying a big group of hunters, and he had managed to include in their number his current female companion. Al-Sabaka had claimed an enthusiastic interest in hunting, feigned, he suspected, in an effort to capture his attention. For once, his suspicions were false. She'd kept up with him and the others, whom he had escorted on a regular basis. Without a murmur of complaint, she'd done her share of camping chores and had bagged 3 of the largest bear tards, skinned and dressed down the meat properly. They were on the 4th day of the week, and its 3rd rainy one, when he led them carefully up a steep slope to a narrow valley he knew was the home of a large enough bear clan which should be culled. He had his charges spread out across the slope, since he was well aware of the dangers of mudslides in these hills. Between keeping an appreciative eye on the rear view Al-Sabaka presented, and the other on the weakest of his group, he did not see 3 of them closing up ahead of him, nor did he see the avian that one of the hunters, who ought to have known better, fired at. The sharp crack was all that was needed to set the treacherous ground moving. The 3 men had time to leap to the far side, clinging to the nearest saplings and bushes, but the slide, once it started, picked up momentum in an awesome, inexorable cataract of moving mud, heading right at the rest of the hunting party. Horrified, Vagrian had kept his wits, saw that there was one chance to protect himself and his group. The slide was heading towards a granite outcropping. If there was only a way to push the slide to the opposite side of that, instead of over it, the mud would head harmlessly into the valley below. With every ounce of body language, he valiantly pushed the bulging, rippling head of the slide, and, when it actually did pass on the far side of the rock, he fell to his knees, gripping his head against the most appalling, blinding headache he'd ever experienced. Al-Sabaka and one of the executives had the good sense to call in their position and airlift the hunting party out, all of them. The 3 who had fired without checking with him were served with a lifetime ban at that preserve. He had been interviewed by a T4, and the outcome was sufficient to alter the course of his life. His one regret for the precipitous way in which he was ported to Blundell for further assessment was that he hadn't been able to persuade Al-Sabaka to accompany him. She had expressed gratitude for saving her life in a time-honored fashion, and she was his sole regret in leaving Altair for Earth. Chapter 7. Laria's delight in having her sisters coming was sufficient for her to be the one to open their personnel carrier in the dawn cool of Clarf. She hugged them both, introduced them and their Deenies to those doing the yard duty. All of a sudden, Morag pulled out of her sister's embrace and, her jaw working in astonishment, pointed skyward. "What's sparkling up there? Or is it my imagination?" She squinted toward the distant but visible shining point. "Or do you have a morning star I didn't know about?" "Oh, that," Laria said dismissively, without bothering to look up. "That's a Hiver sphere." Kaltia's eyes widened with some apprehension as she, too, peered at the sparkling spot. "It's empty, though occasionally Merdinis go up to prowl around for the fun of it," Laria said. "That's the one Captain Clummel brought back as a trophy for its color. Then every other Deenie world had to hijack one to maintain the honor of their colors." Morag, eyes still on the sphere, hanging like a malignant metal moon in the morning sky, shook her head. "Things still looks dangerous." Then she wiped the beads of perspiration that the relative cool of very early morning oozed out of her pores. "Wouldn't think that would have bothered you, Morag," Laria said, somewhat concerned. "It's not the sphere that made me break out in sweat. It's what you call climate here." "Why, it's cool right now," Laria replied. "You call this cool?" Morag demanded. "All is relative," Laria said, grinning. "You'll gradually get acclimated, and I don't expect you'll want to go out much at first, but the tower's set to iota temperatures. Don't worry about the duffels. The Deenies'll bring 'em in." Laria paused only long enough to port the personnel carrier into the storage shed, where its interior wouldn't heat up when the full sun appeared. Then she turned both girls, who were still staring up at the sphere, firmly towards the tower, as 8 Deenies argued over whom was to carry which duffel. "Each of you grab one end, then cart them to rooms 3 and 4, will you please?" Laria told them, so she could introduce her sisters to the tower crew. "You know Kincaid, of course," she said. "Leonasha here is our expediter, and Van Tier our engineer. And that's all of us, bar the Deenies. We've got 4 off in hibernation, mine and Kincaid's, but they're about due to come home." Leonasha hugged both girls. Van treated them to a bow and a kiss on their hands, grinning mischievously when Morag gave him a mock scowl and Kaltia pretended to swoon at such courtesy. Standing slightly to one side of the others, Kincaid appeared uncertain as to what form his greeting should take, but Morag dragged him down by the shoulder and kissed his cheek, laughing at his startled expression. "Missed you hunting with us, Kincaid," she said, winking at him. Kaltia, less the hoyden, extended her hand, and when he took it, folded her other hand over for a closer contact. She grinned up at him. "My sister hasn't worked you to death, then?" "Not yet," Kincaid added with a mock grimace. "But your presence will make my demise much less likely. I couldn't believe it when Laria said your mother had relented." "I thought it was grandfather's idea," Morag said, looking from Kincaid to Laria. "His idea, but Mother had to agree to parting with you," Laria said, linking an arm about both shoulders and hugging them into her. "Oh, but it's good to have family here. Now, are you hungry, or do you want to settle in? You may, once you've got accustomed to Clarf, wish to take an apartment together in the human compound, because there's a lot more going on there than here. I've asked for another ground car, since I know," and she cocked a finger at Morag, "that Dad passed you for driving years before he let me solo." "Had to," Morag said with a grin. "We can settle in later. We came here to work," Kaltia said, rubbing her hands together with a roll of her eyes. "You will," Leonasha said, gesturing to the load of discs. "We've some heavy drone freighters to go—" "Ah, piffle," said Morag, with a toss of her heavy dark hair, the silvered lock that was the family's trademark, falling neatly down the center of her tresses. We've done Big Daddy ore drones until it's second nature." "Why else do you think you're here?" Van Tier remarked dryly, but he was grinning at the ebullience of the sisters, which had lightened the semi-gloom that had emanated from Laria since she ported the unwanted T2 back to Blundell. Surprised as he had been at Laria's precipitous removal of Yoshik's brother, he had been intensely grateful. Van Tier had just a touch of prescience in his talent, and warning ripples had gone down his spine the moment the man had entered the tower. Morag and Kaltia, by their very presence, eagerness to work, and delight in being able to help their sister, had dispelled the last of that unpleasantness. He knew that Kincaid had visited the Lyon home on Iota Oragai, and both girls were obviously glad to renew the acquaintance. The nebulous worries that he recently sensed in the tower dissipated in the giggles of two more lions. "Is there anyone left at home?" he added. "Sure. Ewain and Petra," Kaltia said, and dismissed them with a wave. "But they're still so young, so Grandfather sent in a strong kinetic T2 to help Mother and Dad." "Really?" Kincaid said, to break a stunned silence, since all the adults in the tower had a good idea just who that T2 could be. "We had to leave, but he's supposed to have more than enough heft for the Big Daddies, and Mom and Dad will break him in properly." "Yes," Laria said, an odd look on her face, "I'm sure that they will." Leonasha suddenly started sorting discs. Van Tier retreated to the generators, and, if Morag caught some undercurrent, Laria quickly urged them to follow her to their quarters. "We won't really have much time before the tower's busy, but as near as I can remember, you'd have left home at about 9:30? "On the nose, sis. Or do we have to call you Prime?" Kaltia said. "Have you ever called Mother Prime?" Laria retorted, chuckling. "Only Grandmother," Morag said pertly. "Oh, but I am glad to have you here," Laria repeated. "And we're glad to be allowed out," Morag said. "But that sun is incredible." "You brought sunblock, Kaltia?" Laria asked anxiously. "Half of what I brought is sunblock," Kaltia replied sourly. "I shall just have to be the night bird." They all heard the unmistakable sound of generators turning over and speeding up. "I don't think you'll have more than time to look into your rooms," Laria said, sliding open a door on one side of the hall and pointing to the one just opposite. "See which one your duffels are in. Wash your faces or whatever, but come on back to the tower. Today'll be so easy." And it was, despite 6 hefty drones loaded with machinery and spare parts, 2 large passenger vehicles, and the usual incoming shower of message tubes. That caused Morag the most astonishment. "It's raining tubes out there," she cried, watching the canisters falling into and all around the cradle. "We could use something else," Kaltia said, "like a big round bin. They're too short to land in a cradle and too many to stack neatly."
"Bins are a great idea," Leonasha said. "Why couldn't we think of that?" "Because we've been too busy catching," Laria said with a note of exasperation. "New brooms sweep clean," Kincaid said, grinning at the girls. "Or a ramp to slide them into a big enough enclosure so it doesn't matter how many come in at once," Morag suggested, projecting the image of such a device. "Roll 'em in line like bowls in an alley," Van Tier said. "Good notion. Let's get the Deenies on it. They'll know where to get the stuff we'd need." "And we thought the mining companies got lots of messages," Morag exclaimed, remaining in the mind merge, but at the same time porting loose message tubes into an orderly pile. "How long's this been going on?" "Since Talavera," Laria said. "We've one more crate. Easy does it. It's fragile." The crate, the machinery inside it visible through the slates of its carrier, landed without so much as a bump. "What's the waybill on that, Leo?" Kincaid asked. "A return to the FCR works at Flo. Malfunction. Needs recalibration." "Well, let's put it in the shed out of the way, then, until FCR tells us it's ready to receive it," Laria said. "They'll have to reschedule to take on repair work." "That's the lot for the morning," Leonasha said. "Be right up." Morag stretched, arms above her head, toes pointing out, and Kaltia turned on her side and assumed a brief fetal position, each relaxing in a different fashion. Kincaid looked casually over at Laria. As deftly as he could, as the next in line to Laria in the mind merge, he'd drawn more heavily on the vibrant young strength of the girls, knowing they'd have enough experience to ease some of the burden that fell to the Prime. She turned her head slowly towards him and cocked her finger at him, letting him know that she was well aware of what he'd been doing. She was not, apparently, going to reprimand him. "That was good work, kids," she said as she heard Leonasha coming up the steps with the restorative beverage. Kaltia took a long swallow, her eyes widening with pleasure at the taste. "Hey, where does this come from?" "The ever-tropical planet of Clarf," Laria said.
There are some advantages to it, and this is one of the nicest ways to drink replacement electrolytes. Of course, the Deenies prefer lemonade, but they're not shifting tons about. Do they grow citrus fruits on Clarf now? Morag asked, licking her lips to be sure she'd got all the liquid. A varietal grows here, but it's earth lemonade they adore, Laria said. Now, we all take a siesta at this time of day, especially newcomers. Why? We haven't been outside or anything, Morag said. I'm conserving your energies for the afternoon session, which can be heavier, Laria said, swinging her legs to the side of her couch before she finished her drink. Besides, you should get settled into your rooms. Sliding from their couches, the girls went down the steps where Morag halted, eyes widening at the stacks on Leonasha's desk. Hey, I can help with that. I used to do it on Iota, and you've far too many. May I? She said, already finding a chair to draw up to the littered desk. I really would appreciate the help. It's all those tubes. And the word came out with an emphasis short of resignation. Vantier, do you think we could rig some sort of a ramp to channel the tubes into stacks? Kaltia said, stepping down into engineering as he began to drop generator power to idle. He handed her a stylus and a pad. Go to it, gal. That's what this tower has needed, Kincaid remarked, offering a hand to Laria. Young, eager blood. A transfusion for us weary weightlifters. I've these sorted, Leo, Morag was saying. Now, how do I contact the recipients? That, and Leonasha took the pile from Morag, is where our Deenies assist. Here's another set. Frag it, but I'm glad you read Deenie that fast. I still have to puzzle. Fig, Sil, Nim, and Dig, and she beckoned the Deenies over. As soon as you've got these done, you can show Kev, Sue, Dar, and Sim how we arrange them for collection. Then you may take the girls' Deenies out for a look around. Good, we do fast. And Fig, who was organizing things in the absence of Tip and Nil, handed out the sorted files. The experienced Deenies picked up comm units from the rack and, as they dialed the appropriate numbers, explained to the newcomers how distribution was handled. Fig was as good as its boast, and within half the time it usually took, thanks to Morag's deft help with Leonasha, the Deenies went out of the tower to rack the message tubes where they could be collected. We're done, we go, back later, Sil announced, opening the door just wide enough to lean its head inside and deliver the message. Wow, exclaimed Leonasha, looking with deep relief at the clear workspace. No wonder lions are the primes of choice, she added, grinning at Morag. Well, we're still learning, you know, Morag said with such modesty that Laria, overhearing, laughed. Honest, sis, there's a lot more in such a busy tower as Clarf than there ever was at home, for all the big daddies we had to heave. What do you think about a setup like this, Laria? Vantier asked, showing both the Prime and Kincaid the sketch pad. This'd be easier to construct. And then the stylus tapped the third drawing. But this might be more efficient, and dead easy to put up. Could have one done by morning, I think. I know Livler can get us the materials and have 'em here by dark. Might even get it to give us the benefit of its expertise. Lev's done some bits and pieces for us before now. Then you'll keep us? Morag asked, eyes round and mocking. You just bet we will, Laria and Leonasha chorused, and they all burst out laughing.
Your report and the materials collected on the surface are still being analyzed,
Jeff told Theon on the Washington. His mental chuckle echoed in his grandson's mind.
I am reliably led to believe, by no less a personage than High Counselor Git Tomdlant, that the planet you've so adroitly investigated is completely atypical of the Hiver colonies and has confounded all the Merdini experts. Ours as well, despite the fact that we may not have had as much experience with the species as the Deenies. What's the gist, Grandfather? The Zubios here will want details. When such are formulated, a copious report will be sent. Right now, confusion reigns. Number 1. Your Hivers do not appear to have sent out any spheres, since you say there has been little use of the available ore deposits, and the sphere they used to arrive there is deteriorating. Number 2. The queens are a third smaller than our specimen at Heinlein Base. Number 3. 80 installations on a planet that size are unusually few, since XH-33 had 10 times that many, and, to judge by the age of their oldest sphere, fragments have been analyzed. XH-33 is a much younger settlement. Number 4. The inactive workers you found in the stable, holding place, whatever, are also much smaller than usual. Number 5. According to Merdinis, Hivers always send off excess queens. If there are no excess queens... Aye, there's the rub, Theon. There should be, and there aren't. Yet that colony is by far the oldest, judging by the analysis of the sphere fragments. It should have sent off colonies in keeping with the currently understood hive patterns. So what do you wish us to do now? Check your findings by infiltrating at least 10 of the other queen hives and more GC readings. The pheromones you got from the one queen's quarters are not at all what emanates from the Heinlein queen. Get us more soil samples from as many cultivated fields as possible near existing hives for cross-checking, and as a treat, snag us samples of the various worker types. If, as you've discovered, they're dormant or resting or whatever it is that keeps them immobile until needed, that shouldn't be difficult or expose a team to queenly retribution. It would, however, be very interesting if the queens did respond in some fashion to losing some of their working types.
Theon couldn't help but chuckle at his grandfather's droll tone. "Let us in on the joke, will you, Theon?" Admiral Asciant asked dryly. When Theon had recited exactly what his grandfather had reported, Asciant guffawed. Theon couldn't help but chuckle at his grandfather's droll tone. "Let us in on the joke, will you, Theon?" Admiral Asciant asked dryly. When Theon had recited exactly what his grandfather had reported, Asciant guffawed. "Well, frankly, I don't see that we'd have any trouble absconding with a few specimens."
"The experts want several of each from different installations,"
Jeff Raven said, having been able to hear the Admiral's response through the link with his grandson. "Don't want much, do they?" Asciant said with a sniff. "I suppose the experts will want some of the Queen's attendants, too, for comparison's sake."
"Yes, indeed, but not if it puts teams at risk."
"I shouldn't indulge myself with whimsical remarks in your presence," Asciant said.
"Who's to know what risk is involved until we try it, Grandfather?"
Theon also vocalized that query.
"We will neutralize the smell of us, though, since odor does seem to get through their chitinous skulls. Inform the Admiral that's a splendid idea, to get Queen's attendants, too,"
was Earth Prime's response.
"And might prove a salient factor in figuring out this atypical situation."
Theon obeyed. "Humph," said Asciant, looking pleased. "It is an oddity, to be sure, but how that can help us reduce the threat of hivers in general is beyond me. We'll still need to identify any and every planet they occupy and somehow render them unable to colonize."
"Inform the Admiral that I could wish his view was more widely held."
Again Theon relayed the message. "Are the militants still asking for species annihilation?" Asciant asked, his bushy eyebrows raised in dismay.
"With growing fervor. The High Council remains unanimously in favor of some solution that does not. The militant annihilationists refuse to be pacified by planetary containment and insist that the Queens would only find some other way to terrorize occupied space. Odd that you, Admiral, are more of a pacifist."
As Admiral of the first Star League fleet that managed to destroy an enemy without sustaining casualties of our own, Asciant replied when Theon conveyed that information, "I would prefer to keep that record. Going up against a planet of belligerent hiver armies might ruin such a worthy aspiration. If you'll pardon my intrusion, Admiral," Theon said, speaking for himself, "they didn't even know we were in the Queen's inner hive. How would they recognize a punitive force if they refused to see us when we were patently present? The only objects they appear to recognize as a threat are other spaceships. Even one of their own spheres, as XH-33 proved to us. Ah, but an attack launched on their installations would surely result in some reaction," Asciant said. "You identified a great quantity as well as variety of creatures in the underground hives. None of them armed with anything but farm tools and a lot of limbs," Theon said.
"History is full of examples of very poorly armed insurgents managing incredible victories over much stronger, better armed foes,"
Jeff said.
"However, we do have the advantage of being able to port specimens into a secure container, especially if you can replicate the environments of their hive accommodations to prevent their being aware they've been moved. It's the stinks we have to endure that bothers me, Grandfather,"
Theon said, and gave a shudder at the thought of proximity to such a concentration of that uncomfortable hiver emanation, despite the muffling the body armor provided. 18 hives to visit? That first one had been enough.
"Only need to handle them long enough to get them in a personnel carrier to port them back." "Where?" Offhand, I'd say Heinlein Base. There are other facilities within that base, well separated from where the Queen is. Of course, if you can acquire enough, I'm certain there are enough eager Zenbis elsewhere in the Star League desperate to check their theories about the creatures. Thank you, Grandfather, for this interesting and challenging assignment. Cheeky boy,
was the retort. But Theon sensed only Jeff Raven's amusement in his use of the Rowan's favorite epithet. As Theon suspected, far too many scientists back on Star League worlds and Merdini home planets were eager to examine live specimens of the different Hive workers.
Will I be expected to fill that order list, Grandfather? It'd practically depopulate the planet. Certainly not,
Jeff replied.
Both Glictumglunt and Admiral Mecturian reaffirmed the original orders. There may be other Hive planets where more specimens can be gleaned, that is, if the militants calm down. Heinlein Base is out, and another less obvious destination is being considered. I'd limit those who know about this operation. Even on the Washington?
Theon was surprised.
Especially on the Washington. We have reason to believe that the militants managed to get a few aboard despite our precautions.
When Theon discussed his orders with Clancy, Gravy, and Commander Clue, Semirami immediately confirmed Earth Prime's suspicions. How did that happen? I thought security checked everyone on board. There's been some scuttlebutt, Rame said with a shrug. Sleepers are those who were halfway in agreement anyhow. After all we did? Theon found himself appalled at such intransigence. He'd achieved far more than his original brief by removing 8 spheres with no fleet casualties. Semirame gave him a sympathetic smile. You remember the reaction we had at Phobos Base when we wanted to import the Queen to show us how to start up a sphere? Well, Commander Baldwin may be an asshole, but he's heading a long line of 'em. Then, too, Day heard some scuttlebutt she wasn't too happy with. Couldn't identify the speakers 'cause she was in the mess hall. About why didn't we just use one of those little bombs in every installation and end the problem forever, and wasn't that why the Washington was out here? I think I'd check everyone we do decide to use on this mission, Theon said. Clancy gave him a hard stare. Probing without the permission of the individual was one of the most stringent talent prohibitions. Not when it's for security purposes, Clancy. Even the Admiral would agree on those grounds, Clue said, siding with Theon, especially if the High Council finds this planet atypical. Looks pretty typical to me, she added with a grin. So, disliking the necessity, Theon did a quick probe of those on the list of possible team members that Clue submitted. He deleted 9 names, 2 of which Gravy had already had doubts about. One that he was happy to discover unbiased was a T7 petty officer who had been along on the reconnaissance of the other installations. Hazur Adi had automatically taken soil readings that he said would be no trouble to duplicate, especially if they managed to grab some from each holding cavern to replicate the dominant odor. Mostly the right temperature is what keeps them dormant until the Queen activates them, Hazur said when he sat in on the second briefing session. Love to know how she does that. There has to be some communication between her and her workers, Leah Day said, as she often did. Even if it's on no frequency we can hear or identify. One thing, Prime, I thought I'd better ask. If you'd plan to stash them on board until you know where they're to be ported. Theon looked at her for a moment, snapped his fingers, and dramatically slapped his hand against his forehead. That damn sting will be obvious to anyone as low as T9. Then he groaned. There's one place we could use wouldn't reach anyone, Leah said with a broad grin on her face. You got me, Chief. Where? Theon asked. Gee, sir, you surprise me, the CPO said, savoring the moment for a beat. On board that old sphere, of course. As I remember the report, it wouldn't be hard to repair one of the boat bays the Hivers use for their scout ships. Send over enough oxygen, park the carriers inside, and no sting will clue even a lame-brain T9 to what we're about. The critters will be safe, more ways than one. Because it was her idea, Theon ordered Leah Day and Gravy, who was immediately brought into the project, as well as Hazur, who would do the environmental adaptations, to accompany him in spacesuits to the long inoperative sphere that circled the atypical planet. Clancy and Semirami ported ahead the supplies. In the weightlessness of the aged sphere, it was relatively easy, if tedious, to seal the least damaged of the boat bays and pump in the necessary oxygen. Once the area was airtight and no loss of oxygen visible in space from the Washington, the medium-sized drones which would accommodate the captive Hivers were ported in for Hazur to doctor to approximate the underground accommodations from which they'd been shanghaied. 3 nights later, When Theon, Liaday, and Hazur-Adi had recovered from that expedition and their other preparations were complete, Theon initiated the raids. He kept each infiltration to the most effective minimum team so that human odors would not alert the queens. They'd also been careful to eliminate any new plastic stink from the body armor. They'd also smeared their gear with dirt from the worn tracks led underground. On 2 occasions they were able to make off with workers returning at twilight from cultivation duties. Though they did remove some of the varieties tending the queens, this set off an unexpected agitation in the queens so deprived. Since they had installed monitors in each of the queen's quarters, they watched anxiously to see what would happen, ready to replace any or all of the variants rather than incite the queens to action. After a period in which Clue said she was sure one queen counted up her attendants one by one, the queen had extracted an egg from one of the tubes of embryos and evidently prepared the egg to replicate the missing attendant. It took 5 nights to complete the project, which Theon codenamed Shanghai, complete with soil and a replication of the food pellets found in the various underground caverns. "They'll never even know they're not at home," Hazur-Adi said, with an understandable pride in having completed his part of Shanghai. Monitors within the drones indicated that all the captives remained in a passive state. Somehow, word of the importation of hordes of hive creatures for scientific purposes set off a reaction that proved just how strong the militant annihilationists were. The very notion that hive creatures would become laboratory specimens on civilized planets turned many of those as yet undecided into fierce opponents to the prospect. Human militants took full advantage of the panic and fear, agitating in every capital city of the human-occupied worlds against such an invasion. Heinlein Base was ringed by private yachts, orbiting just beyond the legal limit and obviously determined to prevent the landing of any of the deadly specimens. Another useless display of protest, since anyone who thought twice would have realized that Talent could port the objectionable creatures anywhere without alerting the Sentinel craft. Commander Baldwin had his revenge on the Talents on the Phobos base project, who had started up the intact sphere. He reminded them that the biggest danger came from Talents who were minions of the High Council and determined to subvert the will of the majority. Blundell's answer was a calm restatement that they were apolitical and that it was impossible to subvert Talent to purposes other than those described in their charter. That this happened to include the transportation of approved carriers of all types and telepathing of any messages, overt or covert, was not open for discussion or for intervention. Any attempt to interfere with the operation of FT&T would result in the closure of every tower and the facilities on which all interstellar trade depended. Further, any attempt to interfere with Talents of any grade could result in stoppages in the locality of the interference. There were, of course, renewals of the frequent accusations of the monopoly of FT&T. The response did remind the public in general, and dissidents in particular, that there were indeed other ways of transporting goods and messages, even if these methods required considerably more time and considerably more human effort. Hence, FT&T was not a monopoly, merely the best and most efficient method currently available. The Merdinis, showing amusement at these demonstrations of human intransigence, contacted Gichtumglunt, who quietly informed Earth Prime that the best possible place to install the specimens would be in the various captured and intact spheres in geosynchronous orbits about the main Dini planets. Quarters and laboratories could be arranged to accommodate those human scientists who wished to join the Merdini specialists in the evaluation of the species.
So, when can we port these dangerous, vicious creatures to an unknown destination?
Theon asked his grandfather. "I'll handle the security, Theon," Admiral Ashiant said. "Major Jefferney has uncovered a ring of sympathizers, some of those we'd already suspected of militant tendencies. You'd best get on with Shanghai as unobtrusively as possible." "We've already Shanghaied, sir," Theon said. He ignored his grandfather's delighted guffaw. "You have?" Ashiant blinked in astonishment. Theon also did not mention that Earth Prime was bellowing with laughter at his grandson's efficiency. "In fact, sir, if I may be bold enough to suggest it," Theon went on, "it might put a stop to the unrest on board as well as those demonstrations if you leave this orbit and get on with the search." Ashiant grumphed, jutted out his chin belligerently before replying. "What? And give those militants the satisfaction of thinking they won this round?" "Well, since they haven't, sir," Theon replied with understandable amusement, "why not let them deceive themselves? It'd make it that much easier for the scientific work to proceed without interference. They can't be on board, can they? Where's that sting you tell me about could be detected? No, sir, Thean said, shaking his hand, noticing that Gravy, Clancy, and Semirami were having trouble stifling their amusement at having confounded the Admiral. Are you going to tell me, young Thean? I'd have thought you'd have figured that out, sir. And Thean turned his head slightly in the direction of the planet they were orbiting. The abandoned sphere was just in sight. Ascient began to nod his head. In plain sight, so to speak. Well done, Prime Lion. Well done all, he included Clancy, Gravy, and Commander Clue. Then he pounced. How'd you manage transfers without it showing up on generator use? Didn't need to use Gestalt, Admiral, Thean said. Not with these three and the others we tagged for the job. We were very cautious, too. By the way, if you can, Petty Officer Hazur Adi was of inestimable assistance, and if you could see some way to give him a commendation, I'll speak to my flag captain, without specifics. Well, she's safe, Thean said, since he knew Captain Ailsa Vandermeer from his time aboard Ascient's first ship. She'd better be, was Ascient's unequivocal reply. Well done, people, well done. Only, when are they leaving where they are? Jeff Raven then confided the coordinates of the ultimate destinations to Thean. Grandfather has informed me, sir, so we'll just wait until we're underway again, when the fluctuations of the generators will be less noticeable, and the port can be affected with the least possibility of anyone noticing it. Ascient chuckled all the way out of the Talents' lounge until the door slid shut. Then Gravy and Semirami could indulge in the howls of laughter they had been holding back. Clancy was grinning from ear to ear at their notable success. And Baldwin can go, Semirami began and then clamped her mouth shut, long habit interfering with her yearning to castigate a senior officer, even one who richly deserved it. You know, after seeing that ring of yachts around Heinlein Base and some of the nastier militant demos, is there any chance some idiot might try to breach Blundell? Clancy asked soberly. Sure, if they want to stop all interstellar transport. I mean, well, more personally, against Jeff Raven. Thean seemed to consider this, and then, so abruptly that he was a blur of motion, he launched himself at Clancy, who instantly ported himself aside. Thean spread both hands at the success of his demonstration and walked back to his seat. Unlikely. And Clancy's just a T2, with good instincts, I might add, Thean said. Grandfather's guarded. So's Callisto Base, and every single tower FT&T operates. Even if all the lower T's became disaffected, some of it would leak to a higher rank, and they'd be... What do talents do to those who transgress? Gravy asked when Thean didn't go on. I haven't heard of any reprimands, Thean said, but in the early days of Talent, those who didn't obey the tenets of Henry Darrow or subsequent Talon leaders got mind-locked. They got their minds burned, Clancy corrected coldly. Gravy shuddered, hugging her arms. Semirami nodded her agreement with such a dire punishment apparent. That's why it's so imperative to find talents young and train them up so they can't be subverted, Thean added with a sigh, looking out the porthole. Well, we're not the only ones who haven't wasted time, he said, pointing. The sphere was no longer visible, and the view of the starscape was altering slowly. Being nearer, Semirami flipped on the panel that showed the helm's maneuvers. We are definitely leaving orbit, she said with satisfaction. How soon can we port the hivers? Show the engineering board, will you, Rami? Thean asked, rising and going to his couch. I'll just warn Grandfather to tell the spheres to be ready for their new inmates. 9 carriers are gonna make some generator noise, Clancy said, sliding onto his couch just as Semirami got to hers. Gravy stretched out in her lounge chair. Do 'em one at a time. 2 a couple of times, Grandfather's telling me. Just merge with me. 3, 2, 1. The merge was completed with the ease of long practice. Semirami raised one hand, eyes on the engineering board.
We won't need much push,
Thean told the others in his mind.
Here's the first pair. Any variation, Rami? None that isn't consistent with our breaking orbit. A pair to the next sphere at Seth. Rami? No problem.
It took only 10 minutes to dispatch the carriers, the last one the longest, since the Washington was picking up speed with every passing moment. She's one sweet ship, Semirami remarked with a sigh of understandable pride. Thean lay still on his couch much longer than the others, and only seemed to rouse himself when Gravy brought him the restorative drink. She sat down beside him on space he instantly made for her slim self.
What troubles you, Thee? That's only the first occupied planet, Gravy. Are we going to have trouble with everyone we find? Probably.
Being candid, since she had no reason to hide her thoughts from him.
What if they want specimens from every other Hiver planet?
Theon let the others in on his quandary.
It's likely they will,
Semirami said, not at all concerned.
We did it successfully this time. We can probably manage again. Not if the local sphere is occupied. Let's worry about that when and or if it happens, Theon,
Semirami said.
We've given the experts enough to chew on,
Clancy hastily added.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Theon swung his legs over the couch, keeping as close to Gravy as his altered position allowed.
I want us to check every talent, major and minor, on this ship and see who's disaffected by the militants. I want to be able to trust all of them, not just a few.
Semirami regarded him, her expression almost sad.
We can't check every talent in the entire fleet, Theon. I'm more concerned with the morale of those on this one, since it's the flagship. And what do we do to the ones we already know are suspect?
Gravy asked, her expression blank.
There's a way, a safe one, of suppressing the talent of anyone under a 5. A sort of lid on their talent. It can be removed, but it would keep them from tumbling to any stray paths, and it would keep them from feeling any stings. We might need to do that at some point. I'd ask Grandfather for permission first, and inform Admiral Ashiant if Grandfather says I should. I'd rather you did,
Semirami said bluntly.
Even if Grandfather says you shouldn't. Raven would insist you told the Admiral, Theon,
Clancy said, glaring at Semirami. Okay, so I'm new at this, she said, holding up both hands in surrender.
Ever regret we took advantage of your talent, Rami?
Clancy asked, quirking one eyebrow at her.
It sure gave me a chance to get off Phobos base with my record still clean.
And she reached over and tousled Clancy's neatly combed hair.
Oh, hey, one last thought, to still the voice of the militant. We all know,
and she swung her finger in a circle to include them all,
that the sphere down there ain't going nowhere, not with the metal fatigue in its hull, much less all the holes. But if we were to ostentatiously plant one of your little packages, Theon, to blow it to Kingdom Come if any queen tried to bring the engines up, those engines,
and Clancy snorted derisively,
wouldn't go. Oh, I see what you mean. Smart idea. I do get them. Part of being around you guys so long. By all means, mention that to the Admiral, Commander, and I'd rather it came from you since I would be exceeding my orders to do so. That ought to earn you a commendation, too,
said Theon, grinning.
There'd be no way it could be detonated without knowing the detonator code. I sort of hate that we have to placate them,
Gravy said, looking rebellious.
Not when it anticipates a possible demand they might think of,
Clancy said with a malicious grin. I don't know about anyone else, Theon went on aloud, sliding off the couch and hauling Gravy after him, but I'm starving of the hunger. Considering how little you've had to do lately, Gravy said, I can't imagine what's been developing an appetite in you. Whatever it is, it's catching, Clancy said, taking a comb from his hip pocket and giving a few swift, accurate passes over his messed hair. Coming, Commander? Now that you mention it, it is past my lunch break. Chapter 8. The announcement that the Washington and its fleet were moving onward in its search for other Hiver-occupied systems was, at first, met with some jubilation, as the militants did indeed believe that their agitation had had an effect on the weasel lovers. Admiral Ashiant's advice to the High Council that an explosive device had been left on board the decrepit sphere as a deterrent brought a loud demand for its immediate detonation. The Admiral had Commander Ingosellen announced that detonation was automatic should the sphere be boarded, and the militants would have to be happy with that. Theon sent Earth Prime a message tube full of the recordings taken of the Hivers, complete with the interesting, altering panels which the Queens had been watching. He copied all 10 boards in the various Queens' quarters. Maybe some expert could find the Rosetta Stone that would translate those weird patterns. He also recommended that they see what reaction they got from the Heinlein Queen by playing them in her presence. The euphoria over forcing the Washington to remove itself from the dangerous Hiver-occupied planet did not last long. Militant leaders must have engaged in considerable discourse, and they decided that the High Council had deliberately ordered the Washington onward in an attempt to cool the volatile situation. They were certain that an even more egregious plan was being formulated by weasel lovers to subvert what was, to them, so obviously the will of the people. The Washington was still searching, and who could know what might be the next attempt to pollute Earth or one of the other civilized Star League worlds. The only sure answer to the threat posed by the spheres was the complete annihilation of the Hiver worlds. Renewed agitations stressed the formidable weaponry of the Washington and the other ships in that fleet, the availability of weapons that could scorch the surface of any planet, wiping out all life forms, including the hated Hivers. The rebuttal that this would only put humanity on the same level as the Hivers was scorned and ignored. 2 of the larger yachts attempted to bomb the Heinlein base where the captured Queen was being coddled. The missiles were repulsed by the automatic shields that guarded the facility against stray meteors. The resultant explosions mid-space caused damage to ships that had not been warned of the action. There were 40 fatalities on the 9 of the small craft ringing the moon, some of which did not have escape pods, so that all aboard perished when the hulls of their ships were penetrated by debris. The crews of both large yachts were arrested on charges of manslaughter, endangering the lives and property of 12 other ships, and malicious damage to a government facility. A more devious mission by dedicated militants came closer to success when a heavily armed and well-drilled group using moon vehicles made an assault on the installation. Their advance was seen in time by the observation post, and Marine units were ported in, again arousing intense criticism of FT&T to deal with the invaders. More splinter groups evolved from those abortive attempts, disgusted with the inefficiency with which these had been conducted. In general, the 2 attacks on the Heinlein base had an adverse reaction on the militants. Such unnecessary deaths roused to action those who felt it was immoral to wish to destroy an entire species. Broadcasts replayed ancient examples of genocides, hoping to remind humans that such vengeance produced longer-lasting problems than it eliminated. Surely humankind had grown beyond such heinous solutions, whether the target of such annihilation was human or alien. The issue began to involve many Merdinis, since they were well known to side with the militants on the issue of destroying any planet occupied by Hivers. However, there was dissension within the largest militant group about including aliens to achieve their God-given objective. Fortunately, the oldest of the Merdini colors held the power to control the official Merdini political position, and they were of one mind on the immorality of annihilation. Since the adulation of and obedience to their elders was a fundamental concept of Merdini social behavior, no Merdini would disobey their leaders. The example of Pritiglim, who had murdered Rogers, Gill, and Cat on board the KTTS, was a constant reminder that no unauthorized or independent action could be taken against their ancient adversary without the most stringent redress. The hope of the High Council rested on the abilities of their human counterparts and the combined scientific research into finding a way to restrict Hivers to the planets they now occupied. Such a constraint would placate the most vengeful of the younger Merdinis, such as Captain Klummel and others in positions to vent their belligerence. A formidable task, but one in which both human and Merdini scientists were determined to succeed. Another dedicated faction still dreamed of finding a way to communicate with the Queens, by odor, since that had provoked some reaction from the Queen during the Washington's infiltration of their quarters. Though ridiculed by some xenologists, the idea was not without some merit. The odors of human perspiration and or the smells of the uniform material and gear they had carried had provoked the only reaction from a Queen yet recorded. With the Talavera settlement expanding so rapidly, the High Council decreed the opening of Marengo as well. Exhaustive investigations of Marengo's environment showed that it was suitable for either Merdini or human occupation. Since the planet had a decided axial tilt similar to Earth's, with large continental masses making almost a complete circuit at the equator, as well as 4 medium continents in the temperate zones, the planet would be open to dual colonization, the Merdini concentrated in the tropics, while humans could settle the higher, more temperate areas. Of course, the militants were joined by other factions in an outcry that this was so obviously an attempt to placate everyone and please no one. There were enough humans and Merdini, especially humans paired with Merdinis, volunteering for the mixed colony that the Marengo expedition was enthusiastically acclaimed by the moderate and the conservative elements. At least FT&T was able to place Morgel of Betelgeuse, who was no relation to the Gwyn Raven Lion Primes, as Tower Prime, so that much publicity was attached to her appointment. That accord was brief, but a return to the insistence of the militants was deflated by the Second Fleet's discovery of a second Talavera-type world bearing traces of a failed Hiver colony. The disquieting element of that news was that no sphere remained in orbit. The optimists said that meant that the Hivers were unlikely to return to that solar system again, and the pessimists wanted to know where, in that case, had the sphere gone. This planet was named Clariflor, since its surface had elements that resembled Clarp's terrain, as well as climate and a vast primeval swamp area reminiscent of the old American state of Florida. There were highlands and cooler areas suitable for human occupation, but Clariflor would be mainly a Merdini world. After the disasters befalling both Theon and Roger, and the overuse of T2 Kincaid Dano, FT&T had initiated the practice of never sending a single high T out on an assignment without a support talent. Unfortunately, that left insufficient T2 and T3s to establish a tower until a suitable prime could be released from other duties. Naturally, this allowed the militants the chance to complain that FT&T was not doing its duty by supplying primes when needed. No amount of argument could explain that prime talents were thin on the worlds comprising the human part of the Alliance. All who could be useful were in full employment. Meanwhile, the Clariflor expedition was being serviced to the best of FT&T's ability by talents on shipboard. "And that's that," Jeff Raven remarked to the meeting that he had called to explain the current FT&T situation to the two high counselors. "We can't supply what we do not have. The militants may cry nepotism," he went on, making quote marks with his long fingers and seeing the answering grins at the conference table, and ignore the exhortations of FT&T to test every child at an early age to cultivate and develop even the slightest bit of talent. The best way to get more talents is to breed them from talents. "And we," said the Rowan firmly, for she was present in one of her rare in-system trips to attend this conference, "have certainly done our part. Now if a certain other planet," and leaning both elbows on the table and propping her chin under clasped hands, gave her mate a penetratingly meaningful stare. All right, Ronan. Deneb is well endowed with latent talents, but damned few primes. Old enough, that is." He hastily corrected himself, since his son Jaren had fathered several likely ones, to take on the responsibility of a tower. Young Barry's not quite old enough. He needs more training. We'll have to put Zara in for a while at the beginning and let her break him in. He could just do for Clariflor, but you have to admit that more Denebians are voluntarily coming forward, even if their willingness smacks more of nepotism than the critics would like," Golly Gren added, since he referred to those of the Sparrow, Eagles, and Hawk clans who were loosely related to ravens. "Do we have to use primes for towers everywhere?" asked Elizara Reidinger, whose T1 gifts were used medically rather than in communications. "Not always," Jeff said. "But finding matching pairs of T2s or triplets of T3s with sufficient versatility to manage the tower duties are almost as hard to find as a prime. They at least need little training, especially if they are tower-born," the Rowan said with a hint of pride for her grandchildren's recent achievements. "Right now, all the T2s we can spare are on the main search expeditions, and if you consider how far we will have to range to identify all the Hiver-occupied planets," and Jeff gestured to the 3D tank which replicated the scope of the Alliance's exploration, marking those systems which had at least one Hiver-occupied world. There were a depressing number of them. "Hivers have been in space far longer than we have," Admiral McTurian remarked with a weary sigh. "Much too long," said High Counselor Gichtumglunt, large enough to tower over everyone else at the conference table, even the tall Jeff Raven. "Are we asking too much of our navies and our peoples to conduct such an endless search?" "Not if it also discovers new planets for both our species," Jeff replied in faultless Merdini. "There exists a secondary problem to finding sufficient planets to house our excess population, now that so many do not need to go on the line," said Gichtumglunt, and it closed its pole eye long enough to indicate that it had a sensitive subject to discuss. "We, Merdini, in one aspect, rival the enemy in reproducing." It turned to Elizara. "You are the most respected of the medical people with whom we have had contact. After much discussion with our people, we request that you assist us in discovering some means to regulate and reduce the Merdini birth rate." Then Gichtumglunt closed its pole eye and lowered its head. "But you have many trained healers, honored Gichtumglunt," Elizara said, surprised. She remembered how Theon's Myrrh had been treated by the KLTLdini medic. Such medics treat sick and wounded Merdini. Gictumglunk shook its head slowly from side to side. Hibernation and creation are the responsibility of the keepers, a different matter entirely.
Specialists, huh?
Jeff murmured.
Oh, this can be very difficult then. I understand the keepers are a law unto themselves and share nothing of their work.
Then she inclined her head with great respect to the High Counselor. One understands the difficulty. Humans respect the hibernatory. However, to do as you request, Elizara began slowly, humans would need to know much more about the process which, we do completely appreciate, is the most sacred aspect of Merdini culture. It is, Gliptingdump said, bowing even further in either embarrassment or humility, so that Golly cast a frantic look at Jeff, fearful that the huge Merdini might overbalance. Jeff held up a reassuring finger, and Golly, who was sitting beside the Merdini, relaxed back into his chair. As discreetly as possible, Golly did tighten the shield on his right side just in case. Being smothered in a Merdini mass was not high on his list of priorities, even if the personage was one of the most prestigious of that race. It is known that humans are able to regulate the number of offspring. It is becoming more imperative that Merdini do so. Attempts to effect a reduction in the hibernatories of our major planets have not been successful. Having delivered the burden of its message, Gictumglump straightened, though its color remained less vibrantly gray than usual. This must be done carefully. Whatever must be done, not to offend, not to allow such to become public knowledge on our planets, for the necessity is not perfectly understood and might be considered a restriction of life. But if the Alliance is committed to restricting the population of hivers, it is imperative that Merdini should not indulge in unrestricted breeding too. Discretion can be maintained, Elizara said, emanating reassurance, understanding, approval, and praise for the Merdini decision, even though she knew Gictumglump was not empathic. If it is possible to be able to examine sufficient Merdini in a hibernatory to understand the process of creation, our best biologists and geneticists will be prepared to thus discover a method by which reproduction can be reduced without loss of refreshment to Merdinis.
Although who?
And Elizara's mental comment to the telepaths around the table was fraught with their astonishment at such a monumental task, and how best to proceed when so many of the most important practitioners of their specialties were up to their eyeballs trying to make some headway with the hiver problem.
Can I find to deal with Merdini reproductive procedures? Zara,
said the Rowan in a tone of voice which indicated that problem had just been settled.
She's been raised with Dinis, and more than once on Iota Origai helped when there were injuries in the mines.
Elizara blinked and then grinned. She'd need laboratory facilities and other Zenbio specialists, but it need be only a small team. I doubt you'll have trouble finding one, Gollygren said with a grin of pure relief. Zara was indeed the exactly perfect selection. I could give you a long list of trained personnel dying for a chance to know about the hibernatories and Dini reproduction. That might pose somewhat of a problem of conflicting loyalties for Zara and Plug and Zzl, Gictumglunk said. Not if the matter is handled as adroitly as I suggest your Zara Ravenlion is capable of doing. Dinis do trust her implicitly, Elizara said, and your involvement in the matter, Honorable Gictumglunk, would appease any possible doubts they might have. I will so instruct them, in person, if it is possible for the estimable Prime Zara and her companions to attend Gictumglunk in the near future. This problem must be solved before more Merdinis are affected. Elizara looked concerned. And how, Councillor Gictumglump, are Merdini currently being affected? Once more Gictumglump bowed its pole eye, covering it with several of the protective lids, expressing chagrin and embarrassment. By lowering the temperature of hibernatories, it was hoped that creation would be adversely affected.
Odd that they would seize on temperature to control reproduction,
the Rowan said, her eyes glinting with irony,
since we damn near killed that queen by keeping her quarters too cold.
Estimable Gictumglump, what did result? Elizara asked at her gentlest. Gictumglump's head lowered further, and Golly could not help but lean slightly away from the huge Dini, whose bulk seemed to widen in remorse. Erect, the great grey Dini did not take up quite as much horizontal space. Many very unhappy Merdini, unfulfilled where fulfillment was needed, uncreative where creativity is joy and refreshment. That's certainly not what you hope to achieve, is it? Jeff said wryly.
I wonder just what the repercussions are, especially on those Merdinis who are vital to the workings of the Alliance. If we do it correctly, few will be aware,
Elizara said.
And that is exactly what Gichtumglund is anxious to ensure.
Elizara reached across the corner to lay a reassuring hand on Gichtumglund's flipper, lying so lax in an attitude of resignation and despair. Once we know more about Merdini biological functions, we should be able to restore joy and fulfillment, for we humans are able to do so even as we restrict creation. Reassured, Gichtumglund straightened itself. Begin at once, estimable Prime Elizara Reidinger. The situation has become critical on all our planets. Then he bowed toward Jeff Raven and Rowan, sitting side by side, with the notable exception of Iota Oragai. In that case, the Rowan said, perhaps that should be the best place to start such investigations, with Merdinis who trust and work so closely with humans. Admirable solution, and Gichtumglund's color acquired an instant brighter sheen. Those of us who understand this alliance best were certain of human support and assistance in this very delicate and fundamental matter. Golly Gren was looking down the agenda for the next item to be discussed at this conference when, of a sudden, alarms warbled shrilly. Despite all the security measures on this level of the Blundell building, 3 humans and 1 large blue Merdini appeared in the conference room, spraying the occupants of the table with dart-like missiles, which were spat out in a deadly, almost inaudible spray. The intended victims had faster reflexes than their attackers. Jeff and the Rowan ported themselves high up, out of range. Increasing his shields, Golly Gren covered Gichtumglund's body with his own. Elizara had ported herself and Admiral Tall Mecturian to the far corner. The 4 attackers were themselves mind-stunned by talents and collapsed, paralyzed. The door to the conference room burst open, and the security guards rushed in immediately, taking charge of the intruders.
May I ask,
Jeff said in a tone not even his lifelong partner had ever heard him use,
how Clarissa Negeva got in here?
And he indicated the paralyzed forms.
Sir, the location of this conference room is protected,
said an exceedingly red-faced and furious T3 security officer.
We do not know how the security system could have been so compromised.
Clarissa Negeva. Why, so it is, said the security captain, as he turned over the first of the 2 women sprawled on the carpet. She's the xenophobic T2 Laria bounced out of Clarf, Jeff went on. Elizara was porting restorative drinks to the Rowan, who was ashen-faced, and to the stunned Admiral, while Golly apologized profusely to Gichtumglund for both the intrusion and his rough handling of the Merdini's person. The others, both T2s and strong kinetics, are Duvona Tseligan and Niall Greb, both Capellans, Jeff said, having touched their stunned minds. The Merdini is a disgruntled member of my own staff, said Gichtumglund in a tone dripping with distaste and disillusion. It is to be sent back in a personnel carrier immediately, and, please, not to Clarf this time, the Rowan said, raising one hand in appeal. It is from Kif, and will be sent to the most public place possible. Would it not be wiser to discover who else among your staff might be involved? Asked T3 Security Officer Harry Sargent with a formal bow to the High Counselor. The manner of its punishment will be sufficient deterrent for any others who consider eliminating a High Counselor and will redress whatever grievances exist.
Father, grandfather, grandmother, father, grandfather, sir, uncle, son. Commendable reactions, all of you,
Jeff said with a wry smile, as his mind was flooded by the queries from various alarmed offspring and relatives.
All is well. A discreet and very private message will be forthcoming. Allow us to deal with the matter in our own time. Thank you. They'd have been too late,
the Rowan remarked very quietly to her mate.
I had no idea I'd broadcast this recent untoward event. I suspect all of us did,
Jeff said, managing a grin at Elizara and Golly. Harry Sargent, his hand carefully gloved, picked up one of the many darts scattered about the room by the deflection that the Talents had reactively used in self-protection. He examined it, sniffed cautiously, and his expression became even more implacable. Poisoned. A particularly virulent type. Even Elizara couldn't have saved all of you, especially these, and he indicated a scatter on the table in front of Gichtumglund. Would have been impossible to neutralize. He bowed his abject apologies to the High Counselor, who had resumed its seat, its figure regally erect. Take that away immediately, and Gichtumglund nodded at the immobilized Dini. "Certainly, High Counselor," said Sergeant. "Allow me to assist," Golly said, and he ported the body to one of the many personnel carriers available at the Blundell Buildings yard, an action the others followed with their minds. "Would you know the coordinates of its final placement, Gictumglumt?" Jeff asked. "The big square on Kf would be the most public place." "We know these coordinates," Jeff said. "You don't get to do it by yourself," the Rowan said, rising so straight in her height she was nearly as tall as the High Counselor. "I insist on—" "Not unless I am in on the throw, too," Golly said in an equally arbitrary tone. "In the time it's taking us to argue who does it, it could have been done," Jeff replied. "We'll all do it," Elizara said at her most reasonable. 1, 2, 3.
"What's going on up there? My generator's damn near overloaded!"
was the outraged roar from T2 Viling Iridit, the Blundell Tower engineer.
"Operation Overkill,"
was Jeff's unapologetic reply.
"It's not likely to happen again."
"The transfer is completed?" asked Gictumglumt. "Most decidedly," Admiral Mecturian said, leaning across and lightly touching the Merdini's arm, a big grin on his face. Jeff held up his hand, looking first to the Rowan, who gave a slow nod of her head, then to Golly, who was also in accord. Elizara hesitated. Jeff held up his hand, looking first to the Rowan, who gave a slow nod of her head, then to Golly, who was also in accord. Elizara hesitated. "You'll need to know who else is involved. I shall attend to that when the meeting is concluded," she said. "That's my job," Golly said. Elizara, her usually sympathetic expression neutral, turned to him. "In this instance I disagree, Golly. You are an excellent T2, but I am the medical prime, and these three had sick minds." The Rowan leaned across the table, her eyes bleak. "Their minds are not to be healed, Elizara. That is a given, Angharad Raven, since they have abrogated any consideration by such an unwarranted attack." She turned to Harry Sargent. "Secure them in the infirmary, and request my assistant to administer the necessary suppressant. They are to be placed in separate rooms, and are not to be allowed to move or communicate with anyone, even my assistant." Harry gestured to his team, who bowed respectfully. The team, Harry, and the 3 remaining limp bodies ported out of the room. "I should review security features," Golly said with a grim expression. 3 kinetic, strong T2s could and did manage it, Jeff said, rubbing his jaw. "Who'd have expected we'd be bearded in Blundell after all?" Rowan said, grinding the words out, obviously still coping with her anger over the attack. "I'll see it never happens again, no matter how many dissident Ts they can assemble," Golly said in a tight, implacable tone. "I shall discover why, which I believe to be even more important," Elizara said. "There are dissident T2s at all." "Consider me available, Elizara, if necessary," the Rowan said. Elizara nodded in compliance. "Now that that's all settled," and Jeff gave himself a shake, indicating he had been more upset about the incident than he was willing to admit. "How far had we progressed on the agenda, Admiral Tall?" "Item 9, Mecturian said, blinking slightly and reorienting his attention as he touched his notepad. When he looked up, his expression suggested that Jeff knew exactly what the next topic should be. "Having a surface team investigating the occupied hive planet named Ciudad Rodrigo." "Yes, we could do with more comparative samples of pheromones and soil," Elizara said. "As has been remarked, the hivers might test the air and remove any life form large enough to be considered a predator, but they don't seem to test soil for its components. They just dig in, as it were." She gave her mouth a quirk at her phrasing. "We'll be taking Zara from the Soligan and Talavera Tower," Golly Gren said, scrolling down on his notepad. "Flavia can do the surface inspection of Ciudad Rodrigo?" the Rowan asked. "I'd thought to send Roger," Jeff began. "Not without Asia," Elizara interrupted him, wagging a finger. I know, he said, nodding his head to the caution and upholding one hand. "I want him to have some surface experience as well, with Asia," as he turned to Golly. "Are that mixed team you've been training ready to tend Talavera Tower? If they work out, that'll free Roger and Asia." He held up his hand before anyone could remind him. 5, the Rowan said. "Well, if 3 T3s can't handle porting and 2 good T2 pathers can't manage in the tower, we'll have to see just how much support they'd need in a larger merge," Golly replied. "Denebians, too." "Really?" Elizara said with a sly grin at Jeff.
That's quite enough of that, if you don't mind.
Out of deference to the two high counselors, he added, "How soon does the Washington make its next destination?" 2 more weeks, I believe, Golly said. Jeff murmured ambiguously. "I can't reach any of them. Neither can Mother," Laria told everyone in the tower who had rushed up the stairs at her scream. Kincaid, who had been in merge with her, was clutching his temples in pain. Morag and Kaltia quivered with reaction to the fright they had heard all too clearly. Vantir and Leonasha had ported themselves into the tower. Now Leonasha passed restorative beverages to everyone with the firm advice to drink first, talk later. Laria was still too full of the panic she had sensed, despite the distance between Clarf and Earth, to do more than take quick sips between phrases. Somehow, they were all, grandfather, grandmother, Golly, Elizara, and I'm sure I felt the presence of the 2 high counselors as well, had all been in danger. I do apologize for broadcasting to all of you, too. She swallowed the rest of the drink, rose, and started to reduce the headache she had given Kincaid. We all felt surprise, distress, not so much panic, Kincaid said, gratefully allowing Laria to heal the splitting headache. He felt that his eyes were crossed and kept them closed. "You shielded us," Morag said to him almost accusingly. "Nice of you, but we should have been shielding you," she added. "Habit," he said, his eyes still closed, and his shoulders slumped. "When will we get any details?" Kaltia asked softly, more distressed than any of the others as she kept wringing her hands. "It's awful not knowing." Morag and Leonasha both reached out to comfort her physically, nearly bumping heads in their effort. That bit of nonsense in itself relieved some of the tension.
"Where is everybody?"
Yoshik demanded.
"I gave the coordinates, but I can't... Oh, something's gone very wrong."
So they had to explain to the Ceph Tower Talents what little they knew.
"I'll just get the coordinates, Yoshik."
And Leonasha hurried down the stairs. "Morag, Kaltia, you port with me," Laria said, glad to have something to do. Kincaid's mind's in no condition to merge. Kincaid got that far before he was flattened by 3 T1s gently but firmly to his couch. "I yield."
"So what happened to Blundell, sis?"
Roger asked.
"Grandmother and Mother shut me up. When I know, I'll tell you. I suspect we'll all be told at the same time, but if we aren't... Here comes your shipment, Yoshik,"
Laria said, taking her 2 sisters into merge as gently as she could.
"Hey, save your strength, Lar. Oh, you have Morag and Kaltia. What happened to Kincaid?" "Ah, yes, well, if he was merge, it's to be expected. I'll keep him pacified here,"
Roger went on. Despite the nagging worry about how, under all the Star League suns, hostiles had invaded the conference room at Blundell Tower, the other primes continued with their duties. No one felt much like eating any lunch, but they were all present when Jeff reported the whole incident. "Clarissa Negeva?" Laria was so surprised that she spoke aloud, although all the other talents were listening to Earth Prime's explanation. She said she'd get even with us weasel lovers the day she left here.
"Don't blame yourself for her bigotry,"
Jeff said sternly.
"You warned us that she was xenophobic, and that was vital information. We simply didn't realize how vital. That she was able to enlist other Capellans is not surprising. To have got to a member of the High Counselor's staff is more unusual. So what's happened to all of them?"
Laria demanded without a shred of pity.
"Elizara? Elizara? But she'll... Don't ever get on the wrong side of Elizara, my dear,"
her grandfather said in a droll warning.
"There are limits to even her famous compassion and understanding. The invaders have been unable to keep any of their sordid little machinations from her searching mind. They also have been deprived of whatever talent they once enjoyed and are being sent back to Capella to serve their penal servitude as menial laborers in frontier garrisons. And the Dini? It is performing the same salutary function as did the unlamented Priticlim on Kif, its planet of origin,"
Jeff replied dryly.
Gikmglumt pronounced sentence. "Golly is full of plans for more advanced security on this level, too. But how did someone like Clarissa get as far as she did? With 2 other strong T2 kinetics, she could get very far once she knew where to look. Now, this has been a very tiring day, and while there are other messages for all of you, these will come by tube and are to be divulged on a need-to-know basis. Thank you for your immediate support. Can't imagine how I let out my surprise. I suppose one does react with an instinctive mayday when unexpectedly attacked in what is supposed to be an invulnerable chamber.
For the first time in her life, Laria heard a puzzled, almost uncertain note in her grandfather's voice. Her grandfather insecure? Kincaid reached over and clasped his hand tightly about hers, broadcasting reassurance, shaking his head.
"Yes, you would appreciate that better than anyone else, Dano,"
said Jeff with a chuckle, not too far off his usual irrepressible humor.
"We all had a bit of a shock that we're making very certain cannot be repeated. All right?"
Then the presence of Jeff Raven was gone from their minds. "Perhaps that was needed, Laria dear," Kincaid said, leaning towards her and capturing the other hand as well. "Nothing happened beyond a nasty shock." "And the punishment of those who dared violate Blundell," said Morag, her eyes sparkling with anger. Kaltia still looked uncertain. "We Talents get so we feel we can lick anyone with hands and feet tied down, Kaltia," Kincaid said gently. "It isn't true. We all have limits, even Jeff Raven, the Rowan, and the very efficient Golly Gren." "But can you imagine what chaos would result if the Blundell building had been—" Leonasha began. "It couldn't be," Vantier said so stoutly and angrily that Leonasha recoiled. "It's far too well protected from the outside." "That's what I mean. They were inside," Morag said. "And they were Talents," Kaltia said, outraged and appalled. "T2s and only kinetics," Morag went on. "You heard Grandfather. 3 could get about anywhere in Blundell except his office. The meeting was in one of the conference rooms." "Clarissa would have known where all the conference rooms are," Laria said, but her voice did not have its usual firmness. "And she had left here threatening—" "Did I or did I not hear your grandfather say that you are not to blame yourself, Laria?" Kincaid said, making her look at him when he deliberately pinched the hands he still held. "Then listen to him." "Yes, do, Laria," Leonasha said, her eyes angry. "Van and I couldn't believe how tolerant you were of that Methody Capellan and her prissy ways." And Leonasha did such a good imitation of Clarissa's long-suffering expression that Laria managed a weak smile. She turned to Kincaid. "And we thought that idiot Stirlman had been ineffectual." She rolled her eyes at her understatement. "You," and she cocked her finger at Kincaid, "know what you're doing and you do it. How's the headache?" she added. "Gone, thanks." And Kincaid used that reply to release Laria's hands and lean back. "If I may be so bold as to suggest a siesta today, I think we'd all benefit." "I know I would," Laria said, and rising, left the room. Morag and Kaltia exchanged anxious looks. "She'll be all right," Kincaid said. "But a rest is a good idea for all of us." "Indeed it is," Leonasha said briskly. "We've more cargoes, and I don't know how many message tubes to be sent all the way to that new planet, Clariflor." "Who's receiving?" Kincaid asked, frowning because he couldn't remember. "Right now, Zara, one of David of Beetlejuice's kids," and Morag grinned. "He must be seething to have had to let another of his precious children leave his control. She's a prime and has T2 and T3 support." "Then it'll be all right," he said with some relief, as he too walked down the hall to his quarters. Once out of sight, however, he ported into Laria's room. She was curled in a little ball, weeping. "Oh, dear, I was trying not to broadcast," she said, lifting her head to show her distressed, contorted face. Instantly, he picked her up, sat back down on the bed, and arranged her comfortably across his legs, tucking her head under his chin and exuding quantities of sympathy.
"I know misery rather well," he said gently. "It's just that it hit me so unexpectedly."
She lifted his free hand to her cheek.
"I can't imagine a world without grandfather and grandmother there and available to us, to all of us. My very dear Laria, there will come a time when we must let them go. Talents do enjoy long lives, long, healthy ones, but for even the strongest of us, there comes the day, the hour, the moment when it just becomes too much. They could retire."
Kincaid dismissed that with a laugh that bounced her on his chest.
"One day, dear heart, they simply won't wake up. They will, however, never suffer the debilities that used to depress and made our ancestors demand the mercy of euthanasia." "But no one gets that sick nowadays,"
protested Laria, still fighting inwardly against the demise of her beloved grandparents. And her parents. Afra was much older than Damia.
"And he is Capellan, who are known to be indestructible, but not invulnerable. If you're going to continue to torture yourself with such thoughts, I'm leaving."
And he made as if to move. She held him there with both hands and Talent immobile.
Remind me not to try to depart without your full permission,"
he said with mild reproof. Then, as she immediately lifted the restraint, he put one hand on her belly.
"Here, love, is the real immortality, the continuance of the genes which made both your grandparents and parents. This is your hope and their eternal renewal. I think such news would be good for them to hear right now. What if they don't approve of me? I didn't mean you to hear that. Then don't think so loudly so close to me."
He hugged her affectionately to indicate absolution.
"The child will be yours and mine, and talented. That is the salient fact that will render any minor details superfluous. Are there any other talents in your family?"
He gave a snort.
"No, there weren't."
Flashing through Laria's mind was a kaleidoscope of punishment scenes, an angry, contorted face of a woman, and echoes of voices from Kincaid's past that gave her a shocking insight into the childhood of a talent reared by a family which did not approve of nonconformity. She was equally aware that he didn't know what he had just projected. Their minds were more deeply linked than she realized. She wondered if he did, but decided not to mention it.
"I do know,"
he went on, and those childhood flashes faded,
"that your parents welcomed me without reservation to your home and family. I care more for their good opinions than anyone else's. But what if your grandparents are older and wiser than even Afra, and certainly you, dear heart? I'd far rather everyone knew and settled that little detail. Now rest. We both need it after the morning's... that's, well, thankfully gone, and this afternoon's traffic is mercifully light."
They rearranged themselves more comfortably in restful positions, though Laria clung to his arm and nestled as close as she could get to his long body.
"It doesn't matter what earth-shattering things happen, does it?"
she said almost bitterly.
"Primes have to man the towers. Responsibility and routine give you balance too, Laria. I'd rather have them both than be without either. Rest, Laria. You need it after that shock."
And much to her surprise, reassured by his presence, she did. Flavia equably received the news directly from Earth Prime that Zara was required immediately by Prime Elizara. Jeff Raven said that orders were coming for Captain Soligen and her attendant ships to leave orbit around Talavera and proceed to the system that contained Ciudad Rodrigo. Earth Prime would like myself, and Flavia placed a hand on her chest, with Roger, she paused to grin at Captain Vestapia Soligen, and Asia, with whatever other team members and security personnel we need to do a survey of that Dini-occupied planet. We must gather the usual samples for comparative examination. Captain Soligen frowned, obviously rapidly running through who else should go with the talents. Earth Prime is sending Theon's report on his surface ventures. Flavia paused. I believe the confirmatory message tube has just come in. Let us do without that dreadful Dr. Esperito if we can. Wela Gregorian should accompany us as science officer, and Yakamashura, and possibly Rosemary Mordman, plus whatever team Kwan Kaiser Tau feels is necessary to protect us. I think I'd like to come along too, Vestapia said. Me too, said Rodri Eagles, rapping belatedly on the half-open door. He had a message tube in his hand. This is, I believe, for you, and he handed it to Flavia, grinning with his usual insouciance. You wouldn't dream of leaving me out of the expedition now, would you? Flavia grinned at the captain's bemused expression. None of us would, Roddy. After all, you've had more personal experience with queens than any of us, Flavia said. When Zara was told of her reassignment, she was excited to be asked to work with Elizara again, but there were no specifics for her of what that work entailed among the many contained in the message tube. There was certainly enough recordings and readings from the Washington as guidelines for the Ciudad Rodrigo landing team. Well, at least I'm not being yanked out of here and dumped where I'm going as Roger was, Zara said with a slight grimace of exasperation. Then we'll have time for a farewell party on Talavera, Flavia said, pleased. She loved swimming in the lake, careful, though, not to swallow too much water.
Yeah, but whose grandfather got to manage my tower? Roger demanded, incensed. Don't fret. Asia's coming with you, Zara said placatingly. She has to come with me, wherever I go. He snarled when he heard Zara's mental sigh. Don't come over all sisterly on me, Zara. Stop treating her like a child. I'll court her my own way with no help from you. Just so long as she knows she's being courted, was Zara's tart reply. What do you mean by that? If you can't figure it out by yourself, oh, never mind. Grandfather's sending 3 T3s for the porting and a pair for the pathing, and older experienced T5s as expediter and engineer. I'd say that needing 5 to replace you is a compliment, Roj. Well, I have brought all the big heavy stuff in with my team. Stop grousing. Stop nagging. Children!
And Flavia's cool soprano interrupted their wrangling. I think it's a compliment that so many are needed to replace you, Roj, Asia said when Roger came into the lounge, still frowning over that exchange. Am I leaving too? Jess Ornigo asked. Yes, it'll be almost a complete new crew, Roger said, looking at Asia, cool and pretty, in a particularly nice shade of green one-piece that ended at her knees. She had cute knees. He shook his head impatiently at being diverted from the more important news. My grandfather wouldn't dare separate you and Flavia, he said, grinning at the droll glance Jess gave him. They're 2 experienced T5s as expediter and engineer, and we're to break our replacements. Does Dr. Espirito get to go to Ciudad Rodrigo? Asia asked, her expression anxious. Her inherent shyness had made her one of the few who didn't just leave the doctor, who endlessly pontificated to anyone he could catch. Roger laughed. No, he stays. That's a relief, Jess and Asia said in unison. So, when do our replacements get here? Jess asked.
As soon as you lot stop gossiping and get to your couches,
said the unmistakable voice of their grandfather.
I'm waiting.
Hold your horses, Zara murmured under her breath as she and Roger ported themselves into position. Asia had darted to her generators and, when they were needed, they sang sweetly in use. From the large personnel carrier emerged 7 people, ranging from a man in his 6th decade who was the expediter and had been drafted from Blundell Building. The engineer, a younger man, had also been at Blundell and was clearly delighted with what he saw of his new tower. The T3 Kinetics were twin brothers and a sister from one of the western Danubian clans that even Roddy had never met. They were just out of their teens and eager to prove their abilities. The Paths, Andy and Ivy Dumas, were in their early 20s, but obviously already partnered, and they had Deanie pairs. Sorry to rush you into work right away, Roger said, not the least bit apologetic. But we've some afternoon deliveries, and that'll give you some practice while we're still here. You're leaving soon? Asked one of the twins. Roger didn't stay long enough to know if it was Scott or Stuart who spoke. They were almost identical. Their sister, Sarah, was only a year younger and looked enough like them to have been a triplet. The T5 expediter was from Capella and was known to Jess Ornigo, Flavia, and Malin. Mal was to stay on at Talavera to help the new group settle in. No rest for the wicked, you know, Zara said, indicating that it was her brother who was wicked. Then she grinned when Asia stepped to Roger's side supportively. We've another assignment, but most of the heavy stuff's been brought in, Roger said, pointing to the settlement so obviously built of prefabricated sections. If you've been trained at Blundell, you'll do just fine, and the Columbia, and us, and he indicated Flavia and tapped his chest, are only a thought away. Ivy Dumas rolled her eyes at that oft-repeated talent reminder, thus recommending herself to Roger. So, let's hit the tower, gang, Roger said, rubbing his hands together. Oh, Mal, see if we can rustle up more couches. We can use conformables from the lounge right now, but a good couch is essential for everyone on duty in a tower. The conformables had appeared on the tower floor by the time Roger led the 5 newcomers up the stairs.
Thanks, sis,
he said, since he suspected she had done the porting.
Happy to oblige.
The 2 Paths hadn't caught that exchange, but then they hadn't been included. Asia was already explaining the vagaries of the Talavera generators to the engineer when the tower group took their places. Roger let the 5 follow him on a port of some faulty units back to Beetlejuice, introducing the new tower staff to David, and then let the 3 Kinetics bring in some medium-heavy shipments from Procyon, again introducing them to the Tower Prime. By the time Altair had fresh produce and nursery plants to send, Scott, Stuart, and Sarah were much more at ease, and Roger backed off completely. A shower of the inevitable message tubes startled all of them, but Roger explained that most message tubes could be sent the entire way by the deliverer, and that this would happen frequently.
They'll do,
was Zara's verdict.
They're 2 tenths. They're brand new at it,
Flavia said.
And Malin's there to lend a hand. I'll bring down the caterers and the others from the Columbia. I'm in the mood for a good party. As a rule, we don't get much of a chance to celebrate reassignments. Grandfather's way of making all this shuffling palatable,
Roger replied, but he wasn't opposed to a party. It might even give him the chance he'd been waiting for.
For Pete's sake, don't wait any longer.
Flavia's advice surprised Roger. She usually minded her own business. But she'd been aboard the Columbia with Asia long enough to know how young and shy Asia was, how easily intimidated. Why, she wouldn't even brush off old Esperito when he was boring her with his latest observations, usually at the top of his voice as well as his mind. The 4 new Deanies of Ivy and Andy had been made very welcome and were delighted to help in the yard. They were quite young and a sort of greeny gray. There were no others of their color on Talavera, but the Grays said they were close enough to join their house. Someone had brought out lights for the tower yard where the Columbia's caterers set up their food dispensers. Deanies appeared with chairs and tables gathered from the personnel quarters as well as their own homes. Mal, Jess, with the help of the twins, lighted a path in orange to the lake and along the shore. Vestapia and her senior officers had been invited, but no one said a word to Esperito about the upcoming surface investigation of Ciudad Rodrigo. "He's lonely, you know," Asia said, when Roger had for the 4th time that night taken her away from Esperito. The old Zeno had immediately seized on the old expediter as a listener who was considerate enough to take on the role. "Small wonder," Roger said. "Why didn't you just invent an errand you'd forgotten?" he demanded, waving his hand about. "Or remember a message, or go to the bathroom." "I can't keep using the same excuses all the time, Rog," Asia said meekly, her head down. "Now, I don't mean that as a criticism, Asia," Roger said, realizing that one of her more sterling qualities was her innate kindness and forbearance. He reached for her hand, and her fingers curled about it in acknowledgement. They continued along the orange-lit path in a darkness that was already boasting some night insect sounds. "Sounds a bit like Deneb," he added, and daringly put his arm around her shoulders. She was so lightly boned. The perfume she was wearing was floral, pheromones of a pleasant sort. "Yes, it does," and she grinned up at him. "Makes all that hard porting worth it, doesn't it?" "It does." Roger swung them back to look at the tower in its illumination. "You're not going to miss it, are you, Rog?" Asia asked, astonished. "I am, sort of, I think. We set it all up from scratch." "You're not worried about our assignment on Ciudad Rodrigo?" "Me? Worried about Hive Queens? Never!" he said with such vehemence that she recoiled. But he caught her back, pulling her into both arms. "Are you?" He knew she didn't like slithers, but queens were definitely not slithers, although Theon had mentioned something scuttling over his feet. "If I'm with you, I'm never scared." He looked down at her face, shadowed so that she looked older, mysterious. He wanted very much to kiss her.
"Then why don't you?"
Zara said in exasperation. "What's the matter, Roger?" Asia asked, and anxiety flickered across her face, making her his dear young Asia again.
"Not that young, Roger."
And this time it was Flavia who was chiding him.
"Both of you get out of my head and my space and let me do my own courting. Then do it!"
The 2 primes said in a chorus of disgust.
"You're the one who's shy now."
"I know that look," Asia said, her voice no longer soft and yielding. "You're pathing, and just when we're in the most romantic setting we're ever likely to have for the next months. Sometimes, Roger Lyon, you can be the most exasperating of men." She gave his shoulders a shake and then, standing on her tiptoes, reached up and pulled his head down to hers, kissing him soundly and far more thoroughly than he thought his Asia should know how to kiss.
"Well, it's about time."
Roger ignored the snide, telepathed whisper, and later couldn't remember who had spoken, because he and Asia were responding to each other in the passionate embrace. With their emotions awakened and reinforced by mutual desire, Asia pathed to him for the first time, a far firmer voice than her audible one.
"Your room or mine?"
"Asia!" He broke off the kiss to stare down at her, not that that wasn't what he had in his mind.
"Believe me, Roger Lyon, I'm grown up enough." Where did my shy Asia go? "She got tired of waiting, Roger Lyon. Take me."
Theon woke, gasping for breath, stunned by a dream so terrible that he clung to Gravy beside him. "Whatever's the matter, Theon? Oh, Lordy, look how Mur and Dip are thrashing about. They'll hurt themselves." Gravy was as fast to assist the 2 writhing creatures as Theon. "I just had the most awful dream, Theon," she said, holding Mur to her and stroking it, thinking reassurance as hard as she could. Freezing, choking. Theon was doing much the same to Dip. "Let's surround them." And he rearranged himself and Gravy so the 2 Deanies were on their laps, human arms making a safe cage about the shuddering, quivering bodies. Whatever could have happened?
"Rami, Clancy, Leah, how many Deenies on board are having nightmares?
Thean broadcast to the entire complement of the Washington. His comm unit started buzzing, and the panel on the workstation in the lounge was announcing urgent in-ship messages. The replies were all the same and came from all parts of the ship where humans had Deenie friends. As abruptly as it started, the convulsions ended. Whimpering, the Deenies were coaxed back to sleep, but only when they were held tightly by their humans. Thean thought to check with Captain Spictum of the KSTS. Whatever it was widespread, then. Bad dreams for those asleep. For us awake, the most hideous thoughts of terror, cold, choking. It is over. We are on duty. We will take restorative drink. That was not good enough for Thean. Not when the bad dreams were reported on every human ship with Deenies in their crews, and on all the Deenie vessels.
Roger, you had any trouble there?
Thean pathed to his brother on the Columbia, en route to Ciudad Rodrigo.
Trouble, he calls it,
was Roger's sarcastic reply.
Every Deenie went into convulsions. Never seen the like of it. Humans who were unlucky enough to be asleep had nightmares of freezing cold, choking, and terror. Yours got it too? I thought Asia and I'd never call him Gil and Cat. Whole damned First Fleet had it. Do you call grandfather, or do I? As Earth Prime...
And Jeff's voice interrupted their conversation.
I reluctantly report that there seems to have been a major power failure at Clarf Main Hibernatory. Many are dead, and we are trying to estimate the losses. It is hoped that a proportion may be saved by restorative methods that are currently being assiduously applied. But, grandfather, how did our Deenies know so far away?
Thean asked.
Who was it said that bad news travels fast? I'll let you know when we can find some Erdini who will tell us exactly what happened, and how. A rough estimate is that nearly 800 Deenies of all colors were affected. Those here at Blundell say that the very young and the oldest would have died. I'll send a full report. On another topic,
Jeff said after a brief pause.
The Heinlein observers rigged a screen in the Queen's quarters and played selected passages from the material you sent me a while back. Oh?
Jeff's chuckle was malicious.
She took one glance at the side panels and ignored them. She walked up to the main panel, the one where the patterns alter, watched it. Those who have become familiar with what gestures or movements she makes thought she was 1, startled, 2, disgusted, and 3, returned to her couch and didn't pay the screen any further attention. The comm experts are of the opinion that the side panels are static, with very few alterations, while the main screen gives some sort of running comment on whatever it is queens on the same planet would be talking about. Interesting. Yes, isn't it? I don't know if it's good news, but it's better news. Tell your experts.
And before Thean could thank him for the report, Jeff's presence had left his mind. Well, Sam said with a sigh that Gurm repeated when Thean gave them the report. We did what we could. I don't understand such a negative reaction from the Heinlein Queen, he added, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. One queen warlike, the other placid. They would not like each other, also from different hive worlds, Gurm remarked. Would they all use the same language? Thean asked. Why shouldn't they? They do not change anything else they do. And Gurm's narrow shoulders raised in a very human shrug. Suppose, and Thean stopped to orient his thoughts, the queens did not develop the technology they're using, but adapted it to their use. The concept clearly startled his listeners. He leaned forward, developing the theory. I believe there was an ethnic group that could perfect any sort of mechanical or electronic technology but could not, for some reason, take the next step upward in that technology. Perhaps that's what the queens are, perfectionists, but not originators. Said Sam, nodding his head, looking at his colleague, and Gurm seemed to be considering the notion too. We still have to find a way to keep them contained. Then, exchanging a glance with Gurm and the two Zenbis, Weinman excused himself from the lounge.
I've got a big problem, Elizara.
Medical Prime Zara pathed to her mentor and instructor.
And what would that be?
Elizara's prompt return thought returned over the distance between Earth and Iota Oragai.
I'm not sure it's ethical or medical, but did you realize that there are no species on Clarf or any of the other Merdini planets similar to them? That's a well-known fact, my dear. Then how do I experiment?
There was anguish and alarm in Zara's question, and suddenly what she said was painfully and dreadfully clear to Elizara. Surprise and shock kept her from forming an answer, and Zara went on.
We humans have pigs and mice and rats and other mammalian creatures whose anatomy and responses we can use for experimentation. But we bloody don't have any other species like Merdinis to use in laboratory. There simply is no other life form that does the same thing they do when they are reproducing. Ah, yes, well.
And Elizara bought more time as her mind frantically went through the known categories of species, some of which were definitely alien and also definitely not Merdini.
That is certainly a problem. I mean, I've got all the facilities I could possibly need, and some of the best young Merdini medics to assist, as well as their equipment, which, by the way, I don't know how to use, but I'm learning. But how can I possibly do any substantive experimentation that will give us any sort of an answer? I've nothing to practice on, and...
The wail of moral outrage gave way to a far more human despair.
Old Fartplum is hemming, hawing, turning itself upside down not to let us try to analyze what chemicals they put into the air of the hibernatory, and I've got to have that information. Yes, indeed you do. I shall speak immediately to High Counselor Gichtenglum. Fine, I'd appreciate that very much,
replied Zara, punctuating her phrases with telepathically transmitted sighs that made Elizara smile despite herself. The other ethical issue facing Zara was not something she could as easily solve, and one that had certainly not come to her mind when Counselor Gichtenglund approached her with the Merdini contraception request. Unique the species was, but she hadn't quite realized how, or that there were indeed no other even vaguely similar creatures on the Merdini planets. Perhaps in some prehistoric time on Clarf, primitive Merdinis had prevented or interfered with the evolution of biologically similar life forms. Whatever, that did not help Zara face or solve the problem.
In this instance, my dear,
Elizara said compassionately,
I think we must approach the problem on an empirical basis. While it would be helpful to have laboratory specimens on which to experiment, such are not available in this instance. Have you discussed this problem with any of the Dini medics? Oh, yes,
Zara replied quickly in such a tone of voice that Elizara realized she had not received the answer she needed.
They reminded me that Merdini do not hesitate to go on the line when it is necessary for the survival of the species.
Elizara shuddered and felt that Zara had done the same.
I can't.
And Zara's voice was a wail of distress.
Do that, Elizara. I just can't. Then concentrate on the empirical, dear. That's all we can do. I shall stand by your modus operandi no matter what. Thanks, Elizara.
And a little of the very young Zara, whom Elizara had taken in as her student, crept into that response.
I'm always open to you, my dear.
And the contact broke.
Better get out here, Laria. 4 extremely dejected Merdini just walked in,
Leonasha said.
Dejected? But they've just been in hibernation.
Laria and Kincaid scrambled out of her bed and ported to the tower foyer. Tip! Huff! And she was down on her knees, embracing the shriveled, weary creatures who stared with hooded poles at the ground. Kincaid was hugging his pair and calling for restoratives that Leonasha was already preparing. The other Dinis clustered in an anxious circle, not the usual hilarious and joyous one with which returning Dinis were greeted, Dinis who were usually eager to resume their duties. What has happened to you? She remembered how angry the keeper had been to have them arrive at the hibernatory so late, but surely a Merdini keeper did not exact punishment for delays. Cold, terrible, no joy, no refreshment. Tip and Huff pushed into her arms as if they couldn't get close enough. Thermal covers, Fig, Sil, Dig, Nim, Leonasha ordered. Shift in all pillows too, Vantir called after the Dini, scurrying to obey, murmuring in disturbed whispers as they went.
Should we ask for a healer to come?
Kincaid asked.
How could they be released in this condition?
Laria said angrily, soothing her pair with kisses and fondlings, all the time holding them as close to her as she could.
Their skin's all wrinkled and they feel squishy. They've never been this way before. Nor mine,
said Kincaid in a tone that gave warning that he intended to investigate thoroughly.
What's wrong? What's happened?
And Morag, Kultia, and their Dinis ported in, fortunately close to the steps, as if both had seen where it was safe to arrive. We don't know, Laria said, struggling to keep her tone even. They're very sick, Morag said, as Phil and Kim clung to her legs. Kev and Sue had wrapped flippers about Kaltia, their pole eyes wet with fear. The Deenies burst into the room, arms filled with pillows, trailing thermal covers, and instantly Morag and Kaltia arranged these into a nest, into which Kincaid and Laria put their wasted-looking Deenie. Leonasha offered the hot drinks she had prepared with herbs she knew were restorative for Merdini. "Shouldn't we get a healer for them?" Morag asked. "There's supposed to be healers at the hibernatory for emergencies," Laria said, barely able to suppress the anger she felt. Suddenly, the door to the tower flew open, and Plus, followed by other medium-large grey Merdinis, charged right up to the invalids. "Most apologies, Prime Laria. Can never suitably amend appalling condition of your devoted friends. Here are healers to attend. Clever Prime to already start to do the necessary caring. We did not know that your friends were there. Just what the hell has happened?"
"Easy, Laria. It's as upset as you are, or Plus would not just barge in here,"
Kincaid said. "We await an explanation," he added in Merdini, folding his arms in a fashion that was tantamount to an insult to Merdinis. Plus kept bowing, apologizing, almost incomprehensible in the speed with which it delivered regrets, remorse, and promises of restitution. "Slow down, please, estimable Plus. We cannot understand what you say." Laria had caught a garble about inhibiting creation without harm, and how were they going to treat so many sick Deenies with so few to heal the desperately deprived. "Heating of hibernatory at fault. Could not reach assistance. Many suffer. We come to you first of all colors."
"I'll bet they did,"
Vantier said, for he had folded his arms as well to indicate the displeasure of the entire tower.
"They can't afford to lose our goodwill." "You would take that position,"
Laria retorted, her eyes flashing so angrily that Vantier flinched as if she had lashed at him mentally as well. She would have liked to, considering the mundanity of his remark. "The tower serves Clarf's needs no matter what or when," Plus got Honorable Prime." Plus kept on bowing. "These 4 unfortunates have not benefited. Is it possible that they could be sent to Iota Oragai, where special treatment is currently available?" "Of course, but they are scarcely in a condition to travel anywhere," Laria pointed out. "Surely here in Clarf. Iota Oragai, most respected Prime." And Plus made such a low obeisance that, for one anxious moment, Laria was afraid Plus would tip over onto the supine Deenies. "As soon as possible, as very soon as possible. There is work for the tower which must be completed. I must accompany Thulp and Hugf," and she gestured to Kincaid, "nor will Kincaid leave Npul and Puls to travel without his presence."
"Laria!"
Leonasha said aghast.
"You can't." "Oh, yes, she can,"
Morag said, taking a step forward, her jaw set.
"There's nothing here at Clarf that Kalti and I cannot handle, with you and Vantier backing us up. The Deenies come first right now, and for once, the tower comes second." "Although it doesn't really, since we're still here,"
Kaltia put in, jaw jutting out in stubbornness, which both Leonasha and Vantier recognized as a family trait.
"We are certainly able to do a few days on our own. I'm sure we won't have to pinch it for very long, will we, Laria?" "No longer than absolutely necessary. You can't know how Kincaid and I both appreciate your willingness, Morag, Kaltia."
Laria managed a grateful wisp of a smile, while the relief in her expression at their volunteering underlined her belief in their abilities. She turned back to the Merdini. "If our 4 are in such poor shape, what is the condition of the others who shared hibernation with them?" Plus turned the oddest shade, and the healers glanced up from their ministrations with horror-stricken expressions. "I require an answer, Pleskets. They are being cared for to the best of our knowledge. More help may come from Iota Oragai. Tulp, Ugf, Npul, and Puls must be given first advantage. Clarf honor requires this. Ah, look now and see that they are resuming a normal color." Laria looked as Kincaid, kneeling beside the 4 Deenies, gently touched each wizened chest in turn.
"The color may have improved, but I've never felt spongy Deenie flesh before, and they are not appreciably warmer."
Though his face did not mirror his concern, Kincaid expressed his sense of urgency in his path.
"Leonasha,"
Morag said firmly, checking the afternoon's workload,
"I see little more than light drones, message tubes, and ordinary piffle." "Piffle?"
Leonasha blinked at Morag. Kaltia leaned around her sister to look at the pad.
"Piffle's all it is, when you consider what we've done from Iota."
Kaltia said, her manner exhibiting more youthful disdain than Morag had exhibited.
But your parents were there,
Leonasha said, alarmed. Laria ported Leonasha's notepad to her.
I'd consider it piffle too, Leo, after what we practiced with an iota. They can handle it, and probably a lot of what will come in the morning. Right now, Kincaid and I are going to Iota Origai, if that's where we can get our Deenies treated properly.
Vantir took a forward step.
You'll check with Earth Prime first, of course. I act on my own cognizance, Vantir. You will assist my sisters and Leonasha to the best of your ability. Morag, port that multiple carrier to the door. Kaltia, port my mattress into it and all the pillows and thermals we have.
Then Laria turned to Plus. We shall waste no more of your valuable time. Your healers will have others to attend. The tower will continue all operations. Morag and Kaltia are primes, and their abilities are sufficient to any task required of them. Return your Deenies to Clarf in full health, honored prime. And Plus kept bowing itself as it moved backward toward the automatic doors, which opened, letting in a blast of the hot afternoon air.
Carriers all set,
Morag said. Come on, Kaltia. And she took the steps 2 at a time up to the tower. We're operational as of right now. Thank goodness we know Iota Origai better than the back of our hands.
Sure, but you tell Mother. Don't slither, Kaltia.
Vantir heard his generators picking up and darted back down the steps, muttering imprecations about children, but Leonasha sent up the Iota Origai coordinates because she had to do something to steady her nerves. Vantir heard his generators picking up and darted back down the steps, muttering imprecations about children, but Leonasha sent up the Iota Origai coordinates because she had to do something to steady her nerves. Laria, Kincaid, and the nested Deenies disappeared right into the carrier without bothering to open the wide hatch.
Merge,
cried Laria. Vantir, for one moment, fearful for his beloved generators being manipulated by novices, put his fingers on the off toggle, but the pressure from the tower was as deftly done as if Laria and Kincaid were doing it. You left your sisters in charge of Clarf Tower? Damia demanded, when she and Afra were awakened by the arrival of a large personnel carrier in front of the house at dawn at Iota Origai.
Considering the urgency of getting their Deenies here,
Afra said with quiet authority, gently moving his outraged wife to one side at the window.
They could do nothing else, and I'm sure Morag and Kaltia will have Leonasha as well as the 2 at Seth Tower to guide them. Zara!
I'm down here. And Zara appeared, in the act of shrugging a warm cover over her bare body. She knelt beside the carrier, opening it only far enough to reach in and touch the nearest of the 4 Deenies within. Warmer clothing rained down on her. You were right. They're in very bad condition, but don't worry, I know exactly what to do. Get out, Kincaid. I'm the only human who has permission to enter the hibernatory here. Kincaid did not argue, though after the heat in the carrier, he and Laria began to shiver in the crisp, cold morning air of Iota Origai. Inside, Damia said, pointing to the house. But I said I'd be with... Laria began and disappeared. Having ported her daughter inside the house, Damia gave Kincaid a merciless stare of tacit permission, and he ported himself inside too. Into the kitchen with you, Damia said deftly, porting herself into unoccupied space in the entrance hall. Then Afra was beside her, throwing woolen wraps around the shoulders of the new arrivals. They pulled them tightly round their bodies, meekly following Damia. I didn't think Zara would have to put her new expertise to the test quite this soon, Afra said, his hands gently propelling Kincaid and Laria in Damia's wake, where she indulged in a remarkable display of domestic telekinetic activities. These produced a hot meal, a choice of beverages, and additional early morning snacks that Damia happened to know were favorites of her daughter in Kincaid Dano. While the new arrivals consumed warm food and beverages, they pathed the account of the circumstances that had precipitated their arrival. And if ours are this sick, I'd want to know what exactly are the conditions of the rest of those in Clarf's biggest and most prestigious hibernatory, Laria said, holding out her cup to be refilled. She was too shaken to do that herself. The Merdini are attempting to curtail their birth rate now that so few die in hive attacks, Damia said. So, in what has turned out to be a very ill-advised attempt to limit creation, they lowered the temperature in the hibernatoriums. All of them? Laria exclaimed, nearly spilling the hot liquid in her cup in astonishment. Fortunately, no. Unfortunately, the main one in Clarf was evidently a test site, Afra said. This is after the fact, Laria, or I'm sure you'd have been warned not to take yours there. Laria flushed. They were overdue to hibernate, and the keeper rushed them in. She frowned and turned to Kincaid. That explains its cryptic remarks, I guess, Kincaid said ruefully. Afra paused a moment, and then asked, You're sure there's nothing Morag and Kaltia can't handle? Nothing. They've been exceedingly well trained, Laria said with a bow to her parents. They consider the afternoon's quota of tubes is mere piffle, Kincaid said with a droll smile. And tomorrow's? Damia asked, not quite scowling but concerned, knowing the amount of traffic Clarf Tower was handling. They can handle whatever we can, Kincaid said with a shrug. We'll return as soon as we're certain our Deanies are in good hands. You'll get right back to... Damia began, but Afra, making eye contact with Kincaid, put a restraining hand on his mate's shoulder. Their priorities are correct, Damia, he said, using a tone and firmness he rarely directed at her. They have left their tower well attended, so they're scarcely derelict in their duties. He gave her a quick smile, then turned back to Kincaid. We will ask Leonasha and Vantir not to reveal who is actually porting at Clarf. I doubt Prigatgal will even know you're here. Plus saw us leave, Laria was obliged to admit, seeing now through her mother's reaction how ill-advised their abrupt departure was.
It wasn't.
And Kincaid's hand gripped her thigh firmly. From what Plurgitgal said, it will be far too busy treating the other victims to question how Clarf Tower is being handled so long as it's operational. I can, of course, return immediately and leave my friends with Laria to deputize for me. Only when they are well enough not to require the reassurance your presence can give them, Afra said. Damia was blinking in surprise at Afra's domination of the interchanges. So some idiot decided that freezing Deanies would prevent reproduction? Laria asked scornfully. You'd think the last thing a Deanie would do is emulate a queen, Kincaid remarked caustically. Damia did frown. How do you construe that? Well, the Heinlein queen nearly died from cold before she started hatching eggs for attendants, Kincaid replied. Or perhaps you never saw the report I did. When they installed the queen at Heinlein, they provided the same ambient temperature that had been in her escape pod. What they didn't realize was that that was not the normal hive temperature. It was low to reduce her activity level by the cold, so she'd have the maximum amount of oxygen to take her where she meant to go. So it was plain logic, rather than communication, that Zara acted on that time, Damia asked. She's always been interested in biology, Afra said. She acted on a logical conclusion she didn't know how to explain at the time. I'm glad to hear what prompted her. But that doesn't explain why the Merdini would use cold to reduce creation. Afra gave Kincaid a wry look. Merdini logic sometimes defeats human mental processes. It damn near killed our Deanies, Laria said in a savage tone, and added a sound of disgust. So, how is it that Zara happens to be here in Iota Oragai and able to nurse Deanies? She has had metamorphic training, Damia began, and Elizara felt that, having grown up with Deanies, she was the best available medical personnel. Your grandfather, as well as the high counselors, considered her the proper choice. Damia paused, emanating a complex blend of pride, anxiety, and surprise. A select, high-powered team of medical and Zenbis has been assembled and permitted to enter a hibernatory to see exactly what does happen. Whatever activities ordinarily take place is limited to specially chosen and trained keepers. Laria and Kincaid exchanged respectful glances. Well, good for Zara, said her proud sister. So she, or someone else here on Iota, really can restore ours? I'd rest easy on that score, my dear, Afra said. Then he rose suddenly and strode from the room. What's... Laria began. I believe your father is aware that Vagrian is awake, Damia said. Oh, him! I completely forgot you took him on. It may be early, but perhaps we could do stables. I'd find it soothing work, Kincaid said, rising. I'll help. Now, just a moment, Laria, her mother began. With all deference, Damia, we'll do stables, Kincaid said. And taking Laria's hand in his, they ported out of the room, the height of bad manners for Talents, and especially in front of Damia, Raven Lion.
How dare! Enough, Damia,
Afra said so bluntly that Damia was silent. Though they were safely out of the house, Kincaid and Laria winced, waiting for Damia's reaction to such a dictate. "Better we were rude just to Mother," Laria murmured, as she and Kincaid strode quickly up to the stables. "I'd have been a lot ruder in his presence. I wonder how Zara copes with him." "I suspect she's not around often enough right now for that to be a problem," Kincaid said. "Imagine that. She's allowed in a hibernatory. That's another first for the formidable Lion's Pride." "Lion's Pride?" Laria stopped and looked at him. "Well, you are, you know, and it's meant as a compliment by all I've heard use the term," he said in a placatory tone. "Lion's Pride, And Laria savored the label and then chuckled. "Does Dad know?" "I shouldn't wonder," Kincaid replied. "Hope Mother doesn't. She's rather partial to being a Gwyn Raven." "So she should be." Kincaid slid apart the stable doors and grinned as the inmates whickered joyfully at such an early arrival of those who fed. There was additional noise as shod hooves scraped against plascrete floors as resting horses rose to all four legs. In the first right-hand stable, Saki nickered more urgently, stamping her feet in welcome to a well-known voice demanding her breakfast nuggets. "The morning feeds are usually made up night before," Laria said, pausing to let her favorite horse sniff, then lick her palm. "The middle door." "I remember, and so they are." Saki pushed at Laria, obviously urging her to speed her breakfast to her, so Laria trotted down to the feed room and helped Kincaid load the trolley. "We have to start with Saki or she'll damage her knees, kicking the door if anyone else is fed first." "Shamelessly spoiled. Knows she's the alpha mare." "Will they mind a Lion Dano in the Pride?" Kincaid asked, pulling out the feed dish of the brown gelding opposite Saki, who seemed to be inhaling her pellets. "I told you I don't want you bound officially," Laria said, moving down the aisle to the next horse. "Our child will have two parents, and that's not negotiable, Laria Gwyn Raven Lion Dano," Kincaid said, in almost the same adamant tone Afra had used to Damia. "Like that, are you?" Laria grinned, rather pleased at his attitude, as she dumped yet another breakfast into a manger. "Unless your parents kick up a stink." They happened to be facing each other over the feed flat. "I doubt that, Kincaid Dano." And she not only made eye contact with him, but opened her mind, letting him see her high regard for the person he had struggled to become despite a miserable childhood, since they already respect you, as well as, she added in a blithe tone, quite likely admire you for putting up with their eldest daughter. Now let's finish feeding. The activity of feeding, haying, and straightening stable sheets had a soothing effect on them both, considering the multiple shocks of the day. "Therapeutic even," Laria said, spending a little extra time with Saki to brush a stable stain from the flank of her favorite horse. "Isn't this the fellow I rode the last time I was here?" Kincaid asked, stepping back to get a proper look at the animal he was tending. "Sure is, and he seems to remember you fondly enough not to race you around the box." Afra appeared in the wide stable opening. "Beliaken's presence has been requested at Blundell House for the next few days, in connection with Clarissa Negeva's attempt to recruit him," Afra said. "He had the good sense to tell Gali immediately before he left Blundell. They knew she had, of course, but him coming forward acquits him." "He'd have had significant assets to lose," Laria said blandly, "but I'm glad I don't have to dodge him." She gave her father a quick glance to see if she could path the real reason Beliaken was now elsewhere. Afra chuckled, but she could read nothing beyond what he wished her to know. That young man could see far too many excellent possibilities in the immediate future to jeopardize them. He told us exactly what he recalled of her remarks immediately after that abortive assassination attempt. He was shocked enough when we heard to be wide open to us. He is a strong T2 kinetic, and once he has cleared himself with Gali and Jeff, he's liable to be assigned to either a search vessel or with a T2 path for one of the new towers that have to be set up. Laria eyed her father with skepticism, and he grinned back, his yellow eyes twinkling. "Of course, with you and Kincaid here, we could allow him the chance to clear his reputation at Blundell. So this will be no holiday for you, though I could wish it were. You are more tired than you should be, Laria," Afra said, and, in an unusual display of affection, stroked her head. His hands stopped, and his brows wrinkled in surprise. "And—" his expression was puzzled. Kincaid instantly stepped to her side. "Laria carries my child, Afra Lyon." Afra nodded briefly. "The pregnancy is very recent, then, for I could barely detect the physical changes." He held out his hand to Kincaid. Kincaid did not shield the relief he felt at the quickly proffered hand, taking the gesture as the approval it was meant to reinforce. "I will have to admit," Afra continued with a warm grin, "that I'm relieved that you have sired the child Dano, rather than Vantir or Beliakan." "Beliakan never got near enough to touch me," Laria said, affronted by the mere thought.
"And too recent to guess its sex," came Damia's interjection. "And what if it isn't talented, Mother?"
Laria asked coyly.
"Don't be ridiculous," Damia said dismissively. "Dano's genes checked out with a very high potential of passing on psychic abilities. Mother, that's—"
Laria felt a surge of anger.
"Let it be, Laria,"
Afra said in quick reprimand.
"We've known that much data since Kincaid was assigned to Clarf Tower." "Then you know what
Kincaid began, when a quick, cutting motion of Afra's hand interrupted him.
"That is between you and Laria,"
Afra said so firmly that his answer dismissed further consideration of the topic.
"Am I not correct, Damia?" "You are,"
was the immediate agreement. "It may be morning here, but it was late afternoon on Clarf, as memory serves me," Afra went on. "The horses are tended, you both need to rest. You may just have to settle for breakfast instead of whatever meal you have missed in your haste to get your Deenies here. But you are both tired and anxious. I'd say you'd benefit from a relaxing swim, and then some rest." Laria swiveled in the direction of the tower. "We can handle what's due in or out. We'll wake you the moment there's any news about your Deenies," Afra said.
"Zara says they're already responding to the medicated bath. They absorb quite a lot of nutrients through the skin pores, you know,"
said Damia. "Where are Ewain and Petra?" Laria asked as they followed Afra back to an oddly silent house. "School, of course," Afra said. He bent to kiss his daughter's cheek. "Damia sent them. They don't know you're here yet, and we'll keep them out of your hair until you've had a chance to rest." Then, with a hand on each to shove them in the direction of the pool, he left them. Chapter 9.
"Zara's here,"
said Damia gently, waking them.
"Your Deenies are improving rapidly,"
she added when she sensed their immediate alarm.
"Come down."
"What time is it?" Kincaid asked, then yawned widely enough to pop his jaw hinge, stretching his long body. "Late afternoon iota time," Laria said, struggling to lift herself on one elbow to glance out her window and check the way the shadows fell on the hillside. Odd to be waking in her own bed, with Kincaid beside her. Odd, but nice. "I feel like I've slept the clock round." He sat up, rubbing a lean and empty belly.
"You did,"
said Zara. Both shot to their feet, grabbing for clothes they had dumped in a chair after their relaxing swim. Someone must have removed the damp towels, which Laria vaguely remembered dropping on the floor on her way to the bed.
"You needed it,"
Zara went on.
"Morag and Kalthia, are they all right?"
Laria said, hopping on one foot, trying to get the other foot into the trouser leg.
"Take it easy."
And there was a touch of amusement in Zara's voice.
"You can bet your bones you'd have been awakened sooner if there'd been a need. Dad says they're doing just great. Blood will tell. So what's with Tip and Huff? A nil and plus,"
Kincaid put in with such matching anxiety that Zara's chuckle echoed in both their heads.
"When you get down here. Their drinks and things ready,"
Damia added. Speedily dressing, the two lingered only long enough to visit the bathroom and wash hands and faces before they went downstairs. Laria led the way into the room Kincaid remembered from his previous stay, where a circle of comfortable couches ringed a fireplace. Flames danced on the hearth, and they were glad of the warmth by then, more accustomed to Clarf's heat and not the crisp, colder temperature at which this house was generally kept. Zara was already ensconced on one couch, nibbling a long, thin cheese stick. She pointed to the drink set opposite her and the variety of pre-dinner snacks. "Don't eat too much. Mother's got a good dinner to make up for the meals you've missed." "Tip and Huff?" Laria asked, brooking no further delays. "And my two," Kincaid added, but they both sat at Zara's gesture. "What I have to tell you is highly confidential. Dad's out hunting with Ewain, and Petra and Mother have promised not to listen." Laria regarded Zara with surprise and a touch of trepidation. She sounded more like her grandmother than her kid sister. "As head of a team trying to penetrate the mysteries of Merdini reproduction, I must also be as discreet as possible in my explanations. But, to my way of thinking, you're owed. Your Deenies ought not to have been in that hibernatory, and the keeper should have had the sense left to tell you to take them anywhere else." "That's where they usually go," Laria exclaimed. "So what happened there?" Kincaid asked. "A damn fool experiment that any Zubaya would have quashed instantly had we known it was planned," Zara said, biting off the last of her cheese stick, as if it was something else. She let out a sigh. Then, resettling herself, she turned to Laria and Kincaid and began. "We're still not sure what happens, or why certain pairs choose each other, or are put together by the keeper for the express purpose of creating a new Dini life form, but Tip would not necessarily be matched with Huff, nor Plus with Nil in a hibernatory. Colors are always paired. As we've discovered, human bodies replicate every single cell over a 7-year period. Merdini, and Zara gave a wry smile, do it in 2 months. From what we've been able to discern, dead cells in a Dini give off an unhealthy chemical—" Laria and Kincaid exchanged startled glances, remembering that their Dinis had been smelling a little stronger than usual. The fools were probably delaying as long as they could then. However, the dead cells give off a pheromone which at 100 units, let's call the measurement, to give us a scale, at a concentration of 90 units, they start getting irritable and try to get to the hibernatory to relieve their discomfort. Most Dinis wait too long to come to the hibernatory, but I have discovered that those who come early, say when the chemical is at, say, 75 units, are less likely to reproduce. If the concentration got over the 100 mark, they'd probably die, but we haven't confirmed that. You see, with their particular physiology, what substitutes for hormones, glandular activity, cell renewal, and differentiation, works mainly to rejuvenate them cell by cell. From the extra material, and Zara shrugged, spreading her hands to indicate she couldn't find a more appropriate word, generated by this extraordinary osmotic process, a new Dini is created. Between them, but not in or from them, just between them. The new life would be considered a clone, but not as we understand or use that process. But they are created, budded, what have you, from the brand new rejuvenated material of the process the Dinis called refreshment, which is actually quite accurate, and they are a mix of the two Merdini between whom they are made. They gorge themselves with a high-protein, high-mineral, complex carbohydrate substance, the recipe for which is known only to the keepers. We've been trying to analyze it, but there are some elements— never mind, I digress, and Zara flapped her hand in self-reprimand. And the air in a hibernatory is not only hot, but humid, with a special blend of pheromones. The best analogy is the sort of dream state created by some chemicals, again a formula zealously guarded by the keepers. I don't know if the pheromones could be altered to provide contraception, or if the earlier hibernation will do the trick. Frankly, I think our solution is to find out which of the chemicals used can be left out and not trigger the clone bud to develop. A sort of abortion, if you will, except that it's not taking anything as yet live. I wouldn't like to think how many eggs we females produce that never get fertilized. And she shot a grin at Kincaid, but that would be an appropriate analog. The bad news is that there are some 19 different components used in the hibernatory incense. The really bad news is that there are no experimental Dini-type experimental animals on which we could try any solution before using it on real live Dinis. Zara heaved a big sigh, but that didn't fool her sister. The ethics of direct experimentation on a life form they considered their equals would have been anathema to any dedicated medical person. Then, too, the recipe is so old that the keepers have forgotten exactly what the basic elements are, only how to mix and burn it at a steady rate of emissions. So, we've set up 19 different wards, you might call them, in Iota's hibernatory, and thank all the gods that be that it's such a new facility and we can separate the wards completely. In each ward, a different chemical will be omitted, while the rest of the hibernators get the usual incense. When we've figured that out, we can decide who gets just 18 in their ward. One just can't stop all creation without some notice being taken of it in the general Dini population. She grinned. It's going to take time, but we will succeed. Reassuring yourself, sis? Laria asked with an understanding grin. She was still close enough in mental rapport with her sister to catch Zara's frustration despite the very positive statement of intent. Yes, I am, Zara agreed, much to Laria's surprise. It's the time it's going to take to be absolutely sure that what happened to your quartet isn't repeated anywhere else that's so frustrating. Did many die? Kincaid asked. Zara nodded slowly. Her expression was grim. Not the best way to reduce excess population. Were any very important Deenies lost? Laria asked. Yes, and some whose match were also lost, so they can't be replaced as Gil and Kat were. No big Deenies were involved in the Clarf fiasco. Their hibernations are strictly for the refreshment aspect of the seclusion. The creative stage is quite individual, but the larger the Deenie, the less it is likely to have enough left of the creative material required to produce a juvenile. That's a lot more than we've ever known, Laria said thoughtfully. It took us humans long enough to learn to control our populations, Zara said. We have had many Deenies, every color, come forward and agree to be used as anatomical subjects. What? Kincaid was no less horrified than Laria, but she was able to voice her objection. Well, they don't leave a corpse, you know. Or didn't you know? Since they evolved on such a hot planet, they have a water-regulating physiology reacting to osmotic pressure, so they sort of turn to mush when the physiology shuts down at death. The cells rupture, and essentially the body disintegrates. Unless they are immediately used... let's not get into the archaic tradition of going on the line. They were rendered unconscious, but had to be used immediately or immersed in a solution of the right liquids until they are used. None of us like the idea of operating on a live entity, and keep hoping we won't be forced to that expedient. Her face had turned as pale as theirs. She went on more briskly. They do have an entirely different attitude towards death. You both know that from the history of suicide raids on the Hiver spheres. They were convinced that they, as themselves, would be recreated, as Gil and Kat were. But to dissect a live Deenie... Laria could not continue, shaking her head in repugnance. I've learned a lot more about Merdini since I started this assignment, Laria, Zara said in the most solemn and respectful tone Laria had ever heard from her younger sister. And since we're seeing it more and more as a pheromone problem, we won't need to do biological dissections. Oops, sorry. You're looking very green, Lar. Exactly what is happening to our friends? Kincaid said anxiously. We're refreshing them. They're in separate tubs to get the full benefit of that osmotic therapy and in the same room. At the rate they're absorbing the substance, they should be physically fit again in about 3 more weeks. You were smart to get them here as fast as you did. I've made arrangements with the head keeper to allow you to come and see them whenever you wish. They're not really conscious right now, but they'll know you're there. 3 weeks? Laria was alarmed. There was no way she could be absent from Clarf that long. There's not a thing that prevents us from coming back as often as we're needed, Kincaid said, a reassuring hand squeezing Laria's knee. Clarf's Tower Prime rolled her eyes as she realized that he was right. You've had a shock, sis, Zara said. Then she shook a finger at them. You're not to wear yourselves out. Not with the time distortion between Iota Origai and Clarf. You especially, Laria, and her fingers settled warningly. Not, and she smiled, that I'm not delighted. You looked... Laria was perversely annoyed at her sister's knowledge of her pregnancy. Zara guffawed. Honey, the change didn't require me to look any further than the glow in your skin and a certain shine in the eye that many pregnant women develop. Laria turned to Kincaid. Do I look that different? If I say yes, you'll thump me, Kincaid replied with mock fear, pretending to recoil from her wrath. Would not. Then you've mellowed, sis, was Zara's tart response. You're built right for having babies, unlike the Rowan, but take it easy. Well, as easy as possible, she corrected herself immediately, in tower work. Give Morag more of the merges. She can handle anything, and it wouldn't hurt Kaltia to take a few either. They're well able for it after their apprenticeship here, even if they are technically too young to be full primes. She grinned, just as if I had the say in the matter.
Okay to join us, Mother, Dad.
Damia and Afra did, Damia carrying a tray of hot canapes. You shouldn't have let us sleep so long, Laria began. After your sister, the healer, said you obviously both needed it, Damia replied, raising an eyebrow in reproof. We've checked with the girls, and they're coping superbly. Though they do feel, Afra added, that not every single relative of the many they have, bar Thean and Roger, who probably are unaware of the circumstances at Clarf Tower, needs to check in on an hourly basis. Leonasha would let us know, Laria started, sharing what she also considered an affront to the capabilities of the pair, as well as a tacit criticism of herself. Kincaid gave her a gentle nudge with his elbow. Where are all the other Deenies I know live here? Zara chuckled. The adults are all taking turns nursing your lot, and the young are out with Ewain and Petra hunting. Eat, and she pointed imperiously at the tray Damia now presented to them. I'd sort of looked forward to hunting, Kincaid remarked in mild disappointment. You can hunt all day tomorrow if you want, Damia began. Only after we've seen our friends, Laria said. You can come in with me after dinner, Zara said. They'll be lucid enough to know you're nearby. Lucid? And every ounce of Laria's anxiety returned. Because, and Afra sat himself down on the other side of his distressed eldest daughter, they're swimming in a nutrient fluid and so surfeited with regenerative substances that they're not likely to make much sense. Laria wasn't sure she found that description any more reassuring.
I wouldn't lie to you, Lar,
Zara said, passing her cheese sticks. Don't you like them any more?
Well, that's nicer than reminding me I'm eating for two. You haven't even started that.
Enough, Damia said. Why, Mom, can't you read us? And Zara grinned, reverting to her gammon and younger self. There's a level at which you two can communicate that excludes us, Afra admitted as Damia hesitated. He looked directly at Kincaid then. The sort of level that develops between two people who are often in merge and rapport. Morag and Kaltia, being so close in age, have that facility. So do Ewain and Petra. Theon could go in either direction to you, Laria, or to Roger, but clearly, and he waved the cheese stick he was eating from Zara to Laria, the girls can activate the old side-slip at will. Side-slip? Kincaid asked. Is it limited to siblings and couples? Damia shrugged. I doubt it. It works when it works. Afra chuckled deep down in his chest. Jeff has often remarked that he can't say anything that your mother doesn't hear. And you, Afra Lyon? Asked Damia, cocking her head at her mate of 27 years. Afra merely smiled. That's for me to know and you to find out. Why, you ornery, yellow-eyed Capellan, kitchen timer's ringing, Mother, Zara said, pointing. Oh, Lord, and Damia moved so quickly she might as well have ported. Do you, Dad? Zara asked in a whisper. Afra's response was another chuckle. Oh, you, she exclaimed in disgust when he refused to answer. The clatter of horses' hooves, yells from jubilant hunters, provided an additional distraction. I can't believe Ewain and Petra hunt for the family now, Laria said, rising. They're pretty good at it, too, Afra said, unfolding his long frame. He peered out the window. They'll need help. Which the young hunters did, their horses laden with avians and scurriers. Did you bring me in any fresh greens and tubers? Zara demanded, her expression somewhat censorious as she watched the unpacking. Sure, sis, and Ewain tossed her a sack that had been tied to the front of his saddle. Not much at this time of the year, but there's enough for your needs. In the absence of any of the family Merdinis who enjoyed helping in the kitchen, the humans all pitched in, Kincaid electing to dress down the carcasses outside the back door. Avians, particularly, were best eaten fresh and the little scurriers lightly grilled. Vegetables were prepared and, with so many to help, dinner was ready in a very short space of time. A dinner to which Laria and Kincaid did full justice. You three go on now, Damia said. We'll clean up. And she included Ewain and Petra. Ah, Ma, we hunted, complained Petra, and I've studies. You may port to save time, Damia said, but don't you dare show off or break a single dish. Zara beckoned for Laria and Kincaid to exit quietly before Ewain could start his protests. The main hibernatory on Iota Oragai was in the hills above the city, and had been built with considerable care by the first Dinis who came to the mining world. Damia and Afra had insisted, and ported in the favorite woods and other materials preferred by the Merdini. A special growing tank had also been constructed, though, until very recently, no human had known what was grown in it, only that the substance was essential for a good hibernation. She did not park the air sled in front of the entrance, but swung around back, landing on a ledge that apparently had been built for discreet and private use. 2 other small craft were parked. Zara neatly took the single remaining empty space. Emerging, Laria and Kincaid could see no visible entry. Zara grinned. They've left nothing to chance, she said, and walked right up to the apparently seamless rock. She touched something, and instantly a door opened outward. She ducked inside, for the lintel was low, gesturing urgently for Laria and Kincaid to enter quickly. The door shut, and Laria felt her ears pop. Zara turned on a wrist light. I know the way, but it's narrow, and I don't want you falling. Laria caught the unusual odor and had to cram a finger under her nose to keep from sneezing. Then she became conscious of the incredibly humid heat.
We've only a few steps to go. Doors to our left. Slip in as fast as possible. That smell can get to you real fast.
Her wrist light showed them the door, and they followed close enough that they nearly stumbled in their effort to enter. The panel slid shut so fast it just missed Kincaid's heels. They were on the landing of a flight of stairs, lit from a brighter light below, and Zara led the way down to yet another door. This opened into a laboratory of considerable size, filled with smells that made Laria very nauseous. Those pheromones Zara had been talking about? There were busy humans and Deenies diligently peering into microscopes or other instruments at their workstations. Zara's entry and her companions was noted only briefly by those they passed. Your Deenies are in the private infirmary. And Zara pointed to her right, to the side aisle in which closed doors were unevenly spaced. Third one to the left, she said. Again, a swift parting and then closing of the door. Lur and Kincaid here now, she said, pointing to a viewing window that gave onto a dimly lit inner room. Instantly, a panel slid aside, and her parents' two Deenies, Try and Fuck, emerged. Laria was immediately surprised at how much larger they'd become as they embraced her, their heads at her shoulder level. "You are so big now," she exclaimed, leaning only slightly down to hold them tightly against her. "Thank you for helping to and hug and pulse," Kincaid adding, spreading his fingers on their shoulders. "They do better now," Fuck told Kincaid, turning to hold out its flipper and squeeze Dano's hand firmly. "Should never have been taken there in first place. Why were you not told?" "We don't know why," Laria said. "They needed to go and did not ask to be taken until we realized they had to go." Try looked up at Laria, its pole eye unblinking. "Can guess." "Guess what, Try?" Laria insisted. "You see them now," Try said, and pulled her with it. "You too can
Go with them,
Zara said.
I'll tell you one thing. The four of them got chewed to small pieces and spat out when Try and Fock first spoke to them. Never heard Deenies speak like that, even older Deenies. Try and Fock have grown so much. They're four-letter Deenies now, too, by the way. Congratulate them when you can."
Then they were inside the dim room and could make out the 4 tanks, smell the astringent odor of the fluid in which their Deenies were floating. There were other odors mixed in with astringency, as well as traces of the strong smell that had assailed them as they entered the hibernatory. Despite the immersion of her friends almost to the pole eyes, Laria had no trouble identifying Tip and Huff, and knelt between their tanks, reaching out to stroke the sides of their heads below the pole eye. "We have missed you as much as we would miss our hearts," Kincaid murmured, one hand on each of his Deenies' necks. "Better now," Nil muttered in a voice just barely above a whisper. "Oh, Tip, Huff, we are here for you." Laria felt Zara touch her mind with reassurance and great affection. "Much better, since not silly now, and do as told," Try said quite firmly, coming around the tank to its head and emptying a small pail of something whose fumes came close to making Laria gag. She felt Zara instantly depress the reaction. "You sleep well," Huff said, before Fock emptied a pail into its tank, and a second wave of nausea nearly overwhelmed Laria. "You could have waited for Fock, Try," Zara said with some impatience. "Cannot wait," Fock said, trotting off, empty pail swinging in its hand. "Exact on time is important. You bring them back between pails. Enough for now, short visit best."
"They have seen you and felt your touch and love,"
Zara said, putting a hand under Laria's arm and lifting her up. Kincaid rose, too, swallowing convulsively. His reaction made Laria feel less so weak-stomached.
"It affects all humans that way,"
Zara said drolly, as she pushed them toward the door. "But it's always good to breathe fresh air again," she added, as they were once more in the anteroom. "Oh, there you are," she added to the 4 Deenies who were sitting on stools. "These have grown too, so you may not recognize Ewain's Bittle and Fur, and Petra's Jin and Thuv." "It is good to meet the friends of my brother and sister," Laria said, executing an appropriate bow to young Deenies. "This is Kincaid, who you may not remember." "We know Nil and Plus and help all we can," Bittle replied, bowing more deeply. "We are more grateful than we can ever express at the care and attention you all are giving our sick friends," Kincaid said, and his bow was deeper than Laria's. Bittle was almost embarrassed, and Thuv, the youngest of them all, slid quietly behind Jin. "Do not be embarrassed by goodwill of Kincaid," Zara told them. "Otherwise he would be without his friends, and you know how painful that is." "We do," and all 4 of the young Deenies now bowed as deeply as Kincaid had. Laria was still experiencing nausea, and she could see the odd greenish tinge to Kincaid's face. "Excuse us, good Murdini friends, we leave," Zara said, and ported all of them out to the clear, crisp, cold air of the ledge. Laria leaned weakly against the air sled, while Kincaid stood inhaling and exhaling in deep draughts. "That's the best way to clear your lungs," Zara said. "I'm so used to the stenches that I don't even smell them anymore." "You mean," and Kincaid pointed to the solid cliff, "you can get used to that smell?" "I've smelled a lot worse lately," Zara said with a wry smile. "Come on, Laria. Climb into that sled before you fall in. They've seen you, you've seen them, and Fulcum and Turple have reassured you. Those two could have waited until you'd left before they slopped your deenies again," she added irritably. "Are they getting even with us for not taking good care of ours?" Laria wanted to know, carefully fastening the seatbelt since she still felt woozy. She heard Kincaid's belt click, too. "No, just being officious. They're actually enjoying the celebrity they've acquired by being able to effect a rapid improvement." "How many did die at Clarf?" "Too many." It was obvious to Laria from Zara's tone that she was not going to give statistics. "The very young and the oldest. The mid-age group seem to have more resilience and are responding to treatment. The same ours are getting?" Zara nodded, flying carefully around the back of the hibernatory. Of that Laria was just as pleased, for the route they'd taken on the way in had required some dips and veerings that Laria was not certain her innards could have handled. "I'll give you something for nausea when we get home," she said kindly. "The big if," Zara went on in a grim voice, "is whether or not your friends and the other survivors will be able to create again. So essentially we have two diametrically opposite problems to solve, contraception and restoration of the creative function." "And?" Kincaid asked gently. Zara gave a shrug. "If we succeed in finding which pheromones can be withdrawn to provide contraception, the top Merdini will be happy. We'll try to concentrate on the majority. We'll do the best we can on the other." With that to mull over, no one spoke on the flight back. Zara parked the sled, but before the other two could descend, Zara offered Laria a shot glass with a pale green liquid in it. "Drink, then go watch the sunset. That's as much a part of restoring your equilibrium as the potion." She shooed them off toward the steps that led up to the little garden that had been created especially to view the sinking sun of Iota Origai. Very few on Clarf ever knew that there had been a substitution of tower primes. At first, quick-witted Leonasha inferred that Laria and Kincaid were exceedingly busy helping the poor unfortunate victims of the Clarf Tower disaster, which actually isn't a lie at all. "Fiasco, not disaster. You can prevent fiascos," Van Tier grumbled from his engineering station. The official story, spread by Merdini keepers, was that power had failed at the hibernatory, and all attempts by the keeper to repair the damage had been in vain, causing the death of the 405 of the 789 using the facility. Very few knew that this had been an attempt to interrupt conception. On Clarf, of course, everyone knew that one did not interrupt hibernation, and the keeper had been overly confident in its ability to cope with the emergency. By the time it admitted failure, the damage was done. Top technicians from other Merdini planets were called in to restore power and cleanse the building. If a discrete new facility was added on one end of the upper ranks, it escaped notice in the general confusion of repair. The head keeper and its staff were permanently reduced to menial rank. 3, the oldest, who had also been head keeper and its 2 immediate subordinates, went into an osmotic failure and turned into mush. Of old age, it was said. Whatever their shortcomings had been, their records had been meticulously kept so that it was known which pairing should be repeated to restore the lost Merdini. When the next group of Deenies arrived for their 2 months' hibernation, an entirely new, younger management was in charge. The new head keeper had just finished advanced training on Iota Origai. Very few off Clarf, in fact, knew that substitute personnel were in charge of the tower for nearly 3 weeks. The assignment of a third hot planet, a mere 2 light-years away from Clariflor, to relieve the overburdened Merdini homeworlds, provided an additional distraction. Other primes receiving or sending material to Clarf were too busy to query any minor differences that might have been discerned in porting techniques. Quick to learn and already well-versed in tower protocol, the Lyon sisters got the hang of the workload within 4 days. Morag and Kaltia were quite as diligent in the performance of their duties as Laria had been. To share the learning experience as well as the loads they were having to port, they took turns being the merge mind. Leonasha was punctilious about serving them the restorative drink, and they had youth as well as innate strength to support their heavy duties. Leonasha took it into her head that Laria would have introduced the girls around and seen that they enjoyed the social life of the human compound. She told Van Tier quite bluntly that he would have to act as their male escort. Merdinis worked longer hours than most humans, considering their hibernation as their vacation, but prime towers kept to the normal Star League 8-hour working day with 2 rest days in 7. You can do what you like the 5 other nights, but those girls are not going to be immured in the tower, she said so firmly that Van Tier did not argue. They're going to 6th day dances and the vid nights, and if they meet someone whom you and I both consider proper, they have every right to enjoy a night off. They aren't nunnies or whatever hermits were called. Nuns, Kaltia corrected, having been silently cheering Leonasha on in recruiting Van Tier as escort. While the human society on Clarf was conducted in a relaxed attitude, neither girl had reached adult status and, as juveniles on a foreign world, ought to be properly accompanied. Leonasha did not mention Van Tier's reputation, but she would be along to ensure the proprieties. Actually, I think she meant nannies, but they didn't have much fun either, Morag said, looking forward to meeting new people, dancing, and having some fun. All work is wrong, Leonasha told Van Tier. We need a break, and so do they. So, because Laria and Kincaid are far too occupied with tower management, we'll escort the girls. It'll be damn funny if they weren't allowed out of here now and then, you know. To that, Van Tier had to agree. So they escorted their charges to functions in the air-conditioned human compound. Leonasha took them shopping. Tower personnel had the advantage of knowing in advance if there was anything worth looking at, and both Leonasha and Van Tier escorted them to the dance evenings. The girls were good dancers and rarely sat out. They had the good sense to make themselves as popular with their own sex in the intervals, especially when they tipped the girls off to special imports. They also dropped little clues to support the fiction that they were on an apprenticeship level. Morag moaned a bit at how hard it was to keep track of all the message tubes. Kaltia fretted about getting chapped hands from the cleanser that removed the grease of Clarf's generators. We were sent here to learn tower management, and we are, Morag said, with such sincerity that Leonasha had all she could do not to laugh at her long-suffering pose. Sis may be strict, but I can't fault her for that. Although they admitted to talent, they were careful not to mention their actual rank, intimating that they were destined for less glamorous positions than primes. If any of the more knowledgeable from Terra had suspicions, they kept silent. Since the girls were primes, they deftly and shamelessly used that advantage in pathing just enough from the minds of those they met to take the right attitude that would lead to friendly rather than envious relationships. Well, we never look below the public mind, Morag admitted to Leonasha and Van Tier, but we can't afford to make mistakes with humans or Deenies. We only read surface stuff. That's usually more than enough when people are out to have fun. Morag grinned. They are under the distinct impression that I'm training with you, Leonasha, and Kaltia's getting some hands-on experience with the station generators. Yeah, I heard you talking to Scott Attenborough, Van Tier said with reluctant admiration. You know more than he does about station generators. We both do, Kaltia said flatly. Zexo trained us, you know. He did? Van Tier's eyebrows raised in surprise. I didn't think he'd let anyone touch his generators. The Iota Oragai engineer was a legend in his specialty. Several times Morag and Kaltia made courtesy calls at the Clarf homes of their Deenies' colors and gained much favor from their impeccable manners to the elder Deenies. Sim and Dak, who were gray, and Kevin Sue, who were blues, consequently enjoyed more prestige in their color houses. When the sisters were asked about the absence of Laria, they had ready answers. Sis is pretty tired right now with all the traffic. You'd think half the planet was emigrating. She and Dano have to do some tower adjustments. There's a huge shipment to go tomorrow, and we're even going to have to help. To the amusement of all 3 women, Van Tier took a very responsible attitude about which males he'd introduced to the sisters. If he was the victim of some joking about chaperoning, he ignored it. He's almost worse than Dad, Morag complained. He practically hauled that gorgeous Leonid Perutz away from me, and all Leonid wanted was a dance. Ah, that one, Leonasha said. And if he hadn't kept Perutz away from you, I would have, and a thump for being so stupid. But he's so handsome, Kaltia said, with a wistful sigh, and about as trustworthy as a... An appropriate comparison failed Leonasha. That one, Leonasha said. And if he hadn't kept Perutz away from you, I would have, and a thump for being so stupid. But he's so handsome, Kaltia said, with a wistful sigh, and about as trustworthy as a... An appropriate comparison failed Leonasha. Laria won't acknowledge him whenever he's sent here as a troubleshooter. If she snubs him, you will too. Don't ask the other girls about him either. Ignore him. Oh. Morag and Kaltia exchanged thoughtful glances and sighed in unison. Leonasha went on. Now, young Vince Studebaker may not have Perutz's looks or charm, but he's a good dancer, as funny as Deanie's on a mudslide, and worth much more of your attention than Perutz. I danced with him, and you're right, Leo. He's quick on his feet, and he is very funny. He's got some of the most hilarious jokes. Nice ones, though. Just take it from me, girls, and if Van Tier cuts you out from a partner, he knows what he's doing. Even if we're wrecking his game, Morag said with a wicked glint in her eyes, we both promised Laria we'd take care of you. Frankly, I think I like Van the better for being so vigilant. Takes one to know one. Then Leonasha chuckled, her tawny eyes twinkling. Though it's good Laria and Kincaid are due back, the strain on Van Tier's beginning to show. Just before false dawn, after 3 weeks' absence, Laria and Kincaid returned to Clarf, but without their Deanies. They're much better, Laria said, dropping to her knees to embrace the other Tower Deanies, clamoring for news of their friends. We've missed you all. We're so glad to be back. Not any gladder than Van will be, Leonasha said, winking at Laria.
I'll tell you later.
Are we expected to go right back at Iota, Lar? Morag asked, her expression anxious. I've met this real neat guy. Over Morag's head, Laria caught Leonasha's approving nod. Vince Studebaker, and there's a fancy dress ball next 6th day. You'll be stuck here a while longer, girls, Laria said. I might even have to send one of you to help Yoshik and Nesrun at Seth Tower, with all that has to go to that latest planet that's been released. Jeff routed quite a bit of heavy stuff through Iota, rather than overload you. Overload us? Why, the nerve of Grandfather, Morag said, outraged. Laria laughed, hugging her sister. You tell him, I won't. Now fill us in, will you, girls? Leo? And where's Van Tier? He'll be along at Real Dawn, Laria. He's been more help than you could possibly imagine, and Leonassa's straight face was belied by the gleam in her tawny eyes. Kept all the no-nos from dancing with us, even Perutz. Laria's expression froze, and she stared at Leonasha. If that man got... Not with Van acting chaperone, he didn't, Leonasha said, grinning. Laria's eyebrows went up in surprise. Turned a new leaf, has our Van? Not likely, and Leo gave a snort and then smiled. But he was damn sure he wasn't going to be blamed for any incidents. As far as the human society on Clarf is concerned, your sisters were here to learn the lower grades of tower management. Well done, kids, Laria said, hugging her sisters once more. Hey, you two look a lot better, Leonasha said. Like you got enough sleep or had a vacation. We had both, actually, Laria said. Mother and Dad wouldn't let us near the tower. Not with Belyakin there, I'll bet, Leonasha said in an acid tone. Laria grinned. We never saw him once. He had to report to Blundell about that wretched Clarissa. He cleared himself of any suspicion. She paused, with a little smile on her face. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Mom and Dad didn't sort of, adjust his general attitude. That couldn't hurt, Leonasha said, glancing over at Kincaid, who grinned back. Somehow I don't think he'll stay long, now that he's had such a good experience at Iota. Laria smothered a grin. But you know how valuable strong T2s are right now. Grandfather's sure to put him in some crucial position. Not that their replacement will be anywhere near the kinetic Belyakin seems to be. Mother says Golly's description of him is very young and so eager to learn he's almost pathetic. Kobold von something or other. Well, if Mom can trim down Belyakin's amazing ego, maybe she can build this little fellow's up. Kobold von Gry? So he developed, did he? He comes from my city, Kincaid said with an odd smile, so he'd have to overcome the odd ideas about talent prevalent where we come from. Laria gave Kincaid a quick look and laid her hand briefly on his arm. Leonasha had trouble repressing the questions those brief and intimate gestures provoked. She turned away to go get breakfast started. He'll do fine with Mother and Dad to sort of ease him into tower work, Laria said. Did you hunt much? Kaltia asked so eagerly that it was obvious she missed that task. Indeed we did. In fact, I think that between us, Kincaid and I finally hunted out that valley of mine. Can't be done, Kaltia argued. Kincaid here, and once again Laria touched the T2's arm, gets full honors for bagging the most every time we went out, wherever we went. Ewain was disgusted. He would be, Kaltia said with a snort. But when do you get your Deenies back?
I'll tell you what I can later,
Laria said. Zara's still at Iota? Morag asked, though she already knew the answer. Laria nodded, and likely to be for some time. She's done great work and pulled our Deenies round. Then her face lost all expression. Did we lose many we know? Returning with a tray of hot drinks, Leonasha nodded sadly. I knew 20, and Van knew another half-dozen. Some 80 of Huff's main house died, and 30 of Tip's. Morag and Kaltia made appropriate visits to the color houses, since their own Deenies wished to express condolence. We will too, of course, Laria said. It was all so needless. Abruptly, she took a sip of the hot drink, and then stepped over to Leonasha's workstation. Have we much for the morning? You two, she pointed at her sisters, have the day off. That's fine by us, Morag said, because there were some real neat fashions shipped in from Earth that should be on display, and I need something new to wear. We didn't bring half enough good things with us. You coming too, Kaltia? Laria looked queringly at Leonasha, and was reassured by Leo's dismissive wave. That pair no clarf from hither to thither, Laria. Don't worry about them, Leonasha said. Now, I don't want you to lose all the good the holiday did you, so if the girls will stay long enough to help port in the heavy machinery, it'll ease you back into the routine. Shops don't open till late morning, Morag said. Sure, don't want to lose my touch, was Kaltia's reaction. That's most unlikely, Laria said, pathing her pride in her sisters.
Lion's pride,
Kincaid added, mischief twinkling in his eyes. Chapter 10. An excited Sam Wyman and Gurm begged a moment of Theon's time as the Washington and the fleet she led made their way towards the next suspect system. I know this may sound absolutely ridiculous, Sam began, with Gurm bouncing up and down on its flippers beside him, but I've been thinking about pheromones, our odors, he tapped his chest, and theirs. He pointed astern, meaning Arcadia or System CJ-70, that was now a good week behind them. I think smell has a lot more to do with hivers than we may have adequately investigated. When we had Operation Shanghai underway, I automatically took samples of the air as we went from place to place, sort of a headspace analysis, the sort we do with alien insects in each collection point. I believe that the hivers have been classified as basically insectoids. I also had Commander Clue add gas chromatography to the remotes to keep track of any pheromone alterations. At any rate, Gurm here and I have discovered that these pheromones are distinct, identifiable chemical compounds, especially when the Queen made replacements for the attendants we took from her quarters. Really? Theon raised his eyebrows in surprise. More than interesting, he went on, since Earth Prime forwarded me, in his latest report of the general situation at Blundell, news that my sister Zara is working on the Merdini hibernatory problem. He turned to Gurm and spoke in Merdini with quick but respectful bow. You may not have heard that the Merdini friends of Clarf's Prime and T2 Dano were part of the tragedy at Clarf's main hibernatory. Merdini had graciously requested her as prime medical human to help revive and heal the victims. Gurm, however, bowed, its pole eye covered slightly by its lids in deference to the sad incident. Did hear. As Zenbi, this one knows that special pheromones are used in hibernatories, but not which ones. Gurm nodded, but indicated for Theon to continue. Deepest, most sacred information known only to keepers who are trained to manage hibernatories. It gave a little shudder. I wonder what sort of pheromones we exuded on our first visit to that Queen's quarters. She sure aired the place out in a hurry. The point is, Sam went on, giving Gurm another apologetic bow, that if we knew what pheromones the Queen produces under what circumstances, we might find a way of sort of replacing certain pheromones and thus producing a more pacific attitude, reducing their size and aggressiveness, making them more like the Arcadians. Has anyone done a headspace analysis of the Heinlein Queen? I can certainly find out, Theon said at his most cooperative. Wouldn't it be ironic if pheromones were the key to the hiver problem as well as the Merdini? We've been too busy, he thought to himself, having to eliminate the hivers to discover how to contain them. But that difference in size between Arcadia's workers and those at XH-33 and by the Heinlein Queens must be significant. Once Vagri and Beliakin got back from rather intensive sessions with Golly Gren, and with the team investigating the abortive assassination attempt over his one interview with that dreadful Capellan female, he settled back into Iota Oragai's routine with great relief. He learned that he had missed a visit home by Laria and Kincaid Dano. He couldn't figure out if the call to Blundell had been to keep him out of their way, but he was as happy that he had been absent. He even had a final quarter hour with Earth Prime himself, and felt he'd made a good impression on Jeff Raven, though the man had kept to two topics, the horses currently at Iota, and the hunting that Vagrian had done with his youngest grandchildren. Though Beliakin felt that Raven's geniality had to mask some other devious purpose, he felt no mental intrusion during their spoken conversation. Back at Iota, and genuinely glad to be there, he saw little enough of Zara. She rarely even slept at the tower house, right now trying to save the victims of the Clarf Hibernatory's breakdown. He hunted with Petra and Ewain, careful to keep up an easy relationship with them and their parents. He had no trouble finding female companionship of the type he preferred in Iota Oragai City. 2 days later, they had just finished shifting another 6 big daddies when Earth Prime asked for a few words with Vagrian. Damia grinned and gestured for Vagrian to answer, while she and Afra left the tower, just as if, Vagrian thought very carefully, they couldn't have heard whatever Jeff Raven said if they wished. He doubted they would stoop to listening, since both were scrupulous in talent protocol and traditions, and Afra was methody Capellan.
How would you feel about managing a new tower, Beliakin? Beg pardon?
Vagrian gripped the armrests of his couch in surprise.
The Fourth Fleet's released a new planet, and your kinetic strength is certainly needed to port the supplies the place'll need. I believe they've called the planet Iwo Jima. I don't know what it is that has the Star League so keen on naming planets after human battle victories, but the Merdinis don't complain. It'll end up Widjum for them, I'm sure. I hardly know what to say, sir,
Beliakin replied, swallowing figuratively and literally.
But I'll certainly do my best to prove my abilities. Which is exactly why you've been chosen. You'll have a good support in a T3 path, a T3 expediter, a T4 engineer, and during the initial surge to supply, a third T3 kinetic as support. We'll push a lot of the heavy stuff through Perry, the Fourth Fleet's prime, so initially you'll do more catching than throwing. We're trying to find a good T2 pather to augment you, similar to arrangements that's worked so well with your brother and Nesrin at Seth Tower. But it'll take time to fine-tune a tower crew, so don't be reticent in telling me if there's a mismatch.
Vagrian was still so stunned at his unexpected good fortune, he said the first thing that came to mind.
But what about Iota, and who'll assist on those big daddies? Your anxiety does you credit, Vagrian. Golly's got a T2 in training, Cobalt von Grai, and they will augment him with their T2 and T3 students. All but one are old enough for full tower work. I need you at Iwo Jima. How soon can you be ready? Won't take me long at all, sir.
And he was out of his couch and descending 3 steps at a time, the clatter causing Kalarian to stare at him. Then he also realized that Zexo hadn't come up out of his engineering pit, and the generators hadn't been turned off. "I'm going to a new tower," Vagrian cried as he passed the 2. "I've got to pack. I'll have my own tower." He caught at the doorframe with both hands to stop his reckless forward momentum, since Damia and Afra were in the little lounge grinning at him. "Take all the time you need to pack, Vagrian," Damia said cheerfully. "And congratulations. We didn't think we'd have you long, not with your kinetic strength." "I won't take long," he promised, and stifled the urge to teleport to his room. He did, however, use his kinetic talent to start gathering up his belongings in the house onto the bed, and was rolling his discs into shirts and sweaters before he was out of sight of the lions. Then he ported to his room and speeded up the process of packing. Since he'd seen Damia port his things into her house, he had no qualms about porting them back to Tower Yard by the personnel carrier, which was always racked in one of the side cradles. Damia and Afra were coming down tower steps as he jogged up from the house. He said all that was suitable for a leave-taking, grinned at their repeated congratulations, waved a farewell and thanks to Zexo and Kalarian, who came out of the tower to see him off. Afra closed the cover with one last smile. Of course, Vagrian didn't feel the transfer, not one being done by the Iota Oragai Tower. He did hear a male voice accept transfer.
"Got him, Damia. Thanks. Greetings, Beliakin. Perry here."
Then he heard a great deal of exterior noise as his personnel carrier settled into its destination cradle.
We'll meet later, Belyakin. Do get into the tower as soon as possible. We're quite busy.
The tenor voice sounded slightly breathless, which suggested to Vagrian that this Perry, one of David of Beetlejuice's sons, wasn't he, was multitasking. A tap preceded the opening of his carrier, and a rush of fresh air, warmer than Iota's, filled with myriad smells, mostly of building materials, paint, oil, grease, and human sweat. "Hi, I'm your expediter, T2 Vagrian Belyakin," said the dark-haired woman, looking in at him. "My name's BJ, T3 Pather." She stepped back to allow him to exit the carrier, her grin broadening with just the sort of appreciation for his masculinity that Vagrian appreciated. After the quiet of Iota Oragai's tower facility, the hectic activity here, in a hilltop clearing which had obviously been leveled for the tower, the noise was an assault on his ears. Glancing round to identify what and where the diverse noises were coming from, he saw humans and Deenies everywhere, putting up sections of buildings, roofing, dashing from one of the many open large drones for supplies so that the place appeared totally populated instead of the most recent colony world. Beyond the immense clearing, beyond the mounds of dirt that had been pushed out of the way for the tower, he could see wave after wave of odd-looking tree types spread out in all directions, and up the foothills of mountains not quite as sharp or young as Iota's. "Takes a bit of getting used to," BJ said, grinning. "All that greenery. Hiver ruins are all overgrown, too." She held out her hand, and Vagrian hastily responded by touching her long, blunt fingers. Yellow, citrusy, flowing, were what he got from their touch. She had an attractive, rather than pretty, face, and a compact but feminine body. Her grin widened, and she cocked one narrow eyebrow in a mutual appreciation of the information conveyed. "Port your stuff into the L section. The lounge is the first room," and she pointed. "Nice one, too. We got our quarters built yesterday and nothing's sorted out, though the tower is. That's why we're all not here to meet you. Vaclava, our T3 expediter, is in direct contact with Perry on the Asimov with a long list of things we need yesterday. Jan Fiend's fussing with his generators because he's got a shimmy he has to fix before we're actually operational. Hope you can reach the Asimov in just a merge, because we're stuck for so much right now. Come on." Vagrian's T2 kinetic strength was put to an immediate testing, but the merge techniques he had acquired when Damia and Afra had him work with their Oragaian latents and their two youngest children couldn't have been better experience. The metal stairs up to tower lacked carpeting, and it was a cupola, like Clarf's. Conformable couches were brand new. Someone had guessed his height and width right, though, so he had no fault to find with that, though he hoped the screens were more securely hooked to the still unfinished walls than they looked. BJ must have done a lot of merging, because as soon as she had settled on her couch, she opened her mind to him. By the time Perry called the lunch break, Vagrian realized how much he missed the oomph of working with T1s, even Ewain's stolid mind. "Come on," BJ said. "The Navy supplies our grub and it's captain's table quality." He would have eaten anything, but he rather thought he'd missed Damia's inventive menus. The lounge had no furniture, bar the duffels stacked around its circular form and the trestle table in the exact center with rough benches on either side, facing windows with magnificent views. Steaming hot food was waiting on the table, and shortly the rest of his tower staff gathered to eat. "Told you, didn't I?" BJ said, grinning when Vagrian lifted the lid from a covered dish and inhaled spicy aromas. Had Damia somehow managed to send along his food preferences, hot and hotter? "Of course, there's space here for a proper kitchen, and I really do like to cook. We can have non-tea staff if we want, and I suspect you may want to request help. We'll have a lot to do getting started. Hi there, Vaclava. Meet Vagrian." Vaclava shyly offered her hand to Vagrian, and he felt violet lavender scent liquid. She slipped in opposite him, a quieter, younger personality than BJ. He'd have to deal carefully with her. He learned later this was her first post after being trained by the Bastian Manjamis on Altair. He sensed a charming determination to do everything right the first time. Jan Fiend, who was brown nutmeg cautious, brought the smells of grease and oil with him, though he had changed to fresh clothing before joining them at the table. "I've a CPO coming down tonight, Tower," Jan Fiend said, filling his plate, "to help me tune the number 2. We should be running on our own power by morning." And that was the last thing he said, concentrating on his food. BJ had enough conversation to cover his silence and Vaclava's shyness, and pulled out of Vagrian the details of where he'd been, what he'd done, and all about the assassination attempt, which had been, she was sure, played down by Perry and Captain O'Sullivan, commander of the 4th Fleet. She admitted coming from Procyon's planet, Truro, wrinkling her nose because her homeworld had as much a reputation for oddball cults and preserves as Capella had for strictly methody ways. Truro also harbored many of the clairvoyant or prescient talents and some of the more gifted talent therapists. As a T3 pather, she'd decided to enlist when the call came out through Truro's talents that Blundell was in need of high Ts on well-paid short-term contracts that could be extended. So she'd come to see what a new world looked like. Not that I expected it to be a Hiver world, but hey, well, and she shrugged, her ready grin wry. New tower, good chow, the Navy's been real helpful, and those Deenies are a hoot and a half. You don't have any? She made a pretense of looking around her. Only the ones I met at Iota Origai, Vagrian replied with a slight self-deprecating grin. But they're likable, and they can work all the hours God gave the day. Which reminds me, how long a day do we have here? 25 hours, 15 minutes. No one's bothered to figure out a leap year yet, but at this latitude we have about 12 hours of daylight. She pointed upwards. Perry insists we keep to an 8-hour working day. And she glanced down at her wrist. And we're due to work the second half of it like right now. Dutifully, Vagrian rose, gesturing at the dirty plates and dishes remaining from a completely consumed lunch. You're the kinetic. And BJ gave him a vivid mental glimpse of the galley on the Asimov. The head cook gives us hell if we break anything. Captain's service, you see, not plastic. Vagrian nodded understandingly, and with a dramatic wave of his hand, the dishes disappeared. BJ jutted her chin out as if she were looking, grinned, and straightened up. You're neat. Stroganoff will love you. Stroganoff? Vagrian exclaimed, remembering that he'd been served what Damia called scurrier stroganoff. BJ made a cross over her chest. Swear by all I hold sacred that's her real name, Mina Stroganoff, and she hates being teased about it. I never tease someone who can cook like that. Let's assume our tower position, shall we? And he included the shy Vaclava Sulet in his courtly gesture. He did a 2-fingered salute to Jan Fiend, who nodded in acknowledgement and went back to his truculent generators. By the end of the 8-hour day, Vagrian was exceedingly grateful to Perry's insistence on set hours. His last task of the day was to bring down the CPO engineer who was going to help Jan Fiend.
Anything that comes into the Asimov from now on can wait till morning.
And there was something like droll humor in the Prime's tone.
We're expecting fuel drones, but there have been priorities going astray, so no nightlight work down there until our reserves are sufficient. Get a good night's rest, and thanks for your help today, Belyakin. Look forward to meeting you face to face. Captain O'Sullivan sends his regards too. Thanks, Perry, and my compliments to Captain O'Sullivan.
Another delicious meal awaited the Talents, and made the CPO's eyes gleam greedily. You guys got it made, he said, restlessly waiting until BJ, acting hostess, told him to seat himself and dig in. Prime eating, was the CPO's opinion, even though Jan Fiend set the pace of eating to get quickly back to the ailing No. 2 generator. After he'd cleared the table of dirty china, Vagrian thought to ask, would the CPO need to be transported back to Asimov, too? Well, sir, Captain Belyakin, if it's all right with you, when we finish, I'll just doss down here until after breakfast. And the man's wide, hopeful grin relieved Vagrian of one last duty. What he really wanted was a shower and a bed. Which room's mine? He asked BJ. Yours is the last door facing the corridor. Not much in it yet, but the shower waters should still be hot. We haven't got everything set up, she said, what with other priorities, but the bed's good. We're to get proper furniture later, and you can choose. Wait, look at that. Worth a few minutes watching, she added, pointing to the western-facing window as Iwo's sun set, gilding the evening clouds with gold and oranges that seemed to linger long after the primary was finally out of sight. See what you mean, Vagrian said appreciatively. Then he nodded her a good night as he looked down the corridor for his door. He ported his duffels in that direction. Bare the accommodation was, with a desk, a chair, a desk lamp in his lounge. A door set in the west wall led into a bedroom, golden in the last of the dusky light, furnished with a wide bed that had a double sleeping bag on it. There was a wide bench. Sliding panels covered the closet space on one side of the door, and to his left there were rough shelves, and in the south wall another door which opened into a well-equipped bathroom. Someone got priorities right. Towels hung on a rack, and a variety of toiletries were lined up on the space by the hand basin. As he stripped, he crossed to the bed and tested it.
Yes, someone knew the priorities. The bed had some sort of soft layer and was firm beneath. Just right. He walked naked to his bathroom, hoarding shut the doors he hadn't bothered to close behind him. The shower stall was also a surprise, big enough for two. The water, while warm, was more hot than cool, and there was enough of it for him to get a good scrub. When he left the bathroom, the air had already cooled in the bedroom. A light had come on automatically on the headboard, so he made his way quickly to the sleeping bag, which he would doubtless be glad of if the night got much cooler, and lay down. He turned on his stomach and applied relaxing techniques to a mind spinning with work and myriad impressions. His last thought was that he had not had time to do something to Laria's favorite mare before he'd left Iota. Then he remembered that she was also Petra's mount, and he owed the Iota lions. Maybe he even owed Laria. His own tower. Vagrian Beliakan slept the sleep of the just. The report of the onset of war on Hiver-occupied world XH-33 reached Captain Etienne O'Sullivan on the Asimov while he was on the bridge. "Emergency code from the XH-33 moon base, sir," the communications officer said, swinging her chair round to face him. "Put it up." There was the usual time lag due to the distance between the Asimov and the XH-33 system.
"Captain O'Sullivan, Whistler Makeko here."
And the screen showed the oriental features of the facility's commander.
"All hell's breaking loose down there on the main continent. Queens leading armies of really big—"
And the screen now switched to the surface carnage with Queens leading some of the biggest creatures that O'Sullivan recognized as augmented worker types from his captaincy on the Genesee.
Dangerous-looking types.
"Is the situation more serious than your reports of earlier skirmishes over field boundaries?" O'Sullivan asked, his eyes intent on the screen. During the pause between query and answer, the captain sent quick orders. "Prime Perry on the bridge right now." O'Sullivan had never given the T-1 such a direct order. In fact, didn't even realize he hadn't couched it as tactfully as he usually did. Perry ported beside him, and O'Sullivan had only to point to the screen's grim scene to explain the summons as he continued firing off orders. "Helm, set an immediate course for the XH-33 system. Top speed. Fortunately, we're not spatially that far from it. Send a signal to Iwo Jima that they're on their own for the next couple of days. We'll be back in orbit as soon as we've assessed the situation. Perry, the moon base has only a T3 kinetic." Makeko was then replying,
"This seems to involve all the queens on the main continent, sir, and I wouldn't call it a skirmish. I'd call it an out-and-out war. The carnage is unbelievable."
Her wide-eyed expression reinforced her dismay. "Has she said what started that?" Perry demanded, eyes glued to the scene. "Is the moon base in any danger?" O'Sullivan shook his head as the Asimov could be felt surging forward in star-speckled space until the stars blurred. "There's no way the Queens can reach the moon base, remember? We destroyed their spheres and scouts. Makeko has reported that they've reopened their mines, but ore must be hard to find. New shafts have been sent down, on all the continents, by the way."
"There must be far too many queens, sir,"
Makeko was reporting now.
"I've counted 40 separate battlefields, and several queens contesting ground in one."
"Nothing you can do about it, Commander," O'Sullivan said by way of reassurance, and then turned to Perry. "Prime, please make contact with Earth Prime, whether he's at Blundell or Callisto. He needs to know about this. We really do need a telepath at every installation, even if he or she only receives." The last was said in a low murmur of regret. "There's never enough to go around, sir. Lieutenant Balladivino," and Perry turned toward the duty engineer, "I'll need to draw on the generators for this distance." "As you need, sir," Balladivino replied, fingers poised on the pressure plates of his engineer panel. "Yeoman, my compliments to Commander Voorhees, and I'd like him on the bridge as soon as possible," O'Sullivan added, rubbing his jaw without moving his eyes from the battle. "Yes, doubtless they'll want an evaluation from the science officer," Perry said, crossing his arms on his chest. Then he closed his eyes as he telepathically leapt the long distance to Earth. Quite imposing in that attitude, O'Sullivan thought, surprised at his own observation. Perry was no more powerfully built than any of the other primes O'Sullivan had met, but there was an aura about the dark-haired, sharp-featured Betelgeusian that made him appear much bigger and ineluctably more powerful. "My apologies, Earth Prime." Perry spoke aloud as well as telepathically, so that O'Sullivan knew what was said. Replies would come back through his mouth, but in Jeff's voice. "But a situation has developed on XH-33 that you should see through my eyes," and Perry opened his. There was a slight pause, and then Perry's voice deepened,
closer to Raven's tone. "So that's what happens when queens do not migrate. An awesome sight. And these creatures are much larger than those that were found by the Washington on Arcadia, yet that is a much older colony and hasn't yet overburdened its planet's resources." "A puzzle, what? Captain O'Sullivan?" Perry turned to O'Sullivan with a slight grin, encouraging response. Lieutenant Commander Jan Voorhees came striding onto the bridge and stopped dead when he saw what was on the main screen, his eyes widening. "A puzzle indeed." O'Sullivan waved a helpless hand at the scene, and the hideous, unceasing massacre, with broken limbs and scattered parts oozing internal viscous liquid. "This is one time," Raven's voice came through Perry's mouth, "when we leave the conflict to proceed. Ask Makeko to keep recording. I'm calling up our own Zen bios to see this through me." "Sir," Voorhees murmured to the captain, "we should get pheromone readings. Once they've stopped fighting, that could be vital information." "Quite right, Mr. Voorhees," Jeff Raven's voice replied, startling the man. Earth Prime chuckled through his link to Perry. "However, even if humans have been able to move among hivers without being noticed, I recommend hazmat gear and full masks." "Of course, sir, since we don't know what effect such violent pheromones, even poisonous gases, from all those visceral parts could have on humans," Voorhees said, running a nervous hand through thinning blonde hair. "And if the prevailing winds happen to carry the stink to other continents, well, I'd hate to speculate what reaction would occur." "Good point," Jeff Raven said. "I'll mention that to our experts. We have, by the way, discovered a T10 in the perfumery business who has volunteered to lend us his nose in identifying the smells. He's supposed to be good at more than the flowery stuff, too." Perry's voice dutifully echoed the amusement in Jeff Raven's tone, and one of Perry's eyebrows raised in surprise. "My Zen bios are rubbing their hands in an excess of delight to know we can get samples of the dominant pheromones, preferably as soon as the battle's end as possible. I'll have a team standing by either from here or from the moon base, but I request permission to lead it." Voorhees deferentially looked at his captain, who nodded permission. Then Voorhees turned to Perry. "Is that possible, Prime?" Perry nodded. "Respond in your own time, Commander Makeko." The response lag was shortening as the powerful Asimov sped toward the XH-33's system.
"Sir,"
Makeko replied, shaking her head,
"I would hate such butchery to extend to the other continents. Right now, the weather system is mild, with moderate winds blowing east to the sea. My Met officer says there are rain clouds over the intervening ocean. According to him, we might have as much as 36 hours before those winds reach the next landmass. We'll keep a strict eye on it. Continent 2 is nightside and doesn't show any disturbance."
Her voice trailed off briefly. "Have you hazmat gear on the base?" Another pause.
"Yes, sir, as well as the crew who placed the remotes in the Queen's collectives. I've put them on standby."
"Very good, Commander. Inform us when the fighting is over." "Commander Makeko, Blundell wants you to copy whatever is already recorded and tube it," Perry said with Jeff's voice. "I'll pick it up myself from your base in 15 minutes from my mark. We need to have some idea of how they fight."
"Yes, sir,"
Makeko said, looking toward Perry and rather startled to hear another voice issuing from his mouth.
"I'm ordering a copy, and it'll be in a message tube at Lock 482, sir, in 15 minutes.
"Thank you, Commander Makeko. Let's hope we can stop the butchery, slaughter, genocide." Perry supplied synonyms in his own voice without a trace of emotion. Then once more Jeff Raven spoke through the link. "The Queens demonstrate a curious killing rage, similar to old berserkers. My regards to you, Captain O'Sullivan." As soon as those words were out of Perry's mouth, he altered his stance and nodded to the captain to indicate that he was no longer in contact with the Earth Prime. The generators whined down to a lower level. "Berserkers?" O'Sullivan said, turning to Perry. "Yes, an apt term. Organize that landing party, will you, Mr. Voorhees? We want to be ready." Pheromones. How interesting. Voorhees saluted and immediately left the bridge to organize his team. Perry stepped slightly closer to the captain's chair and said softly, "One thing is certain, sir. Those records may have a salutary effect on those who criticized Admiral Ashian's destruction of the spheres." "I should certainly hope some good comes of that." And O'Sullivan waved his hand in the general direction of XH-33. Then his upper body shivered in a sudden convulsive shake. "Thank you, Prime, for your assistance." "You're welcome, sir." And Perry exited through the door of the short passage from the bridge to the Talents Lounge. He went immediately to the alcove that housed the lounge's refreshment facility and poured a hefty glass of the strongest brandy of a very respectable selection of spirits and wines. He drank it in one gulp. "Perry," his wife Adela asked sleepily from the door of their bedroom, "what was all that about? Etienne's never done that before." A question for Earth Prime that was urgent. "Want a drink?" And he held up the bottle. She frowned prettily. "No, I can go right back to sleep if you're beside me." She was a T3 kinetic, able to path when in contact with someone, and then only someone she knew well. "I'll be right there, dear," Perry said, and poured a second but smaller drink. With her beside him to neutralize what he had just seen, he, too, could go back to sleep. By morning, Captain O'Sullivan requested Perry to come to the bridge. The Asimov was already within the XH-33 system, and, with no need for a discreet approach, was still running at top speed. The comm screen was scanning the devastated main continent on XH-33, showing the carnage, but also a bottom line that gave feeble blips, identifying survivors. Commander Voorhees was dressed in his hazardous material suit, complete with independent oxygen system. He had a compact gas chromatograph lying across his left arm. It was a peculiar device, a long, thin spiral tube which contained a worm of intricate, flexible coils coated with a polyamide material that turned them brown, a compact and efficient gas chromatograph. 4 other hazmat-suited figures stood slightly behind him and out of the way of the bridge crew, each carrying similar devices, their attention riveted on the shambles of once green, crop-sown fields.
"It seems to be pretty much over,"
Commander Makeko was saying over the appalling vista of destruction down on XH-33.
"We know some of the queens have taken refuge in their quarters and suspect many are injured. Haven't established how many died, but, of course, their workers or warriors or whatever we should call them were without leadership, and while we watched, some fled. A lot of the leaderless were just killed by whatever actively directed Queen's group was nearby. Winds remain moderate. When Commander Voorhees joins us, my surface party's ready to go."
Holding up his device, Voorhees said, "It might be a bit clumsy, but it'll give the readings needed." Voorhees added the captain, who was regarding the instrument with a frown. "Probably selenaldehydes or selenoketones. I've accessed what data we have on queen pheromones. They can vary a lot, include thioketones at times if there's enough sulfur around."
"I also have 4 portable GCs,"
Makeko said, with practically no pause between his words and her response.
"We used them when we made our first surveys down there to plant the remotes."
"I've 4 Zenbis to come along from the Asimov to help, if that's all right."
"No problem,"
she replied.
"Main boat bay is cleared except for the shuttle to get us downside."
The screen switched from the battlefield to Makeko in her hazmat gear in the boat bay, her surface team and the shuttle behind her. "Prime Perry, would you be good enough to port the Asimov party to the moon base?" O'Sullivan asked. "I'll even give them a boost," Perry said with a droll grin. The generators whirred, and Voorhees and his team disappeared. "When you're settled, sing out." He paused, in a listening attitude, and then leaned on the generators.
"They're here,"
Makeko said on the screen, blinking her slightly slanted eyes in acknowledgement of their arrival.
"Commander Voorhees is now transferring his men to my shuttle."
"Where do you want to be set down, Commander?" Perry asked.
"Sir?"
Makeko's expression was a query. "See that relatively empty spot, Perry?" And O'Sullivan pointed to the area, a vegetable field that had been trampled down but was clear of corpses. It wasn't far from a Queen collecting facility. "Yes, sir. Are you ready, Makeko?"
"As ready as we'll ever be."
Makeko sounded resigned. "Get us as many samples in and out of the Queen's quarters as possible. I know that the hivers generally ignore us, but how they'd react now is debatable. Keep alert. Is that clear?" O'Sullivan asked. The baritone of Voorhees chorused with Makeko's lighter soprano in a unison,
"Yes, sir."
The hum from the generators was deeper, and Perry reached out and deposited the shuttle. The comm officer switched to the planet's surface, and the shuttle was already in place. "Neatly done, Perry." O'Sullivan settled back into the bridge chair, rubbing his jaw as he watched. "Please inform Earth Prime that Operation Nose is underway." "I have, sir, and I'll just gather my team in the lounge and keep a watch, just in case we have to rescue anyone." "Good idea," O'Sullivan said. Balladovino transferred the landing site to the main screen as the figures emerged cautiously from the shuttle and began spreading out. The 4 under Voorhees' command headed toward the nearby Hiver facility, while Makeko was gesturing for her group to fan out, making for the first of the many piles of inert worker bodies, a dead queen lying on the ground at the forefront. Hope they don't need any rescuing. Perry nodded and exited through the door to the Talents Lounge, calling up his team members. He was rather pleased with those unassisted ports, especially the shuttle.
"Your father would pin your ears back, Perry,"
came Jeff Raven's voice in his head. Perry shrugged.
"Sorry, Prime. My team would have taken time to assemble since this wasn't on today's schedule. First law of the Prime is to conserve energy, Perry." "Yes, sir."
Perry kept his reply neutral, but he was strong and able for the work he'd just done.
"Pass me their reports as soon as they have anything significant to be passed on." "Yes, sir." "Especially if that weather front alters and the wind picks up. I get the distinct impression that while pheromones cannot be transmitted in space, they could well affect the entire planet." "Not all the queens died in this fight, sir. That's not what interests the Zenbees here,"
Jeff replied, and absented his presence from Perry's mind. "What's the problem?" Adela spoke from their bedroom door. "The team wasn't due to meet—" "Oh, yes, I see. Can I get you something?" "I can get my own," he said with a grateful smile. "You get dressed." At O'Sullivan's quiet command, the main bridge screen was split so that both teams could be observed. As they neared the Queen's Collection building, Voorhees and his men had to step around and over dead forms, kicking aside severed limbs. They carefully skirted the few that were struggling back to their hive, leaving behind yellowish trails of vital fluids. Then Voorhees hunkered down by a dead worker and looked it up and down, lifting one limb and measuring it against his hand span.
"Admiral."
Voorhees spoke into his comm unit, turning his head up in a reflex action toward the Asimov and the observers he knew were watching. "What's wrong, Voorhees?"
"Sir, if I remember, the dimensions of the workers mentioned in Prime Theon's report on that planet he surveyed, called it Arcadia, didn't he?"
"Go on," the Admiral encouraged him.
"This fellow's a good 20 centimeters longer in the leg, and its body is at least 10 longer. And see?"
Voorhees poked at an extendable limb, hacked off at the first joint.
"This one's got a mallet, hammer.
He prodded it with his finger so that unbroken spikes were visible.
Now that's a wicked modification. Or do I mean mutation?"
"It certainly is," O'Sullivan said. "Get it recorded and do a spot check on other worker bodies, or should I call them warriors, if that's what they've put in place of shovels and rakes." O'Sullivan turned to his comm officer. "Put me on a wide comm line. I want to get all surface units to check if all the workers," and he made an ironic grimace, "are the same." The order was duly given and accepted. Makeko's fan was also avoiding the stumbling wounded forms that blindly retreated back towards Voorhees or dragged themselves in the opposite direction.
"Can't tell the players without any markings,"
one of her team remarked.
"According to my GC readings, each queen must stink different."
Said another.
"And boy, am I glad I'm in a hazmat suit and can't smell a thing. Button up,"
Makeko said firmly. Then Voorhees' voice came online just as he and his 4 entered the facility.
"There's a badly wounded queen in here. Her egg bulb is collapsed on one side, lost most of her hind legs to the second joint, and has only one front arm with palps. She's making for her quarters, and there are little scuttlers coming out to assist. They aren't her usual attendants. She'll squash 'em. No, they're managing, several on each side of a joint. Spread out, men, and let's see how many she has left of her hive. Miko, you're the shortest. Check the waiting area down that right-hand tunnel." "Sir, I'm getting heavy concentrations of the selenoaldehydes,"
one of his team said.
"I'd expect that inside a collection facility. Wonder what they'll be in the Queen's quarters." "Off the scale, probably,"
another remarked with a snort.
"Let's get to the Queen's quarters. There may be some interesting variations of Hiver patterns on her main screen. You've got that recorder, don't you, Hickey?" "Yes, sir, but even with the help she's getting, I don't see how she can make it back. She's oozing with every step. As well for us. The left-hand tunnel leads to her quarters, Hickey. Gallard, stay back and warn us should she get too close. Not that she's got an arm left to do anything with,"
murmured Gallard.
"She's not the one who fights,"
Hickey replied with disgust.
"She's got all them worker-warrior types we saw dead up above. Fighter or not, someone mauled her good."
The watchers on the ship could see Makeiko's team working further away from the landing site. They were some ways from any other collective, stepping across sizable vines which had been ripped from supporting posts, hiver bodies caught in the tangles. And so the search went. When Voorhees' team had exited from the facility, they returned to the shuttle and sent the first reports back to the Asimov, then purged the portable GCs for their next stop. Voorhees took the shuttle up, cruising at a low level until they caught up with Makeiko's point. Then they veered slowly in another direction, landing on top of another facility. There weren't even any corpses about it. The Queen's quarters were empty, although Gallard thought he heard tiny scrabblings against one wall.
The scuttlers, probably.
The screens were dead.
They die when the Queen does?
Hickey asked.
Probably,
Voorhees said.
Concentration in here is only parts per trillium, sir, much lighter.
There were over 240 known hive facilities on the main continent, and battles had been fought in every direction around them as queens led their warrior workers out to either defend their hives or attack others. When the massed assaults ended, 32 facilities still had queens, some of them badly injured. 2 were combing through their egg reserves, beginning to fertilize eggs in a valiant attempt to repopulate their hives. The surface team did not have to physically inspect all of them. Lifeform readings, set to queens and the large warrior workers, showed which facilities had queens and a rough assessment of their remaining minions. Recordings had been made of pheromones in a sufficient variety to give the scientists much to study. Perry lifted the shuttle safely back to the moon base. The moment the shuttle doors opened, alarms in the boat deck went off. "Do we stink that bad?" Gallard asked. "You do," was the response of the lieutenant who was on duty in the base headquarters. "You go through decontam until you register 0 on the stinkometer, and you guys are thoroughly deodorized. That okay with you, Commander?" "If we reek enough to set off the alarms, we clean off before we undress," Makeiko agreed, and waved the troops toward the decontam facility. Since the unit held only one person at a time, there was a tedious wait. "They still stink," Gallard said, wrinkling his nose as the last man to hang his gear up in the storage closet. "I'll never get rid of that reek." He felt his hair, rubbed down his arms and legs. "Yuck. Commander, can we use enough water to get really clean?" "Permission granted," Makeiko said, devoutly wishing she had enough cologne left to get rid of the residual smell. She lifted her arm to her nose. "All in your mind," Voorhees said, grinning. "Yuck. Commander, can we use enough water to get really clean?" "Permission granted," Makeiko said, devoutly wishing she had enough cologne left to get rid of the residual smell. She lifted her arm to her nose. "All in your mind," Voorhees said, grinning. "If it is, I'm in real trouble," Makeiko murmured to him. "And that shuttle still stinks. We'll have to moor it out in space for days. It's permeated the metal. God, those pheromones are pervasive." "All in your mind," Voorhees repeated, enjoying his tease of the commander. The comm unit buzzed for Makeiko's attention.
Prime Perry says he's moved the personnel carrier to the gym, so you won't have to back through boat bay, sir, until it's been deodorized.
"Thank him." He held out his hand to Makeiko. "Pleasure working with you." She shook his hand solemnly. "And with you, but gods, how I hope we don't have to do it again."
Sir,
And the comm unit continued.
Met says wind's picking up. What do we do about that? Exo says all that smell moving to the eastern continent might be bad.
Makeiko groaned. "Get back to the Asimov. We'll have to do something, maybe seed some clouds and dilute those pheromones. Some of my readings were off the scale, and most of them were subtly different. I'll tell you what comes up in the analysis soon as I know myself," Voorhees said, and then called for his 4 to come with him to catch their ride back to the Asimov. Though the port was swift, the 5 men exuded enough residual pheromones to cause the ensign who opened the carrier to recoil with disgust written all over his face. "Beg your pardon, sir," he said sheepishly. "Into the showers, all of you," Voorhees said. "Tell the captain I'm taking our readings up to the lab. I'll shower again there." "Yes, sir, but Captain O'Sullivan's orders were for you to contact him immediately," and the ensign gestured to the boat bay's comm unit on the upper level. "All right," Voorhees said, resettling the bag of data disks that contained the readings.
What's this about a bad Met report, Voorhees?
Asked Captain O'Sullivan. "Winds have picked up. Can we do something about diluting the pheromones it's carrying to the east? I'm on my way to the lab, sir, but I really don't want to bring a Pong to the bridge if you don't mind.
Appreciate that, Mr. Voorhees. Report when you're deodorized.
Yes, sir. Voorhees then made it straight to the ship's well-equipped laboratory and started his technicians on a preliminary report on pheromones, levels, and types. Either the ensign had warned them, or constant proximity to lab smells had dulled their olfactory nerves, but none of them so much as wrinkled a nose when he came near them. Do a quick assessment and inform Prime Perry when it's ready to be forwarded. We'll do the detailed chemical analyses later. He caught one of the yeomen by the arm. Get me a clean ship suit from my cabin, will you, knaves? Yes, sir. Right away, sir. And the man jogged out of the lab.
A cloud seeding is advisable, Prime,
Perry told Jeff Raven.
The consensus here is that we'd best dilute the pheromones with as much as rain can before the stench spreads across the eastern continents. I wouldn't like to see such slaughter as the main continent again. The pheromones are diverse and powerful. There is some scuttlebutt that the personnel carrier Commander Voorhees returned in is stinking up the boat deck. I believe he has taken 4 showers and applied to sickbay for a pungent skin lotion. Does he really need it, or is it all in his mind?
Jeff asked.
I've a message tube ready for portation, sir.
There was an edge of amusement in Perry's voice.
See what your scientists think. I'll ship you appropriate seeding materials. You've done it before, I believe, on Beetlejuice? Yes, sir, I have, and the meteorological conditions are fortunately favorable. Ah, sir, the science officer says we'd better check the eastern continent after the storm to be sure the rain dispersed the aggressive pheromones. By all means, and my compliments to Commander Voorhees. Good thinking.
Chapter 11. The chromatograms, taken both in the open air and in the Queen's quarters that were visited with and without the occupants, compared with those taken by Prime Theon on the planet Arcadia, kept the lights burning in laboratories and offices all night long. A preliminary report, with many protestations of being a hurried summation and some speculations, was on Jeff Raven's desk by the time he arrived at his office in Blundell Building from Callisto. Copies had been sent to both High Counselors and Prime Elizara. Jeff glanced through the first pages and pathed a call to Theon on the Washington.
Theon, sorry to rouse you, but I need to have Lieutenant Wyman and Gurm here for an important meeting. Sure, Grandfather,
Theon said, dragging himself from sleep and the comfort of Gravy's warm body.
Right away. The Queens on XH-33 went to war on the main continent yesterday and damn near exterminated themselves. What?
That news brought Theon wide awake, and he increased his efforts to get into his ship suit.
Please have Wyman and Gurm bring all their data and visual records. Path me when they're ready, and I'll assist in the port. No need, sir. I can do it easily enough in Gestalt with the Washington's generators. It is urgent. I believe it.
Theon was at his comm unit, tapping in Lieutenant Wyman's quarters.
A war?
Such news had as electric a shock on Sam as it had had on Theon. Gurm is also needed, and you're to bring everything you have on Arcadia's Queens and any other research you two might have on the Hivers. Please go immediately to the boat bay and get into the personnel capsule. I'll alert the watch officer as soon as I've roused Gurm.
He's here,
Sam said apologetically.
We were correlating some data and...
His voice trailed off. Great. How long do you need? Theon could hear Sam's gulp.
10 minutes, sir?
You're a star, Theon said with sincere appreciation. Still groggy, with insufficient sleep, Sam and Gurm found themselves on Earth, in the Blundell yard, where the yard supervisor greeted them effusively and hurried them into the great blocky building and turned them over to Golly Gren. Do you have any details about the war, sir? Sam asked, stumbling along the corridors as the Prime's top assistant escorted them past security into the high-speed elevator. Visual and data files, Gren said, are waiting for you. I'd prefer you to see them first before I comment. Prime Raven has called for a meeting with the 2 High Counselors, the Rowan and Prime Elizara, at 2 o'clock. But, Sam began, and followed him into the elevator, absently keeping Gurm's material from slipping out of the Merdini's arms. Golly turned and grinned at him. Assimilate what you can in the time you have, and if a correlation is obvious, make notes of it. We're all trying to absorb what happened yesterday. When the doors opened, he waved to the security guards who had come to attention. Lieutenant Wyman and the Merdini Gurm, he said, looking up at the ceiling, from the Washington at the request of Prime Raven. I'm their escort. The guard relaxed. Another came forward with 2 scintillating discs, which he planted first on Sam's chest and then Gurm's upper arm. As Sam looked down at it, the surface dulled. That admits you to this floor only, Lieutenant Gurm. If you need anything, use the comm unit in the room, she said, saluting as she stepped back and gestured down the short hall. It's set up with what we thought they might need, she added to Golly Gren. Grand thanks, Monty. This way, gentlemen. The room had the dead feeling of a high-security facility. Yes, Golly said with another grin, noticing Sam's reaction. It's a grand room, the lieutenant said, glancing around a space that was quadruple the size of his office on the Washington. A full comm unit with viewing screens above it occupied one wall. A wide, sturdy round table with 8 chairs were in the center, and conformable chairs and a long couch stretched along the other wall. A serving unit was to the left of the entrance. You haven't had a chance to eat, have you? We should get to work immediately, Sam said, starting to arrange the files he had brought. I suggest you eat first, Lieutenant Gurm, Golly said with a grave bow. This will be a very busy day, and you'll need to sustain yourself, especially before you see the recording of the Queen's War on XH-33. That bad? Sam asked softly. Golly nodded slowly. Coffee, said Gurm firmly. Black and porridge. Good choice, Golly said, and dialed it up. I'll have the same, Sam said, his tone wary. When they were served, Golly left them to eat. There are other preparations to make for this afternoon's conference, if you'll excuse me. Of course, Sam replied, and turned to his meal. 5 minutes before the 2 o'clock meeting, Golly collected the 2 Zenbis. He saw the haunted look in Sam's eyes, the droop of Gurm's pall, and knew that the Queen's War had affected them as deeply as it had everyone else who had seen the recording. The viewers might have been spared the sounds and smells of the carnage, but the omissions hardly mattered to the overall effect. It's nearly time, Lieutenant Gurm. Yes, Sam said, hastily bundling up the scattered sheets of the hard copy, his files and notebook. Gurm kept dropping files until Golly gave it a helping hand. This way, please, Golly said, and to Sam's surprise, indicated the end of the corridor. Prime Raven will port you himself from this point. He nodded to them both and strode back to the elevators. The next thing Sam knew, he was in a huge office, facing a conference table that had individual units built into its surface. There were 12 conformable chairs, 4 of which were already occupied. He noticed the chief Zenbi in charge of the Heinlein base's Queen installation and bowed to her, but he didn't recognize the others, except that they were all fleet officers. For a scared moment, Sam wondered if this is where the assassins had made their attempt on the lives of the Primes and the High Counselors. Actually, no. And the quiet, slightly amused voice turned Wyman's attention to Prime Jeff Raven, whom he recognized from newsvids. He was talking to the equally recognizable High Counselors Admiral McTurian Tall and Gichtemglumt. Lieutenant Sam Wyman and Gurm are from the Washington, Jeff said to the others. Mr. Wyman, perhaps you already know Lieutenant Commander Wyla Gallahue from the Heinlein base. And when Wyman nodded, so I will make you known to Lieutenant Commander Jan Voorhees of the Asimov, the HGHL Zenbi Stig, and Lieutenant Verla Metab from the XH-33 Moonbase. As they were acknowledging the introductions, a slender, elegant woman seemed to glide into the room from nowhere, causing Sam some consternation as he was facing her point of entry. Jeff smiled, holding out his hand. I'm sure you all must know my wife, Angharad, Callisto's Prime. No cause for alarm, Mr. Wyman. The Rowan is the only other person who can enter my Sancto Sanctorum without invitation. He guided her, with an air of conscious pride, to the nearest seat. Please, ladies and gentlemen, take your places. We have much to discuss. When they all had taken seats, the 2 minor Dinis slipped reverently into the Merdini-suitable chairs on either side of the High Counselor, tilting their pole eyes deferentially away from such an august neighbor. Jeff Raven remained standing. This meeting was convened at the bequest of the High Counselors, and in this room, for security's sake. I turn it over to Admiral Tall, and with a courteous bow to the Admiral, Raven sat down beside the Rowan. I trust you all, and the Admiral glanced around the table needlessly, for every eye was on him, have had time to assimilate the details of the war. He grimaced. Most unfortunate, especially as that sort of madness could spread to the other 4 continents of XH-33. He noted that Verla Metab of the XH-33 Moonbase winced. My sentiments precisely, Metab, he remarked, and we must endeavor to formulate some solution. For in the solution of XH-33 we may find the germs of a way to end the cyclic behavior of the Hive Queens. I am given to understand, and now he nodded to Commander Wyla Gallahue, that the Hivers evidently have an oscillating equilibrium-type society. This theory is borne out by the fact that once the war was over and some of the surviving queens had returned to their hives, they immediately began to fertilize eggs to replace their losses. This is typical of the oscillating equilibrium society. It builds up population, overburdens resources, and then aggressively sets out to acquire enough land to support increased numbers. Since we confined the queens to their planet, preventing them from a more peaceful solution to warfare, for them, at least, the Rowan interjected. Quite so, but we had destroyed their means of escape from an overpopulated world. You're not suggesting that we're responsible for their war? Asked the Rowan. Of course not, but we are certainly responsible for preventing them from leaving XH-33 in a more orderly solution than war. With respect, Admiral, the Rowan went on, what's the difference? Their war solved their immediate problem. There's now plenty of unoccupied space available. Not if the other continents erupt. With so many queen hives vacant, and Commander Gallahue, in an unusually deep voice for a woman, couldn't we spread the queens and their followers about the planet and relieve the crowding that led to the war on the main continent? That possibility is currently being examined, said Gichtenblumt, turning its pole eye toward her. That is only a stop of the gap. We who have suffered much from the hivers look to find a permanent solution to the problem of queen migration. It turned its eye on Lieutenant Wyman. Arcadia is much different, is it not, Lieutenant? Huh? Oh, yeah, indeed, Honorable Gichtenblumt, Sam said. It is pacific, totally non-aggressive, and from what evidence we have, it has been so for centuries. Gallahue leaned slightly across the table in his direction. I have read your report on that hiver colony with great interest, she said sincerely. I must comment that, even though the Heinlein queen is quiescent, the pheromones she occasionally releases are unlike those you reported. She held up her hand when Sam opened his mouth to defend his findings. I do not doubt the accuracy of your report, but if you compare Arcadia's ambience to the concentration of pheromones on XH-33... She shook her head, leaving her sentence unfinished. That's it, Sam said excitedly. There is no comparison, but Arcadia has remained a pastoral, non-aggressive, almost underpopulated planet. So what happened to produce the warlike queens of XH-33? He spread his hands in puzzlement. And those who have plagued our Merdini allies for 2 centuries. If we could discover that, we could solve the problem, Admiral Tull said, also spreading his hands. It is on record, Gallahue began, that the Heinlein queen did, on one occasion, emit pheromones similar, though not as intense or as concentrated as those reported on XH-33. She did? Jeff Raven asked. When? Only his wife knew him well enough to be wary of that tone in his voice, almost teasing and very knowing. I remember exactly, Gallahue replied briskly, for it was the day when the Phobos moon base managed to activate the refugee sphere they were examining. She gave a shrug. There could not possibly have been a connection, but she went into a state of frenzy, charging about her quarters. It was the most active she had ever been. She also started emitting what must have been her mating pheromones, for the 2 males, generally as languid as she, got quite excited, for them, and vied to stuff food into her maw and then to fertilize her by agitated stroking of her egg bulb. Yes, I vividly remember that report, Commander Gallahue, Sam said. I've studied all you've had to say about the Queen. Thank you, Lieutenant. That was the only occasion when she was fed from Vat 6. Wyla Gallahue added thoughtfully, We were given supplies for her from the stored vats of that captured sphere, you know. She usually accepted food from Vats 3 and 4. We took samples from the foodstuff stored on Arcadia, but nothing there resembles the compound from Vat 6. Yet another anomaly. Sam shook his head. Perhaps not, Stig said, entering the conversation. Both human and Merdini require different food when engaged in martial activities. That has been noted. Why not hiver queens? If I may, and Verla Metab from the XH-33 moonbase raised a tentative finger. Go on, Jeff said encouragingly. Well, sirs, ma'am, I think part of it is what they eat, she said, because I've done 2 tours on the moon base, and by the time the base was ready, they were growing a different main crop in their fields. I noticed that when I played back the probe recordings the young prime rode your lion, and she nodded half apologetically at Rowan and Jeff. And they also harvested more often. Another thing I noticed on my second tour, and she was talking as fast as she could to prevent an interruption, was the way the workers started acting. What way? Admiral Tull asked kindly, bouncing his fingertips together. Well, you know how the field workers march out in pairs? Sam was not the only one who nodded. Well, they stopped doing that. They started coming out one by one. They'd form pairs when they got enough space to do so, and it got worse.
How?
Jeff smiled encouragingly, and she suddenly relaxed. It was like they had to push past obstacles. Commander McCaffrey sent a probe down, but all we saw was more bodies, only... She paused again and cocked her head in a puzzled fashion. What we saw was not too many workers trying to get out. It was many bodies moving around so the workers could get to the fields. Then, she blinked. When the workers came back in, it looked as if the others, who never came out of the hive, were taking the food from their backs before they could get it to the ramps or storage like they should have done.
Did you send another probe in to investigate the anomaly? Admiral Tall inquired.
She shrugged.
Several more, and in different hives, but none had enough light to give us details beyond a sort of seething mass of bodies, and Commander McCaffrey didn't want to send in a lighted probe.
Probably just as wise that she didn't, Tall said, though in hindsight, I could wish that she had.
As I recall it, the Rowan said quickly, remotes were installed in quite a few hives, weren't there?
Yes, ma'am, Verla Metab replied. Once the base was established, we were told to put remotes in 50 hives on each continent, but just in the Queen's quarters. Those green boards of theirs gave us enough light to see what the Queens were doing, and all they were doing was being fed and stroked to fertilize more eggs.
How many males did each queen have? Stig asked, leaning forward. Where did the eggs go?
Oh, 8 or 9. We could see that they were sort of courting her like. You know, trying to be the only one she'd take food from. We never did see what hatched from the eggs. The scurriers would take them out once they'd been done.
That was standard behavior in all the hives you could observe? Asked Galahue.
Yes, ma'am.
Undoubtedly the queens were building up their forces in secret, Tall suggested. I would hazard the guess that the press of creatures that slowed the workers on their dutiful way to the fields were the warrior mutations that followed the queen to war, having somehow been fitted with maces instead of shovels.
How did the queens mutate? Galahue asked. There was no immediate answer. Then she added, Diet? Only on that one occasion did the Heinlein queen eat from vat 6.
How long did that last? Tall asked.
6 days, even when the 2 males kept forcing food into her mouth. She'd let it dribble away from her maw, Galahue said.
The males kept forcing her to eat? Jeff asked, sitting upright. Maybe the queen isn't the guiding force in her hive that we thought she is. Could the males pressure her by feeding her a special diet to produce the mutated warrior types?
Glances were exchanged by the Zenbis.
Anything could happen with Hive Queens, Gictumglump said in a voice nearly as deep and dark as Galahue's.
Wait a minute, Jeff said, putting his elbows on the conference table. How many males did you say the XH-33 Queens had? He asked Verla Metab.
At least 8, sometimes 9.
Big ones?
Yes, sir, bigger certainly than any from Lieutenant Wyman's Arcadia reports, and Verla gave him a little smile.
Big enough, then, to coerce an XH-33 Queen, big as they are? Jeff said.
But it was the queens that led the battles, Verla said in protest. The males formed up like a sort of honor guard to protect her. It was the mace holders who did the actual fighting.
Until the queen was dead or issued the flea pheromones, Stig said.
Flea pheromones? Jeff asked.
Yes, sir, said Lieutenant Commander Jan Voorhees, speaking for the first time. That suggests, and he turned his gaze from Jeff to the other Zenbis at the table, that the hivers once did have natural enemies, since flea pheromones imply an automatic stimulus response behavior.
Too bad we don't know what scares 'em, said Admiral Tall with a wicked grin.
Gictumglump nodded agreement.
A flea pheromone, Galahue repeated, pointing at Voorhees. I hadn't thought of that possibility in hivers.
How could you, ma'am, with just a quiescent queen that has been separated from its normal society? Voorhees said in a courteous tone.
True, she admitted.
But a flea pheromone is apparent in many Earth-type creatures like termites, ants, and bees. That's not to suggest that hive queens are hymenopterous, of course, merely that they also can produce flea pheromones.
Accepted, Jan Voorhees said. However, Stig and I noticed distinctive variations in every site where a queen was killed. We also noticed that a dead queen's remaining warrior types as well as her males ran away. Of course, some of them just ran into the forces from another hive.
How did they tell who was friend or foe? The Rowan asked. Each queen also generates her own specialized pheromone so her minions can identify her. And Voorhees rolled his eyes. It was murder trying to differentiate, but we did manage to identify quite a few of the hives of dead queens by the residuals. Remarkable, Sam said, remembering how many pheromones he'd had to log from the Arcadian queens. Arcadian queens are not quite as intense, shall we say, as the readings you report on XH33. Jan Voorhees stared at Sam, pushing out his chin. What did you say? I said the Arcadian queens do not emanate the same powerful pheromones that the XH33 queens do, or did. He locked eyes with Voorhees, as both evidently simultaneously made the shift to a conclusion. Can we substitute the Pacific Arcadian pheromones for the aggressive ones of the XH33? Jan cried, almost hopping out of his seat. I would have thought that was an obvious solution, the Rowan said, her chin propped in her left hand. Obvious, perhaps, Sam said, shaking his head, but very difficult to implement. I don't know about that, Voorhees said, staring at Sam Wyman. Nor I, said Stig. The one agrees with Stig, Gurm said formally, its pole eye glistening. It turned almost apologetically to Sam sitting beside it. You would have to duplicate the pheromones exactly to get the required effect, Galahue said, shaking her head over that difficulty. Ma'am, with the practice Stig and I have just had, it's a case of accurately reading the GCs, Voorhees said, almost boasting of his prowess. That is not simple, Stig said, heaving a big sigh. Look, do I understand you correctly? Jeff began. You are suggesting that if we can accurately duplicate the Arcadian queen pheromones, we might pacify the XH33 queens, what's left of them? The Pacific pheromones could be sprayed on the surface and renewed frequently, Voorhees was saying, more to the other Zenbis than in answer to Jeff. It might just work. We could give it a try. What do we have to lose? He looked from Galahue to Sam. He blinked at Gickumglumt and held Admiral Tall's gaze. The Admiral swung his glance to Commander Galahue. It is a possibility, she said, though she obviously still had reservations. In the meantime, Jeff said, I have had an urgent message from Perry on the Asimov. The weather pattern is shifting. Captain O'Sullivan has asked for permission to seed the clouds. I will need your permission, Admiral Tall, Honorable Gictumglumt, to prevent aggressive pheromones from reaching the other continents on XH33. The two High Counselors made eye contact. Gictumglumt inclined its pole permissively, and the Admiral gave a sharp nod of his head. By all means, seed the clouds and prevent more battles. Then we have bought time to investigate the Arcadian possibility, Jeff said. But not yet an answer to the main problem, said Gictumglumt. There are so many occupied Hiver worlds. There is in Arcadia, Sam ventured to say. Maybe there are more. We can but hope, the Rowan said pessimistically. Shall we then go a step further? Admiral Tall said, gesturing toward Commander Galahue, who had made the suggestion before he turned to Gictumglumt, and ask the Asimov to implement a clean sweep of the main continent's vacated premises? To resettle the Queens is a good idea, the Merdini agreed, nodding its head with great dignity. It will be interesting to note how long that expedient keeps XH33 peaceful. Jeff cocked his head, an attitude that suggested he was listening to a telepathed message. The others remained respectfully silent. The Columbia is just now entering the Ciudad Rodrigo system. Perhaps their examination of that Hiver-occupied planet will give us fresh insights or confirm what we already know. Do we by any chance know whether or not one of the Zenbios ever took GC readings on the big sphere? 3 of the escape pods were activated, and those queens fled, so the Hivers must have known they weren't going to outrun the Nova Wave. Commander Galahue smiled. I do believe the Vadim Zenbi records show that GC readings were taken, along with every conceivable analytic material which the Alliance specialists can record. She tapped rapidly on her notepad. I thought so, yes, the readings, though faint, are available. Mostly of corrosion, perhaps not enough to use for an additional point of reference. Jeff rose to his feet. Perhaps you all would care to continue discussing plans in a secure conference area? The Zenbis certainly did. We have begun to control our destinies, Gictumglumt said, lifting its large self to its feet, causing Gurm to cower away from the mass. That is good. Our good fight continues. It bowed to Jeff, those assembled, the approving gaze of its pole eye lingering slightly longer on the 2 Merdini participants. If you would be so good, Prime Raven, to return this person to its office, there is much to be done. It is my pleasure to assist you, Honorable Gictumglumt. And Jeff bowed formally. The Merdini High Counselor disappeared. Everyone else, Admiral, to your office? When the Admiral nodded, he disappeared, and Jeff turned to the others. I believe that Golly has secured a conference room for you, one with laboratory facilities attached." And he smiled at the Zenbis. "You've been exceedingly helpful. My warm thanks, and good day." "Very good of," was all Commander Gallahue could say before she disappeared along with the other 6. Chapter 12. Captain O'Sullivan ordered the main continent cleaned up, using teams from each of the 9 ships in 4th Fleet. "That's so's we all smell as bad," the comm officer on the AS Beijing was heard to say to the comm officer of the AS Strongbow. The comment was wisely ignored. The removal of all the dead hivers would require the combined efforts, since safest way to dispose of so much carnage was to vaporize it. While that left strong odors behind until the prevailing winds dispersed them, the pheromones matched none that might activate a queen's response. "Not that many queens survived that horrendous battle," Captain O'Sullivan remarked. "What effect will that have on the real estate we'll be selling to queens we'll be settling here, Mr. Voorhees?" "Some vegetation thrives on being burned out once in a while," Voorhees replied. "Whether that holds for this planet, I don't know, sir. But I do know that the longer we delay getting rid of the corpses, the longer it's going to take to prepare the vacant facilities for new residents." The battlegrounds had to be plowed and decontaminated to remove the taint of the body fluids spilled so futilely. Not many viable crops remained unscathed, but what there were fertilized with the dung kept in the Queen's facilities for that purpose. The stored eggs in each facility were vacuumed out of their repositories, and those were flung into the seas and lakes for whatever denizens lurked there. "Too bad the hivers don't fancy fish," one of the CPOs on that detail was heard to remark. "Lots of aquatic types." The next job, preparing the vacated quarters for new residents, was made easier by Commander Mikako's records of every Queen facility on the entire planet. By pointing out the sites of the most recent boundary skirmishes, she could show the Zenbios where to find the most aggressive ones. These would be kept busy enough in their new quarters to forget about extending their holdings. Her observers had also identified several young queens who had only begun to lay eggs and develop an entourage. The best job, according to the scuttlebutt of 4th Fleet, was following the nose around. Jeff had explained to Pierre Laney the urgency and importance of applying his unique talent to the minute but important differences of smell in Queen's quarters. If the relocation were to work effectively, the Queen must think she was still in her original quarters. Once Laney was assured that he was in no personal danger and how important it was to replicate the distinctive aura in each facility, he accepted the job and the enormous fee that went with it. A spare man in his 40s, he had indeed a remarkable nose in size and appearance, for it was, as Cyrano de Bergerac had described his, a veritable rock, a crag, a cape, a peninsula of a nose, reddened with capillaries fanning out on both cheeks. He totally ignored any stares it caused, evidently well accustomed to every kind of reaction, but when he first came on board the Asimov, he had a habit of taking a quick sniff of each area he passed through. "I can find my way about anywhere in total darkness entirely by scent," Laney confided in Captain Sullivan, for he was naturally included in the captain's mess. His manner was always gracious, and he was as good a listener as a nose. "Some places are more interesting," and he tapped the tip of his thick nose, "than others." "We're grateful for your willingness to serve," Captain O'Sullivan said. "A change is as good as a rest," was Pierre's reply, smiling broadly. "I've never been on a spaceship before. For that matter, I've never been off Earth." He never got tired, either, in his relentless tour of the deodorized facilities. He carried a wristpad on which he made notations. "Chemical formulas for the distinctive aromas," he replied to Voorhees' query. "However, I rarely forget one." "Never thought of these," Voorhees murmured, gesturing around him at the empty Queen quarters that they were currently evaluating, as aromatic. "Oh, they are. Whether or not they are also pleasant to smell, or so faint that only I can differentiate. Aroma does imply nice, as does scent. Aromatic suggests something stronger. But reek, smell, stink, pong, stench, fetor, redolence, all evoke memories in our minds of other times and places where our olfactory sense has met with that flavor on a previous occasion. Think on it," Pierre Laney suggested. "Aroma, smell, fragrance, whatever." And he gave a Gallic twist of his hand. "The mind," and he tapped his proboscis, "and the schnazola remembers." Schnazola? Voorhees echoed, his eyes protruding in astonishment. Schnazola, Pierre echoed with a dignified nod of his head. An ancient comedian with a beak like mine, and he caressed it with an affectionate finger, made an advantage out of what others would have called a disfigurement. Now, of course, and another Gallic wave of his hand, physical perfection can be easily achieved. He shrugged in a dismissal of physical perfection as the ideal. Now, do I get to see the occupied hives? He asked. Voorhees respectfully gestured for Pierre to precede him out into the fresher air, wondering how the queens had turned on the air circulation device that Theon had mentioned. They moved more cautiously in their search and assessment of the quarters of the queens, scheduled to be relocated on Maine to relieve the population pressure and the threat of more territorial battles on the other continents. Once Laney got over the initial shock of seeing a Hive Queen propped up on her hind legs, watching the green wall screen and whatever messages it conveyed to her, he followed wherever Voorhees and his security team led him. I did review tapes taken of the Queen at High-Nine Moon Base, you know, he confided in Voorhees after the first investigation, when Prime Raven approached me for this assignment. Being in the same chamber with one is quite another matter. On his return to the Azimuth, he would also concoct, as he called it, the essence of each live queen. There are so many to be remembered in such a short time. I should not like to put Queen 13 sent where Queen 33 should be. No. Such a mistake would queer the entire operation, he explained to the laboratory technicians who assisted him. The concerned head technician informed Captain O'Sullivan that the nose apparently took little sleep. But I need little sleep. And Pierre beamed at such consideration when Etienne O'Sullivan expressed anxiety over his diligence. I only require 4 hours a night, you see. I love my work, you know. And his brown eyes twinkled as he held a cautionary finger to his lips. I have even discovered several new fragrances from the musk of the queens. Really? O'Sullivan was surprised. Of course, and another Gallic shrug. Most of the most popular perfumes are based on remarkable substances. He held up his hand, bowing his head as one who is divulging an important fact. I have made up several quite passable colognes. Your female officers are kind enough to say they are enchanted. He winked again. So am I. If I recall correctly, Captain Vestapia Soligen of the Columbia said, Ciudad Rodrigo had a sphere which they sent up our tail end? Her expression was unforgiving. No good it did to them, Lieutenant Roddy Eagles remarked dryly, twiddling his thumbs where he had stretched out a long body in one of the conformable chairs in the Talents Lounge aboard the Constellation class. The captain gave him a long stare, and, if it had been his idea and not his captain informing him of too much informality, he straightened up and clasped his hands together. Do we know if it took its scout ships with it? She asked those in the room. No, sir, we don't, said Commander Wayla Gregorian as science officer. Mostly they do, Roger said, or they have no way of getting to and from the sphere when they reach their destination. Unless, of course, Roddy remarked, they've got ground-to-ship transports we've never seen. A distinct possibility, and Major Quan Kaiser Tau frowned at the security risk that would pose. However, I've never seen any, Roger said from a position of more experience with hivers than anyone else in the lounge, and looked at Captain Huptummel of the KMTM. Have you, sir? The large bronze-colored Dini shook its head. Have been in combat with scouts, never been to an occupied planet with live queens. The possibility exists. Since you're experts, and Major Kaiser Tau inclined his head stiffly but respectfully in Huptummel's direction, seemed to think that the planet Prime Theon explored is atypical, and since you, Roger, were at XH-33 when its space-worthy craft were demolished, we shall proceed with caution.
As ever,
Roddy said in a path aside to the talents in the room.
His hide gets skinned if we get hurt, Roddy,
Flavia reminded him. Prime Raven is anxious for us to reconnoiter, Captain Soligen said. She used the desk cursor to move across the world they were fast approaching. It had 3 big sprawling continents as well as small islands that Wayla thought might once have been connected to the main continents. Ice caps glittered at both north and south poles. There was little seismic activity anywhere, so the planet was old, geologically speaking. The initial probes indicated it was well settled, and most of the arable lands had been laid out in typical Hiver field patterns. One of the continents, the one narrowed on the equator so that, from space, it looked like a tightly corseted caricature of a human figure. Her cursor marked an area above the waste, a wide plain with a range of hills that separated it from the ocean. I propose we start with this one. There appears to be a large enough underground area to house scouts, if they have any left, Roddy said, but he was paying close attention to the briefing. Certainly they have no sphere, just the debris that suggests one was in geosynchronous orbit to that field. Helm? And Vestapia raised her wristcom to her mouth. How soon before we reach orbit?
4 hours, 20 minutes, Captain.
She rose. Very well then, Major. And she turned to the security officer. Assemble a small team to accompany our primes. I shall be most interested in having a running commentary on your exploration. She turned at the door leading to her bridge. The treated hazmat gear is to be worn.
And don't forget to brush your teeth and gargle away the garlic,
said the irreverent Roddy, though his expression was bland.
I just hope I'm around when you forget and speak those mean thoughts out loud,
Flavia said, rising. Thank all the gods that I don't have to go with you. The temperature down there is like Clarf's, she added, jerking her thumb at their target on the planet. I don't know about anyone else, Roddy said, but my hazmat is able for any temperature. Even the frost when you get cheeky with Vestapia? Asia asked. Roddy slowly brought his head around to look down at his youngest sister. Look who's talking about cheek, he exclaimed, throwing up his hands as if in defense. He shot a quick glance at Roger, who merely smiled at Asia. I should never have encouraged him to court you. He laid a hand flat on his chest and appeared wounded to the core. Serpent to my breast. Asia only laughed, and putting a hand on Roger's arm, hauled him in the direction of their cabin off the Talents' lounge. Remember, Roddy called after them, we have to report in 4 hours and 10 minutes. As the surface party shuttle touched lightly down on the designated spot, Roger could sense Asia's excitement as she darted glances out the porthole. Quan Kaiser Tao gestured authoritatively at his sergeant to lead out the scouting party for a quick look around.
Nothing stirring, sir,
the sergeant said.
Not even the dust,
came a low murmur.
Can it?
The sergeant ordered.
Found what seems to be a man-made, unnatural formation. Spread out there, monks. See how far it goes. Might be the opening to the underground. Check for anything resembling a manufactured remote or spotting device.
Roger peered past the wiry, shorter security major and then jumped to the ground, holding up his hand to silence Quan's protest.
Ain't no one here but us chickens, Major,
Lieutenant Roddy Eagles observed as he dropped beside the prime. Roger hunkered down to push a finger into the obviously manufactured seam, looking along its length until he saw the scout reach the end and hold up his arm. The man pointed south, indicating the perpendicular direction of the seam.
This is it, then. There's enough space to send an optic down.
Roger indicated the opening. The major snorted, but beckoned to one of his technicians, who promptly came forward, swinging the equipment pack from his back to a ready position. Kneeling by the crack, he inserted the optical wire, pushing it down, then kept his eyes on the dials and the small screen.
Nothing down there but dust, and some sort of equipment stacked against the far wall. Over there, underneath us,
he said, pointing well beyond the parked shuttle.
Tell Captain Soligen, Flavia, that the stable's empty and the barn door's still locked,
Roger said.
Do I repeat exactly what you tell me, Roger?
And there was a ripple of laughter in Flavia's tone.
Whatever. She likes a good laugh now and then. We'll move out now. Quan ever vigilant, to the nearest facility, about 2 kilometers from here, I'd say,
Roger added, adjusting the glare by darkening his helmet's visor.
Can we move out now, Major?
He asked politely.
To the target area, Captain? That's the idea, Major,
Roger said, controlling his impatience with the methodical officer, and beckoned for Asia, Miala Evshenk, Yakamashura, and Wela Gregorian to exit the shuttle.
Nice touch, that, though,
Asia said, grinning up at Roger.
Reminding you that you may be a captain in the Talents Lounge, but he outranks you on the ground.
Roddy, who was carefully walking the very straight line of the hatch, did an abrupt right-hand turn with military precision, 100 meters to another right turn, to the other end, and around back to them, leaving a straight line of boot prints to mark out the underground garage. The rest of the surface team exited the shuttle, and, at Kaiser Tao's gesture, some trotted out to the perimeter, heads turning from side to side in careful survey. Others bracketed the specialists. When his scouts reported in that all was clear, the major signaled them to return. Once his team had reassembled, Tau raised his arm and led them at a jog trot up the slight incline from what had been the Queen's landing field. The terrain altered abruptly into lush green vegetation, obviously cultivated, neat, tamped-down earth marking well-used paths.
They sure do keep a tidy garden,
murmured one of the troopers.
Maintain silence,
the major said, a scowl in his voice and probably on his face. He stopped at the edge of the cultivation, looking this way and that.
The Queens do not, I repeat, do not see or hear us, Major,
Roger said.
If they could hear, the patter of booted feet on an empty chamber would have roused some reaction,
Roddy added.
As you say, Lieutenant.
And Quan awarded the T3 with a bare turn of his head in acknowledgement.
Nor should we trample down the fields of corn,
Miala said, pointing to the neat, well-used paths.
We can easily stick to them. There's certainly nothing else moving. Major,
she added deferentially.
Keep to the paths. Sergeant, take the point.
Miala used his momentary distraction to snatch a leaf from the nearest plant and was stowing it away in a specimen container before Kaiser Tau could protest.
Need to analyze everything cogent to the project, Major.
Her remark was not an apology. When that crop ended and a new feathery plant was visible, she also took samples of that variety. Following the paths, they came to a T-junction.
And leading directly to our target, too,
Yakamashura said. The security officer grunted, but, despite his scans of the surrounding fields, nothing moved, save the top leaves in a light wind.
So quiet you can hear the leaves growing,
Asia said to Roger. A grunt from the major had the sergeant and two others jog up the track to a distant pyramidal structure, the slope to its open side plainly visible as a black maw.
We can move out now.
And Kaiser Tau's raised arm gave them a needless direction. Both Miala Evshenk and Yakamashura paused long enough to gather botanical and soil samples on their way, a patient rear guard stopping as they did so.
I didn't think a Hive world would look so grand,
Asia confided to Roger. There was just enough room for her to jog beside him.
That's because you've only seen the ruined ones before. XH-33 was like this,
he said, shaking his head. The Columbia had received copies of the XH-33 massacre. Roger had been particularly horrified by the slaughter since he remembered his probes across the orderly landscape that had been ruined by war. Major Kaiser Tau halted them 20 meters from the slope into the facility. He sent the sergeant to the vantage point to the top of the pyramid, and the man adjusted his visor for distance, turning slowly as he searched for movement. He paused, stiffened, and pointed. The major adjusted his helmet, but he had to join the taller sergeant on the structure to see what had alerted him.
A group of inbound workers from the look of them,
he said.
Up here, everyone. We'll let them proceed us. Some appear to be carrying leaves and things.
Without haste, the specialists joined the major and his troops where they, too, could see the advance of swaying backs.
All in step, too, looks like,
someone murmured.
Worse than boot camp,
another anonymous voice added.
Silence.
Roddy twiddled with the setting on his helmet.
Mayday, mayday. Cut out the nonsense,
Roger said, because the major had gone into a crouch and his troopers had drawn their weapons.
I told you they wouldn't hear us.
The major walked up to the T3, his face contorted with rage. He was a full head shorter than Roddy Eagles.
You're on report, Lieutenant. Yes, sir,
the lieutenant replied briskly, saluting.
Roddy,
Asia said in exasperation.
One of these days, these funny little things you think up is going to backfire on you. So everyone tells me,
Roddy said with a carefully pathed sigh. The surface party watched the stalwart workers trundling along, their backs loaded with freshly plucked, wide, red-veined leaves.
Like chard,
murmured Miala Evshenk softly. The burdens covered most of the creatures, so that details of their appearance were obscured. They counted 100 pairs of workers descending towards the facility. Still in impeccable files, they walked around to the entrance slope and disappeared into the maw. A mechanical rumble startled everyone.
Sending the harvest to the processors,
Roger said.
Remember the data from Theon's downside visit? Oh, yes, of course,
Yakamashura said, smiling with relief. Kaiser Tau gestured to another technician who activated a handheld device, turning it as it followed movement below.
Life forms are now in a short tunnel and proceeding into a low, wide...
One of the technicians reported, his handheld sensor following the movement.
Hole in the wall,
said Roddy Eagles irrepressibly.
Stable, or some sort of holding place.
A long pause.
No more movement there, sir. Where is there movement, Corporal?
The Major demanded. The corporal walked, as if on eggs, across the top of the structure and then stopped at the edge of the roof.
Further below, out in that direction, sir. Laid out just as Theon's planet was,
Roger said.
An XH-33, though I never got into the Queen's quarters.
He gestured for the Major to lead on.
We need GC readings everywhere, and samples of any dirt,
Flavia said.
And keep talking, to me if not to the Major. We need GC readings everywhere, and samples of any dirt,
Flavia said.
And keep talking, to me if not to the Major.
So Roger described everything as the ever-vigilant Major led them cautiously down the slope. Yakamashura and Miala took dirt samples, having to dig with their boot heels to loosen enough tamped earth to fill their containers. Once inside the structure...
Oops! GC is picking up a high concentration of selenaldehydes and selenoketones, sir.
Roger reported that to Flavia.
Night visor on,
the Major ordered needlessly, since everyone adjusted their helmets to see in the underground darkness.
The workers would have dumped their loads down a ramp directly in front of us, and the moving belts are still taking the stuff where it needs to go,
Roger said.
The tunnel to the Queen's quarters should be on our left.
He felt a vague sensation of uneasiness, yet with Theon's report to reassure him, he couldn't imagine what he need worry about. The Major grunted and signaled for advance scouts to go left.
Tall, narrow tunnels, all right enough, sir,
was the report.
Do you think we could have a look at where the workers went?
Yakamashura asked wistfully.
Is that necessary?
Kaiser Tao asked.
Well, if this report is to be as complete as Prime Theon's was, then we should,
he replied in his most conciliatory manner.
Corporal, take 4 men and Dr. Yakamashura. Me too, please,
Miala said, putting up her hand.
And Dr. Evshenk.
The Major's sigh was audible over the comm. When they had come to the end of the long, narrow tunnel which Roger described as well as he could, his apprehension still keen, their emergence into the Queen's lair was almost anticlimactic. In fact, it was almost a duplicate of Theon's visuals. Scuttling things were running around on the floor, and the Queen, sitting among the attendants who were busy stroking and cleaning her many limbs, had her black eyes on the quivering, changing wall screen.
I've been here before,
Roger said to Asia, who squeezed his hand and, ever so slightly, pulled him back the way they had just come.
Nothing new or any different.
We need GC readings, Prime,
the Major said, and held out something to Roger.
And this remote is to be placed...
Roger took the remote, removed the strip from the adhesive on the back of it, and ported it into place exactly where Theon had positioned his.
Now let's get out of here,
Asia said.
Something is butting into me. Could we be under attack, sir?
The sergeant asked, shifting his weight and lifting first one leg, then the other, trying to look all around himself at the same time. Rounded beetles were buffeting him.
Same thing happened to my brother, Sergeant,
Roger said with as much reassurance as he could.
Just more of the Queen's attendants.
I'll say one thing.
And there was an odd touch of pride in Roddy Eagle's voice.
She isn't as big as my Queen at Heinlein Base. She isn't?
We'll need to find scrapes, fragments, something metallic, Major, for carbon dating of this facility,
Roger said.
Sabin, can you find any metallic refuse in the workers' garage?
Major Kaiser Tao said over the comm, but spoke softly as if he too were impressed by being in the presence of the Queen.
Yes, sir. Some sort of tool. Some broken bits just scattered around. That may suffice. Now let's get out of here before they begin to smell us,
the security officer said. If he had led the specialists to the chamber, he now rapidly led them all out again and into the wide-open spaces. There were many sighs of relief heard over the connected comms.
How many of these do we have to go into, Roger?
Asia asked.
Oh, we have to do a fair number to make a valid report, honey.
Then he felt the least bit of reluctance she was trying to hide from him.
But you don't have to go in another if you don't want to.
Asia stood up as tall as she could, which was not quite to Roger's shoulder.
Where you go, I go. But it's spooky down there. At least in these hazmat suits, we don't have to endure stings. No.
And Asia brought her hands up to her suit, startled by his observation.
We don't. Trust you to remember that. I kept waiting for it,
Roger said, only just realizing that that was what he had been anticipating.
Fooled me too,
Roddy admitted with a sheepish grin, which he allowed only the two talents to see. They felt the sting psst, though, the moment they opened their helmets back in the shuttle. Sabin had draped a lumpy sack over his feet, from which emanated the unique Hiver pheromones. The return portation took seconds, and immediately the deck officer opened the shuttle door, the three talents ported themselves to the lounge. "What on earth?" Flavia began when she saw all three lifting an arm and smelling it. "Well, it didn't stick to us," Roger said with an exaggerated sigh of relief. "What didn't stick?" Roger explained on his way to his bedroom, Asia on his heels, both peeling down the hazmat suits as they walked. "The stings, for one thing," Roger said. "Sweat and dust for another," Asia said, and waggled her fingers at Flavia before she palmed the door shut. For comparisons, of which there weren't many, Roger, Asia, and Roddy all agreed. They sampled 20 hives on the major land masses. "There's still room for more hives," Yakamashura agreed with Miala Evshenk. "But it would be better if there were fewer rather than more queens," she said, giving a satisfied punch to the key that finished her personal evaluation of their efforts. "So where do we go from here?" "Doubtless we'll be asked to accept a message tube with that information," Roddy said, yawning hugely and settling his frame more comfortably on the couch. A rap on the door from the bridge startled everyone, just as an eerie chuckle touched the minds of the talented. "Come in, Captain," Flavia called, having checked who was knocking. "New orders seem to be on their way."
"You guessed it, Flavia,"
said Earth Prime.
"Message tube coming in, and if the captain has her resupply list—" "She actually has it in hand, sir." "Warn her."
And the flimsies in Captain Soligen's hands suddenly disappeared. "How did that happen?" She looked around the room, glaring at Roddy. "Earth Prime effected immediate acceptance of your supply list, Vestapia," Flavia said, managing to keep a straight face. "I didn't have time to warn you, and here," she held out her hands, cocking one eyebrow briefly as she ported a pillow into them. A message tube landed square on the pillow. "Are our orders, ma'am," she added with a flourish of her hand. Vestapia looked down at her right hand, fingers still in a gripping position, then at the message tube, and slowly walked over to it. "I suppose just about the time I get used to the vagaries of talent, I'll lose you." She poked at the tube and jumped back when Roger, using kinesis, opened it, and the tightly packed data disks spilled onto the carpet. "Not any time soon, I hope," Roger said, meaning it. Vestapia picked up the packet with the Admiralty seal on it and broke it open, scanning the contents. "Famous last words," she said, clicking her tongue, and looked at Roger. "Earth Prime needs you and Asia to help with Operation Switch." "Operation Switch?" Roger asked, confused. Roddy, craning his neck around to the data disks on the floor, read the titles and flipped one into Roger's hand. "Operation Switch. All the data you need for background on the new and spectacular XH-33 real estate program." He clasped his hands behind his head and stretched out again. "Better you than me." "I don't know about that," Vestapia said ambiguously, and returned to the bridge.
"Zara, any progress to report?"
Elizara said, tapping lightly into the hospital generators for her contact with her namesake on Iota Oragai.
"Yes, I was about to contact you. Have you heard about Operation Switch?" "Mother and Father passed the very latest bulletins on to me. Is that progressing? Now that the main continent has been cleansed, I believe they are going forward with the plan. So what is your good news for me?" "If you have good news for me to pass on to the High Counselor Gittenblump, it would be very grateful."
Zara's tone brightened immediately.
"I do,"
she chuckled.
"Using the principle that the last place you look is the right one, I started at Ward 19.
She chuckled again.
"There was considerable wagering." "Don't be difficult, Zara." "It was Ward 18, the second one. The chemical we need to curb creation is a valeric acid analog, and also reduce the quantity of phenol. We have now ascertained that a Dini bud starts to form, actually, before a Dini enters hibernation. It needs the hibernatory pheromones to be completed successfully. In essence, if the bud is nipped early enough to abort it before it has formed between the two dini, reproduction will not take place. The keepers will remove the unformed buds so that the still hibernating dini pair will never realize. There are all kinds of reasons that can be given. At least this way, population can be regulated without any interference in cleansing the dini bodies of dead cells and the restoration of their own bodies. That is very good news. May I report this to Counselor Gichtenblum? That's also why I was going to call you.
And Zara's tone turned grim.
The very Honorable Gichtenblum is going to have to convince the older keepers that they must depart from tradition by eliminating the valeric acid analog and reducing the phenol content to regulate reproduction. The younger ones, and I'm blessed by having only one old fart flapping about in dismay over interrupting creation, see the sense of the process, are quite willing to go along with it, although Iota Origai must be the only world where we could use all the dinis that can be created, at least while mining is in an intensive stage to supply more Washington-class ships. Pass the word along to Grandfather and Gully Gren. They'll see that those who need to know will be informed. I'm tubing the formal stuff directly to you, Elizara. You've done very well indeed, Zara, very well. Thanks.
And Elizara was aware of Zara's pride in having achieved such a notable success.
My dinis are real pleased, too. They helped me every step of the way, arguing with the old fart. Its name is Fartlump, so that word fits it perfectly.
Elizara had no trouble imagining a malicious expression on Zara's face as she said that, and the medical prime laughed out loud.
It wouldn't know what I meant, even if I spoke its name out loud. Pal and Dis would,
Elizara said, still chuckling.
Oh, they think it's apt enough, but of course they are exceedingly formal in their encounters with Fartlump. At any rate, it's up to the High Counselor and the various dini leaders to settle how much they need to decrease creation and enforce the orders at all hibernatories, even on the shipboard ones. Especially on those,
Elizara said.
Furthermore, it would be easier to explain the non-creation in the fleets. Yes, it would. Here comes your package. Thanks, dear,
Elizara said as she heard the message tube rattle into the basket behind her.
Again, you've done very well. Thank you.
And if Elizara thought that Zara had responded in an unusual, modest tone, she'd have been right. Her experience in the hibernatory, especially curing the victims of the Clarf disaster, had matured her as a healer as well as a person.
We will have to do more field tests, as it were, to be sure it works on all dini color groups.
Chapter 13. The acuity of Pierre Laney's nose had never been put to such unusual usage. His infallible organ caught the subtle nuances of each queen's pheromone output, the minor variations of the quarters, so that when the details were replicated in the 100 different sites that had been made available on the main continent, the queens were undisturbed. That is, until workers were sent out to cultivate the fields that had been left behind and found only raw-turned earth instead of ready-to-harvest crops. "We will add just a soupçon," Pierre told Captain O'Sullivan, pinching thumb and forefinger together, "of the essence so unique to the world Prime Thean explored. This ingredient may, in the long term, be what is needed to neutralize the aggressive ones and turn our belligerent queens into tame pussycats like yours." He warily eyed the captain's trio-color bark cat, Tabitha, asleep on her pillow in the corner of O'Sullivan's ready room. O'Sullivan snorted. "You have only seen her asleep, Pierre," he said. "Which is what we want our queens to be, asleep. If my soupçon is successful, use it as a spray, dropping as a gentle rain upon the place below." He smiled beatifically at O'Sullivan, who tried to remember the source of what was obviously a quote. "Indeed," he said ambiguously, and gestured for Pierre to go on, "and can be applied without need to the surface, and renewed as necessary. We will infect all hiver-occupied worlds with the serenity of the most ancient hive in this part of the galaxy." His vibrant voice roused Tab, who looked sleepily at him for a moment, and then resumed her nap. His upraised hands indicated his exultation in discovering an answer to the vital question of how to keep the queens where they were. "Excellent news, Pierre. O'Sullivan said, realizing that praise for such a resolution, if it worked, was in order. Excellent. He rose from his desk and came around, clapping Pierre on the back and accepting the Gallic embrace with his usual aplomb. Let's tell the good news to our team and have them forward it to Earth Prime and the High Council. I must tell you, and he laid a hand on Pierre's back to guide him to the talent lounge, that I was dubious about so simple an answer to such an immense problem, but you've done it. I live in hope, Pierre said, with a very Gallic shrug, a complete change from his previous exuberance. To effect Operation Switch, Perry asked for more primes and as many strong T2 kinetics as could be spared for the several days the transfers would take. After all, it was not just the queens, but all their workers, attendants, and eggs that had to be moved. Damia allowed Afra, as well as Kaltia and Morag, to be nominated for the team.
It'll be good experience, and this won't take too long, will it?
She asked.
We're between loads, and our apprentices can handle anything else that might come in with me as merge. I'm sending Golly, too, by the way. He needs a break. This will be a break?
Damia asked, with some asperity. Her father chuckled.
I'd borrow Zara, too, but Elizara has told me that her work is in its concluding phase, so she said she'd come. She can lend heft to a merge, and she's deeply interested in the project. She's volunteered her youngest, a strong kinetic T2, for an unparalleled opportunity to meet so many of his peers. How old is Pietro? Old enough.
There was a brief pause.
Same age as Barry, your grandmother just tartly informed me. I'm borrowing Roger and Asia from Second Fleet. Oh, that'll be so nice for the children. We do miss them, and don't you dare say only a thought apart,
she added in a fierce tone.
Wouldn't dare,
her father replied.
I almost wish I could join them, but I can't, and that's that,
Damia said.
I do hope it's worth the effort. We can wait and see. The XH-33 at least allows us to try the theory that the alteration of the local pheromones will have the desired effect. Are the militants giving you more trouble? Oh, them. If we can prove we've got the Queen's planet bound, and we release enough of the newly discovered M-type worlds, they'll find something else to complain about.
Damia could almost see her father shrugging his shoulders. She wanted to remind him that he was not, as he sometimes assumed, invulnerable.
I'm not, you know, he replied. But nearly. And I never make claims at being infallible. Not with Mother to keep you on your toes.
A chuckle trailed off into silence. The XH-33 planet was not at the end of the galaxy, but, with the help of the occupants and their towers, the various personnel carriers landed in orderly fashion in the boat bays of the various ships of the Fourth Fleet that were to host them. Perry and Adela on the Asimov would host Elizara and her youngest son Pietro. Golly Gren and Barry Raven came into the Beijing to be greeted officially by a cheerful Captain Smelkoff. Afra, Morag, and Kaltia went to the Nova Scotia, and an enthusiastic welcome by Captain Ellen Hogarth, while Roger, with his Deenies in Asia, graced the decks of the MS HGHL to the delight of Captain Gould. Zara was to be a guest of the Galaxy-class Strongbow, and was instantly impressed by Captain Halstead, who had given up his quarters as being the only one suitable for a prime on his smaller ship. As soon as everyone had arrived and had had a chance to look through the schedule, the primes and the T2s assembled for a briefing session on the Asimov in the Talent Lounge.
Not as big as the Washingtons,
Roger remarked to Asia.
Bigger than the Columbias, though,
Asia said, and Roger gave her a quick look at her suddenly meek tone.
Don't you dare go all modest and nervous on me. Oh, I won't.
She grinned up at him and reached for his hand, squeezing it.
But it is bigger. Oh, is that gorgeous woman Zara? Perry's sister. She's pouting. No, she's not. She's smirking. She looks haughty to me. Oh, she is that too,
Roger agreed. And Zara was certainly stunning in an exotic way. Odd that she was stolid Perry's sister. He much preferred Elizara's tranquil beauty.
Why, thank you, Roger,
Elizara said, nudging the lad beside her. Come, Pietro, I want to introduce you to Roger and Asia Lyon. Pietro might be the same age as Barry Raven, but he had a great deal more poise than the Danubian.
The result of so much exposure to talents at Blundell,
Elizara replied, smiling graciously.
and he's shortly to get a tower assignment. Ah,
and her mental tone sighed.
They grow up so fast these days.
Morag and Kaltia arrived and squealed with delight to see their brother with Asia and rushed over to the couple.
Not all of them do,
Roger replied, like any unimpressed older sibling, hugging first Morag and then Kaltia because he was glad to see them, and they really couldn't be classed as kids anymore. Working on Clarf with Laria had subtly altered them despite their welcoming reversion to juvenile exuberance. His father had a slight smile on his face as he looked over the talents already present. Adela, assisted by Navy stewards, was serving hot canapes and looking slightly nervous. "Never thought I'd be able to sneak up on you, Afra." And Afra turned to grip Golly Gren's extended hand, savoring once more the essence of the man who had been so much a part of his professional life.
"Looking your age, finally, are you?"
Afra said, noting the grizzle of silver in the T2's dark hair and the crinkle of lines about the light green eyes.
"Actually, it's constant proximity to Gwyn Raven's offspring and the rigors of dealing with all those eager young talents. So this is work as well as play?"
Afra asked. Golly rolled his eyes.
"A bit of both, and indeed a testing time for Barry, Pietro, and—"
He paused to grimace slightly.
"Morag and Kaltia." "Morag's old enough,"
Afra said with a slight nod of his head.
"Did well at Clarf during the emergency." "They both did. You've a grand family to be proud of." "Ah, and Roger is still protecting Asia, I see."
Afra chuckled.
"She's well able for him to think so."
The exchange had taken brief seconds, for now they heard Deanie voices behind them as Afra's Turlp and Roger's Gillen cat came down the passageway. Turlp was taller than a full head, human head, than Roger's too, and was obviously regaling its juniors on the part it had played in nursing the 4 victims of the Clarf disaster. More muted human voices echoed respectfully as the naval talents who would form part of the whole merge arrived.
"A goodly crew,"
Golly said, nodding as he was recognized by the fleet talents, and he accepted their salutes with a wave of his hand. One of the women looked apprehensive. "They won't bite, Mimi. I'm here to protect you." "Then we've nothing to fear," an ensign said, grinning. "Asif Katsir, isn't it?" Golly replied. "A good kinetic T3. "Do you know who we all are?" Asif asked, stopping in surprise. "He'd better, or Prime Raven will replace him with one of you," Afra said, so solemn-faced that Ensign Katsir goggled slightly until Golly's grin reassured him. "But you wouldn't have had the chance to meet Afra Lyon of Iota Oragai," Golly said. "I think you can tell who's a prime in there without naming names." "Don't listen to him," Mimi advised her crewmate, winking coquettishly at Gren, who winked right back. "If we're all here," Perry spoke up when all had entered the room, "I'd like to get on with the briefing. We're doing this in 4 teams, with a prime as merge, assisted by the naval talents. Since we can all be in contact, we can each use the generators of our host ships. Sarah, I'm putting Golly and Pietro with you on the strongbow. Roger will have Barry and Asia to back him up on the HGHL. Afra will be merged with his daughters. I've spread out the stronger talents from the Asimov," and he deferentially nodded toward Captain O'Sullivan. "Elizara and I will lead the Asimov team. We might need to do some switching around after our first day, but that's to be expected when none of us have ever done anything even remotely like we are about to do." Even Zara nodded agreement with that, slightly amused by her brother's instructions. "I have data files for all the queens we are transferring, and visuals for the main continent quarters they're to inhabit. Fortunately for us, the Hivers' unvarying patterns are of inordinate help to us." He tapped his chest, grinning. "According to our expert, Pierre Laney," and he gestured to the nose, who was enjoying his inclusion in the briefing, "the quarters of any individual queen might smell slightly different." "Indubitably they do," Pierre said, tapping his nose with a sage expression on his face. "Yes, but the layout for queen and workers is exactly the same. We have visuals on each separate facility, but they're all much of a muchness. Our communications people have been able to transfer the wall screens. At least they hope so," and Perry grimaced slightly. "But they haven't found out how or where to turn them on or off." "They have very small creatures to do that," Roger said, "as we discovered when we started up the sphere at Phobos Moon Base." "How small?" Perry said, blinking at Roger in surprise. Roger indicated the first 2 joints of his index finger. "Their tunnels ran everywhere on the sphere. Doubt their holes would be visible." They are, but seem to go nowhere, Perry said, looking down at his notepad and checking something off. We'll see what happens. Then he looked around at his audience. We're hoping that we've done our renovations so well that the Queens won't notice. They will, however, notice the fields. We can't transfer the crops. We're good, but not that good. His chuckle was answered by smiles. Zara rolled her eyes at her brother's attempt at humor. So if there are any questions about procedures, I and the staff officers are at your disposal. Body weights? Afra asked. Good point, sir, Perry said, pointing his stylus at the Capellan. We've estimated you will be lifting the equivalent of a large drone with the Queens, likewise each stable of her workers. He gave a shrug. But it's animate cargo, Afra said. That's why we have designated teams. Watch your remotes and catch as many of the Queen's attendants as possible in the first port and pick up the remainder on a second trip if necessary, Perry replied. You can take the workers by rows. They make it handy enough, Roger said, wondering if the creatures would even know they'd been lifted. Wouldn't the eggs be fragile? Zara asked. The ones in with the Heinlein Queen have a thick outer coating, Roger said. Reasonable caution is all you'd need. They are in a storage tube at the back of the Queen's quarters, Perry said, and brought up the visual. Once you know the shape, port that. They won't crack. His manner suggested that the primes were more than capable of handling the transfer. You said there were little creatures, Roger, Golly asked. What happens if some get left behind and come looking for Mama? You will, of course, check on each of the facilities to be sure that none are left behind, Perry said, a bit on his dignity. The Queen will make more if we lose a few, Roger said. The wounded Queens have been steadily replacing the attendants that were killed in the war, Perry said. According to Theon's report, when he removed specimens for study, the Queen would count... He broke off and shot a glance at Pierre Laney, who winked back when Perry did not finish the sentence. Noses is what they count, Pierre said blithely, arms folded over his chest where he sat beside Captain O'Sullivan. Noses it is, then, Perry said with a slight grin. They didn't appear to be concerned in any way that they were missing attendants and promptly replaced them. It's the field and the crops that's going to throw them, isn't it? Elizara said. Yes, but there's nothing we can do about that. And some of the fields they'll now possess will be in bad condition, Perry went on. We're hoping that the Queens will just, he gave a shrug, replant or harvest or whatever. Again, their adherence to tradition includes their plantings. The same crops appear time and again. Of course, not in the same order, because some of the vegetables require different soil and/or more watering, but that should be a challenge to each Queen, to put her individual domain back in order as soon as possible. Well, let's hope they take up the challenge in the spirit in which it's presented, and more space to expand, said Captain O'Sullivan. Any more questions? He looked around the room. When there appeared to be none to be asked, Captain O'Sullivan rose. Then let us proceed to the main hangar. The Washington is a grand big ship, but we wish all of our talents to be seated in the same chamber for tonight's feast. Or would it be easier to port yourselves down? Those of us who can should do so, Perry said, leaving the lifts for those who can't. He took Adela's hand in his and disappeared. Immediately, half the assembly followed suit. I could take you, Captain O'Sullivan, if you don't mind that kind of transport, Elizara said, and Pietro can convey you, Mr. Laney. Pierre, please, Elizara. Then the nose turned to Pietro and spread both hands. When you're Neatly done, O'Sullivan said with a grin. Show off, she said, but the next instant she was facing O'Sullivan on the deck of the main hangar, where a long U-shaped formation had been set out, with white napery that glistened in the overhead lights set for the many diners. At one side, in a straight line, the captains and executive officers of the other ships awaited the arrival of the talented guests. The main hangar had been cleansed of its usual grease and oil and was redolent with aromas activating everyone's salivary glands. Ah, superbe, Pierre said, lifting his hand, forefinger and thumb meeting, and then he inhaled deeply. Magnificent. May I escort you to your seat, Elizara? And it was a magnificent meal. Several times the captain thanked the primes for bringing in the raw materials, fresh meats, fish, vegetables, cheeses, fruits, and sweets, which the Washington's galley had transformed into such an elegant repast. Once the meal was completed, and everyone sated with good food and wine, Perry stood and suggested that a good night's rest would be essential for the morning's endeavor. The guests were escorted to personnel carriers in the smaller boat bays, and returned to the ships that accommodated them. The next morning, after a solid breakfast to sustain them in their labors, the Talents gathered in the cabins designated for their use. Conformable couches, screens, an expediter, and engineer as well as assistants to keep track of the progress on screen and in notations. To one side of the large screens were a big schematic of a queen's facility and the map of which queen was to be transferred to which place on the main continent. The targets of each of the 4 teams were a different color. "Very organized," was Zara's comment when Captain Halstead led her into the mess room of the strongbow that had been converted for this usage. "Very well done," Gollygren agreed as he and Pietro followed her. "As good as I have back in Blundell," he added amiably, and caught startled thoughts from both T1s. Zara smiled as she checked on the other amenities, asking their names and being gracious. There was a courteous tap on the door before the 5 minor talents on board the strongbow reported themselves ready for duty and stood at attention by the padded chairs arranged behind the 3 major talents. "Shall I stand by?" Halstead asked politely. "It won't bother us," Zara said, and took her seat, gesturing for all to be seated. "Do you have the order of transfer, expediter?" "Yes, ma'am," was the prompt reply. "Engineer, prepare to effect the gestalt. Golly, let's start Operation Switch to number 54 green." The expediter highlighted number 54 on the map and its destination on the main continent, and the 2 quarters came up on screen, the one with its occupants grooming their queen, the other empty and ready to receive its new tenants. The generator hum increased.
Golly, merge. Pietro, Sam, Jennifer, Elias, Amos, Kathleen.
Zara paused just the moment to gather the merged minds to her, and then,
now.
A sudden deep noise in the generators, and then the queen with every creature were transported from their original premises into their new domain. "Let's wait for it," Zara said, eyes going from one screen to the next. "Oops. One just entered stage right," she said, and flicked it to its new quarters. A squeak was plainly heard. For a long moment, the queen sat still. Then, slowly, majestically, she rose to her hind limbs, staring straight ahead of her. "Aha," Golly said. "She's noticed the screen isn't hers." From under her and around, movement could be seen, but even with the remote set up to receive images in the usual darkness of a hive, the watchers could not tell where and what was sent. Then, all of a sudden, a perceivable green glow bathed the queen. She sat back down. "Suspects merely a power outage," Golly said, chuckling. The queen had just settled back when she rose and scrambled with unexpected speed down her tunnel beyond the remote's range. "Can we get an outside fix on transfer number 54? Zara said. "I'm working on screen transfer, ma'am," said the expediter. "On screen 3? That showed the outside of the collection point. The queen, scuttling with breakneck speed and followed by her male attendants, raced to the top of her facility and stood, slowly turning to survey the fields. She moved her lower limbs. "The queen of all she surveys," Golly remarked. "I don't think she likes what she sees," Pietro said. "Not one tiny bit," Golly agreed. "Let's get her workers in place, shall we? She's going to be calling them, and they'd better answer or we've blown the maneuver," Sarah said, and the generators built up speed. "Expediter, let's see the garages there." The screen split into several smaller sections. Quickly, Zara leaned into the merge, and one after another, the workers were transferred from one facility to the other. Immediately, the ranks began to move. "We got that in time."
"Thanks for the warning, Zara,"
Perry's voice came to them.
"I think we caught number 1 in her morning nap. Ah, now she's waking up to the switch. Damn it, why couldn't we have transferred their screen designs, too? Number 54 is sending her children out in their hordes,"
Golly said, as the ranks came trundling up out of the building, 2 by 2, each file turning off and up into the fields.
"If she's setting them to work, she seems to be settling in her new quarters all right enough."
The trampled fields were further from the Queen's quarters, as each had tried to protect their home grounds. The Queen remained in position, slowly turning to be sure the workers were reaching the damaged fields before she came down on all legs and descended into the dark interior and back to her hive. She arrived, could be seen on the remote putting her face close to the screen before she backed off and resumed the position in which she had first been seen. "1 down and 53 more to go," Gali said. "We got the eggs to do first, you know," Zara said. "Let's see if we can get them in the one basket." That was the trickiest part, as they all admitted, trying to keep the ovoids from slipping away from their port. The first time they tried, half the eggs eluded their grasp. Some fell out onto the deserted floor of the Queen's hive. These had to be gathered up.
"Get the sides, Gali and Pietro. I'll get the top and bottom,"
Zara said.
"Why not,"
Pietro said.
"think a sleeve around them so they can't escape?" "That's not a bad concept,"
Gali agreed.
"A stocking is better because it has a toe and nothing can slip out the bottom,"
was Zara's amendment.
"Better and better." "Then let's do it. Ready?"
Zara asked her crew.
"When you are, ma'am,"
said Amos, who was the receiving path. This time the transfer worked smoothly. "Whee, that's a port and a half," Gali said. "You're just out of practice," Zara said, with a teasing contempt in her voice. "Expediter, may we have the coordinates for number 53? "Yes, ma'am."
"Let's not be so sloppy this time. On the double. Queen and her gang first, the workers second, and the eggs third. Then we can watch the Queen react,"
said Zara.
Now, we have to learn the tricks of doing these mass ports,"
Gali said cheerfully. Zara shot him a startled look.
"What do you mean?" "I mean that if this proves successful in preventing another war on XH-33, we're apt to be doing it on other occupied planets where we need to prevent more massacres." "We are?"
Pietro looked delighted with the prospect, even if Zara didn't.
"Speak for yourself, Gali,"
she said rather tartly.
"Oh, I do. And we all obey Earth Prime."
A touch of reprimand colored his tone, but he had carefully spoken only to Zara. He could see the flush on her cheeks. "Let's handle number 53, shall we?" And they did, with expedition and efficiency, missing not one egg or tiny scurrier.
"Sir,"
said Prime Thean to Earth Prime from the Washington, in orbit around its second target, Hive-occupied planet.
"This one has 12 empty facilities. It was one of those that sent its sphere after us, or rather came out to join the sphere heading toward the system with the right kind of primary." "Really?"
replied Jeff Raven with suddenly active interest.
"Just 12. Been down on the surface yet?" "We've done initial probes, sir, and can investigate if you wish. There seems to be a lot of arable land left for them to expand onto. We need to have GC readings on at least 12 hives to be certain of the basic, shall I say, health and welfare of the queens. The more data we have for comparison, the better we can plan the containment of the Hiver queens."
Thean chuckled.
"As you wish. And how's Operation Switch going?"
Jeff Raven chuckled.
"With the massed might of 8 fine primes, the switcheroo is going very well indeed. Got 2 more days of shifting to do. They average about 10 a day. Bit tricky to get those eggs from one basket to another. Young Pietro thought of a sleeve, and Zara upped that notion to a stocking just about the time Elizara thought of a tube bandage." "Yes,"
Thean replied, remembering how they had been stored on the Great Sphere.
"That would be tricky. They don't make a neat package like workers do. However, the ones that fell out don't seem to have been harmed, nor did their fallout concern the queens. They had more on their minds than wobbling eggs underfoot."
He sent Thean a flash of a report of the Queen's marshalling workers to the fields.
"Your father, your brother, and your 2 sisters have all performed very well, Gali tells me." "You sent Gali Gren out there?" "Why not? A change is as good as a rest. Broaden his outlook on life."
There was a pause.
"Your grandmother informs me that Gali Gren's outlook is quite broad enough." "Get me some GC readings and data for comparisons, will you, Thean? We want to try Pierre Laney's gentle rain from heaven on that planet and see if it's as effective as we hope it will be at XH-33. Smell may be more powerful than a missile after all. The deterrent of the future. Alter the outlook by altering the ambient smells. Wish I could apply that to certain elements on Earth."
Then the touch of Jeff Raven's mind left Thean's. "Anything wrong, Thean, honey?" Allison Ann Greevy asked him. "More tunnel crawling," he said with a sigh. "To get comparison stinks and all the data we can find." She laughed, rumpling his hair. You know you love it when you stand right in front of a queen and she doesn't so much as give 2 hoots and a holler. I do like that part. And Thean smoothed back his hair. It's that damned hazmat suit and decontam and deodorizing afterwards. Yeah, but that suit keeps the stings out, doesn't it? Gravy said. It does. He rose from the couch and took the 4 long strides to the door into the bridge. I better tell the Admiral. Oh, and honey, Operation Switch is going along well. Will wonders never cease? I hope not. Thean did, however, shorten the time of the onerous assignment by organizing 12 teams, all eager for a chance to do a live inspection of a hive facility. There were enough T2s and T3s in the First Fleet to accompany each team in case of trouble. Not that anyone expected any from the aloof queens, but he wasn't about to be the first or have anyone under his guidance become a victim. He wondered what could provoke a Hive Queen to action. Aside from checking her fields, surely there must have been some recognition among the queens on XH-33 that they had been removed from their original quarters. Gravy went with him this time, and she was rather more impressed than she had been from the visuals and all the reports he had made. Sure is one thing to hear about and another to see, she remarked, having clung to his hand as they entered the queen's quarters. With the familiarity of many such visits, his teams collected the samples of air and soil both inside and outside the facility, counted workers, checked to be sure none of them were sporting new mace-like accessories in their extendables, and returned to the Washington. By mid-afternoon, Thean was able to send the carrier with the garnered samples and details back to Earth Prime. He received the formula of the pheromone Gentle Rain that was being used on the XH-33. This was to be disseminated in a spray over the lands to disperse through the soil and thus into the food and the hives. We'd have to check periodically, the Admiral said, shaking his head as if he didn't quite believe that such an expedient would suffice. I expect so, sir, Thean agreed amiably. But that wouldn't take more than one of the fast scouts, with a T2 aboard instead of a fleet. True, Ashiant said, still not truly convinced, as Thean perceived from his body language. Your orders are now to leave this system and proceed to the next one that's been listed as Hiver-occupied. Ashiant tapped in the relevant report. 7 days away at top speed. Ah, well, one more on our way home. Thank you, Thean. Thean, honey, Gravy began that night as they made ready for bed. If we have to check out every single one of those suspect systems on our way back, there's no reason I can't ask for maternity leave now, is there? I mean, Laria's working her tower and Knave regs allow me to work till I get too clumsy and, well, would you mind being a father? Thean turned toward her, his face lighting up with his delight. He crossed the distance between them and held her fiercely to him. Mine? I've been hoping to persuade you to consider it. I don't need much persuasion, Thean, honey, she said pertly, and reached up to brush back his white lock before framing his face in her hands. In fact, I stopped prevention just in case you were... His response showed her just how much he appreciated her willingness. Laria might have the first new generation of lions, but with such obvious cooperation, he and Alice and Anne would not be far behind, and a happy event would certainly make the long search worthwhile on a personal level as well as a professional. Operation Switch was completed 2 days later. In several of the now abandoned hives, tiny creatures had been found running in circles and had been ported to their new homes. While an atmosphere of celebration marked the final evening meal on board the Asimov, attended by all participating talents and the captains, everyone involved was tacitly hoping that the Gentle Rain would have a long-term effect. Certainly, the potential for another Queen's War on XH-33 had been diffused. Captain O'Sullivan had orders from the High Council to leave the Strongbow and the MS-KLLM in orbit, keeping a close watch with Commander Makako in the moon base on the XH-33. They had sufficient quantities of the Gentle Rain of Pierre Laney's compound to soak the ground. The pheromone compound would permeate the atmosphere and drift down into the Queen's quarters. The report from Thean Lyon in the First Fleet had confirmed that the latest Hiver-occupied world he had investigated was in no danger of erupting into dispute, and the pheromone spray saturating the soil should have the necessary calming effect. If the oldest Hiver-occupied world had never indulged in overproduction of workers to require colonization, perhaps that had been the original intent, not the constant emigrations and sterilization of other planets and their indigenous life forms. Yet there were many questions unanswered. Those worlds that the Hivers had or were occupying had to be identified. In the course of that wide-ranging survey, more planets could be made available to Merdinis and humans. Our drives starward are not so different from the Hivers after all, Pierre remarked sotto voce to Captain O'Sullivan. No, they're not, Etienne O'Sullivan replied. He had entertained that thought on several occasions, with some private chagrin, except that any world with an evolving proto-sentient life form is off limits to us and our Merdini allies. True, Pierre replied with a tight smile. But should we not also limit our aggrandizement when we have so criticized another's? That is not for me to decide, and O'Sullivan was extremely glad of that. Nor I. I merely make an observation. But this has been the most stimulating task of my entire career, Pierre went on, idly turning his wine-glass by its stem as he mused. Then he lifted it to O'Sullivan. This has been a marriage of the scientific and the psychic. Indeed it has, said O'Sullivan, lifting his glass to touch Pierre's. You might say, God sent. Pierre caught the pun and laughed appreciatively before he finished the fine wine in his glass. I am scarcely God or a god, Captain, but I do have the finest nose in the galaxy. I never once expected that my talent would prove of such worth to my profession. We all serve, Pierre, each in our own way. Jeff Raven brought back to the Rowan in their Callisto quarters the news that Zara's research had borne fruit. You mean, don't you, that no fruit will be born, said the Rowan, locked in her husband's homecoming embrace. She could feel the sense of accomplishment vibrating through his body without needing to touch his mind. Whatever, he said, chuckling at her correction. He released her somewhat so that, with his arm draped around her slender waist, they could walk into the dining room where dinner awaited him. He appreciated that his wife preferred to cook their meals. They enjoyed the peace and quiet of the evening hours together. Both were on call for emergencies, but both also had trained their assistants in Blundell and Callisto Tower to recognize a real problem from something that could be solved by them or in the morning. Odd that the solution to both our major problems should be linked to pheromones. They certainly play a larger part in interactions of all the known species than I ever realized, Jeff Raven said as he drew out her chair and seated her at the table. Let's just hope that such simple remedies could be found to all our problems. He filled their wine glasses before he sat down. Then he inhaled deeply of the aromas wafting up from the covered dishes on the hot plates. This smells great. It's the taste that really matters, the Rowan said, and then waggled her finger at him. Let's think no more about problems, love. Jeff smiled lovingly at her. A toast first, to Pierre and his nose, to our children and their children, and to those who will take our places. May they have the sense and the sense to provide peace throughout the galaxy.